Mind storage place. Completely fictional. Everyone just read for fun. If you don't like it, feel free to leave. It's free to read, so please don't leave harsh comments. Thank you. This is a rough and simple story. The people talk rough and life is rough too. It has what you're looking for. Nervous face. 1981. June was burning hot, making people restless. A few dull claps of thunder rolled across the sky. The dark clouds hung so low they looked like a heavy black pot pressed over the Hongxing Brigade. In the woodshed behind the Zhao family's house, the air was damp and stuffy, filled with the smell of mold. Li Xianglian curled up on a torn straw mat in the corner. Her body was covered in bruises from her mother-in-law's pinching and hitting. There wasn't a single spot that didn't hurt. Her stomach burned with hunger. All day, she had only drunk 2 bowls of thin rice soup so clear she could see her reflection in it. You useless woman. Why do you even eat? You're wasting food. Tomorrow night I'll send you to the fool's house at the East End. If you can't give us a child, don't think about staying in this family. Even through 2 mud walls, her mother-in-law Zhao Daniu's sharp, bitter voice still seemed to buzz in her ears. Borrowing a seed. Those words burned into Li Xianglian's heart like a hot iron. She had been married into the Zhao family for 3 years, working like a servant, up before dawn, asleep after everyone else. Her husband, Zhao Gang, had left for the city to work the day after their wedding, saying he was earning a better future for the family. He had been gone for 3 years. Not a single letter, not even a visit home. Now, with no grandson in the family, her mother-in-law didn't blame her own son for being away, but instead put all the blame on her. Forcing a good woman to do something so shameful. How could anyone be so cruel? Outside, the rain poured down, hitting the roof tiles with a sound like frying beans. Xianglian lifted her head in despair and looked at the beam above. A rope hung from it. She had tied it there earlier in the dark. Her tears had long dried up, and her heart felt empty. If she died, everything would finally be quiet. No more pain, no more humiliation, no more cruel words. She trembled as she stood up and moved the wooden block used for chopping firewood beneath the rope. Her legs were weak, and she almost fell several times. The moment her neck slipped into the noose, the rough rope scraped her skin painfully. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears slid down her thin cheeks, falling into her mouth with a bitter taste. Zhao Gang, if you can see from the heavens, open your eyes and see how your mother forced your wife to this point. Xianglian kicked the stool beneath her. Just then, bang. A heavy sound drowned out the thunder. The locked wooden window of the firewood shed, along with half the frame, was torn apart by a strong hand. Wood chips flew everywhere. Cold wind and rain rushed in. Before Xianglian could react, a tall figure, broad as a bear and covered in rain and mud, leapt inside. He moved as fast as a dark flash of lightning. Xianglian felt a sudden pull at her waist. Someone had caught her and lifted her up. Before she could cry out, a rough, warm hand covered her mouth tightly. Her eyes widened in fear. In the flash of lightning outside, she saw the man's face clearly. Her breath stopped. It was him, Qin Russian, the fierce man who lived next door. A long scar ran from his brow to his chin, a mark left from the battlefield years ago. The healed wound made his face look even more frightening in the dark. Children cried when they saw him, and even dogs tucked their tails and ran away. People said he had been a tough soldier, but after being badly injured, he returned home. The gossiping women in the village whispered that his injury had ruined his life, that he would never have a family of his own. He usually kept to himself, his eyes always cold, never looking anyone in the face. Now, this man, once thought-broken, was holding her firmly against the pile of firewood. They were very close. His clothes were soaked, clinging to his strong body, and she could feel the heat of him through the damp fabric. His usually cold eyes now burned like fire as he stared at her. "Wanna die? Did you ask me first?" His voice was hoarse and rough, like gravel scraping against metal, making her ears ache. Her chest rose and fell quickly, and her hot breath brushed against Xianglian's neck, making her shiver all over. Xianglian was terrified. She tried to struggle, but the man's strength was overwhelming. His arms held her tightly like iron, leaving her unable to move.
Qin.
Qin Russian. Let me go. Her voice was weak and trembling, almost like a whisper. Let you go? So you can end your life? Instead of releasing her, Qin Russian held her even tighter. With one strong pull, snap. The rope that had been holding Xianglian's life in the balance broke easily in his hands, as if it were just a strand of thread. The sheer strength of it made Xianglian's heart pound in fear. Were you really going to give up like that? Qin Russian looked down at the woman in his arms. The flash of lightning faded, and the woodshed fell back into darkness. But he could feel her trembling body, thin, fragile, and cold, making his heart ache. If the Zhao family won't let you live, then I will. His voice was rough and full of determination. Xianglian froze. Qin Russian was always cold and distant, especially toward the Zhao family. What had gotten into him tonight? Her body was weak, and she could only let him hold her. I don't want to live anymore. Life is too hard. Tears streamed down her face. All the pain and despair she had been holding in suddenly burst out in his arms. My husband never came back. My mother-in-law forced me to do something shameful. I can't live like this. Enough of that nonsense. Qin Russian's angry voice cut through the darkness. That old woman has no heart at all. He looked down at Xianglian's tear-streaked face, faintly visible in the dim light. She was beautiful, so beautiful that even her sorrow couldn't hide it. 3 years. For 3 years, he had heard her from next door, being scolded, working hard, crying quietly at night. This foolish woman had been waiting for a man who didn't deserve her. Zhao Gang didn't stay away because he was busy, and he's not dead either. Qin Russian gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to crush that name in his mouth. He decided not to hide it anymore and dropped a shocking truth. He has someone else outside. Xianglian froze, forgetting even to cry. She looked up in disbelief. In the darkness, she could only see the man's vague outline and his bright, piercing eyes.
What?
What did you say? I saw it with my own eyes last month at the county supply store. Qin Russian's large hand unconsciously brushed against her thin arm, the touch so smooth that he didn't want to let go. He was dressed neatly, walking beside a woman. She was even expecting a child.
Boom.
Another thunderclap sounded outside, but it was nothing compared to the shock Qin Russian's words brought to Xianglian. Someone else? And the woman was going to have a baby? She had been working hard at home, eating simple food, taking care of his mother, and keeping the household together. And he was out there, living comfortably with another woman? No, that's impossible. Xianglian's lips trembled. Zhao Gang did everything for this family. For the family? Nonsense. He just wanted to leave you here as a free housekeeper to take care of his mother. Qin Russian was a straightforward man, never one to sugarcoat his words. He wanted to tear open the painful truth and make her see clearly. If he still cared about this home, would he have gone 3 years without sending a single coin? Would he let you become this thin and tired? If he truly cared about you, would he let his mother force you into something so unfair? Each question was like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into Xianglian's heart. Every word twisted the wound further. So, the 3 years she had spent waiting faithfully had all been a cruel joke. All that talk about being loyal and virtuous, what a lie. Despair, shame, and anger surged through her. The world spun before her eyes, and her throat tightened. Her body went weak, and she collapsed into Qin Russian's arms. As she fell, she accidentally bumped into him, and the closeness startled her. Though Xianglian was still innocent, she was married and understood enough to realize what had happened. Her eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Qin Russian like a frightened cat. Her body stiffened like a piece of wood. You. Xianglian stammered, her mind completely blank. Aren't you injured? Everyone in the village said that Qin Russian had been hurt on the battlefield and could no longer live like a normal man. Even his mother-in-law often cursed, saying the man next door was useless. But just now, Qin Russian froze for a moment. Then his ears turned red, burning hot even in the dark. He was still a strong, healthy man. Holding the woman he had cared about for 3 years in his arms, it was only natural to feel something. Being doubted by the woman he liked was a deep insult to any man. Qin Russian's eyes changed. The urgency from saving her faded, replaced by a wild, determined look. He didn't step back. Instead, he moved closer, his tall figure casting a shadow over Xianglian, cornering her near the pile of firewood. His rough hand brushed along her waist, his tone firm and unyielding. "Who told you I'm not capable?" He leaned down, his voice low beside her ear. His breath was warm, carrying a faint scent of rain and earth that made Xianglian's knees weak. "What's wrong? Did you believe the rumors and think I'm useless?" Qin Russian gave a crooked smile, half teasing, half serious. He took her hand gently and said, "If you don't believe me, you'll see in time." His calloused fingers brushed her wrist, making her shiver slightly. The air smelled of damp wood and rain, mixed with the warmth of his presence, making her heart race. Xianglian held her breath, startled by his words. She was just a simple village woman, unaccustomed to such closeness. Just when she thought Qin Russian might lose control, his strong arms suddenly loosened. He stepped back slightly, though the air around him still carried a quiet intensity. In the darkness, the faint rustle of movement could be heard. Qin Russian took out an oiled paper packet from his chest, still warm from his body, and firmly pushed it into Xianglian's hands. "Take it." His voice had returned to its usual cold tone, though it was still a little hoarse. "What is this?" Xianglian held the warm bundle, confused. "Meat buns." Qin Russian glanced at her, his eyes shining sharply in the dark. "Don't starve. Stay alive and watch how I deal with them." Before Xianglian could react, he pressed one hand on the broken window frame and leapt out. He moved as swiftly as a leopard that had lived in the mountains all its life. The rain outside kept falling. In the blink of an eye, his tall figure disappeared into the night, leaving only the shaky window and scattered wood chips to prove that everything had really happened. Xianglian slid down along the pile of firewood and sat weakly on the ground. The oiled paper packet in her hands was hot against her palms. With trembling fingers, she unwrapped it. A rich smell of meat filled the small woodshed, making her stomach twist with hunger. She was starving. The white, plump buns were still steaming, something she hadn't even dared to dream of in the 3 years she had lived in the Zhao household. Xianglian opened her mouth and took a big bite. The juice ran down her chin, greasy, yet sweeter than honey. She ate quickly, almost choking, but forced herself to swallow. Tears fell onto the oiled paper, mixing with the smell of meat as she ate. Zhao Gang had another woman outside and a child on the way. Her mother-in-law wanted to send her away to another man, just to use her for her own gain. The whole family treated her like a fool, like a servant. Only the man next door, the one everyone called a cursed loner, had climbed over the wall on a stormy night to bring her something to keep her alive. When the last bun was gone, Xianglian wiped her mouth. The lifeless look in her eyes was replaced by a spark of fire. It was anger. If Zhao Gang had no kindness, she would show no mercy. Why should she be the one to suffer? The ones who deserved punishment were that heartless mother and son. That night, Xianglian no longer thought about ending her life. She hugged her knees on the straw mat, listening to the sound of rain outside, and for the first time, felt a quiet strength in her heart. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The rain had stopped, and the air carried a faint earthy smell.
Bang!
The broken door of the woodshed was kicked open from outside. The door slammed against the mud wall, sending bits of dirt falling down. Madame Zhao stood in the doorway with a dark expression. Her sharp eyes glared as she held a broom covered in mud. "You lazy girl. The sun's already up and you're still sleeping." She looked at Xianglian, who was curled up in the corner, and her anger flared. The heavy rain last night had kept her awake, worrying that the watermelons in the field might rot. And this troublesome girl had slept soundly through it all. "Get up. Go watch the melon field." We're picking all 2 acres today. If even one melon goes bad, you'll be sorry." Her words flew out like arrows. In the past, Xianglian would have jumped up in fear, apologizing as she ran toward the field. But today, the woodshed was strangely quiet. Xianglian slowly stood up, steadying herself against the wall. She was still wearing her patched old clothes from last night. Her hair was messy, but her thin face looked unusually calm and cold. She brushed the grass off her knees, lifted her head, and met Madame Zhao's sharp gaze. "Mother, I'm not going." The words were soft, but they struck like thunder. Madame Zhao froze. She thought she must have heard wrong. This timid girl, who never dared to speak back, was defying her? "What did you say?" Madame Zhao slammed the broom on the ground, her voice rising. "You ungrateful child. Say that again." "I said, I'm not going to pick the melons." Xiaolian's face stayed calm. She didn't move, but her back was straight. Well, well. Madame Zhao's whole body shook with anger, her eyes flashing fiercely. "You've really grown bold. Looks like you've forgotten your place." She raised the muddy broom and swung it toward Xianglian. The rough branches could easily leave painful marks. Xianglian didn't dodge. She simply took a step back, her eyes cold as she watched the broom fall, her lips parting slightly. "Mother, if you dare hit me, I'll go straight to the village office." Madame Zhao's hand froze in midair. The tip of the broom was less than an inch from Xianglian's face. "Go to the village office? What for? To complain about your man?" Madame Zhao's words were harsh, but her heart suddenly felt uneasy. Xianglian looked at her mother-in-law's fierce yet fearful face and felt only disgust. "To report Zhao Gang for bigamy." She spoke each word clearly and firmly. The air froze. Madame Zhao's dark red face turned pale, her eyes wide with shock. The broom in her hand fell to the ground with a thud.
You
crazy woman. What nonsense are you talking about?" Her voice trembled with fear, as if someone had struck her weakest spot. "Gongzi is working hard in the city." "What bigamy? You're slandering him. That's a crime." "If it's slander, then call your good son back and ask him yourself." Imitating Qin Russian's tone from the night before, Xianglian said coldly, "I've been working like a servant at home, while he's been living with another woman in the county. Do I need to say more?" With every word Xianglian said, Madame Zhao's face grew grayer. Of course, she knew the truth. Her son wrote home every month, and in his letters, he had already mentioned that woman from a wealthy and powerful family, someone who could help him settle in the city. As for the wife at home, she was only meant to work. Yesterday, Madame Zhao had told her to borrow something from the simple-minded man in the village because that woman had promised her 200 yuan if she succeeded. If Xianglian got caught doing something improper, they could spread rumors about her, and then the marriage with Gongzi would surely end. Then the woman in the city could give birth to a son, marry Gongzi officially, and help him get a better job. Their child would become a city resident. 2 birds with 1 stone. But this was a secret. No one in the village knew except her and her son. How did this foolish girl find out? "Who told you that?" Madame Zhao's finger trembled as she pointed at Xianglian. Was it the man next door? She suddenly thought of Qin Russian. Only that quiet, solitary man who often went out might have seen something. "If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself." Xianglian didn't answer directly. She took a step forward and said, "Mother, do you still want me to pick the melons? I'm weak. If I faint in the field and accidentally tell those gossiping women about this." "Shut up. You shut your mouth." Madame Zhao screamed like a startled mouse. In those days, a bad reputation could ruin everything. If Zhao Gang's secret marriage was exposed, not only would his future be destroyed, but he might even end up in prison. How could the Zhao family show their faces again? Madame Zhao's chest rose and fell sharply as she glared at Xianglian, wishing she could sew her mouth shut. But she didn't dare. The secret was in Xianglian's hands. If she really tried to silence her, and the woman caused a scene, everything would be over.
Fine.
Madame Zhao gritted her teeth, her wrinkled face twisting like dried orange peel. "You win. You don't want to pick melons? Then go cut some pig grass. If you dare to make excuses again. I can do that, Xianglian interrupted, bending down to pick up the old basket and sickle from the corner. As long as you don't ask me to borrow seeds again, I'll keep Zhaogang's matter to myself. Without another glance at Madame Zhao, she slung the basket over her back and walked past the stiff old woman. The moment she stepped out of the yard, Xianglian let out a long breath. Her back was covered in cold sweat. So, the fierce mother-in-law who always acted so tough was nothing more than a paper tiger. The morning breeze brushed her face, cool and refreshing, making her feel completely awake. Carrying her basket, Xianglian headed toward the field behind the village to gather pig grass. As she passed the Qin family's yard next door, the sound of chopping wood echoed, crack, crack. The wall wasn't high, and she could see inside. Qin Russian was in the yard, chopping wood with his sleeves rolled up. Sweat glistened on his tanned, muscular back, running down his spine and disappearing into his waistband. He swung the heavy axe with powerful force, each strike landing with a solid thud. Wood chips flew everywhere. The strength and focus in his movements made Xianglian's heart beat faster. Sensing her gaze, Qin Russian suddenly paused. He turned around, and his dark, deep eyes caught sight of Xianglian outside the wall. Their eyes met. Xianglian's face instantly turned red, the color spreading down to her neck like a sunset glow. She wanted to hide, but her feet felt rooted to the ground. Scenes from last night flashed through her mind. The warmth of his arms, the awkward closeness, and that life-saving steamed bun. Almost without thinking, she gave a small nod to the man everyone feared. It was her way of saying thank you for the bun and for the information he had given her. Qin Russian froze for a moment. Then, on that usually stern face, the one that could scare children into silence, a rare smile appeared. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. The scar running across his cheek looked less frightening when he smiled, even giving him a slightly clumsy, harmless look, like a fierce lone wolf wagging its tail after seeing its mate. Xianglian's face grew even hotter. She quickly lowered her head, tightened the strap of her basket, and hurried away. Only when her slim figure disappeared around the corner did Qin Russian look away. He scratched the back of his head, unable to hide the smile on his lips. Hey, she just smiled at me. So pretty. Feeling cheerful, Qin Russian swung his axe with extra strength, chopping the wood as if it were tofu. But neither of them noticed. Behind a nearby slope, a pair of jealous eyes were watching them closely. They belonged to Lu Chunhua, the village secretary's daughter. She was clutching a bunch of wildflowers so tightly that her nails pierced the stems, and green sap oozed out. Well, Li Xianglian. Lu Chunhua bit her lip, her eyes full of spite. Always pretending to be so proper, yet secretly getting close to that wild man, Qin Russian. Everyone knew Qin Russian's house held plenty of valuable things. Lu Chunhua had long set her sights on him, a man with a bad reputation, perhaps, but one who lived well. And now, that widow had gotten to him first? Standing behind the slope, Lu Chunhua crushed the flowers in her hand until they turned to pulp, staining her nails green. Jealousy burned in her chest. Why her? That unlucky and quietly Xianglian, who can't even say a word when hit 3 times. How did she manage to make Qin Russian smile at her? Everyone knew that although Qin Russian had a fierce reputation and was even rumored to be not a real man, he was still very capable. What the villagers didn't know was that her father, the village secretary, once got drunk and accidentally revealed that Qin Russian had been traveling around these past few years to trade goods. The money he had saved could probably buy 2 big houses in the county town. And besides, he was a strong and handsome man. Just looking at his muscular build could make anyone's knees feel weak. So, what if he wasn't like other men? As long as he had money and could give her a good life, she wouldn't mind living quietly by his side. After all, Lu Chunhua was pretty and lively. She didn't believe that this man could really stay calm around her. Thinking this, Lu Chunhua straightened her floral shirt, smoothed her hair behind her ear, and put on what she thought was her sweetest smile. Then she swayed her hips and walked toward the Qin family's yard. In the yard, Qin Russian was standing a thick piece of elm wood upright on a stump.
Ha!
He shouted lowly, raising his axe and bringing it down. The swing was so powerful that even before the blade touched the wood, the force of the wind had already split the bark. With a sharp crack, the thick log broke cleanly in two, the pieces flying far and landing with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Russian's bare upper body was covered in sweat, his bronze-colored muscles moving with each breath. A long scar across his chest glistened in the sunlight, giving him a wild, rugged look. Lu Chunhua stared, her throat dry. Now, this was a real man. Compared to the pale young scholars in the village, Qin Russian was like a lion among sheep. "Brother Qin," Lu Chunhua called softly, her voice sweet as honey. "It's so hot today. Why are you chopping wood now? Aren't you afraid of getting heatstroke?" As she spoke, she stepped into the yard, her eyes wandering over his strong frame. Qin Russian paused. He didn't turn around, but the faint smile on his face disappeared instantly. It was as if a cold wind had suddenly swept through a summer day. He slowly straightened up and turned to face her. The darkness in his eyes no longer held the gentleness he had shown when looking at Li Xianglian earlier. Now, there was only irritation at being disturbed and a cold, frightening anger. "Get out." The words were hard and heavy, like stones hitting Lu Chunhua's face. Her smile froze. Ever since she was young, she had relied on her father, the village head, and always acted proudly. No man had ever spoken to her so harshly. "Brother Qin, why are you being so fierce?" Lu Chunhua bit her lip, her eyes turning red. "I just saw you working hard and wanted to bring you some water. My father said we should all look out for each other as neighbors." As she spoke, she stepped closer, the strong scent of her perfume filling the air. Qin Russian frowned deeply, stepping back in disgust, as if avoiding something unpleasant. "I'm not thirsty." He tossed the axe in his hand to the ground. With a loud clang, the blade sank into the dirt right next to Lu Chunhua's shoes, less than an inch away.
"Ah!"
Lu Chunhua screamed and jumped back, her face turning pale.
You.
"This axe doesn't have eyes," Qin Russian said coldly. He grabbed a worn shirt from the woodpile and wiped the sweat from his body, covering himself. "Next time you come into my yard without calling out, don't blame me if you get hurt." His eyes were sharp and cold, like those of a wolf guarding its food. But instead of scaring Lu Chunhua away, his fierce attitude only made her more determined. This man was something special. "Brother Qin, I know you're a kind person. I saw it last night." Lu Chunhua's eyes flickered with meaning. "You brought buns to Widow Li next door. So, she can catch your attention, but I can't? In looks and family background, how am I worse than her?" At the mention of Li Xianglian, Qin Russian's eyelids twitched. He suddenly looked up, staring straight at Lu Chunhua. His gaze was as sharp as two icy blades cutting into her heart. "What exactly did you see?" His voice was low, carrying a dangerous edge. Lu Chunhua thought she had caught him in a weak moment. Lifting her chin proudly, she said, "Humph, a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night, sneaking into a house. Brother Qin, your reputation might not matter anymore, but what about Li Xianglian? If that old woman from the Zhao family finds out, won't she make her life miserable?" She believed her words would make Qin Russian back down. But instead of being afraid, Qin Russian gave a cold laugh and stepped toward her. He was a man who had survived the battlefield, and when that fierce aura came out, someone like Lu Chunhua, who had never seen real danger, couldn't stand it. He stopped in front of her, looking down from above. His tall figure cast a shadow that completely covered her. "Lu Chunhua, you can say what you want about food, but not about people." His voice was low and sharp, each word forced out through his teeth. "If you dare spread rumors and ruin her name, believe it or not, I'll make sure your father loses his position as village secretary." Lu Chunhua trembled all over, her legs weak. She had never seen such terrifying eyes that looked ready to kill. I don't dare." "Get out!" Qin Russian shouted. Lu Chunhua burst into tears, covered her face, and ran away. She didn't even stop to pick up the shoe she lost on the way. Only after running far away and hiding in a cornfield did she finally stop to catch her breath. When the fear faded, shame and jealousy filled her heart.
Li Xianglian.
You troublemaker. Lu Chunhua grabbed a corn leaf angrily, her eyes full of hatred. Qin Russian protects you. Huh? He even threatened me for you? Fine. Let's see how long you can keep your good name. Since Qin Russian didn't want her to talk about what happened last night, she wouldn't. But in this village, gossip spread faster than fire. All she needed to do was twist the story a little, and Li Xianglian would no longer be able to stay in the Hongxing Brigade. The sun was blazing, and the watermelon field of the Hongxing Brigade shimmered with heat. Li Xianglian had been working since early morning. Sweat ran down her face, stinging her eyes. She straightened up, rubbing her sore back. Looking at the rows of green, round watermelons, her heart still felt empty. Zhao Gang had already built a small home in the city, so she knew that the harvest from the fields would hardly come to her. She packed up her tools and walked home slowly, her steps heavy and uneven. When she passed the old well at the entrance of the village, the usual lively chatter suddenly stopped. A few women who had been washing clothes there, laughing and gossiping, immediately leaned close to each other when they saw Xianglian. Their eyes turned strange and mocking. Look, that's her. Well, she always looked so quiet and proper. Who would have thought she wasn't as innocent as she seemed? Exactly. And that Qin fellow, what kind of person is he? Everyone says he's unlucky and not much of a man. Hard to believe she'd get involved with him. Their voices weren't loud, but every word felt like a thorn piercing Xianglian's ears. She stopped walking, her face turning pale. Her hands tightened around the handle of her hoe until her knuckles turned white. Oh, Xianglian, called Aunt Zhou from the east end of the village, throwing her wet clothes into a basin with a splash. Her tone was sharp and mocking. It rained so hard last night. Did your woodshed leak? I heard there was quite a commotion. Laughter broke out around them. Laughter filled with curiosity, disdain, and a strange excitement. Aunt Zhou, what do you mean by that? Xianglian took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay upright. If you have something to say, just say it. Oh, still pretending? Aunt Zhou sneered. Everyone in the village knows by now. Last night, Qin was seen climbing over your wall. Chunhua, the secretary's wife, saw him herself. He came out of your house with his clothes all messy. Yeah, and they said he even held her by the window. Another woman added. Who would have thought? While Gongzi works so hard in the city, you're here making a fool of him. That's nonsense. You're all lying. Xianglian trembled with anger, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Qin only came because I was in trouble. He saved me, that's all. Trouble? Aunt Zhou laughed coldly, her eyes full of contempt. What kind of trouble could that be? Maybe you just felt guilty about something. And that Qin fellow, what could he possibly save you from? Exactly. It's bad luck just hearing about it. Those stares were like countless sharp knives, stripping Xianglian bare and leaving her standing before everyone, humiliated and helpless. There was no way to explain herself now. Once rumors start, they become a beast that devours people. Xianglian clenched her teeth and stopped arguing. She knew that whatever she said would only become more gossip for these people to spread. She lowered her head and hurried through the crowd. Behind her, the cruel whispers clung to her like a shadow she couldn't shake off. When she returned to the Zhao family's yard, a large porcelain bowl suddenly flew out from the main room. Crash! The bowl shattered on the ground, pieces scattering near her feet. Old Madame Zhao sat on the doorstep, her hair messy, shouting like a madwoman as she pointed at Xianglian. You shameless woman! You've disgraced the whole Zhao family. Her body trembled with anger, her small eyes full of hatred. I told you to find a way to give our family a child. That was for the family's future. But you went and got close to that man next door, who has no family. Are you trying to bring bad luck to us all? The logic was absurd. Forcing a daughter-in-law to be with a fool was considered proper, but being saved by a neighbor somehow became a curse. Looking at the hysterical old woman before her, Xianglian felt a deep chill in her heart. "Mother, I told you, I didn't do anything," Xianglian said hoarsely, too tired to even lift her eyelids. It was Lu Chunhua who spread the rumor. Rumors don't start for no reason. Old Madame Zhao didn't listen. She grabbed a broom and struck Xianglian. "If you were truly innocent, would people talk about you like this? Now the whole village is laughing at us, saying I brought a disgrace into the family." The broom hit Xianglian's shoulder, sending a sharp pain through her. She didn't dodge or cry. She just looked at the old woman quietly, her eyes empty and cold. "Go ahead," she said. "If you beat me to death, that'll just make more room for Zhao Gang." Old Madame Zhao froze, unsettled by Xianglian's calm defiance. This woman, who had always been so timid, why was she suddenly different?
You
get back to the woodshed. Don't let me see you again." The old woman snapped, lowering the broom, but still muttering curses. "No dinner for you tonight. Starve. You bringer of bad luck." Xianglian quietly turned around and walked into the dark, damp woodshed. When the door closed, the sunlight outside was completely shut out. The world finally became silent. She slid down against the wall, wrapped her arms around her knees, and buried her face in her arms. The tears she had been holding back finally burst out.
Why?
Why did they treat her like this? She only wanted to live a peaceful life, to have a home of her own. But why did the world refuse to give her even a small chance to survive? Night fell, and the woodshed was so dark she couldn't see her own hand. The exhaustion of the day, mixed with the weight on her heart, made Xianglian drift into sleep. Even in her dreams, she found no peace. Punish her. Teach her a lesson. In her dream, she was tied up under the big locust tree at the village entrance. People surrounded her: Aunt Zhou, Madame Zhao, Lu Chunhua. They threw rotten vegetables, eggs, and stones at her. Zhao Geng stood behind the crowd, holding a pregnant woman in his arms, watching her coldly. "Xianglian, you've really disappointed me."
No.
"I didn't." Xianglian struggled desperately in her dream, but her throat felt blocked, and no sound came out. A sharp stone flew straight toward her forehead. Ah! Xianglian woke up suddenly, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. In the darkness, her heartbeat pounded like a drum. Just then, a large, warm hand gently touched her hair. It was a strange but unexpectedly gentle touch, rough with calluses, yet comforting. Frightened, Xianglian was about to scream, when another hand quickly covered her mouth. She smelled the familiar scent of earth mixed with a faint trace of tobacco. "Don't be afraid." A deep, hoarse voice spoke softly by her ear, calm and steady. "It's me, Qin Russian." Xianglian's body froze, then slowly relaxed. In the faint moonlight coming through the window, she saw the tall man crouching in front of her. The eyes that usually looked fierce now held a quiet depth as he gazed at her. "Had a bad dream?" he asked, gently wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes with his thumb. His rough fingertips brushed her skin, slightly ticklish but strangely comforting. Xianglian's tears flowed even harder. Her sadness, fear, and helplessness finally found a way out. They all said." Xianglian sobbed, her voice trembling. "They said I have no shame. Said you're not a real man."
Said we.
She couldn't bring herself to repeat the rest of the cruel gossip. Qin Russian's eyes darkened, a flash of anger passing through them. Of course, he had heard it. When those gossiping women were whispering by the well, he had been standing in the nearby woods. If he hadn't been worried about causing her more trouble, he would have gone out and silenced them right then. "Don't be afraid." Qin Russian reached out his long arm and pulled the trembling woman into his embrace. His chest was firm, like a wall shielding her from the storm outside. "Let them talk if they want to," Qin Russian said, patting her back awkwardly but with strength. "As long as I'm here, no one in this village will dare to hurt you." Leaning against his chest, Xianglian listened to his strong heartbeat, and somehow, her fear began to fade.
But
"My reputation is ruined," she choked out.
How can I face people now?
Reputation?
Can it fill your stomach?
Qin Russian gave a cold laugh, his tone proud and dismissive. I've lived with the name of a cursed man for years, and I'm still standing. He looked down at her tear-streaked face, his eyes growing darker. As for those who spread rumors, he paused, a faint, dangerous smile appearing on his lips, like a wolf before the hunt. Don't worry. In 3 days, they'll all stop talking. Qin Russian had survived many hardships. He relied on more than just strength. If they dared to play tricks behind his back, they shouldn't expect mercy. Xianglian stared at him, his face firm and unyielding in the dim light. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Qin Russian squeezed her thin hand, his palm warm. Go to sleep. I'll stay here tonight. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. That night, there were no more nightmares in the woodshed. At dawn, before the rooster had crowed more than a few times, something strange was already stirring by the old well at the edge of the village. At this time of day, the women who usually washed clothes by the well would already be chatting loudly, gossiping from one household to another, their voices echoing so much it seemed they could drown the well's edge with their words. But today it was quiet. So quiet that only the dull thuds of wooden sticks hitting wet clothes and the clinking of buckets against the well's wall could be heard. When Li Xianglian came with her bucket to fetch water, her heart was tight with worry. She was ready for the pointing fingers, the whispers, even the spit that might come her way. The nightmare from last night, where everyone cursed her, still felt like a thorn in her heart. But when she reached the well, the women washing clothes there suddenly froze as if they had seen a ghost. The most talkative one, Aunt Zhou, dropped her stick into the basin with a splash, soap bubbles flying onto her face. She didn't even dare to wipe them off, just lowered her head quickly, wishing she could hide it away, not daring to make a sound. No one spoke. No one dared to look at her. 2 timid women even picked up their half-washed clothes and slipped away along the wall, their hurried steps sounding like they were being chased by wolves. Xianglian stood there, stunned, her bucket hanging in midair. What was going on? It wasn't until she got home that she overheard 2 men talking by the wall and learned the truth. That Qin fellow must be crazy. Isn't he? Last night, in the middle of the night, he took that big chopping knife he uses for wood and smashed Aunt Zhou's door to pieces. The blade shone in the moonlight, and he pressed it right against her husband's neck. What did he say? He just said, I've got a bad temper. If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, I'll make sure they can't open their mouth. The man shivered. I heard he went to several houses. Scare them all half to death. Who would have thought, for that poorly girl, he'd risk his life like that?
Shh.
Do you want trouble? Don't even mention it. When the 2 old men saw Xianglian walking by, they quickly hid their pipes and hurried into the cornfield, heads down. Xianglian leaned against the door, slowly setting her bucket on the ground. So that was it. The words he said last night, in 3 days, I'll make them all keep quiet, hadn't been empty talk. The man everyone in the village feared and avoided had truly gone out, knife in hand, to protect a woman with a ruined reputation. Her heart felt as if something had struck it hard, sore and tight at the same time. Xianglian clutched her chest, her eyes growing warm. How could there be such a foolish man in this world? Night fell, and the Zhao family's yard was completely dark. Madame Zhao, frightened by Qin Russian's fierce reputation and worried that Xianglian might really report Zhao Gang for marrying twice, had hidden in her room all day. She hadn't even come out for dinner. Xianglian had just started cooking sweet potato porridge when the half-fixed window in the woodshed was pushed open from outside. Qin Russian climbed in easily, holding a large bowl covered with a plate. Steam rose from it. In an instant, the small room was filled with the rich smell of meat.
Take it.
Qin Russian set the bowl on the stove with a slightly rough motion. Xianglian peeked inside. It was full of braised rabbit, glistening with oil and shining red in color. The sight alone made her mouth water.
This.
Brother Qin, that's too much. Xianglian rubbed her hands nervously. I can't take it. You went up the mountain in the rain to catch this rabbit. Just eat. Don't talk so much. Qin Russian frowned, picked up the chopsticks, and held out a piece of tender meat to her. Open your mouth. His tone was like that of a commander giving an order. Xianglian opened her mouth without thinking. The soft, flavorful meat melted on her tongue, and the taste made her eyes sting. For years, she had eaten nothing but scraps in the Zhao household. Her body had long been starved of real food. Is it good? Qin Russian asked, watching her cheeks puff up as she chewed. The harshness in his eyes faded completely. Xianglian nodded hard, her eyes glistening. Brother Qin, you should eat too. She tried to push the bowl toward him. Qin Russian didn't take it. He lifted his head, his dark eyes shining in the firelight as he looked straight at her. I'm not hungry. He pushed the bowl back, his hand brushing lightly against her fingers. You need to eat more and get stronger. It'll be good for your health. The last words were spoken softly, but they struck Xianglian like thunder. Her hand trembled, almost dropping the bowl. What are you saying? Her face turned bright red, and she lowered her head, too shy to meet his eyes. Qin Russian looked at her shy and flustered expression, his throat moving slightly as a warm feeling rose in his chest. He was an ordinary man, and being near such a gentle, lovely woman without being able to express his feelings made him uneasy. Suddenly, he reached out and held Xianglian's wrist. His hand was warm, rough, and strong. Don't call me Brother Qin, he said. His voice was low and hoarse as he leaned forward, his presence surrounding her completely. Call me Russian. Xianglian's face turned bright red, even her ears blushing. In those days in the village, calling a man by his name meant a closeness that only couples or very close companions shared. Say it, he urged gently but firmly, his grip tightening slightly. I want to hear it. Cornered, Xianglian had nowhere to hide. She opened her mouth nervously.
Ru.
Russian. Her voice was soft and trembling, like a whisper in the wind. Qin Russian felt his heart pound, his whole body tense with emotion. He clenched his fists, trying to calm himself. That sounds really nice, he muttered. Then he quickly let go of her hand, trying to hide his restlessness. Hurry and eat. When you're done, leave the bowl. I'll come get it tomorrow. With that, the tall, rugged man turned and climbed out the window, almost as if escaping. His footsteps outside sounded a little unsteady. Xianglian looked at his back and couldn't help but smile. While the small kitchen was filled with the smell of food and quiet warmth, on the east side of the village, a few dogs barked, breaking the stillness of the night. Aunt Zhao, hands tucked into her sleeves, walked carefully toward the Wang family's gate. Her heart ached before she even entered.
200 yuan. 200.
That could buy so many ration tickets and cloth coupons. It was enough to make someone important in the village. And now it was gone. Who's there? Standing around in the middle of the night? A sharp voice called from inside the yard. It's me, your Aunt Zhao, she replied irritably, pushing open the creaky wooden gate. A dim kerosene lamp flickered in the main room. Wang's simple-minded son, Dahu, already in his 30s but still drooling, was squatting on the floor playing with mud, mumbling to himself. When Mrs. Wang saw someone coming, her eyes lit up. She tossed aside the half-finished shoe sole she was sewing, jumped off the bed without even putting on her shoes, and peeked behind Aunt Zhao. Why are you alone?
Where's Li Xianglian?
Mrs. Wang craned her neck, her smile freezing halfway. Didn't you say you'd bring her tonight for the wedding? I've already laid out new bedding for Dahu. Aunt Zhao sat heavily on the bench, her face dark as soot. Don't even mention it. Bad luck. She spat angrily. That girl must have lost her mind. She's made up her mind not to come. Not coming? Mrs. Wang's sharp eyes widened. Didn't you say she was the bride you bought for your family? You could do whatever you wanted with her. What now, you want to back out? Then give the money back. At the mention of money, Aunt Zhao's face twitched. The 10 yuan deposit was still warm in her pocket. She couldn't bear to part with it. It's not that I don't want to send her. I can't. That girl threatened me, saying her husband Gongzi isn't dead or divorced. If she marries Dahu, it'll be breaking the rules, and she'll report us to the commune for old-fashioned dealings. At the word commune, Mrs. Wang's confidence faltered. In those days, being accused of such things could get you publicly criticized.
So,
What do we do now? She asked, unwilling to give up. My Daha's been waiting for days, talking about his bride every night. Just then, Daha suddenly dropped the mud in his hands and rushed over, the sour smell on him making Aunt Zhao lean back in disgust.
bride.
Where's my bride? Daha grinned, showing yellow teeth, drool hanging from his mouth and dripping onto Aunt Zhao's shirt. Aunt Zhao tried to push him away, but the man was as strong as an ox, clutching her sleeve tightly. Mom said I'd have a bride tonight. Where is she? He tugged harder, even trying to reach into her pocket. Is she hiding in there? Give her to me. I want a baby. Oh, you silly boy. Let go. Aunt Zhao was pulled around so hard that she almost lost her balance, and her sleeve was nearly torn. Go find your mother if you want to complain, she shouted. You're lying. All of you are lying. Dahu sat down on the ground, kicking his legs and crying loudly, shaking the table with his tantrum. I want a wife. I want to be with my wife. Mrs. Wang, upset that her son still didn't have a wife, glared at Aunt Zhao and scolded. Look what you've done. You got my boy all excited and now you don't care. If you don't bring Li Xianglian here, then give back the 10 yuan deposit. And you'd better pay for our trouble too. Aunt Zhao refused to return the money. Taking advantage of Dahu's outburst, she slipped away toward the gate. Gongzi is busy with important things in the city. We'll talk about this later. She clutched the 10 yuan in her pocket and ran off quickly. When she reached the edge of the village and saw no one following, she leaned against an old tree, breathing heavily. Looking back toward the Wang family's house, she thought of her strong-willed daughter-in-law in the woodshed and the crazy man next door, Qin Russian, who always carried a knife.
Bah.
Aunt Zhao spat on the ground. None of them are easy to deal with. Just wait. When Gongzi wins over that rich woman from the city, I'll make those two pay for what they've done. She touched the money in her pocket, and a wicked plan began to form in her mind. That girl was afraid of losing her good name, wasn't she? Then she would make sure her reputation was completely ruined. Once everyone looked down on her, would that proud Manchine Russian still want her? With a dark expression, Aunt Zhao turned and walked toward a shabby mud house at the east end of the village. The room was dark, with no light at all. Aunt Zhao crouched in a corner like a shadow. Across from her sat a rough-looking man with a piece of grass in his mouth, Chen Dague, the village troublemaker. Dague, Aunt Zhao whispered in a low, sneaky voice, how about I introduce you to a woman? Chen Dague raised an eyebrow, shaking his leg.
Who is it?
My daughter-in-law, Li Xianglian, Aunt Zhao said through gritted teeth. You know what she looks like, pretty face, good figure. She's still young and healthy. Chen Dague swallowed hard. Although Li Xianglian usually dressed in worn clothes, her looks were proper and pleasant. Many single men in the village secretly admired her, especially her slim waist that could be encircled with one hand. But when he thought of the fierce man next door, Chen Dagui hesitated. Annie, are you trying to get me in trouble? Everyone knows Qin Russian has his eye on her. You heard about what happened last night, right? I don't want to lose my head. Don't be afraid. Aunt Zhao spat on the ground. Qin Russian may be tough, but he's just a brute. We don't need to face him directly. She leaned closer and whispered in Chen Dagui's ear, Tomorrow night, I'll send that girl to guard the melon shed on the back hill. You wait there. Aunt Zhao's eyes glinted with a desperate light. As long as you make it look like she's done something shameful, even Qin Russian won't want her anymore. At that time, I'll bring people to catch her in the act. Once the whole village sees her sneaking around with a man, her reputation will be ruined. She'll be shamed and driven out. Once Li Xianglian's name was destroyed, even Qin Russian wouldn't be able to protect her. Besides, only by doing this could they cover up her son Gongzi's marriage trouble. If Li Xianglian was forced out, Gongzi's future in the city would be safe. For her son's stable job, Aunt Zhao was willing to take the risk, no matter who stood in her way. If this works, that young widow won't be able to stay in the village. Then she'll be yours, and no one will interfere. Chen Dagui's fear slowly turned into excitement. The thought of taking what Qin Russian wanted filled him with a dangerous thrill.
All right.
He spat out the chewed grass stem from his mouth and licked his dry lips, showing his yellow teeth. Auntie, I'll do it. Don't worry. Tomorrow night, I'll make sure the whole village hears her cry out. The sun climbed higher, and by noon, the scorching heat felt like it could peel off a layer of skin. The soil in the field steamed under the blazing light, and the air shimmered. Cicadas screamed from the trees, making the world feel restless. Li Xianglian bent over in the cornfield, weeding quietly. Sweat ran down her temples, stinging her eyes. The faded floral blouse she wore was soaked through, clinging to her back and outlining her thin but strong frame. The hoe in her hands felt heavier and heavier, as if filled with lead. She hadn't eaten enough that morning, and now, under the blazing sun, her vision blurred and sparkles danced before her eyes.
Who?
Xianglian straightened up to catch her breath, but her legs gave way, and she fell toward the furrow beside her. The pain she expected never came. A strong arm, firm as iron, caught her around the waist. The arm was solid and hot, and even through her thin, damp clothes, she could feel the warmth. A faint scent of earth and sweat filled the air, sharp and real. Startled, Xianglian quickly steadied herself and looked up, straight into a pair of deep, dark eyes. Qin Russian. She hadn't noticed when he arrived. He wore an old army green vest, open at the chest, his tanned skin glistening with sweat. A dark towel hung around his neck. The scar on his face looked redder in the sunlight, making him seem even sterner, though the hand holding her was steady and careful. Do you have no sense? Qin Russian frowned, his voice low and rough. The sun's the strong, and you're not even drinking water. Do you want to faint out here? Without waiting for her reply, he unhooked a green canteen from his belt, opened it, and held it to her lips.
Drink.
Xianglian was parched. Her throat burned. Without thinking, she took 2 big gulps. The well water was cool, sliding down her throat and easing the heat inside her. Only after drinking did she realize they were still in the open field. The tall sorghum stalks offered some cover, but someone might still see them. Qin. Russian. Let go, she said quickly, her face flushing. She pushed his arm away and stepped back like a startled rabbit, putting some distance between them. Her eyes darted around nervously, afraid someone might have seen. Qin Russian's hand fell to his side, and for some reason, he felt an unexpected emptiness. The soft, gentle touch from a moment ago still lingered in his palm. Her waist was so slender that he could almost wrap one hand around it. She was far too thin, she needed to be cared for. Seeing Xianglian's frightened look, a shadow passed through Qin Russian's eyes. What are you afraid of? He said, stepping forward. His tall figure stood like a mountain, shielding her from the harsh sunlight. I'm here. If anyone dares to gossip, I'll make sure they stop. Warmth spread through Xianglian's heart, mixed with a deep ache. This man truly wanted to protect her. She had heard that he had gone to confront Aunt Zhou last night because of her. The thought filled her with both gratitude and fear. But for that very reason, she couldn't drag him down with her. Russian, I know you mean well, Xianglian said softly, biting her lip. Her voice trembled with quiet pleading. But I'm still married to the Zhao family. People talk, and you're an unmarried man. I can't let your name be ruined because of me. She lifted her head, her usually misty eyes now clear and bright. Please keep your distance. If anyone sees us again, Zhao Gang's mother will use it against me, and I'll have no peace in that house. Qin Russian wanted to say, I don't care, but when he heard her last words, he swallowed them back. She was right. She was still, in name, Zhao Gang's wife. Even if Zhao Gang was cruel, even if his whole family was heartless, until that divorce paper was signed, she was still trapped in that household. The world was always harsher on women. Men could behave freely and be praised for it, but if a woman was caught in even the smallest rumor, she would be condemned. Qin Russian was a rough man, used to hardship and gossip. He could live with people calling him names. But Xianglian couldn't. She was gentle and kind. If he pushed too hard, he would only hand Zhao's family another reason to hurt her. Qin Russian was a smart man and a hunter. A hunter knew when to strike and when to wait. He took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to take her away right then and there. "All right," he said finally. He nodded and stepped back, putting some space between them. But he didn't leave. Instead, he bent down and picked up the hoe Xianglian had dropped. "I won't get too close to you." The man spoke in a low voice, the veins on his arms standing out as he lifted the hoe and began to work. His movements were astonishingly fast. The hoe seemed almost alive in his hands. Wherever it passed, the weeds were uprooted, yet the corn seedlings remained untouched. He worked alone, but his strength was equal to that of 3 men. "I'll finish this work for you," Qin Russian said without turning his head, his voice firm. "Go rest under the tree. If you dare come and take the hoe, I'll come knocking on your window again tonight."
You.
Xianglian was so flustered by his shameless words that her face turned red, but her heart felt warm and sweet, mixed with a faint sadness she couldn't explain. She didn't argue anymore. Obediently, she walked to the shade of the willow tree at the edge of the field and sat down. Watching the tall figure working hard under the blazing sun, Xianglian absent-mindedly twisted a piece of foxtail grass in her fingers. That broad back, those strong arms, if only she could rely on them for a lifetime.
No.
"Li Xianglian, what are you thinking?" She scolded herself silently, embarrassed, yet her eyes couldn't look away. Qin Russian worked quickly. In less than 2 hours, he had cleared all the weeds from the remaining half-acre of land. He stuck the hoe into the ground, wiped his face roughly with a towel hanging around his neck, and strode away without even glancing at Xianglian. But as he passed by the spot where her water jar sat, he paused, took 2 still warm wild eggs from his pocket, and quietly placed them under her straw hat. He didn't say a word, nor did he look at her. Yet his actions spoke clearly. "I'll respect your wishes and keep my distance, but I still care about you." Holding the 2 warm eggs in her hands, Xianglian couldn't hold back her tears any longer. The sun set behind the hills, painting the sky red. From the Zhao family's courtyard came the long-missed smell of a good meal. Usually, their dinner was nothing more than thin sweet potato porridge with a few strips of pickled vegetables. But today was different. The air was filled with the aroma of white rice and the rich scent of fried eggs. When Xianglian entered the yard with her basket, she saw her mother-in-law, Madame Zhao, sitting by the small table in the courtyard. On the table sat a bowl filled with white rice, the kind of fine grain the Zhao family only ate during festivals. Beside it was a large bowl piled high with golden fried eggs, glistening with oil and smelling delicious. Madame Zhao held her bowl, her lips shiny with grease, eating with great enjoyment. Her plump body shook slightly as she chewed, and her narrow eyes gleamed with satisfaction. When she saw Xianglian return, Madame Zhao, for once, didn't start scolding. She just lifted her eyelids and gave a mocking hum. "Back already? What are you standing there for? Feed the pigs, then come eat."
Eat.
Xianglian's heart skipped a beat. In the 3 years she had lived with the Zhao family, she had never eaten before her mother-in-law finished. What was going on today? She quietly set down her basket, went to the backyard to mix the pig feed, fed the pigs, washed her hands, and then came to the table. Half the white rice was already gone, and only a few crumbs and bits of green onion were left from the fried eggs. "Sit," Madame Zhao said, tapping her bowl with her chopsticks. She pointed to a bowl of thick grain porridge and half a salted duck egg on the table. "It's hot today, and you've worked hard. Eat something good to keep up your strength." Xianglian lowered her eyes and sat down, lifting the bowl of porridge. Something was definitely wrong. This old woman usually tried to squeeze every bit of work out of her, and now she was offering white rice and salted egg? There had to be a reason. Xianglian sipped her porridge slowly, watching Madame Zhao from the corner of her eye. Madame Zhao ate quickly, like someone who hadn't eaten in days. From time to time, she looked up at the sky, her narrow eyes flashing with a mix of excitement and cruelty, like a fox waiting for trouble to start. Burp. Madame Zhao finally set down her bowl and let out a loud belch. Picking her teeth, she glanced sideways at Xianglian, forcing a fake smile. Xianglian, how's the work in the field today? All the weeds are cleared, Xianglian replied calmly. Good, you're quite diligent, Madame Zhao nodded, pretending to sigh. You see, as long as you behave, would I ever treat you badly? Before, I was just strict because I wanted you to give our family a child sooner. At that, her tone suddenly changed. By the way, the melon field behind the hill hasn't been peaceful these days. I heard that wild dogs and badgers have been stealing melons and ruining a lot of good ones. Those melons are our family's hope for the whole year. If they're all destroyed, what will we live on? Mother is getting old, and her eyesight isn't good. She can't see clearly at night if she guards the field. Old Madame Zhao kept talking to herself, but her eyes were fixed on Xianglian's face. You'll sleep in the melon shed tonight, and keep watch. It's cool there and there aren't many mosquitoes. Better than that stuffy woodshed. Guard the melon field behind the hill? The Red Star Brigade's melon field was in a remote area, right next to an old graveyard. Even during the day, few people went there, and at night it was especially eerie. Just hearing about that place made people uneasy. Besides being next to the graveyard, an old shepherd had once fallen and broken his leg there 2 years ago. He didn't survive, and the villagers said he had met something unlucky. Xianglian's heart sank, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. Mother, that place is too far, and too quiet. What's wrong with that? Should we just let the wild animals ruin all the melons? Old Madame Zhao glared at her. The fake kindness on her face vanished, replaced by her usual harshness. What, you think you're too good now just because you had a good meal? I'm old and still not complaining, and you can't even stay up one night?
As she spoke, she started crying.
Oh, my poor son. You work so hard outside, and this ungrateful girl at home won't even guard a few melons. How can we live like this? I might as well end it now so I don't have to see her unfilial face. Her act of crying and making a scene was something she had mastered perfectly. Xianglian clenched her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. She knew this old woman had bad intentions, but in a village where filial duty ruled everything, if the old woman really made a scene, especially with all the gossip already going around, her reputation would be ruined. Besides, she still held some secrets about Zhao Gang. If things got too tense and the old woman was pushed too far, who knew what trouble she might cause? Fine, I'll go, Xianglian said coldly, taking a deep breath. Stop crying, mother. People will laugh if they hear you. Old Madame Zhao stopped crying at once. Her ability to switch moods so quickly was truly impressive. She wiped the corners of her dry eyes, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in her narrow eyes. That's better. We're family, no need to act like strangers, Aunt Xiao immediately changed her expression to a warm smile. She stood up and took a green military-style kettle from the stove. Here, this is freshly boiled water. Take it with you. And also, she reached into the cupboard and pulled out a rusty hatchet, pressing it into Xianglian's hand. Keep this for protection. I don't want you getting hurt by wild animals. I worry about you, you know. Worry? Xianglian sneered inwardly. That knife wasn't for wild animals, it was to stop her from running away. I'm leaving, Xianglian said coldly. Without another glance at the old woman, she slung the worn straw mat over her back, picked up the dim kerosene lamp, and walked into the deepening night. As the thin figure disappeared through the gate, Aunt Zhao's smile twisted into something cruel and hateful. She spat on the ground.
Humph.
That ungrateful girl. Tonight, she'll learn what it means to lose everything. Let's see if she still dares to threaten me about Gongzi. With that, she hurried back into the house, rummaged through a chest, and changed into a bright floral jacket. She looked more energetic than she ever did on market days. The path to the back mountain was rough. The sky was completely dark, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. Now and then, a pale light broke through, casting eerie shadows of trees that looked like ghosts ready to pounce. The wind howled, making the kerosene lamp flicker. Xianglian trudged along the uneven mountain path, her heart pounding. No one came to the back mountain at night. During the day, people only went there to plant melons or beans. At night, It was a place even ghosts avoided. The higher she climbed, the colder the wind grew. The air carried a heavy smell of earth and decay from the old graves nearby. When she reached the melon shed, a simple structure made of wooden poles and thick straw, it was drafty and damp. In the middle stood a rough wooden bed covered with moldy straw. Xianglian spread her mat over it and hung the kerosene lamp from a beam above. The dim light lit only a small circle around her. Beyond that, everything was swallowed by darkness. The rustling of melon leaves in the wind sounded like whispers all around. She hugged her knees in the corner, gripping the rusty hatchet tightly. Time passed slowly. The night grew deeper. Apart from the wind and the occasional cry of a night bird, there were no wild dogs or other creatures in sight. Xianglian's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and drowsiness slowly crept over her. Just as her eyelids grew heavy and she was about to fall asleep, a strange sound of footsteps came from the cornfield behind the shed. Rustle, rustle. The sound was faint, but in the quiet night it seemed unusually sharp. It didn't sound like an animal, it sounded like a person. Xianglian woke up with a start, every hair on her body standing on end. "Who's there?" she shouted sharply, grabbing the hatchet and jumping to her feet. The wooden bed creaked loudly under her sudden movement. No one answered. Only the wind rustled through the leaves. Had she imagined it? Xianglian held her breath, staring hard at the dark cornfield. Just then, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side, carrying a foul smell of sweat and cheap tobacco, and lunged toward her.
Ah!
Xianglian screamed and swung the hatchet instinctively. The man clearly hadn't expected the seemingly gentle widow to be armed. Startled, he dodged to the side, and the blade grazed his arm, tearing his sleeve.
Ugh!
This woman's got some fight in her. The man cursed and steadied himself. In the dim light, Xianglian saw his face clearly. It was Chindagwai. He was a well-known troublemaker in the village, lazy and dishonest, always causing trouble. Xianglian's heart sank. She suddenly remembered Madame Zhao's strange kindness earlier that day, and everything became clear. This wasn't about guarding the melons. It was a trap.
Chindagwai,
"What are you trying to do?" Xianglian's hands trembled as she gripped the hatchet, her back pressed against the post of the shed. There was nowhere to run. What do you think I'm here for?" Chindagwai rubbed his hands together, his greedy eyes glinting in the dim light. "Your mother-in-law said you'd be here alone. She told me to come keep you company." "You're lying!" Xianglian shouted, shaking with anger. "Don't come any closer, or I'll strike you."
Strike me?
"You wouldn't dare." "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." "Old Master is your ancestor." A loud shout echoed through the night sky, filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Xianglian suddenly opened her eyes. Tears blurred her vision as she saw a familiar tall figure standing in front of her. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a pale light on him. Qin Russian. He held the axe he usually used for chopping firewood, its blade shining coldly in the moonlight. His usually fierce face was now full of intense anger. The scar on his face looked especially menacing due to the bloodshot skin, like a demon from hell. Every muscle in his body was tense, like an angry lion ready to tear apart his prey. Russian. Seeing this man, Xianglian's tense nerves finally broke. She couldn't hold on anymore. Her body went limp, sliding down the pillar, and she burst into loud tears. Qin Russian heard her crying and trembled slightly. He didn't turn around. His back was to Xianglian. His voice was hoarse but firm, giving a sense of reassurance. "Sister-in-law, close your eyes. Don't look. It's dirty." After saying that, he raised his axe and slowly walked toward Chindagwai on the ground. Each heavy step seemed to crush Chindagwai's heart. Chindagwai saw who was coming and was so scared he nearly fainted. His pants instantly soaked through, and a foul smell filled the air.
Qin.
"Master Qin. Ancestor Qin. I was wrong. I really didn't know you were protecting me." Chindagwai scrambled backward, trembling all over, his voice shaking. "It was all because of Aunt Zhao. That old hag told me to come. She said this woman is shameless and told me to ruin her. I was just temporarily blinded by greed. Blinded by greed? Qin Russian sneered coldly. His laughter was colder than the night wind. Today, I'll send you to meet the king of hell and let you enjoy your greed. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his axe and fiercely swung it toward Chundogwai's private parts.
Ah!
Chundogwai's eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted from fear. Thud!
A dull sound.
The sharp axe blade pressed against Chundogwai's pants and cut deep into the dirt, missing his most sensitive part by just a hair. Chundogwai felt a sudden chill beneath him, followed by intense trembling, as if he had been pulled out of water. This axe is a warning, Qin Russian said softly, squatting down and grabbing Chundogwai's collar, lifting him like a dead dog. His dark eyes fixed on him. Go back and tell that old woman from the Zhao family and your foul mouth. If you dare to leak what happened tonight, or if you ever try to hit her again. He patted Chundogwai's pale face, his voice gentle but chilling. Next time, the axe won't just hit the ground. I heard the stray dogs at the abandoned graveyard are starving. Do you want to feed them? No. I won't dare anymore. Never again. Chundogwai shook his head wildly, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Qin Russian loosened his grip, and Chundogwai scrambled into the cornfield, running faster than a rabbit, afraid that the axe would fall on his head if he slowed down. Watching Chundogwai disappear, the anger in Qin Russian's eyes slowly faded. He took a deep breath and turned back toward the melon shed. Seeing Xiang Lian trembling in the corner, her clothes torn, his heart clenched painfully as if something had been pulled tight inside him. He took off his green military vest, which, despite the sweat, carried his warm body heat. Qin Russian walked over, knelt on one knee in front of Xiang Lian, and clumsily but gently wrapped her in his vest, hiding her bright pink and white skin. It's okay now. He held her trembling body in his arms, gently patting her back, like soothing a frightened child. I'm here. No one can hurt you. Xiang Lian clung tightly to his bare arm, nails almost digging into his flesh, crying breathlessly, Russian.
I'm scared.
I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Qin Russian lowered his head, his chin resting on her hair, his voice tender beyond words. Since that old woman from the Zhao family is no good, we won't stay here anymore. He could feel the cold, piercing sensation of the body pressed against his chest. Only the tears falling onto his bare arm brought any warmth, but it was so hot it made his heart tremble. He tightened his arms, wishing he could melt this poor person into his bones, to shield her from all the dirt and filth of the world. Sister-in-law. Qin Russian's voice was deep and steady, like it was echoing from deep inside his chest. Listen to me. First thing tomorrow, we'll go to the commune. We'll end this marriage. The Zhao family is like a pack of wolves that eat people. If we stay any longer, you won't have a single bone left. His tone was firm. To him, that was how things should be. Zhao Gang was unkind, the mother-in-law was unjust, and now they had been tricked in such a cruel way. The marriage should be over, and it should be a loud and clear break, so the Zhao family would be humiliated and lose face. But the person in his arms was silent and still. After a long while, Li Xianglian slowly lifted her head. Her eyes, usually filled with tears, were swollen and red, like two walnuts. Her hair was messy and stuck to her pale cheeks. She looked at Qin Russian's determined, angry face, then gently shook her head.
No.
Her voice was weak, but it felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Russian's rising protectiveness. Qin Russian was stunned. His eyebrows immediately furrowed into a tight knot, and he stared at her in disbelief.
No? Why not?
That Chundogwai almost. If I hadn't come in time, do you think you could still stand here whole? Are you worried about Zhao Gang, that scoundrel, or afraid of that old hag? He spoke more and more urgently, unable to contain his anger. This woman usually looked weak, but at this moment, she was so confused and stubborn. It's not. Xianglian sniffed, tears falling again. She released her grip on Qin Russian's arm and painfully curled up, hugging her head. Her body shrank even smaller. Russian, you don't know. I have nowhere to go. If I get divorced, even though the world is big, there's no place for me, Li Xianglian. Where's there no place for you? Qin Russian was so anxious he knelt on one knee and grabbed her shoulders. Your family? Even if it's bad, Family? Xianglian let out a bitter laugh, worse than crying. I don't have a family anymore. She looked up, her eyes hollow, staring into the dark cornfield ahead. Her voice was faint, like it was coming from another world. I was exchanged for a marriage. Qin Russian paused, his hand tightening on her shoulder. My biological mother died early, and my stepmother had a younger brother the second year after she came into the family. The family was poor, and they couldn't find a wife for my brother. Xiang Lian's voice was calm but filled with pain. My stepmother, to continue the family line for my brother, exchanged me with Zhao Gang's sister. I married into the Zhao family and suffered, while Zhao Gang's sister married my useless younger brother. She turned to look at Qin Russian, her eyes filled with despair and silence. This is an unbreakable agreement between the two families. If I ask for a divorce, the Zhao family will definitely cause trouble at my mother's house and want their exchanged daughter back. Then, my brother will be left without a wife and my stepmother. She would tear my skin off and drink my blood. She knew her stepmother's methods all too well. When she was a child, in the middle of winter, her stepmother made her go to the river in thin clothes to wash clothes, even when she had a high fever and was not given a sip of water. If she messed up the family's only ancestral line, her stepmother might even chop her up with a kitchen knife. And her biological father, who only sat by smoking dry tobacco in the corner. He always listened to the stepmother and was too cowardly to say a word. I can't go back to my mother's house. That's a dead end. Xiang Lian lowered her head, looking at her rough hands. In this world, a woman who is divorced and has no family support, what else can she do but die? The air seemed to freeze. Qin Russian looked at this desperate woman, feeling as if a dull knife was cutting into his heart. He knew that exchanging marriages was not uncommon in remote villages, but when it happened to someone close to him, that helpless feeling made him want to kill. But he was a rough man, and his thoughts were simple. He only understood half of it. Xiang Lian was afraid of causing trouble at her family, afraid of implicating her brother, afraid of having nowhere to stay. To him, these were just excuses. Deep down, it was because this woman was afraid to take that step, still worried about old-fashioned customs and the so-called face. Suddenly, a surge of anger rose within him. At the end of the day, you just don't want to leave. Qin Russian stood up suddenly, his tall figure feeling especially oppressive in the narrow melon shed. He looked down at Xiang Lian with a tone full of disappointment and anger. What does exchanging marriages matter? That's all old society nonsense. This is a new society where marriage is free. If your stepmother dares to cause trouble, I will take my axe and go talk to her. Yushan, you don't understand. Xiang Lian wanted to explain, to describe the suffocating feeling of being bound by blood ties and family loyalty. She wanted to say she did not want to leave, but she couldn't leave unprepared. I don't understand. Qin Russian interrupted her roughly, his chest heaving violently from anger. I only know that living people shouldn't be forced to hold in their urine. You're afraid of this and that, worrying about everything, and in the end, only you suffer. Is Zhao's family a place for decent people? No, it's hell. For that damn younger brother of yours, you're willing to risk your whole life in that fire pit called Zhao's family? He grew angrier as he spoke, grabbing an axe from the ground and fiercely chopping it into a nearby wooden post, with chips flying everywhere. Li Xianglian, listen to me. Forget about family ties or marriage exchanges. Those are all nonsense. As long as you agree, I will take you away right now. Even if we have to go deep into the mountains and live like wild people, I can support you. If your stepmother dares to come, I will fight her, 1 against 1, 2 against 2. His voice was deafening, echoing across the open melon field. Xiang Lian was stunned by his shouting, tears blurring her eyes as she looked at this mountain-like man. She could feel the warmth and sincerity in his words. He truly wanted to take her away, to escape this suffering at all costs. But reason told her she couldn't. If she left now, Branded as a runaway, she would not only be ashamed for the rest of her life, but also drag Qin Russian down with her. He had finally started living a peaceful life. She couldn't let him become the village's laughingstock. Moreover, she still held evidence of Zhao Gang's bigamy. That was her only bargaining chip for a better future. She couldn't just slip away in shame. She wanted to leave with dignity and make the Zhao family pay for their cruelty. Yushan. Xianglian wiped her tears, trying to stand up from the ground, but her legs were too weak, and she staggered. Qin Russian quickly caught her waist, holding her tightly in his arms. Let go. Xianglian pushed against his hard chest, but he didn't loosen his grip. Not letting go. Qin Russian raised his neck, his dark eyes burning with fire, anger and hurt from being rejected. Unless you give me a clear answer. Are you coming with me, or staying here in this broken melon shed to wait for death? The two were very close, their breaths mingling. The smell of sweat, tobacco, and strong masculine scent on Qin Russian made Xianglian feel dizzy. She looked into the stubborn eyes of the man and softened her heart. In the end, she couldn't hold back and gently reached out to touch his scar. The rough feeling made Qin Russian stiffen. His anger in his eyes instantly froze, turning into a deep, dark tide. Fool, Xianglian said softly, with a hint of helplessness. I never said I wouldn't leave. But this marriage has to end clean. I can't carry the shame of being a broken shoe and go with you. That would be unworthy of you. Unworthy? Qin Russian sneered coldly. He suddenly grabbed her head, forcing her to look up at him. I am a man with no heirs, a star of bad luck. You're a widow. We're like a turtle and a green bean, born to be together. Who dares say we're not a match? His eyes darkened, and he lowered his head, giving her a firm, possessive kiss on her pale lips. It wasn't passionate, just a declaration of dominance. Xianglian's eyes widened. Her whole body tingled, as if electric currents shot from her tailbone to her head. This was her first kiss. Qin Russian didn't go deeper, just pressed lightly and then pulled away. He panted heavily, his forehead touching hers, voice hoarse and rough. Li Xianglian, remember this. From now on, your life belongs to me. If you want to revenge the Zhao family, I'll give you a knife. If you want to fight your stepmother, I'll support you. But this marriage must end. Even if the king himself comes, you must be my wife. Xianglian's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. The warmth of their foreheads touching was unsettling, but the smell of tobacco and sweat was strangely comforting. Having lived over 20 years, she was used to her stepmother calling her worthless, her mother-in-law calling her a sick hen that doesn't lay eggs, and even her husband, who hadn't even consummated their marriage, looked at her like an old ox in the field. No one cared if Xianglian was in pain or afraid. A life as cheap as grass, that was probably how it was. This is the one person everyone avoids, the bad omen, who repeatedly risked her life to protect her, offering her true feelings and forcing them into her wounded heart. The idea of being a lonely star or a doomed person means nothing to Li Xianglian compared to the fiery eyes before her. She finally understands what it feels like to have someone hold her close and protect her. Tears flow more fiercely, as if trying to wash away all her years of sadness. I want to be with him. These words, spoken with all her strength, came from her heart. Her hands trembling as she clutched Qin Russian's collar, as if holding onto a fragile raft in a stormy sea. Qin Russian's eyes suddenly burst with fire, joy, excitement at regaining what was lost. He leaned down quickly, wanting to kiss this woman who finally understood, but suddenly, loud noises from afar, like icy water poured over him, interrupted the moment. Hurry! There in the melon shed up ahead. Oh no! What kind of trouble is this? What sins has my Zhao family committed? Everyone, witness this. Today, we must catch these two cheating scoundrels in the act. The sharp, piercing voices came from the distant cornfield, clear in the quiet night. It was Aunt Zhao. Mixed with her shouts were hurried footsteps, flashlight beams flickering over the dark fields like dancing ghost fires, approaching aggressively. Li Xianglian's face turned pale instantly. They're here. That old woman really brought people. Damn it. Qin Russian cursed softly, releasing Xianglian and turning to rush outside, gripping his axe tightly, making a creaking sound. That old fool dares to come. Tonight, I'll cut down all these troublemakers. Don't move. Xianglian suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. She didn't know where she found the strength, holding him back fiercely. Russian, you can't go out. Her voice was very fast. Chundagwa ran away, and now it's just us in the shed. If they catch us inside now, it's like mud in your pants, no matter if it's dirt or something worse. You're right to want to save me, but in the eyes of those gossipers, that's considered cheating.
Who cares?
Qin Russian, am honest and upright. Qin Russian held his head high, veins bulging on his forehead. I'm not afraid of a bad reputation, but I am afraid I can't get a divorce. Xianglian looked into his eyes. If they accuse me of cheating, Zhao Gang can legally divorce me, and he might even turn the blame around. Then, I would really be at their mercy. Qin Russian stiffened. He was a rough man who only knew to stand up for his woman when someone bullied her. But he also understood that in this world, words can hurt more than weapons. Sometimes, a web woven with spit can be more dangerous than a knife. What should I do? Leave you here alone. Qin Russian clenched his teeth, looking unhappy.
Go.
Walk around the back of the cornfield. Xianglian pushed him. Her palms were sweaty, but she stayed firm. Bring your axe and don't leave any traces. Since that old woman is putting on a show, I have to perform well for her. Qin Russian looked at her deeply. Under the dim kerosene lamp, he saw his once timid little sister-in-law now standing tall, like a wild rose with thorns growing out of the mud. Okay. Qin Russian made a quick decision. He was not one to hesitate. I'll watch from the shadows. If that old woman dares to lay a finger on you, I don't care about my reputation. I'll cut off her claws. After saying that, he grabbed his warm military green vest, planning to put it on Xianglian. But he hesitated, pulling his hand back. It's a man's shirt. Leaving it here could be a sign of trouble. He made up his mind and turned into the dark green cloth tent behind, disappearing in an instant. Only Xianglian was left in the melon shed. The wind howled in, making the kerosene lamp flicker. Xianglian didn't waste time. She quickly picked up the rusty sickle from the ground, then tore her already torn collar even wider, revealing large patches of white skin with scratches, her hair also more disheveled. After finishing, she held the sickle and curled up in the corner of the shed, looking like a victim who had just been attacked and was still trembling with fear. Footsteps approached. Everyone, hurry up. Don't let that shameless pair escape. Granny Zhao's voice rang loudly outside the shed. Granny Zhao, take it slow. Be careful where you step. A delicate voice then sounded with a tone of schadenfreude, saying, if you really saw something dirty, you're not afraid of getting a needle eye. It was Lu Chunhua. Today, Lu Chunhua wore a new, crisp shirt and carried a large flashlight. She walked beside Aunt Zhao, looking more anxious than her. She was very happy inside, thinking that if tonight proved Li Xianglian was a troublemaker, Qin Russian, the blind man, would definitely dislike her. Then, she could offer a little warmth, and Brother Qin would come to her willingly. Right here. I just heard something move. A sharp-eyed Aunt Zhao looked excited, eager to get revenge. She suddenly rushed forward and kicked the shaky wooden door of the melon shed.
Bang!
The rotten wooden door couldn't hold the kick and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shameless. Disgraceful. Come out here. Aunt Zhao cursed as she charged inside, followed by 7 or 8 villagers who loved to watch trouble. Bright flashlights shone into the dark melon shed, illuminating the small space as bright as daytime.
Ah!
A frightened scream came from inside. Everyone looked closely and froze in surprise. The scene was not what they expected. There was no disheveled woman rolling around with a man. Instead, Li Xianglian was curled up in the corner, trembling all over, clutching a rusty sickle with both hands, the blade facing outward toward the crowd at the door. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and her shoulders and neck were covered with shocking red marks and bloodstains. There was a clear slap mark on her face, with blood at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were full of fear and despair, tears falling uncontrollably. She looked like a small animal pushed to the edge, desperate and helpless. "Don't come closer. Don't come near. I killed him. I really will kill him." Xianglian waved the sickle, her voice hoarse from extreme fear, on the verge of breaking down. This scene was completely different from what everyone had imagined. The villagers who came with Aunt Zhao to catch her looked at each other in confusion. The mischievous expressions on their faces froze. This wasn't about catching a cheating husband. It was clearly about encountering a bully. Mother Zhao was also stunned. Her small green eyes darted around inside the shed, but she didn't see Qindagwai's shadow. There was only a puddle of rotten watermelon and a few drops of blood on the ground. Where is the person? Where did that useless man go? Didn't they agree to catch him in the act? Stop pretending. Keep acting for me. Although Mother Zhao was suspicious inside, the stage was already set. If she backed out now, where would she put her face? She rolled her eyes and pointed at Xianglian, scolding. "Where is that wild man? Where did you hide him?" "Good job, Li Xianglian. You're quite capable, learning to play tricks now." "What wild man?" Xianglian cried as she looked up, her sad eyes making the villagers feel uneasy. "Mother, you're trying to push me to the limit. You asked me to stay watch, and then a masked thug came in the middle of the night to hurt me. If I hadn't fought back with a knife, I might have lost my life tonight." As she spoke, she raised the kitchen knife in her hand, which was still stained with a bit of blood from when she had scratched Qindagwai earlier. "This is that beast's blood. I haven't done anything wrong to Zhao Gang. Why are you bringing so many people here, accusing me of stealing someone, instead of catching that thug? How can you be so cruel?" Her words were full of emotion and clear logic. Coupled with her injuries and her desperate resistance, the villagers who had come to watch suddenly changed their minds. "Yeah, Mother Zhao, it doesn't seem like there's anything like that happening. Xianglian looks so pitiful after being beaten like this. Could there really be a thug? When has our Hongxing team ever had such problems?" Hearing this, Mother Zhao was so angry her fat body trembled. She couldn't admit it was her own trap. That would only land her in jail. "Shut your mouth, you old fool." Mother Zhao rushed forward to grab Xianglian's knife. "I know you've hidden that wild man."
Manhwa.
"Didn't you say you saw a man's shadow just now? He must be nearby." Lu Chunhua was standing at the door, holding a flashlight and looking around, feeling disappointed. No one was caught? Qindagwai was really useless. When she heard Mother Zhao call her, Lu Chunhua's eyes flickered. She quickly took over the conversation. "Yes. I saw a dark figure run out just now. Such a big guy. It must be a man." "Xianglian, stop pretending. Even if that man ran away, the foul smell in this shed still hasn't gone. Who knows if you seduced him and things didn't work out, so he resorted to violence." This statement was very harsh. Lu Chunhua was determined to cast all the blame, even trying to turn the victim into someone who provoked the attack. "Lu Chunhua, watch your words." Xianglian stared fiercely at the flashy woman, her heart full of hatred. "I'm just a woman, and you're treating me so badly. Aren't you afraid of karma?" "Karma? I only know that flies don't land on clean eggs." Lu Chunhua snorted coldly. Taking advantage of the crowd, she tried to push into the shed, aiming to search behind Xianglian for any hidden man's clothes. "Move aside. I want to see if there's a man hiding in your nest." Dame Zhao saw she had allies and became even more arrogant.
"Yes. Search."
"Search everywhere. Today, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find your wild man." Seeing these two crazy women rush forward to tear at Xianglian, some local men hesitated and didn't step in to stop them, only watching helplessly. Xianglian clenched her makeshift knife in despair. If they dared to come closer, she was ready to fight to the death. Just at this critical moment, everyone stand right there. A loud shout like a thunderclap echoed, making everyone's ears ring. Then, heavy footsteps sounded from the cornfield behind the shed. The steps were loud and heavy, as if pressing on everyone's hearts. Everyone turned around and saw a tall, dark figure emerge from the shadows. He wasn't holding a flashlight, but with the light from others, his face was clearly visible, stern and grim, like the god of death. A scar ran across his face, looking fierce and almost alive, as if it might come alive and bite. He held nothing in his hands, one hand in his pocket, the other hanging naturally. But the aura he radiated made everyone shiver. Qin Russian, the unlucky star that everyone in the Red Star Brigade avoided. When Lu Chunhua saw Qin Russian, her eyes suddenly lit up, then quickly filled with jealousy. He was here in the middle of the night?
Qin.
Second Qin. Dame Zhao was so frightened by his presence that she took a step back, but then seemed to clutch a lifeline, pointing at Qin Russian and shouting, "Well done. I said there is a suspicious man.
Turns out it's you."
Everyone look. That's the adulterer. He's been hiding behind. The crowd suddenly became very noisy. If it's Qin Russian, then this is a serious matter. However, Qin Russian didn't even look at Aunt Zhao. He just coldly scanned the crowd and finally focused his gaze on Lu Chunhua's face. Adulterer? Qin Russian sneered, took something out of his pocket, and casually threw it on the ground.
Clack.
It was a pair of black cloth shoes with thick soles. The shoes were muddy, the heels worn out, and they looked very familiar. Since you all like catching cheaters so much, you might as well ask Dogwai Chun how he lost these shoes, Qin Russian said coldly. Tonight, I was checking traps for wild boars in the mountains when I saw a careless dog-like fool running down the hill barefoot, shouting, "Aunt Zhao, spare me." As soon as he finished, the scene fell into complete silence. Everyone's eyes turned to the shoes on the ground. The villagers recognized them. They were the style Dogwai Chun usually wore, the only decent pair he had. Aunt Zhao's face instantly turned from red to white, then blue, her expression as if she had just opened a dye shop. Also, Qin Russian took a long step forward, walking to the melon shed. His tall figure blocked Xianglian's view, like an insurmountable mountain. He looked down at Aunt Zhao, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Old hag, I heard in the woods just now that the barefoot loser was shouting, saying you gave him 5 yuan to come to this melon shed and do business. Seems like you're making quite a profit."
Boom.
That sentence was like a deep water bomb, shocking everyone present. This isn't just catching a cheating spouse, it's threatening violence and assault. It's forcing your own wife into a corner. You're lying. Aunt Zhao trembled with fear, her legs almost giving way, nearly kneeling on the ground. Whether you did or not, we'll find out if we bring him back for questioning, Qin Russian said, not giving her a chance to explain. He turned to Lu Chunhua, who looked stunned, and his eyes were full of disgust. "And you, since you love meddling, why don't you go call your father?" This kind of serious case of coercion and threats is perfect for him to settle for the whole village. Li Chunhua felt a sharp pain in her chest from his gaze. Before she could speak, Qin Russian suddenly bent down and quickly picked up Xianglian, who was sitting on the ground.
"Hey."
"Qin Russian, what are you doing?" "That's my Zhao family's daughter-in-law." Old Lady Zhao wanted to stop him, but was frozen in place by Qin Russian's stern look. "Since your Zhao family doesn't treat her like a person, tonight I will take her away," Qin Russian said firmly, holding Xianglian as if she were a precious treasure. He looked around and spoke loudly, every word clear and strong. "Anyone who dares to spread rumors tonight will ruin her reputation. I don't recognize anyone who tries." After saying that, he carried Xianglian and strode through the crowd, disappearing into the dark night. All that was left were stunned villagers and old Lady Zhao, sitting on the ground with a pale face. Xianglian curled up in Qin Russian's arms, listening to his steady heartbeat, tears welling up again. The night was thick like dark ink, with the wind carrying the smell of earth and distant howling of wild dogs. Qin Russian held Li Xianglian and hurried out of the melon field. "Let's go home," Qin Russian said in a deep voice, looking ahead. "No one will touch you tonight." Xianglian snuggled in his arms, listening to his strong heartbeat. Her panicked heart surprisingly calmed a little. But when she heard, "Go home," Her body stiffened suddenly, and she instinctively clenched the fabric on his chest.
No.
I can't, she said softly but stubbornly. Qin Russian paused, lowered his head, and his dark eyes flickered with suppressed anger.
What?
You haven't had enough of that wolf's den? If I had come a little later tonight, I know, Xianglian interrupted him. She looked up, her small face pale with tears still on her cheeks, but her eyes shone brightly. Rushan, I know you care about me, but because of that, I can't go to your place. She sniffed, holding back the tears in her eyes. Even though we're right, if I go home with you now and stay overnight, tomorrow morning the whole village will be talking about us. Then, even if we're in the right, it won't matter. Zhao Gang still isn't fully out of the woods, and if I get a reputation for running away with a wild man, how can I get divorced? The Zhao family had even more reason to turn the tables and could even send you to jail. Qin Russian clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging with tension. He was a rough man, only thinking of protecting his woman with his fists, but he also knew that Xianglian was telling the truth. These days, rumors are like soft knives, silent but deadly. So what do? Send you back so that the old woman can keep pestering you. Qin Russian's forehead veins throbbed with anger. Send me back. Tonight, Lady Zhao is probably scared stiff because of you, and with the matter of Chindaga not settled, she's feeling guilty. She won't do anything to us for a while. Qin Russian looked at her deeply. All right. Qin Russian finally gave in. He no longer spoke much. He carried Xianglian around the village's main road, choosing only quiet, less traveled paths. Outside Zhao's courtyard wall, everything was silent, no sounds of insects or birds. Qin Russian gently set Xianglian down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, almost causing her to fall. Qin Russian quickly caught her waist with his warm hand, making Xianglian's heart tremble. Let's go inside. Qin Russian released her, stepped back, and hid in the shadows of the wall corner. Lock the doors and windows. I'm not leaving tonight. I'll stay right here at the foot of the wall. If that old woman dares to cause trouble, just shout. I'll climb over and deal with her. Xianglian's eyes welled up with tears, but she held back, not letting them fall. She nodded, dared not look into his intense eyes, and turned to push open the old, broken wooden door. Until the latch on the barn door clicked shut with a sharp sound, Qin Russian outside the wall took out a crumpled dry tobacco roll from his pocket, struck a match, and lit it. The flickering sparks illuminated his face, shadowed and grim. Chindagu. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze darker and colder than the night itself. The next morning, as the rooster of the Red Star Brigade crowed for the first time, a shocking piece of news spread across the entire village like wings taking flight. Last night's incident was only partially known. Most villagers only saw Qin Russian walking away with Li Xianglian. But early today, someone found Chindagu at the foot of the rocky gully on the back mountain. That troublemaker was in a terrible state. When he was found, he had already fainted. His right leg was twisted at a strange angle, clearly broken and shattered completely, with bone fragments almost piercing the skin. He looked as if he had rolled through a thicket, with his whole body battered and bruised, and his face swollen so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. When they carried him back to the village clinic, Chin-Dagwai woke up once. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a barefoot doctor in a white coat. He was so frightened that he shouted, "Don't cut me. Lord Qin, don't cut me. I won't do it again." Then he fainted again, his eyes rolling back. Everyone in the village knew what he meant. Last night, under the moonlight, the shiny axe glinting in the dark, everyone understood the story. By the water well, a few women waiting to fetch water were whispering quietly, their eyes showing both excitement and fear. "Did you hear? Chundagwai was beaten so badly that his leg was broken by Lord Qin." Sister Wang was rubbing her clothes and whispering mysteriously, "Last night, I heard screams from the back mountain, loud and terrible, like a pig being slaughtered." "That's right." A young woman nearby spat and said, "That troublemaker Chindagwai, always stealing chickens and sneaking around, always staring at the young girls. Someone should have dealt with him long ago." But I didn't expect Lord Qin to be so ruthless.
Shuh.
Keep your voice down. An older woman quickly covered her mouth, looking around nervously. Are you crazy? That's Lord Qin. Even a scoundrel like Chen Dogwai was dealt with like that. If we start gossiping, they might come and break our windows in the middle of the night. Everyone remembered the night Qin Russian knocked on the door with a knife. They all shivered. They wanted to talk more about Qin Russian and Li Xianglian's affairs, but now they kept it inside, afraid to speak first. That's the power of a villain's fear. Sometimes, when being a good person doesn't work, you have to be a feared villain to protect the ones you care about. When the news reached Zhao's family, old Lady Zhao was curled up on the Kong bed, holding a bowl of red sugar water to calm her nerves. She had come back last night in a panic, unable to sleep all night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Qin Russian's axe, ready to split someone in half. Mother, I heard Chen Dogwai's leg is broken. Li Xianglian entered the room with a pig feed basin, looking calm, as if she was just mentioning it casually. Note: the explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall tone has been simplified. Mother Zhao's bowl slipped from her hands onto the Kong, spilling brown sugar water onto a quilt.
Is it
broken? Mother Zhao's face turned pale, her lips trembling.
Who
did this? Who else could it be? Xianglian glanced at her with a cold look, making Mother Zhao feel uneasy. The villagers say it's karma. Some say someone walking late at night saw a ghost and was so scared they broke their leg. Others say, she paused, leaning closer to Mother Zhao. Some say it was a fierce spirit wielding an axe that caused it. Mother Zhao screamed, curling up in her quilt, trembling like chaff. Stop. Stop talking. That murderous spirit. Why is it so cruel? She was truly scared. Chen Dogwai, who only did chores, had his leg broken. She was the mastermind. If Qin Russian really lost his mind, he might even tear her old bones apart. Xianglian watched her usually proud mother-in-law now trembling in fear, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction she had never experienced before. Mother, don't be afraid, Xianglian said calmly as she tidied up the broken pieces on the Kong. As long as we don't provoke that spirit, it won't trouble us for no reason. But she lowered her voice, turning the topic. Jinzi's matter in the city. I think I overheard Chen Dogwai mumbling last night. He said it was because of you, Mother, trying to ruin my future for Jinzi. If this gets to Qin Russian's ears or the officials, it's like hiring someone to harm others. Someone might even get shot. Mother Zhao suddenly looked up, staring at Xianglian with fierce eyes. You tricked me? I wouldn't dare. Xianglian poured the broken pieces into a basket, straightening her back. Her gaze was no longer shy, but sharp. I just wanted to warn you. From now on, some things in this family should be discussed together. After all, that fierce spirit is right next door watching us. After saying that, she picked up the basket and left, leaving Mother Zhao alone on the Kong, her eyes full of hatred and fear. This Li Xianglian dared to use Qin Russian to pressure her. But surprisingly, this trick worked. Compared to the whispers by the well, the situation in the village committee was much more intense. Clatter, a loud sound of porcelain breaking came from the east room, followed by a woman's scream and crying. I will marry him. Besides Qin Russian, I won't marry anyone else. Lu Chunhua sat in a messy room, her eyes red and swollen, her hair messy. She no longer looked like the delicate daughter of the team leader she usually was. On the ground were broken mirrors, empty cream bottles, and her favorite porcelain wash basin, which was now shattered with a big piece missing. Lu Bagua stood at the door with his hands behind his back, looking at the chaos in the room. He was so angry that his beard seemed to stand up. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. He pointed at his daughter, his finger trembling. You should look at yourself in the mirror. What is your status? And what about his? I've been the team leader for 20 years. If you marry some second-rate guy or someone with no future, where will I put my face? He's not a second-rate guy. Lu Chunhua shouted back, holding her head high. He's a real man. Didn't you see how he looked last night? In the whole village, only Brother Qin dared to stand up. Who has that courage? Her mind kept replaying the scene of Qin Russian leaving last night, holding Li Xianglian. His broad shoulders, his commanding eyes, and that wild energy that seemed to tear the sky. She was completely captivated. Before, she thought Qin Russian was just a strange, unwanted person, but last night's scene shattered her fantasy of a hero. Even if he was holding another woman, she was so jealous she felt crazy, wishing she could take her place. That's a reckless man. A desperado. Lu Baoguo was so angry, he pounded his thigh. And besides, everyone in the village is saying he's not suitable. It's just rumors. If you marry him, you'll be a widow for life. Can you really accept that? That's just a rumor. Li Xianglian spread it. Lu Chunhua got up from the floor, her eyes showing a strange obsession. I saw last night. He looked at Li Xianglian like he wanted to swallow her whole. If he wasn't capable, he wouldn't have reacted that way. He's a wolf that's never satisfied. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was. It had to be Li Xianglian, that sly woman, who had tricked Qin Russian. I don't care anymore, she said, grabbing Lu Baoguo's sleeve and acting stubborn. Dad, you're the team leader. You have influence in the village. Find a way to kick that Li Xianglian out. Once she's gone, Brother Qin will see how good I am. My family is wealthy and powerful. I don't believe Qin Russian is a fool. He has a good official son-in-law, but he chooses to stay with a broken-down widow. Lu Baoguo looked at his daughter, who seemed obsessed, and felt both angry and resentful. But she is his precious daughter, someone he usually treasures and protects. Now, seeing her desperate and reckless attitude, he really doesn't know what to do. Enough. Stop crying. Lu Baoguo irritably brushed off his sleeve. For a man? Look at you. This matter needs careful thought. His eyes narrowed, a hint of cunning and cruelty flashing in them. Qin Russian is a tough nut to crack, but Li Xianglian is just a floating weed without family support. Since his daughter is determined to be with that rough man, he must find a way to make Li Xianglian leave the village completely and also let Qin Russian know who is in charge here in the Red Star Brigade. Calm down first. Lu Baoguo glared at his daughter. In the next few days, the commune will check on family planning and moral education. The focus is on catching those who mess around with relationships and spoil the village's reputation. He squinted, looking at his daughter through the smoke, his expression sinister. Li Xianglian is not divorced yet, right? Since she's still married to old Zhao's family and last night's big fuss, though Chindagua's matter didn't go through. Who can tell what's true? If they find any evidence now, like her having an unclear relationship with Qin Russian. Lu Chunhua's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Dad, are you saying? I didn't say anything. Lu Baoguo tapped his pipe, the sound crisp in the quiet room. I only know that if this broken shoe's reputation gets ruined, she'll be considered a troublemaker, and they'll take her away for criticism and public shaming. Then she'll be worse than a stray dog in the village. If Qin Russian still protects her, he'll be dealt with too. I don't believe this kid's bones are softer than the rules of the commune. Hearing this, Lu Chunhua stopped crying, a proud smile appearing on her tear-streaked face. As long as Dad takes action, that wicked Li Xianglian will be doomed to ruin her own reputation. By then, Brother Qin will surely understand that only Lu Chunhua deserves to stand beside him. In the next 2 days, the village's atmosphere was very strange. Old Lady Zhao was as honest as a sick chicken, staying inside all day, only cooking and feeding the pigs, not daring to go outside the gate. Qin Russian hadn't climbed over the wall to come in these days, but every morning, Xianglian would open the firewood shed door and see something at the entrance. Sometimes it was a cleaned wild date, sometimes a meat bun, and once there was a box of unopened snow cream. That was a rare item only available at the city's supply store, costing over 2 yuan a box. Xianglian held the box of snow cream, smelling the faint jasmine scent, feeling happy inside. This man looks rough, but his heart is gentle. Li Xianglian sat on an old straw mat, carefully holding a small metal box with jasmine flowers on it, under the dim light. That was the snow cream Qin Russian gave her. She used her little fingernail to pick a tiny bit, and the white cream melted on her finger, giving off a simple but comforting fragrance. She gently spread it on the back of her hand, where years of farm work had left cracks and frostbite. For so many years, she worked hard at Zhao's family, doing chores, not even touching a face wash or fragrant soap. Zhao Ging used to send things back, buying fabric for his mother, hair accessories for his younger sister, but he never bought anything for her. But that man, called a fierce spirit by everyone in the village, hid this delicate care beneath his rough exterior. Knock, knock, knock. A very soft knocking sound suddenly came from the back window of the main house. The sound was rhythmic, 3 long knocks and 2 short, not like the wind, but like a secret signal. Xianglian's heart jumped. She quickly stuffed the snow cream deep into the haystack, blew out the kerosene lamp, and pressed herself against the wall of the firewood shed, holding her breath. Who could it be at this late hour? After a while, the back door of the main house made a faint squeak sound, the squeak of a door hinge lacking oil. Then, a sneaky shadow slipped inside, moving skillfully as if it were returning to its own home. Xianglian peeked through a crack in the wall of the firewood shed. In the brief moment when the door opened, she saw the silhouette of the man. He has a slightly hunched figure, walks with a bit of a splay, and is carrying an oil paper package.
It's old Sun Yao,
the widower at the east end of the village who lost his wife over 10 years ago. He usually smiles at everyone, looks honest and simple, but he's actually full of mischief. Anyone in the village over a certain age knows. His little affair with Aunt Zhao, that's like an old woman's worn-out cloth shoe, stinky and long. A few days ago, I heard he went to the county to see his daughter. He just got back and, before even settling in, hurriedly came to visit the widow. Soon, the main room lit up, but then the light was quickly dimmed again, as if someone covered the lampshade with a cloth. Old ghost. You still remember to come back, a low but sharp voice came from Aunt Zhao, with a tone that gave people goosebumps. I thought you got enchanted by some city girl and forgot about this old yellow face. How could that be? Wildflowers outside don't compare to the scent of home flowers. Old Sun Yao chuckled mischievously, his voice lewd. Just got off the bus and came straight here. Look, city roast chicken, specially saved a thigh for you. Then, there was a rustling sound, probably Aunt Zhao opening the oil paper package. The rich smell of roast chicken seeped through the door and wall cracks, desperately drifting into the woodshed. Li Xianglian hadn't even had a sip of rice soup for dinner. Now, smelling this aroma, her mouth was watering uncontrollably. Eating, eating. All you do is eat. I'm about to be bullied to death, and you still have time to eat roast chicken. Aunt Zhao slammed the package onto the table. If you come back 2 days later, my old bones will be taken apart and burned as firewood. Oh, what happened? Who dares to bully our Cuifan? Old Sun Yao's voice immediately became anxious. Who else? That neighbor Qin Lao heir. And that ungrateful white-eyed wolf at home. Aunt Zhao seemed to have found a vent, pouring out her grievances from the past 2 days. In her words, Li Xianglian became a shameless woman like Pan Jinlian. Qin Russian was a bullying villain, and she, Zhao Cuifan, was a suffering saint who endured everything for her son. You don't know how arrogant that little brat is now. She uses Qin Lao heir to threaten me, and even threatens my son's future. Aunt Zhao cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Old son, you have to stand up for me. I can't go on like this anymore. Xianglian listened and felt her teeth itch. This old woman is so good at pretending to be kind in front of people, but secretly doing something else. Who is really trying to hurt whom? Who is breaking their vows? Clearly, it was the mother-in-law who wanted to send her to be mistreated by a troublemaker, but now she's accusing Xianglian of bullying her? Is there no justice left in this world? Over at the main room, Sun Laowai probably got into something, and the sound of fabric rubbing could be heard. Enough, enough, stop crying. It hurts my heart. That second old Qin is a simpleton. No need to fight him. I went to the city and heard some important news that will really upset that young widow. What news? Zhao Dumao stopped crying. Haha, I won't tell you that yet. Sun Laowai changed his tone, sounding sticky. It's been days since I've had a good meal. I'm starving.
Come on, let me have a taste.
Oh, you shameless old man. You smell like dirt. Be gentle. Don't let that little girl hear. What if she hears? She's out there sneaking men herself, so she shouldn't be telling us what to do. Sun Lawai huffed and puffed, breathing heavily. Besides, her shed is several feet away. She can't hear us. Rip, that was the sound of clothes being roughly torn apart. Immediately after, the old elmwood bed, which had probably been sleeping for many years, began to creak painfully. Squeak, squeak. The sound was rhythmic, hitting the wall over and over, making dust fall from the ceiling of the shed. As the bed shook, two people over 100 years old exchanged shameless, dirty words.
Oh dear. Ghost.
You're going to wear me out. Tsuefin, your body is still so soft, way more lively than those dried-up city girls. The rising waves of noise, even through the wall, made people feel sick and disgusted. Xianglian's forehead was throbbing, her face burning as if on fire. It was so disgusting. Usually, her mother-in-law talked about kindness and morality, often calling her a broken shoe behind her back, but now she was shamelessly doing such things. She had been a widow for 3 years, never touched a man, yet she was bearing the blame of being a loose woman. Meanwhile, this real loose woman was openly sneaking men next door. Xianglian tightly covered her ears, curled up in the corner of the haystack, wishing she could erase the dirty sounds from her mind. At that moment, the old wooden door of the tool shed, which had been pushed shut, made a faint click sound. Someone outside gently pushed the latch open. Xianglian's body bristled with fear. Just as she was about to scream, a tall shadow, carrying the cool night breeze, silently slipped inside like a hunting leopard. The person quickly closed the door from outside, took 2 steps forward. Before Xianglian could react, a rough, warm hand covered her mouth precisely, while a strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her from the ground and holding her tightly. The familiar smell of sweat mixed with a faint hint of tobacco instantly surrounded her. It was Qin Russian. Her heart, which had been pounding in her throat, suddenly settled back into her stomach, and her tense body relaxed. Qin Russian looked down at the person in his arms. Even in this pitch-dark darkness, his eyesight was surprisingly sharp. He could see Xianglian's red eyes and her face full of shame and anger. Of course, he also heard the loud noise coming from the next room.
Creak. Creak.
Ghost. The sound grew louder, even accompanied by the noise of rough physical contact. Qin Russian's eyebrows furrowed into a tight knot, full of disgust and mockery. He released his hand covering Xianglian's mouth, but kept his arm around her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace, as if wanting to melt her into his bones. He lowered his head, leaning close to Xianglian's ear, his warm breath brushing inside. Older sister-in-law, did you hear that? His voice was very low, with a hint of roguishness and suppressed anger. That's your mother-in-law scolding you for not being faithful. Her shouting sounds even more lively than the village's horny old sow. Xianglian's face grew even hotter. This man never said a kind word. Though it was true, hearing it from him made her feel so embarrassed she wanted to hide. She angrily hit his hard chest, then struggled to free her hand from his embrace. Her hand, still smelling of snowflake cream, trembled as she gently pressed it against Qin Russian's ear. Then she did the same with her other hand. She tiptoed, holding both of his ears tightly with her hands. Qin Russian trembled all over. The moment her soft, boneless little hand touched him, the warm, delicate feeling in his palm, along the nerve of his ear, exploded through his whole body like an electric shock. The screams from the old elm bed next door seemed to really fade away. Only the warmth of her palm and a faint jasmine scent remained in the world. It was the smell of the snow cream he had given her. Qin Russian lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the woman's face in his arms. She was biting her lip tightly, her eyelashes trembling like frightened butterfly wings. Because of shame and anger, her usually pale face was now flushed with bright red, like a ripe peach in the dim light, tempting to pick. She wanted to block out the dirt for him, but her appearance was more maddening to him than any forbidden medicine. Fool. Qin Russian's Adam's apple moved as he let out a low, hoarse whisper. He suddenly lowered his head, his eyes, which had never blinked among the dead, now fixed tightly on her hands trying to cover her ears, filled with complex, indescribable emotions. Li Xianglian trembled suddenly. Before she could scream, a rough, calloused hand covered her mouth. Stop fussing. Qin Russian's warm breath brushed her hair, carrying a rebellious, rough aura. I came out of a pile of dead bodies in the army. I've heard all kinds of noise. But your courage is only as big as a needle tip. Don't pollute your ears. Although he spoke harshly, his actions showed a strong protective instinct. They were very close now, and Qin Russian could clearly smell her scent. No makeup, just a faint soapberry fragrance mixed with the smell of cold sweat from being frightened. This scent made his hardened heart on the battlefield strangely restless. Qin Russian's usually dark eyes darkened further. He looked like a fierce beast patrolling its territory, sweeping his gaze over her pale face, and his voice was very low. Sister-in-law. Don't be afraid. Li Xianglian's body was trembling badly. If Qin Russian's iron-like arm hadn't been holding her waist, she would have slipped down the wall already. She wanted to push him away, her palm pressed against his chest, but it felt like pressing against a hard rock. Like a mountain. Let go. Her voice was soft and trembling, with a hint of tears, but it was not resistance, more like a plea for help, unsure and helpless. Qin Russian stiffened, but did not loosen his hold. Instead, he held her even tighter, shielding her from the cold around them and the loud noises from the next room. Their bodies were pressed close through thin cloth, and Li Xianglian could clearly feel the man's hot body temperature and the steady, strong heartbeat in his chest, pounding rhythmically, making her feel nervous. The old women in the village often gossip at the well, saying Qin Russian was injured and useless, a sickly man who would never be strong. But right now, in this dark woodshed, this tall, strong man, full of powerful energy, did not look like a useless person at all. He looked more like a hidden tiger, full of strength and pressure. Li Xianglian instinctively looked up. Her eyes, usually full of worry, were now wide with shock and panic, surprised by the force he was showing. Qin Russian seemed to see through her thoughts, a cold, mocking smile on his lips.
Why?
Do you really believe what those gossiping women say? He lowered his head, staring intensely at her. Think I'm a useless man? A good-for-nothing eunuch? Li Xianglian's heart skipped a beat under his gaze. Her face turned red with embarrassment, wishing she could hide her face in the ground. It wasn't that she disliked him. It was just. This position was too embarrassing.
You.
Let me go, she whispered nervously, twisting her body to escape. Don't move. Qin Russian snapped, holding her still. The veins on his forehead twitched. He was a strong man, after all. With her soft body in his arms, even with his self-control, it was hard to resist. If you move again and make noise, it might wake the people next door. Then we're both finished. His words were very commanding. Li Xianglian was so scared she immediately stopped moving, shrinking into his arms like a frightened bird. Qin Russian took a deep breath, trying to calm his restless feelings. This place was not right, the timing was wrong, and the people next door were shameless. He couldn't scare her now. He loosened his grip slightly, creating a small gap between them, no longer pressed tightly together. At that moment, the noisy commotion next door finally stopped. Instead, there was only Zhao Damao's hum and Sun Lao while lighting his cigarette. Friend, what exactly is that news you mentioned? Zhao Damao's voice was lazy and hoarse, full of satisfaction. Stop teasing me. Just tell me, is there a way to cure that little troublemaker? The two inside the shed immediately held their breath. Qin Russian's desire in his eyes faded like a tide, replaced by a cold, deadly look. He pressed his ear closer to the wall. His big hands still protected Li Xianglian's waist, but now there was no hint of flirtation. Li Xianglian also perked up her ears. Her instincts told her that this news was probably meant for her. A soft hiss came from the wall, sound of a match striking a cigarette. Then, Sun Lao Wai's thick, phlegmy voice lowered even more. Cui Fun, your precious son Zhao Gang, he's going to be successful this time. Sun Lao Wai spoke mysteriously. I saw him in Lin City. Guess what? His sweetheart, the girl from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's finance department, is pregnant. Went to the hospital and checked. It's twins. 2 boys. Inside the main house, everything was silent. Then suddenly a sharp scream came from under the blankets. Zhao Damao's voice trembled with excitement. Really? Twins? Our Zhao family will have descendants now. Oh, ancestors bless us. Sure. Keep your voice down. Sun Lao Wai quickly hushed her. If that no-good neighbor hears and reports it to the county, Zhao's future will be ruined. What's there to be afraid of? That bad luck charm. I'll kick her out sooner or later. Zhao Damao spat fiercely. Since her daughter is pregnant, Zhao will definitely divorce that troublemaker. We'll drive her out onto the street, and she won't even get a hot meal. In the shed, Li Xianglian's body trembled like a leaf in a storm. Although she had known for a long time that Zhao Gang had someone outside, hearing the words, twins, tore open an old wound in her heart. She had been married into Zhao's family for 3 years, but Zhao Gang had never touched her. Now he had children outside and was blaming her for not being able to have kids. How unfair is this world? However, Old Sun's next words hit like a thunderbolt, shattering Li Xianglian's last bit of dignity. Suifan, why are your eyelids so heavy? Old Sun exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice cold and sinister, like a demon crawling out of hell. Getting a divorce means going to the commune to get a certificate, dividing property, and it's so troublesome. Plus, Jianzi is now an official, and a divorce would hurt his reputation. His father-in-law, the accountant, would also have opinions. So, what should we do? Aunt Zhao is stunned. This hen, since it sits on the nest but doesn't lay eggs, why not? Old Sun chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Every word sounded like poison. In this mountain valley, 200 miles north, there are some old bachelors in the deep mountains who have never seen a woman in their lives. A living, capable person, even if she's a second marriage, could be sold for 300 or 500 yuan. Sell. Sell her? Aunt Zhao gasped, then her voice turned greedy and excited. Can she really sell for that much? Exactly. The money can be used for Jianzi's twins' full moon celebration, and you can buy yourself new clothes. Old Sun paused, then said something that made Li Xianglian's blood run cold. And, as long as we send her into the deep mountains and lock her in a cellar, who knows if she's dead or alive after a year or so? We can report her as missing or say she ran off with a wild man. Jianzi can say she abandoned him, keeping his reputation intact. The marriage is over, and he gets the money. That's what you call killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant. Old Sun, you really have a way. Aunt Zhao clapped her hands, excited. So, when do we start? That little slut has been close to Qin Lao Air lately. I'm worried she'll cause trouble at night after tomorrow. Old Sun took another puff of smoke, blowing clouds. I've already arranged everything. Tomorrow night at midnight, we'll meet at the old locust tree at the village entrance. You put some medicine in her food, make her faint, then stuff her into a sack. In the shed, Li Xianglian's whole body felt frozen, as if her blood had turned to ice from those words. Sell her? The mother she called for 3 years was actually going to sell her like livestock into the deep mountains to be a wife for an old bachelor? Should I lock her in the cellar and let her suffer, ending up with the shame of running away with a rough man? A cold shiver ran from my feet straight to my head. My teeth chattered, making tiny clicking sounds. My body, which was already limp in Qin Russian's arms, trembled even more, like the last yellow leaf about to fall from a dry autumn branch. This isn't a family home. It's clearly a dangerous trap meant to break her down. Damn it! A suppressed low growl exploded in my ear. Qin Russian's eyes turned red. His eyes, already fiery with desire, now looked like bloodied blades, full of fierce anger ready to cut anyone into pieces. His muscles tensed instantly, hard as iron. The terrifying aura around him couldn't be contained anymore. I could even hear his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. These two scoundrels. I'll go in and deal with them now. He released the woman in his arms and reached for the axe hidden at his waist. He was truly ready to fight, carrying the smell of blood from the battlefield, filling the small shed with a fierce energy. Stop. A cold little hand tightly grabbed his wrist. Li Xianglian somehow had enough strength. Her hand was icy, and her nails almost dug into Qin Russian's skin. She looked up, tears covering her face, silently shaking her head. Her eyes were full of pleading, fear, and shattered hope. He must not go. If Qin Russian rushed in and hurt someone, it would be illegal, and he would have to pay the price. For a woman like her, risking himself was not worth it. Under the faint moonlight, Qin Russian saw what she meant with her eyes. In that moment, his heart felt like it was stabbed hard. The pain made him gasp and struggle to breathe. This foolish woman had been bullied so badly, yet her first instinct was still to worry about him getting involved. Qin Russian took a deep breath and forced down the urge to act violently. He grabbed her cold little hand tightly, as if trying to melt her into his bones. Let's go. He no longer wasted words. He bent down and gently carried the terrified Xianglian as if holding a fragile porcelain doll. His steps were light, like a black panther patrolling the night, swiftly crossing the low courtyard wall and disappearing into the darkness. Qin Russian ran with her all the way to the threshing ground behind the village. It was an open space with a large haystack, rarely visited, making it a good hiding spot. He placed Xianglian on the thick pile of dry grass, took off his coat, and wrapped her tightly inside. It's okay now, sister-in-law. It's okay. Qin Russian squatted in front of her. His rough hands, usually used for chopping wood or slaughtering animals, clumsily cupped her face, his thumb hurriedly wiping her tears. But her tears kept flowing like a broken dam, unstoppable. Li Xianglian curled up inside his coat, which still carried his warmth and sweat. In this quiet, breezy night filled with insect sounds, she finally let go of all her pretenses and strength. You. She bit her lip tightly, afraid to cry out loud, making soft whimpering sounds like a dying young beast. 3 years. She had worked as a servant in Zhao's family for 3 full years. Rising before the chickens, sleeping after the dogs, eating leftovers, wearing torn cloth. Zhao Geng didn't come back. She stayed alone in the empty house, taking care of his harsh mother and spoiled sister. She thought that as long as she was sincere and diligent, even stones could be warmed. But what was the result? Her husband was outside with children, using her hard-earned money to support a mistress. Her mother-in-law, for the sake of her so-called grandson and future, colluded with her lover to sell her to a place that devoured people without mercy. She was a human, a living person, not Zhao's family's dog, to be beaten or killed at will. How could they be so cruel? I am also a daughter-born of my parents. Why are they treating me like this? Seeing her like this, Qin Russian's heart almost shattered. Usually, this woman swallowed her anger and didn't cry out. Now, she was crying like she had reached her limit. Stop crying. It makes me anxious. Qin Russian sighed, his voice filled with helplessness and hidden affection. Your crying is almost making my soul leave my body. I originally wanted to go now and get rid of those 2 troublemakers, but seeing how scared you are, I can't bear to leave you here alone. Li Xianglian sniffed, and the despair in her heart surprisingly eased a lot. In this cold, ruthless Zhao family, in this village full of rumors, there is still someone who values her life more than anything and treasures her tears more than gold.
So,
what should we do? She asked softly, her voice thick with nasal sound, showing her complete dependence. Qin Russian loved her trusting and devoted look. Seeing her scared eyes, his heart softened. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, their noses touching, warm breaths mingling. Xianglian, do you believe me? She looked at his face, so close. The scar in the night no longer looked fierce, but gave a comforting feeling. This bad person in the village was the only one who held her gently and cared for her. I believe, she whispered, her voice soft but firm. Good. Qin Russian smirked cruelly, a calculating light flickering in his eyes. Since they want to act, let's play along with them. They want to sell you, right? They want to splash dirt on you? Then let's show them what it means to step on their own feet. What? What are you going to do? Xianglian asked nervously. Tomorrow night, Qin Russian's big hand stroked her delicate face, his fingertips brushing her pale lips, making her feel numb. Just eat and sleep normally. Leave the rest to me. But the medicine, don't worry, I have an antidote for that kind of cheap sedative. I'll bring it to you early tomorrow. Take it beforehand, and it'll be like plain water. A glint appeared in Qin Russian's eyes. Then, we'll turn their plan against them. He leaned close to Xianglian's ear and whispered a few words. As he spoke, her eyes widened more and more. If she really did as he said, Granny Zhao's life would be over. Seeing her silent, Qin Russian frowned, grabbing her chin roughly with his rough hand, forcing her to lift her head. Are you scared? He spoke in a rough, harsh voice filled with anger and frustration. Sister-in-law, think about what you just heard. Do they treat you like a person? No. They see you as just meat on a chopping board, ready to be cut up any way they want. Zhao Gang is using your hard-earned money to support his mistress. Zhao Cuifan wants to make you faint and sell you deep into the mountains to be used as a breeding machine. When that happens, no one will hear your cries, no one will come to help you. Qin Russian's fingers gently touched her chin, pressing hard enough to hurt. To deal with such animals, you have to be even harsher and more cunning than they are. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers. Yes, why should she always be bullied? Since they are unkind, she won't hold back anymore. Are you brave enough? Qin Russian asked, his eyes burning with intensity. Xianglian bit her lip, tasting a hint of blood. She looked at Qin Russian, at this man willing to stand against the whole world for her. The fire that had long been extinguished in her heart flickered back to life. Yes, I am brave. That's right. Qin Russian smiled, a wild, rebellious smile full of charm. Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed her lips hard, which had been bitten until they bled. Sister-in-law, keep your heart in your stomach. Even if you have to tear a hole in the sky tomorrow night, I'll be there to support you. After saying that, he lowered his head again and gently pecked her swollen red eyes. This kiss carried no passion, only pure concern. Your eyes are swollen from crying. Tomorrow, that old woman will start to suspect, Qin Russian muttered softly, his large hand resting on her back, soothing her. Don't cry like that anymore. Besides me, no one else is allowed to see you cry. Li Xianglian was still moved, but hearing this last part, her face couldn't help but turn red again. This man, he was serious only for a moment, but his true nature as a rogue showed through. Strangely, she no longer felt repulsion. Instead, she felt a faint, indescribable hope. If she could really escape the trap of the Zhao family, if she could be with him honestly and cleanly. Even if he was considered a troublemaker by everyone in the village, even if he was poor and unremarkable, as long as he understood cold and warmth, as long as he saw her as a person, that would be like living in heaven. As the sun just rose above the treetops, the rooster of the Red Star Brigade crowed loudly, covering up the chaos of last night perfectly. The small courtyard of the Zhao family was once again filled with a dull, lifeless atmosphere. The flames in the stove licked the bottom of the pot as Li Xianglian quickly placed cornmeal cakes into it.
Bang!
The courtyard gate was kicked open with a loud noise, just like how Aunt Zhao usually behaved.
Mom.
We're back. Before seeing her, her voice was heard. Soon after, a young woman wearing a red floral patterned shirt and with curly hair walked in confidently, carrying a chubby child. That was Zhao Gang's sister, Zhao Xiaoyan. She was the younger sister who had married into the Li family through a marriage exchange years ago. Zhao Xiaoyan was used to getting her way at home. After marrying into the Li family and giving birth to a grandson, she held her head high. She often argued with Xianglian, her fierce stepmother, and neither of them backed down.
Oh.
My eldest grandson has arrived. Inside the main room, Aunt Zhao heard the noise and hurried out without even tying her shoes. She smiled happily, like a blooming flower. Come here, Grandma wants a hug. What's wrong? You look thinner? Zhao Xiaoyan handed her 2-year-old son to Aunt Zhao, then pouted and complained. What else? That old miser at home is so stingy. She won't even give Tiger a single egg to eat. I came back to see my mom and to give Tiger a treat. She then glanced sideways and saw Xianglian coming out of the kitchen with some pickled vegetables. Oh, sister-in-law is here too. Zhao Xiaoyan sneered sarcastically, her eyes full of contempt. Why haven't you cooked for my mom yet? Such a grown-up. No sense of manners. No wonder my brother doesn't want to come back. Xianglian lowered her head and said nothing, gently placing her bowl and chopsticks on the small table in the yard. She had heard this kind of harsh talk for 3 years and was numb to it. If it had been before, she might have hidden in the firewood shed and cried secretly. But today, she only sneered inwardly. This family was rotten to the core. Just then, the curtain of the main room was pushed aside, and a hunched figure was about to slip out amid the chaos. Zhao Xiaoyan's sharp eyes caught sight of him immediately. Isn't that Sun Lao Wei? She frowned, pointing at the old man who was shrinking and trying to hide behind the wall. Why is he coming out of our main room so early in the morning? Old Sun was caught off guard, his face turning red. He didn't dare greet anyone, holding his head and slipping out along the wall like a rat, almost dropping his usual pipe. The yard was silent for a moment. Xianglian kept her head down, fiddling with her chopsticks as if she hadn't seen anything. Mrs. Zhao remained calm, even fixing her messy hair at the temples. She held her grandson and gently shook him. What are you shouting about? That's your grandpa's Sunday. He came yesterday to help fix the table. It was too late, so he stayed outside all night. Fix the table? Zhao Xiaoyan, who had experience, looked at her mother and the retreating figure of old Sun with a meaningful smile. Mom, you're being unreasonable. Who do you think you are? Grandpa's son looks at you with such a strange look. Do you think he's just fixing the table? She placed the child on the bed, grabbed some sunflower seeds, and cracked them quietly, lowering her voice. Dad left us many years ago. At your age, I won't say much. But Grandpa's son is just an old bachelor, no money, no looks. Why do you like him? These weren't words a daughter should say to her mother. It was clearly 2 women gossiping in the marketplace. Mrs. Zhao saw that her daughter wasn't angry, but was just watching the scene with interest. Her heart finally relaxed. She spat out a sunflower seed shell on the ground. Her old face didn't show much shame, but instead looked confident and proud. What's there to like? What else could I like? Mrs. Zhao curled her lips and glanced toward where old Sun had disappeared. Your father died early, leaving this big mess behind. Do I have to endure more decades of this? I need someone to keep me warm at night. She showed a faint, worldly smile, her voice lowering further. Don't think that old Sun looks rough. His back is hunched, but that thing between his legs still works. He's stronger than some young men. Anyway, he's just for fun. I don't plan to marry him. I won't let him cheat us out of money. If he can do farm work for us, that's enough. Where else can I find such a good deal? Zhao Xiaoyan listened happily, spitting sunflower seed shells everywhere. All right, Mom, as long as you know what you're doing. Just make sure he doesn't trick us out of money. If he works like a beast for us, that's fair. These days, it's not easy to find a free laborer. The mother and daughter exchange a knowing smile, their shared vulgarity almost like they were cut from the same cloth. Xianglian stands at the kitchen door, listening to their shameless conversation, feeling sick to her stomach. This mother and daughter are a perfect match, one openly bad, the other secretly mischievous. She forces herself to hold back her nausea, brings out a bowl of thin porridge that's so watery it reflects the surroundings, and places it on the table. Just porridge?
Noix?
Zhao Xiaoyan glances at the food on the table, her face falling instantly. Li Xianglian, are you doing this on purpose? I finally brought Tiger back and you give me this? Where's the money my brother sends every month? Did you secretly take it all? Xiaoyan, don't blame her. At this moment, Mother Zhao unexpectedly speaks up for Xianglian, her eyes flashing with scheming. The family's been a bit tight lately. Besides, good tools should be used where they're needed most, and good food should go to those who are useful. She gives Xiaoyan a meaningful look. Xiaoyan is sharp. She immediately senses there's more to this. She stops arguing, picks up her bowl, and slurps a mouthful of porridge. She waves at Xianglian. All right, stop standing there. It's annoying to watch. Go wash Tiger's diapers, use plenty of soap, make sure they're clean, and don't leave any smell. Xianglian nods quietly, then turns to wash the yellowed, dirty diapers by the well. After Xianglian walks away, Xiaoyan pushes her bowl aside and leans toward Mother Zhao. Mom, what's going on? That look just now, was there something you weren't telling me? Mother Zhao glances around to make sure no one is listening, then secretly shares the details of her plan with old son from last night. Xiaoyan's eyes widen in surprise, but she shows no shock or sympathy. Instead, she looks like she's just heard a great piece of news, and she's excitedly tapping her thigh. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Xiaoyan spits the sunflower seed shell onto the ground, a look of glee on her face. Mom, only you could think of this. That little brat always acts so innocent and helpless. I've never liked her. Let's send her to the mountains and let her see what it's like to be ignored by everyone. Then she'll think twice before pretending to be a good person in front of me. Zhao Xiaoyan watched Li Xianglian's back as she went to fetch water. Even in her worn-out clothes, her slim waist and narrow hips showed her charming grace. She spat angrily, feeling her old jealousy boil over. Back then, Li Weimin from the next village was famous as a handsome young man, every girl's dream. What was wrong with Zhao Xiaoyan? For Li Weimin, she had taken the new fine fabric from the supply store to make clothes and eagerly delivered them. But what happened? He didn't even look at her. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Li Xianglian all the time. He often wandered by Li's house, bringing food and helping with chores.
Why?
In terms of family background and ability, Zhao Xiaoyan was far better than that troublemaker. Was it just because of her charming face? She usually acted like a pure white lotus, polite to everyone, but secretly, she probably flirted with men. Li Weimin, with his shallow eyes, was completely fooled by her, making Zhao Xiaoyan the joke of the village. She had kept this anger inside her for 3 whole years. Now, she thought, if she just sent her deep into the mountains, that flirtatious girl would become nothing more than a plaything for some old bachelor. When that happened, no one would listen to her, and she wouldn't be able to seduce any man anymore. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaoyan felt very happy. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and cracked them loudly, as if the seeds were Li Xianglian's bones, ready to be crushed and swallowed. She paused, then seemed to remember something. She leaned in closer and asked, "But, Mother, if this works out, it'll be done quietly. But what if the Li family causes trouble? After all, she's still a girl from the Li family. Even if she was married off, she's still a person. Cause trouble? Do they deserve it?" Aunt Zhao snorted coldly, tapping her chopsticks on the bowl with disdain. When they arranged the marriage, that old woman from the Li family was eager to get rid of her. She wanted to marry you off quickly and get rid of this burden. Over the years, how many times has Li Xianglian gone back to her family? Every time, she cried and was driven out. The stepmother from the Li family wishes she'd just die outside and stay away from their food and land. Her father is just a useless man. If we give a little money later to shut them up or say she ran away with a wild man and disowned the Li family, do you think the Li family would dare to cause trouble? They would be too ashamed to do that. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes twitched as she remembered the humiliation she suffered in her husband's family. She only stood tall because she had a son. If Li Xianglian really gets sold, she will lose her roots completely. Even if the Li family finds out, they will only be ashamed and won't stand up for a daughter married out. "That's right, Mother, you're right," Zhao Xiaoyan said casually while cracking sunflower seeds. "You don't know about the Li family. That stepmother is really cruel. Recently, someone in the village said that the sister-in-law was being bullied at her house. The stepmother even cursed at the well, saying that a daughter married out is like water spilled, and she's a ghost of the Zhao family. She said not to let her die back in the Li family because it would bring bad luck. If she really disappears or runs away, the Li family probably wouldn't even bother to bury her. They'd think she's ruining their reputation." Exactly. Hearing this, Zhao Dajia's last bit of worry disappeared. Her face was full of pride, shining with satisfaction. Since she's just a lonely ghost without her family backing her, we can do whatever we want to her. Once we send her away, Zhuangzi can bring the new bride back, and the twin grandsons can officially come into the family. Our Zhao family will have double happiness. When she mentioned the twin grandsons, Zhao Dajia's mouth couldn't close, and her face was full of wrinkles, like a dried old chrysanthemum. She already saw the scene of two chubby babies calling her grandma. That's the root of the Zhao family. Seeing her mother so happy, Zhao Xiaoyun's eyes spun around, and she moved closer to Zhao Dajia, holding her arm and acting cute. Mother, since everything is so sure, it must be done.
But
How do you plan to split the money? Zhao Dajia looked at her daughter cautiously. Split the money? That's for raising your brother's children. Oh, mother. Zhao Xiaoyun exaggerated her tone, looking aggrieved. You know how life is in the Li family. That old woman is so stingy. I've done a great job having a tiger son, right? But she didn't even buy me decent clothes. You look at this sturdy fabric I've been wearing for 2 years. It's turned pale from washing. This time, I saw a new batch of cloth at the supply store at the east end of the village. The patterns are so beautiful. Mother, can't you just feel sorry for your daughter? When I get the money from selling, just a little bit for me, just a little, let me sew a new dress, and I'll make old Li's wife so mad she'll be speechless. Mother Xiao looked at her daughter's greedy yet pitiful face, and her heart was soft. Although her daughter was married out, she was still her own flesh and blood, unlike that quiet outsider who only worked. All right, you debt collector. Mother Xiao poked her daughter's forehead with her finger, speaking gently. When the money comes, you'll get your share. I'll give you 50 yuan. You can buy any fabric you want. The rest will be saved for your brother's full moon celebration. 50? Zhao Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, almost jumping off her stool. 50 yuan was a lot these days. It could buy her several new outfits and even let her secretly save some pocket money. She hugged Mother Zhao tightly and kissed her wrinkled face.
Mom,
You're really my real mother. Only you love me best in this world. With this money, I'll stand tall and proud when I go back. She paused, leaned forward, and lowered her voice.
so,
When exactly are we doing it? I want to be mentally prepared, so I don't blow my cover. Mother Xiao looked cautiously out the window. Seeing Li Xianglian washing diapers at the well with her back turned, she withdrew her gaze and said fiercely, Tomorrow night. Old Sun has everything arranged. That old bachelor will be at the village entrance with a sack and rope late at night. When we knock him out and turn him over, one hand will take the person, and the other will take the money, quietly, without anyone knowing. Tomorrow night? Zhao Xiaoyun's eyes spun. She had been planning to go back to her in-laws' house tonight, but now that plan was gone. She slapped her thigh, her tone fierce. Then, I'm not leaving. I'll send a message to my useless husband, say I'm not feeling well and need to stay home for a couple of days. Mother Zhao was stunned. Why aren't you leaving now? Didn't you say you had to go feed the pigs? Feed the pigs? That's nonsense. Zhao Xiaoyun pouted, looking unhappy. This morning, I just had a fight with that old lady. She was mad because I woke up late and scolded me. I refused to take that kind of nonsense. I took this chance to hide at my parents' house for a couple of quiet days. Her face showed a deeper, resentful smile as she stared fiercely out the window at a slender figure, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh from Li Xianglian. Besides, with such a big scene, I have to see it myself. I want to watch how that fake virtuous woman gets stuffed into a sack and dragged away like a dead dog. Just thinking about her suffering deep in the mountains makes me feel as happy as drinking cold plum juice on a hot day. Dame Zhao looked at her daughter's angry face and didn't object. Instead, she nodded in approval. Good, more people means more help. If that little troublemaker struggles, your strength can help hold her down. Outside, the sun rose higher, scorching the ground until it looked white. Li Xianglian squatted by the well, still washing a big basin of diapers. Her back was sore, and straightening was hard. Soap foam mixed with dirty water spilled everywhere, filling the air with a sour smell. Zhao Xiaoyan sat on a small bench at the door of the main house, holding a little tiger-headed boy named Huer. She fanned him with a palm leaf, while grimacing and covering her nose. Sister-in-law, can't you be quicker? The smell is making Hua want to vomit. Lazy donkeys take longer to do things, always dragging their feet. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at the old hen scratching around, her stomach starting to rumble with hunger. At her in-law's side, the old lady watched closely. Usually, she could see some meat and vegetables, but not much. Now, her mouth was almost as dry as a bird's. Mom. Zhao Xiaoyan turned and called into the house. It's noon already. What are we going to eat? Just porridge isn't enough. I'm starving, and Huer, look at him. He's so hungry. He's got no energy. Dame Zhao was sitting on the Kong mending shoes. Hearing her daughter, she replied casually, there are some leftover pancakes on the stove, and I'll fetch some pickled vegetables from the jar. More pickled vegetables? Zhao Xiaoyan's face fell. She threw her fan onto the ground and pointed at the goose in the yard. Mom, that chicken isn't laying eggs anymore. Keeping it is just wasting food. Might as well kill it. Make some chicken soup for Huer to help him get stronger. This child is at the age to grow taller. How can she be without a mouth? Look at how thin she has become. Mother Zhao instinctively felt pain when she heard about killing the chicken. Although the reed flour chicken lays fewer eggs now, it can still be sold during festivals for some extra money. She was about to scold her daughter for being wasteful, but suddenly remembered what old Sun said last night, that the goods could be sold for hundreds of yuan. Hundreds of yuan. What does that mean? It's enough to build 3 big tiled houses in the village, buy a watch and a bicycle for her son, and still have plenty left for savings. Thinking about the money she could get, Mother Zhao's mind was racing with plans. With this money, a small chicken like that is nothing. Okay, Mother Zhao threw her shoe onto the bed and waved her hand confidently, as if she were a landowner's wife. Kill it. I'll do it now. My eldest grandson is coming back, and we must have a good meal to help him grow strong. When he's grown up and successful, he'll remember how much Grandma cared for him. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't expect her mother to agree so quickly. She was so happy, she jumped 3 feet high. She picked up her son and kissed his face fiercely. Hor, did you hear? Grandma loves you the most. We'll have chicken for lunch. She turned her head and, with an authoritative tone, shouted at Li Xianglian by the well. Stop washing those dirty diapers. Hurry up, boil water, and kill the chicken. Grandma said we're having chicken stew for lunch. Be quick, don't get chicken blood everywhere. We need to keep some for blood tofu. If you make a mess on the ground, I'll skin you alive. The sun was scorching, making the soil in Zhao's yard seem to smoke. Li Xianglian squatted by the well, holding the 2 wings of the reed flour chicken. The chicken probably sensed it was about to die and flapped desperately, its sharp claws scratching her hand and leaving several bloody streaks. Hurry up. If you don't kill it soon, the sun will set. Zhao Xiaoyan sat in the shade outside the main house, her son Huer gnawing on a piece of peach cake with crumbs all over his face. She wiped his mouth while shouting at her mother. If you're too scared to do it, let my mom handle it. Such a useless thing. Can't even kill a chicken. We've been wasting food all these years. Xianglian ignored the harsh words. She took a deep breath and touched the blood vessel on the chicken's neck. With a swift chop of the knife, hot, red blood suddenly spurted out, splashing onto her patched pants. The rooster in her hand twitched a few more times before going still. Xianglian looked at the bright red chicken blood, feeling no real fear, but instead a strange sense of excitement. Today, the chicken was dead, but tomorrow night, who knew who might be the one to be slaughtered? Soon, the rich aroma of stewed chicken filled the kitchen. It was a whole old hen cooked for over an hour, full of oil and strong fragrance, carried by the wind for 2 miles. Mother Zhao and her daughter, along with the spoiled little kid, sat around a low table, eating with greasy mouths. Mrs. Zhao was especially attentive, constantly scooping chicken drumsticks and wings into her grandson's bowl and giving her daughter the tender chicken breast meat. Mom, it smells so good. I can't enjoy this at my in-laws' house all year. Zhao Xiaoyan chewed the meat and mumbled, glancing proudly toward the kitchen door. There, Xianglian was holding a rough ceramic bowl with a missing piece, filled with plain, watery millet porridge, without even a strip of pickled vegetables. Mrs. Zhao chewed loudly on a chicken tail, spat out a bone, and sneered, "Xiang, eat more. Some people are only meant to smell the aroma. That's what you call class distinction. Meat is for our family outsiders? Humph, they're lucky to get some husks and vegetables." Xianglian lowered her head and drank her porridge, without lifting her eyes. The smell of chicken meat was tempting, making her hungry, but she didn't feel bitter at all. Eat more. This is what they call headless meal. Just a wall away, in the Qin family yard, Qin Russian was shirtless, sharpening his axe. The chopping sound on the whetstone was sharp and bright. He had good hearing, and every word from Zhao Xiaoyun's sharp, sarcastic voice reached his ears. His brows furrowed into a deep line, and his movements grew more fierce, as if he was sharpening the bones of that family. At that moment, the slightly open gate was pushed open from outside. "Hey, Russian, busy today?" A voice with a formal tone, sounding quite warm, came from outside. Qin Russian paused his work, raised his eyelids, and looked over. A visitor dressed in an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, with a pen in his pocket and a bottle of ergo-2 in hand, smiled so broadly that his face wrinkles all gathered together. He is Lu Baogua, the head of the Red Star Brigade, and the village party secretary. This old fox usually avoids meeting people like Qin Russian, fearing bad luck. Today, however, the sun is rising from the west, and he has come to visit voluntarily. Qin Russian did not stand up. He sat firmly on a small stool next to a sharpening stone, wiping an axe blade with a rag. His stern, unapproachable aura showed no sign of softening. "Secretary, a rare guest," Qin Russian said coldly, without even a polite greeting. "Is there something you want?" Lu Baogua was taken aback by his cold attitude, and his smile almost disappeared. He is a respected figure in the village, and everyone calls him uncle when they see him. But Qin Russian is a tough nut to crack. Thinking about his daughter's reckless behavior and the possible wealth he might be holding, Lu Baogua suppressed his irritation. "Hey, can I come by just to see you?" Lu Baogua walked into the yard on his own, not caring about the dirt, and sat on a wooden block. He placed the bottle of ergo-2 next to the sharpening stone. "I heard from Manhwa that your house leaked during the recent heavy rain. As the village secretary, I feel responsible, so I came to check. You're a returning hero from the army, after all. The organization should care about you." Qin Russian gave a faint smile and slightly pulled at his mouth, then stabbed the shiny axe into the ground with a loud thud, splashing dirt everywhere. "No need for that. My broken house with its rotten tiles is fine. If the secretary has nothing else, I need to go into the mountains to chop firewood." This was a clear eviction order. Lu Baogua's face twitched twice, and he forced a dry laugh. "Look at your temper, like a firecracker. I came today not just for official business, but also to talk to you about something personal." He took out a pack of De Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Qin Russian, but seeing that he didn't take it, Lu Baogua lit one himself, taking a deep drag and hiding the sharp glint in his eyes behind the smoke. "Russian, you're not young anymore, right? 26? Or 27? Lu Baogua exhaled a ring of smoke, acting like a caring elder. "Look, there are kids in the village your age who are already getting married. Living alone like this, with cold meals and a cold stove, is never easy. Having some money is good, but if a man doesn't have a caring woman at home to look after him, he's like a floating weed with no roots." Qin Russian's fingers tightened slightly on the sharpening stone, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. "I'm used to it." "Used to what?" "That's because you've never experienced a woman's kindness." Lu Baogua leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice with a flirtatious tone. "Uncle, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Look at my daughter Manhwa. She's a bit delicate, but she's one of the prettiest girls in the village. Lately, she's been causing trouble at home, saying she likes you." After saying this, Lu Baogua stared intently at Qin Russian's face, hoping to see some reaction from this stone-faced man. To him, this was a golden opportunity. Lu Bagua was the village boss, and marrying his daughter to a man with a bad reputation would be a great match. Shouldn't Qin Russian be grateful? But Qin Russian didn't even lift his eyelids. He took a water ladle, poured some water on the sharpening stone, and continued sharpening his axe with a steady rhythm. Manhwa is too high maintenance. I don't deserve her, Qin Russian said calmly, like a still pond, but with a chilling coldness in his voice. The secretary probably forgot that everyone in the village says I'm a cursed loner, unlucky with both parents. Anyone who marries me will be doomed. And besides, he paused, his dark eyes fixed on Lu Bagua, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips.
He pointed to his groin.
I've hurt myself, I'm useless now. Everyone in the village knows that. If the secretary pushes his daughter into this, and it gets out, won't people look down on me? Lu Bagua's back broke out in a cold sweat under his gaze. But he had sat as village secretary for over 10 years. He'd seen all kinds of troublemakers. He forced a laugh, his eyes still flickering on Qin Russian. That's just gossip. Manhwa said, she doesn't care about that. As long as the man is genuine, whether he can have children is secondary. Besides, hospitals are better now, maybe they can treat it? If you agree, we'll be a family. If you want to start a side business in the village, I can give you a permit. Who dares to stop you? This was clearly a tempting bait hanging right in front of him. Putting power on display makes it hard for this poor young man not to feel tempted. Qin Russian sharpened his axe even more. He looked at the sharp blade, but what came to mind were Li Xianglian's swollen, tearful eyes from last night and her delicate, fragile hands. Compared to that strong yet pitiful woman, Lu Manhwa is nothing. Secretary, I'll say this only once. Qin Russian suddenly stood up. He is very tall, about 1.88 meters, with muscles built from years of hard work, giving him a commanding presence. Right now, standing in front of Lu Bagua, his shadow completely covered him. I'm a free man, with a bad temper. I can't stand being controlled, and I don't want to marry someone just to keep her as a possession. If Manhwa wants to get married, there are plenty of good young men in the city. As for me, Qin Russian weighed his axe and said coldly, I have no plans to marry Lu's daughter in this lifetime. Secretary, please take this thought back. Lu Bagua didn't expect this poor young man to refuse so straightforwardly. It was like a slap right in his face. His old face instantly turned a dark purple, showing his anger at being rejected. Qin Russian, don't be so shameless. Lu Bagua threw his cigarette butt on the ground and suddenly stood up, pointing at Qin Russian's nose. I respect you enough to have promised my daughter to you. Look at yourself. Besides my Manhwa, who in this 10-mile radius would marry a man like you? Do you really want to stay single for your whole life? That's my business. Qin Russian's face remained expressionless as he moved a step closer. His fierce, bloodthirsty energy, the kind that had killed and seen blood, fully erupted. Or do you, Secretary, want to forcefully buy and sell her? The words breed and match made Lu Bagua almost choke. Qin Russian looked like an angry beast, with a fierce gaze that seemed ready to pounce and tear his throat apart. This young man really dares to act. Lu Bagua's authority crumbled instantly under the overwhelming display of force. He swallowed hard, wanting to say some harsh words to regain control, but instead, he stammered and tried to make excuses.
Fine.
You don't appreciate the kindness. You'll regret it someday. Lu Bagua grabbed a bottle of unopened erbotu, a strong Chinese liquor, from the table and turned to leave. She walked quickly and clumsily, almost tripping over the door threshold when she left, nearly falling flat on her face. It wasn't until she had walked dozens of meters away from the Qin family yard that Lu Bagua dared to turn back and spit.
Pa.
What a thing! A shameless, worthless dog. Just wait. Someday you'll be begging me. Qin Russian stood in the yard, coldly watching Lu Bagua disappear into the distance. He slammed his axe into a wooden stake in front of him, splitting it deeply.
Bah.
Old fox, trying to use me as a pawn? He should look at himself first. Although Qin Russian hadn't gone to school much in his life, he was very good at judging people. If Lu Manhwa really liked him, Even a pig could climb a tree. He and his daughter clearly had their own plans. They just wanted to get his money and then kick him aside once it was gone. Moreover, if he married that troublemaker, how could he protect Xianglian in the future? Thinking of Xianglian, the anger in Qin Russian's eyes instantly disappeared. He turned back and went into the house, reaching under the bed to find a small paper package in a hidden compartment. It contained special antidote pills his comrade had brought from the army hospital. They were originally meant to protect against wild miasma outdoors, but they worked well against low-quality sleeping drugs. He carefully wrapped the pills and put them in his pocket close to his body. It was late at night. The moon was partly covered by dark clouds, casting a faint, pale light. The Zhao family yard was so quiet that only the chirping of crickets could be heard, occasionally mixed with the snoring from the main house. That was Zhao Dama and Zhao Xiaoyan, who had eaten a hearty chicken meal at noon and were now sleeping soundly like dead pigs. Li Xianglian was curled up on a straw pile in the firewood shed, her eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the broken, drafty wooden window. She was waiting for the man who could save her. Suddenly there was a soft talk sound. It was very quiet, like a ripe fruit falling onto the grass. Anyone else might not hear it, but to Xianglian, who had been listening carefully, it was like a thunderclap. She suddenly sat up, her heart pounding in her chest. Then, the broken window frame, which had been pried open, was gently pushed from outside. A dark shadow, like a mountain leopard blending into the night, silently slipped in. When it landed, it didn't even stir up much dust. Before Xianglian could see clearly, a familiar, strong masculine scent of sweat hit her face. Then, a hot body pressed against her, giving a sense of safety in this tight, cramped space. "Older sister-in-law, you're not asleep, right?" Qin Russian's voice was very low, close to her ear. His warm breath made Xianglian shrink back, and her body felt a little weak. "No, not yet," Xianglian whispered, using the faint moonlight coming through the broken window to see the man's face. He probably just took a shower. Water still clung to his hair, sliding down his strong temples, passing over a fierce scar, and finally disappearing into his faded, sleeveless shirt. His exposed arm muscles were tense and shiny with a bronze glow, making her cheeks flush and her heart race. Here, Qin Russian didn't waste words. His rough, calloused hand reached out and opened in front of her. In his palm was a small white pill, about the size of a fingernail, carefully wrapped in wax paper. "Is this the antidote?" Xianglian carefully pinched the pill, as if holding onto a lifeline. "Yes." Qin Russian casually wiped the sweat from his face, sat cross-legged on the grass pile in front of her, his long legs curled up in discomfort. "Tomorrow morning, before that old woman starts cooking, you should take this medicine first. I got it from my comrade in the army. It's powerful, whether it's a sleeping pill or a rat poison. Once you take it, you'll be fine. When the time comes, pretend to faint, and I'll handle the rest." Xianglian clenched the pill tightly and nodded seriously. "I got it." After saying this, the room suddenly fell silent. A man and a woman alone late at night, in such a tense situation, with the risk of things going wrong at any moment. That ambiguous atmosphere was like dough fermenting, quickly swelling in the hot night, making it hard to breathe. Qin Russian's dark eyes, unrestrained by the darkness, roamed over her without hesitation. Tonight, Xianglian was wearing an old, worn-out tank top. The collar was loose, and if she lowered her head a little, a shiny, pale patch was visible. Under the dim light, that small white spot looked like a hook, pulling Qin Russian's soul into a dreamy state. Xianglian felt uncomfortable under his gaze, twisting her clothes in her hands, biting her lip, and finally couldn't hold back the question she had been holding in her heart all day. "Russian. I heard today. I heard the secretary went to your house." Qin Russian was momentarily stunned, then he grinned. His usually stern eyes in the dark now shone brightly, with a hint of teasing. "Sister-in-law, are you checking on my work?" Who's checking on your work?" Li Xianglian's face warmed and she stubbornly said, "I was just asking casually." The secretary is a big official. Surely he has good news for you. Good news? That's like a fox bringing a gift to a chicken. Qin Russian snorted coldly, then reached out to hold her restless hands, playing with them in his palm. His rough fingertips brushed her delicate hand back and forth, making her feel a tingling sensation. He wants to marry his daughter, Lu Chunhua, to me, Qin Russian said openly, without hiding anything. Li Xianglian had guessed this long ago, but hearing him say it out loud still made her heart skip a beat.
Who is Lu Chunhua?
She is the village secretary's prized daughter, a bit spoiled but very pretty, from a powerful family. Compared to herself, a widow with a ruined reputation who might even be sold off, she was like heaven and earth apart.
So,
What did you say? Li Xianglian lowered her head, her voice trembling a little. Chunhua is a good girl. If you marry her, no one in the village will dare to bully you anymore, and you could even do big things with the secretary. Nonsense. Qin Russian cursed softly, then suddenly grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up. In the darkness, their eyes met. Qin Russian's eyes burned with anger, fueled by her words. Li Xianglian, what do you think I am? Huh? He pushed himself forward, pressing her firmly against the firewood pile. The fierce pressure made it hard for Li Xianglian to breathe. The Lu family just wants a obedient dog, a fool to take advantage of. Qin Russian, may not be very successful in life, but I won't sell myself just to eat soft rice. Qin Russian panted heavily, his nose almost touching hers, his voice hoarse. Besides, I've already found the person I care about most. I don't care about anyone else, not even the daughter of the Heavenly King. Li Xianglian's heart pounded loudly. Knowing it was a test, she asked softly, Who? Who is it? Who do you think? Qin Russian bit her lip harshly, not hard but with a clear sense of punishment. Still pretending not to know? Besides you, my ungrateful little white-eyed wolf. Who else could it be? Li Xianglian covered her mouth, her face burning so hot it felt like she could fry an egg. But inside, she felt as sweet as honey. Seeing her shy look, Qin Russian's throat moved, and his eyes grew deeper. He held her hand and guided it down to his hot chest, where his heart was pounding the most. Listen carefully, sister-in-law, he said seriously, as if making a vow. My body might look rough, but it's very clean. After all these years in the army and then back in the village, I've never touched another woman. Even if the villagers call me a eunuch, I accept it. I keep this pure body for my wife. He paused, then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, This is called guarding your purity. Do you understand? The phrase, guarding your purity, sounded strange coming from such a rough man, but it also made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Li Xianglian's face turned so red it seemed like it might bleed. She was so embarrassed, she wished she could hide her head in a pile of firewood. Why do you say such things? Don't you feel shy? She stammered. Why should I feel shy with my own wife? Qin Russian said confidently. He wrapped his strong arm around her slim waist and pulled her close so their bodies fit perfectly together. Summer clothes were thin, and his hot body heat seeped through the fabric, making Li Xianglian feel weak all over. Especially his firm muscles around his waist, showing how dangerous and strong this man was. Russian. Li Xianglian was a little dizzy from his heat, her voice soft and sweet. Qin Russian responded, his voice deep and hoarse. His gaze swept over her face, which was glowing with a silver sheen from the moonlight. From her misty eyes, down to her straight nose, and finally fixed on her red lips. His throat tightened, and his mouth went dry. That was the place he had desired for 3 years. Brother-in-law, I've remained pure for you, even refusing the daughter of the village secretary. Qin Russian's large hand had somehow already reached her waist. Through the thin fabric, his palm's warmth made her tremble. You say, shouldn't I get a reward for that? A reward? Xianglian's mind was hazy, her body soft, unable to push him away. What kind of reward do you want? I don't have any money. Who needs your money? Qin Russian chuckled low, his laugh deep and magnetic, making her legs feel weak. He suddenly wrapped his arms around Xianglian's slim waist and with a little force, lifted her up and pressed her against himself. Their bodies fit tightly together, with no space between. The reward I want is you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and precisely captured her lips, which he had been longing for all day. Xiang Lian cried out in surprise, but he took the opportunity to deepen the kiss. This wasn't a gentle, comforting kiss from last night, nor was it the teasing flirtation from earlier. It was a takeover, a volcano eruption that had been building for too long. Qin Russian's kiss, like him, was forceful and rough, with a fierce, unreasonable strength, yet hidden within that strength was deep, overwhelming affection. It was as if he wanted to squeeze all the air from her lungs and swallow her soul into himself. Xiang Lian felt her mind explode with a loud bang, and everything in front of her was white light. Her weak resistance was like a tiny ant trying to shake a mighty tree in front of Qin Russian. She could only helplessly cling to his rock-hard shoulders, her fingertips sinking into his firm muscles, forced to endure this storm of demand. Even the air in the shed seemed to ignite. That man, who was rumored to be incapable, was now smashing those rumors with real actions. What was thought to be useless? Clearly, he was a fierce beast, hungry and ready to devour at any moment. Like a mountain. I can't breathe. It wasn't until Xiang Lian was about to suffocate that Qin Russian reluctantly released her lips. Qin Russian pressed his forehead against hers, his chest heaving heavily. His eyes were red and full of lingering desire. He took deep, loud breaths, and his warm breath brushed her face, making her feel numb all over. "You're so sweet." He stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, his voice hoarse as if he had sand in his throat, even sweeter than those candies from the supply store. Xiang Lian shyly buried her face in his chest, too afraid to look at him. Qin Russian held her, his large hand gently stroking her back to calm his own rising excitement. He knew he couldn't truly take her tonight. There was a tough day ahead tomorrow. At such times, he couldn't let her be distracted or uncomfortable. But holding her soft, warm body was really testing his self-control. "I really want to." Qin Russian clenched his teeth and said fiercely near Xiang Lian's ear, "I really want to carry you home now, lock you in bed, and make you stay there for 3 days. Then you'll think twice before tempting other men." Xiang Lian stiffened, feeling both shy and scared. She lightly hit his chest with her small hand. You're talking nonsense. Who's tempting other men? Isn't Zhao Gang a man? Isn't Sun Laowei a man? Qin Russian was just jealous without reason, and he had no logic. "Anyway, I don't care. After tomorrow night, you'll be mine." Officially, he loosened his embrace slightly, lifted Xiang Lian's hot face, and gently wiped her swollen, moist lips with his thumb, his eyes full of possessiveness. "Xiang Lian, I can't wait anymore." Qin Russian took a deep breath, forcing down his rising passion, but his gaze was especially serious. "I can't wait to make you my wife and have you give me children. The villagers say I'll never have children. That's just nonsense. When I do, I'll have a whole bunch, and it'll make Zhao Gang and Lu Bagua furious." Seeing his serious, foolish look, Xiang Lian's shyness slowly faded, replaced by a feeling of unprecedented sweetness and courage. She reached out, gently smoothing his furrowed brow, and for the first time, she responded proactively. "I believe you." Qin Russian smiled broadly, showing his big white teeth, which looked especially bright in the darkness. "All right, go to sleep early," he said, giving her a heavy kiss on the forehead. "Don't be afraid tomorrow. Even if the sky falls, your man will hold it up." After saying that, he didn't linger. He let go of her hand, turned decisively, and jumped out of the window. His tall, strong figure became the only support for Li Xianglian in this messy, dirty world. At this moment, in the Zhao family's main house, Grandma Zhao turned over in her sleep, mumbling about the money she earned from selling herself, drooling a little. She never imagined that just a wall away, in the woodshed, the goods she saw as easily controlled had sharpened their claws and were waiting to strike back. That night, some people were having sweet dreams, while others quietly hid in the dark, waiting for dawn to begin their deadly attack. That night, Li Xianglian hardly slept at all. Her dreams were full of dark, deep forests, with icy hands pushing her from behind, and a bottomless abyss beneath her feet. Just as the first faint grayish light appeared through the window paper, and before the rooster crowed a second time, she suddenly sat up. Cold sweat covered her back, sticky and clinging to her rough cloth clothes, making her feel icy. She didn't dare delay. While there was still no movement outside, she reached into her pocket and took out a small warm paper package, swallowing the white pill inside. The pill was bitter, sliding down her throat into her stomach, but it felt like a calming charm, easing her racing heart. Her life was now in Qin Russian's hands. She pushed open the door of the woodshed. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the air was filled with the damp, earthy smell of morning. Grandma Zhao, unusually early, was busy in the kitchen. The fire in the stove cast a glow on her wrinkled face, giving her a strangely cheerful look that made her feel uneasy. "Oh, you're up," she said. Hearing the noise, Grandma Zhao tapped her iron spoon against the pot, not scolding but pointing to the small table nearby. "Today's a busy day. Eat up before heading to the fields. Don't let others say our Zhao family is stingy." In the bowl of thick soup, there were a few scallions and even a poached egg. Usually, only Zhao Gang and her beloved grandson could enjoy such a treat. Li Xianglian looked at the bowl of soup, her heart clear as a mirror. This is like feeding a pig before slaughter to make sure it doesn't lose weight and sell for less. It's a way to keep her healthy before selling her. "Thank you, Mother," Xianglian replied politely, lowering her head. She picked up her bowl and ate heartily without hesitation. Zhao Xiaoyan carried her still-rubbing eyes son out of the main room. When she saw Xianglian eating an egg, her eyes nearly popped out. She was about to scold her, but Zhao Damao shot her a stern look, stopping her. Zhao Xiaoyan pouted and sneered happily. Eat up, eat up. This is good stuff. Whether you get to eat hot meals later is another story." Her words were full of hidden meaning, very sharp. Xianglian pretended not to hear. She finished the last sip of soup, wiped her mouth, and carried her hoe to go outside. All day, Zhao family women looked at her like she was a fat sheep ready for slaughter. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't do any work, just sat in the yard cracking sunflower seeds, occasionally glancing toward the firewood shed with a look full of excitement and malice. As the sun set, blood-red and gloomy, the whole Red Star Brigade was painted in a dull red. Dinner was especially rich. Zhao Damao somehow got a piece of pork and cooked a big pot of potatoes and green beans, oily and fragrant, making her nose tingle. "Come, Xianglian, you must be tired after today," Zhao Damao said kindly, serving her a full bowl of rice. She also secretly brought over a bowl of brown sugar water from the stove, pushing it in front of her mysteriously. "This is specially made for you to boost your energy and blood. Zhuangzi isn't home, and if your body collapses, I won't be able to explain to him." Now it was her turn. Xianglian looked at the dark red sugar water, with some foam still floating on the surface. Her heart skipped a beat, and her fingers instinctively clenched into her palm. She had already taken the antidote Qin Russian gave her, but seeing this bowl of obviously poisonous water, her natural fear crept in like a snake wrapping around her.
How?
"Not satisfied with what I gave you?" Zhao Damao's smile faded a little, her eyes cold and sharp as she stared at her. "Or are you guilty and afraid to drink?" Zhao Xiaoyan also stopped eating, holding her child in her arms. Her sharp eyes fixed on Xianglian's face, as if waiting for a good show to start. "No, Mother. I trust what you give me," Xianglian said deeply, picking up the bowl of brown sugar water. She remembered Qin Russian's fiery eyes from last night and his words, "When the sky falls, the man will hold it up." To survive and to live a clean life in the future, she was willing to risk everything. She tilted her head back and drank the sweet red sugar water eagerly, finishing the bowl.
Good.
Good. Dame Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face's wrinkles seemed to relax as if she saw a pile of money slipping into her pocket. "Eat quickly, fill your stomach, then rest early." Li Xianglian ate her meal like chewing wax. After finishing the sweet water, A strange warm feeling started to spread through her limbs, and her head became heavy. The scenery before her eyes looked blurry, as if covered with a veil, swaying gently. The effects of the medicine were kicking in. Qin Russian's antidote worked, but this sleeping drug was strong too. The two medicines were fighting inside her body, making her dizzy and lightheaded. "Mother, I feel a bit dizzy." Xianglian put down her chopsticks, holding her forehead, her body trembling. "That's right. No, you're just tired," Dame Zhao signaled to Zhao Xiaoyan. Their smiles disappeared, revealing fierce, terrifying expressions. "Sister-in-law, if you're tired, go back to your room and sleep." Zhao Xiaoyan stood up, pretending to be kind as she helped Xianglian walk, but her nails dug sharply into her flesh. "Tonight, don't sleep in the firewood room. Sleep in the west room. It's spacious." The west room was used for storing miscellaneous items and was closest to the backyard wall, convenient for transporting goods. Xianglian felt her eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, her body soft as noodles, and she was dragged toward the west room by Zhao Xiaoyan. Just before she completely closed her eyes, she saw Dame Zhao counting some hemp ropes under the lamp, her gaze fierce, more savage than a mountain wolf. The room was dark, with only a faint white moonlight coming through the high window. The air smelled of moldy grains. Li Xianglian was thrown onto a bed with only a torn straw mat. Dead heavy, like a dead pig, Zhao Xiaoyan shook her hand dismissively, spat in disgust, and reached out to pat Xianglian's face twice. "Hey, Li Xianglian? Wake up." Xianglian kept her eyes tightly closed, breathing evenly and slowly, motionless. In fact, her consciousness was still clear. Qin Russian's antidote protected her heart, and the fog of dizziness was slowly fading. However, her limbs still felt weak and limp. She struggled to control the trembling of her eyelids, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Enough, stop the fuss. That medicine was brought by Old Sun from the vet station. It's used for castrating donkeys. One donkey can sleep for 3 days and nights, let alone a little girl like her." Aunt Zhao came in, holding a coil of hemp rope, her voice sharp with excitement. "Mother, you always have a way," Zhao Xiaoyan said, looking at the unconscious woman on the bed. Her jealousy and resentment finally found an outlet. She reached out and harshly pinched Xianglian's beautiful face, which still looked delicate even in sleep. "Trying to seduce people? With that fox face? After tonight, see how you act. Don't mess with her face. You'll ruin it and lower the price." Aunt Zhao scolded softly, tossing the hemp rope onto the bed. "Hurry up, tie her hands and feet tightly, and gag her. Old Sun said the buyer will meet us in the small woods behind the village at midnight. We need to put her in a sack first." Under the faint moonlight, mother and daughter quickly tied Xianglian's limbs securely and stuffed a foul-smelling rag into her mouth. After finishing, they were both exhausted and sweaty. "That's enough. Let her lie here for now." Aunt Zhao wiped her sweat and looked at the sky outside. "It's still early, just past 9. The villagers aren't asleep yet. If we make too much noise now, it might attract attention. Let's go back inside, have some water, rest a bit, and start later in the night." "Okay, just right. I haven't finished that pot of meat yet. I'll go get another bowl." Thinking about the large sum of money soon coming in, Zhao Xiaoyan no longer felt tired. Her mind was full of how to spend the 50 yuan. The two locked the door to the west room, their footsteps fading away. Soon, sounds of dishes clattering and suppressed laughter came from the main room. The west room fell silent again. Xianglian lay on the cold bed, her limbs numb from the ropes. In the darkness, fear receded like a tide, replaced by overwhelming hatred. These were her family members. For a few hundred yuan, they were willing to sell her like an animal into the deep mountains. If it weren't for Qin Russian, she might have been doomed tonight. Time dragged on, each second feeling infinitely long. After a while, the noise from the main room lessened, and the lights went out. The entire Zhao family compound was plunged into complete darkness. Suddenly, the broken window secured with a wooden plug made a faint, creak sound. Next, a tall shadow silently slipped inside, landing quietly like a prowling predator in the night. It was Qin Russian. Although his face was not clear, the familiar, cold aura made Xianglian's eyes fill with tears instantly. He's here. He really came. Qin Russian took a few steps to the side of the Kong bed, and under the moonlight, he saw Xianglian tied up tightly. A surge of fierce anger flashed in his eyes. He reached out with his rough hand, gently took the torn cloth from her mouth, then pulled out a small, sharp knife and quickly cut the ropes. "Endure it," he whispered, holding her close. His voice was so low only the two of them could hear, but it carried all the pain he had kept inside that night. Russian. Xianglian's body was still weak. She leaned into his strong embrace, tears streaming down her face. I thought you would make it in time." "Nonsense," he said softly, kissing her on the forehead. "I was just sitting right outside the wall listening to everything they said." He helped Xianglian sit up and moved her stiff limbs. "Can you walk?" "Yes." Xianglian nodded through clenched teeth. The antidote had fully taken effect, and her strength was slowly returning. "Good," Qin Russian said with a cruel smile, showing a white tooth in the darkness. He looked like a fierce ghost ready to attack. "Since they want to sell people, we'll help them with their deal. But this goods need to be replaced." "Replaced? With who?" Xianglian was stunned. Qin Russian didn't answer. Instead, he pointed toward the main room, his eyes cold as ice. "Zhao Xiaoyan thinks she's lucky? Let her go enjoy her life in the mountains."
"But
"She's a living person." "Don't worry," he said, pulling out a small glass bottle from his pocket. Inside, a clear liquid swayed. "This is from the black market, plus a little of my special seasoning. Just a tiny bit, and she'll sleep deeper than a dead pig." He helped Xianglian down from the Kong and told her to hide in the shadows behind the door. "Wait here. No matter what you hear, don't come out." After speaking, Qin Russian disappeared silently like a flash of black lightning, slipping out of the west room and heading straight to the main house. Inside the main house, snoring was loud and thunderous. Mother Zhao and her daughter Zhao Xiaoyan were probably dreaming of getting rich, sleeping sprawled out on the bed. Because Zhao Xiaoyan loved to eat, she had drunk quite a bit of homemade rice wine at dinner. Now, she was resting her leg, dressed in clean pants, on the quilt, munching away silently, as if dreaming of some delicious food. Qin Russian stood like a ghost by the bed, watching these two treacherous women with cold eyes. Without hesitation, he pressed a soaked cloth to Zhao Xiaoyan's nose and mouth. She suddenly twitched in her sleep, her eyes closed tight, making a muffled gurgle sound, then her body went limp. Her snoring stopped abruptly, replaced by heavy silence. Qin Russian moved quickly, lifting Zhao Xiaoyan's body, which weighed about 100 jin, as if carrying a small chicken. He didn't forget to do everything properly. He searched her clothes, took out the few dozen yuan of secret savings from her pocket, and tore off the bright red string around her neck, tossing it aside. After finishing, he carried the unconscious Zhao Xiaoyan out of the main house. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. On the other side of the bed, Mother Zhao turned over and mumbled, unaware that her daughter had been swapped. Back in the west room, Qin Russian threw Zhao Xiaoyan onto a tattered straw mat. "This is karma." Xianglian looked at her unconscious sister-in-law with no trace of sympathy. If it weren't for Qin Russian, she would be the one lying here, waiting to be sold. Qin Russian quickly and skillfully tied Zhao Xiaoyan with the same hemp rope used earlier for Xianglian, making a tight knot. Then he forcefully stuffed the foul-smelling rag into Zhao Xiaoyan's mouth. "Take off your coat and change her into it," Qin Russian whispered. The buyer only cared about the clothes, not the person. Plus, in this dark, chaotic night, as long as she was a woman and came from Zhao's west room, no one would carefully check. They worked together smoothly, quickly dressing Zhao Xiaoyan in Xianglian's patched old clothes. Zhao Xiaoyan has a broad build, and the old clothes of Xianglian are tight on her, almost bursting at the buttons. Qin Russian grabs a handful of ash from the stove and smears it randomly on Zhao Xiaoyan's face. He also ruffles her smooth hair into a messy bun, covering most of her face. Once everything is ready, Qin Russian places the large cloth bag he prepared over Zhao Xiaoyun's head and ties it tightly. At this moment, from the distant village entrance, a dog barks twice, and the night grows deeper. "Let's go," Qin Russian says, taking Xianglian's hand. The real show is just beginning. He quietly leads Xianglian over the courtyard wall and into the dense cornfield behind Zhao's house. The view here is excellent. They can clearly see Zhao's back door and the dirt path leading to the small woods behind the village. The summer night in the cornfield is thick and close. The long leaves brush against their skin, making them feel a little itchy. Qin Russian wraps Xianglian in his arms, using his broad back to block the swaying leaves. They are pressed close together, and their heartbeats are especially loud in the quiet night. "Are you afraid?" Qin Russian holds her cold little hand with his big one, sending warmth through it. "No." Xianglian shakes her head, looking up at the man so close, her eyes firm. "As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of any danger." Qin Russian feels warm inside. He leans down and kisses her heavily on the lips. "Once this is over, I'll show you how much I care." Just as he finishes speaking, the back door of Zhao's house creaks open. Two sneaky figures squeeze out through the door crack. It's Zhao Dama and Old Sunwei, who has been hiding in the shadows. Old Sunwei, hunched over, holds a flashlight but dares not turn it on too bright, only using its faint glow to see the way. Zhao Dama follows behind, and together they lift the heavy cloth bag. "This girl doesn't look like she has much meat on her, so why is she so heavy?" "My back almost broke," Zhao Dama huffs and complains softly. "Old Sun, lift higher, don't bump into her." "The buyer will find faults," she whispers. All right, no more talking," Old Sunway gasps, exhausted. "Hurry up, everyone's waiting in the woods. This is a big deal worth hundreds of yuan, no time to waste." The two of them, like carrying a dead pig, grunt and groan as they carry the bag, stepping carefully toward the back of the village. I had no idea that the sack actually contained Zhao Dama's beloved daughter, who was eager to wear new clothes. In the cornfield, Xianglian covered her mouth tightly, afraid she would laugh out loud. Qin Russian felt the trembling in the person in his arms. He leaned down and bit her ear, saying, "Feeling better now?" Xianglian nodded heavily. "Follow me." He pulled Xianglian up, crouched low, and silently followed behind, using the cornfield as cover. The small woods behind the village looked dark and creepy, with a few crooked old locust trees reaching out like claws in the darkness. A broken donkey cart was parked at the edge of the woods. An old man wearing a felt hat and a face full of rough features sat on the cart shaft, smoking a dry pipe. The flickering sparks lit up his dull, greedy eyes. Zhao Dama and Old Sunrai hurried over, panting. "You're here?" The old man knocked the pipe against his shoe, jumped down from the cart, and stared intently at the sack on the ground. "How's the goods? Didn't kill him, right?" "No way. He's lively and kicking," Zhao Dama replied happily. At this moment, her mind was full of money. She didn't even think about opening the sack to check. "My daughter-in-law, she's very fertile and famous for being pretty in 10 towns and 8 villages. If our family wasn't so poor, I wouldn't want to sell her." The old man chuckled lewdly and kicked the sack. Inside, the person made no response. "Why isn't he moving?" "He was given medicine and is sleeping deeply," Old Sunrai explained quickly. "That's good, so he won't cause trouble on the way." "Brother, about the money." The old man took out a crumpled bundle of money, counted it with saliva, then threw it to Zhao Dama. 350, no less. I took the person. "Once we leave this village, whether he's alive or dead has nothing to do with you." Of course. Zhao Dama took the money, her hands trembling. 350. That's a huge amount. She counted it over and over in the moonlight, her face wrinkling into a smile that could even trap flies. The old man didn't say more. He grabbed the sack, using his strength from years of farm work, and single-handedly tossed the over 100-pound sack onto the donkey cart. "Let's go." With a flick of the whip, the donkey cart creaked and moved forward. It carried Zhao Xiaoyun, still asleep, into the endless night, heading toward the deep mountain forest known for its danger. Old Lady Zhao clutched the warm money, watching the cart disappear into the distance. She let out a long breath and said, "Finally, that bad luck is gone. Old son, tomorrow you spread the word that Li Xianglian ran off with a wild man." Old son grinned mischievously and reached out to pat her on the butt. "Don't worry, I handle this kind of thing." The night wind howled, making the cornfield leaves rustle like countless hands clapping. Seeing Zhao, Lady Zhao, and Old Sun disappear into the darkness, Li Xianglian felt her body go weak. The feeling of finally getting revenge suddenly overwhelmed her. She leaned into Qin Russian's arms, tears falling again, not out of fear, but from relief. It was the anger and frustration she had held inside all these years finally released. "Are you crying now?" Qin Russian looked down at her, clumsily wiping her tears with his hand. "Where did that fierce spirit go just now?" Xianglian sniffed, feeling a bit shy. "I'm happy. Russian, I really want to go home now, lock the door, and sleep for 3 days and nights." "Not now." Qin Russian shook his head. His eyes, usually fierce, were now full of scheming. "That old hag just sold someone. She's feeling guilty. If you go back now and she sees you, the plan to switch the baby will be exposed. If she rushes to chase the cart and get that troublemaker back, all our effort will be wasted." Li Xianglian was startled by his words and stiffened.
Then,
"What should I do? It's so dark. I have nowhere to go." "Come to my place," Qin Russian said confidently. His hand slid down and grabbed her slender waist, which could break easily. With a little force, he pulled her into his arms. They pressed close together. Through their thin clothes, Li Xianglian could feel the heat radiating from him, almost burning her. "It's just over the wall. Just a step." Xianglian's face, which had just cooled down, suddenly flushed again. She looked up at Qin Russian, hesitant. Is that okay? A single man and woman being alone together. If someone saw them, they would be so shocked they'd be speechless. Who would dare to see? "I think no one would dare." Qin Russian snorted coldly, leaning close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive neck.
what?
"Are you afraid I might eat you up, sister-in-law?" Xianglian shrank back from his intense gaze, softly protesting, "Who's afraid? I just feel." "Feel what? Keep it to yourself." Before she could finish, Russian bent down, slipping his arm through her legs, and easily lifted her up horizontally. She, weighing about 100 jin, felt as light as a bundle of cotton in his arms. He carried her quickly, walking back with big strides, the sound of corn leaves crunching underfoot. "Although I'm a rough man, I know what it means to treat my wife well. Before we get official and hold a wedding banquet, I won't do anything serious. The woman I want must be brought home with a grand procession, drums and gongs. Doing things secretly is just sneaking around, and I don't do such shameful stuff." Though rough, his words were like a reassuring charm, directly comforting Xianglian's heart. She buried her face in Qin Russian's neck, smelling a pleasant scent of soapwood mixed with his sweat and masculine aroma. This strong smell made her feel incredibly safe.
All right.
"I'll listen to you." Qin Russian's smile stretched to his ears. Holding the person he cherished, he strode through the cornfield, over the low wall, and into his home yard. As soon as he entered, the scent of a bachelor's life hit him. The room was simple, even somewhat shabby, but kept very tidy. Qin Russian didn't rush to come closer. Instead, he picked up an iron kettle in the corner, poured half a basin of warm water, then threw a stiff, rough towel into it to scrub, wringing it out before handing it to Xianglian. "Wipe yourself. You just rolled around in the dirt in the cornfield. Don't get itchy." He wrung out the towel and handed it to Xianglian, but his eyes hesitated to look at the bed. Xianglian's hair was a bit messy now, a few strands sticking to her cheeks. The old clothes belonging to Zhao Xiaoyan she was wearing were a bit loose, with the collar hanging open. As she wiped her face, a large, shiny patch of white skin was exposed, even her collarbones clearly visible. In this room filled with masculine energy, she looked like a delicate white flower that had bloomed in the wrong place, beautiful and charming, making Qin Russian's throat go dry. Xianglian took the towel, feeling a bit nervous as she wiped her face and hands. The room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear the crackling of the light wick and the man's increasingly heavy breathing. Russian. Xianglian called softly, her voice gentle and sweet. Qin Russian's throat moved as if he had made a big decision. He suddenly turned around, sat heavily on the edge of the bed, supporting himself with his large hands on either side, gripping the sheets tightly, with veins bulging. "Go to sleep," he managed to say 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice deep and hoarse. "You sleep inside, I sleep outside to block." Xianglian obediently moved inside, curling up in the corner. Qin Russian lay down in his clothes, turned away from her. Between them was a narrow space of about a foot, but it felt like a vast distance or just a thin layer of window paper separating them. That night was destined to be difficult. The faint scent from the woman behind him drifted into his nose, making Qin Russian feel restless and hot. He rolled over, just in time to meet Xianglian's sparkling eyes in the dark. "Can't sleep?" Qin Russian asked in a husky voice. Xianglian shook her head, then nodded. Quietly, she reached out her small hand and grabbed his shirt collar. "I'm afraid of dreaming and waking up in that dark room again." Qin Russian sighed, his emotional defenses completely breaking down. He reached out and pulled the trembling little woman into his arms, holding her tightly. "I said I'm here. What are you afraid of?" He said this casually, but his hands were a little restless. His large palms stroked down her back, through her thin clothes. The heat from his palms made Xianglian shiver involuntarily. Qin Russian's lips pressed down first on her forehead, then her nose, and finally fiercely pressed on her lips. This kiss was very aggressive, yet he carefully controlled the strength. His tongue roughly pried open her teeth, with a fierce intent to swallow her whole. "Russian. Don't." Xianglian gasped for breath from the kiss, weakly pushing against his chest. Qin Russian stopped, pressing his forehead against hers. His eyes shone brightly in the dark, full of bloodshot veins, looking frightening. His hand was still moving, slipping inside her clothes, lingering on her smooth skin. Every touch felt like setting a fire. "Sister-in-law, you're so soft," he whispered in her ear, his voice rough like sandpaper. "If Zhaogang finds out what he missed, he'll be so upset he'll regret it forever." Xianglian felt numb all over and could only hold tightly to his neck, like someone drowning clutching a life buoy. That night, Qin Russian did manage to keep his last line of defense. But he was also feeling very frustrated. They only fell asleep around dawn, holding each other and feeling sleepy. It was not yet bright, only the eastern mountain top showing a faint white glow. On Qin's wooden bed, Qin Russian had woken up early. He didn't move, just turned on his side, watching the woman in his arms through the small light coming from the window. Li Xianglian was sleeping restlessly, her eyebrows furrowed. Qin Russian gently pushed her messy hair behind her ear, his touch light, not like a rough man who could chop wood with one hand. Xianglian mumbled sleepily, her eyelids fluttered, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she shivered from the rough stubble on his face. "Are you awake?" Qin Russian's voice was hoarse, like he had been holding back his anger all night. Xianglian was about to move, but her thighs suddenly felt sore and numb. Although they didn't really do anything last night, the bumps on this man's body rubbed her all over, making her feel sore everywhere. "What time is it?" She sat up under the quilt, her voice weak. "Almost 5 o'clock. The dogs in the village are starting to bark." Qin Russian got out of bed quickly, put on his pants neatly, and said, "I need to go back quickly. If I'm late, I might run into the early morning manure collector." Xianglian didn't dare delay either. If someone caught her in Qin's bed, all her plans for the night would be ruined, and she'd be branded a broken shoe.
"Take your time."
Qin Russian was the first to climb out the window, standing at the foot of the wall, holding the wooden ladder that was already tied with hemp rope. "I've wrapped the ladder's feet with rope, so it won't make noise. Be sure to step carefully when you come down." Xianglian climbed up the ladder onto the wall. The wall was only 2 meters high, but at this moment, it felt like a barrier separating the two of them. She sat on top of the wall and looked back. Qin Russian looked up, his usually fierce face expressionless. He tightly gripped the ladder's handrail, his nails turning white from the pressure. Go back, he waved his hand. Remember, no matter what happens today, even if the sky falls, don't panic. As long as I am alive, no one from the Red Star team can hurt you. Xianglian nodded heavily in her heart, curled up, and slid down the ladder into Zhao's backyard. She quickly took off Qin Russian's shirt and hid it deep in the grass pile. She also made herself look messy and dirty. Then she lay back on the broken straw mat, closed her eyes, and waited for the show to begin. Soon, there was movement from the main house. Aunt Zhao got up humming an unknown tune. Last night, she had 350 yuan in her pocket, warm and making her feel like she was walking on air. Lazy girl, the sun's already high, and you're still not up to cook. Aunt Zhao stood in the yard, habitually scolding the firewood shed. But she suddenly seemed to remember something, covered her mouth quickly, and a look of realization mixed with a sneaky smile appeared on her old face. Oh, I forgot. That troublemaker was sold last night. Aunt Zhao's eyes flickered. She cleared her throat, ruffled her hair, and smeared some soot on her face. Instantly, she transformed from a harsh old woman into a pitiful elderly lady who had just been hit hard. She ran out of the yard quickly, heading straight to the big locust tree at the village entrance, where the loudspeaker and water well were. This was the time when most villagers came out to fetch water and work in the fields. God damn it. What a disaster for our family. Aunt Zhao sat heavily on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started crying loudly. Her voice was sharp and piercing, attracting everyone nearby. My shameless daughter-in-law ran away. She ran off with some wild man. What? Zhao Gang's wife ran away, really? Xianglian always seemed honest. People can be different inside than they appear outside. I knew Zhao Gang wouldn't come back for years. How could a young wife stay alone? The villagers gathered in a circle, pointing and talking among themselves. Outside the crowd, Lu Chunhua wore a floral shirt made of cheap fabric, munching sunflower seeds. When she heard this, she grinned so widely her teeth showed.
Puffed.
I always said that Li Xianglian isn't a good person. Lu Chunhua spat out sunflower seed shells onto the ground and looked at the crowd with her sharp eyes, full of glee. She sneered. She always acts like a pure white lotus, bowing her head when she sees men. Turns out she's just pretending. Behind everyone's back, she's doing shameful things, running off with a wild man. She's not afraid of getting caught on the road. She felt so happy inside. It was like eating a big meat dumpling during the New Year. She wished she could set off fireworks under the big locust tree to celebrate. That annoying fox spirit finally left. Without Li Xianglian's tempting shoes, what's left for Qin Russian to look at? It's all because Lu Chunhua is now the one in his life. In this 10-mile area, besides her as the daughter of the village secretary, who else could match Qin Russian's strong build? Although that man has a bad reputation and is said to have some issues, he looks attractive, and since there's no one at home to serve him, he's holding a lot of retirement money. Once he's with her, she'll be the one in charge of his life. Later, she'll take him to the city's big hospital to see if he can get better. If he does, he'll surely cherish her and treat her like a treasure. Now, the trash has gone back to the trash heap, so no one else has to get their hands dirty. Lu Chunhua tidied her hair, looked at her reflection in a puddle by the roadside, then pinched her cheeks to make them rosy, looking even more charming. Brother Russian must be upset now that that troublemaker ran off. Maybe he's feeling sad and embarrassed. She twisted her waist, swung her long black braid, and didn't care about the chaos in Zhao's yard. She turned and headed toward Qin's house, walking quickly and confidently, her mind busy with plans. She thought about bringing him a warm meal and soothing words. Men are most vulnerable at this time. She didn't believe she couldn't win over this tough guy. Dame Zhao saw more people coming and played her part even better. Tears streamed down her face, and she sobbed loudly. I slept soundly last night, and when I woke up this morning, the door to the woodpile was wide open. The person was gone. Even the little money my son sent back was taken. What kind of sin is this? My son is working outside to support the family, and that troublemaker is cheating on her husband at home. Now she's run off with someone else. It's shameful. Dame Zhao cried so passionately, acting out a mother being bullied by a wicked daughter-in-law and exposing family shame vividly. Some people in the crowd also had conflicts with the Zhao family in the past. At this moment, they could only sigh because, in this time period, women running away with someone was considered a serious crime. Old Sun was sneaking among the crowd, eyes glinting as he whispered, "Last night, I think I saw a shadow climbing over the back wall of the Zhao house. It looked like a man." TSK, so that's what happened. This confirmed the accusation of elopement, and Zhao was feeling very proud inside. Not only had she sold someone for money, but she also threw all the blame onto Li Xianglian. When Jingzi returned, if anyone asked, it would be because this woman was not faithful to her marriage. After causing trouble for about half an hour, Aunt Zhao felt it was time. Supported by others, she staggered home, looking heartbroken and walking with heavy steps. Meanwhile, Lu Chunhua was twisting her waist as she entered Qin's yard. Qin Russian was shirtless, swinging an axe that had blood on it from last night, chopping firewood. Crack! A thick wooden stake split apart with a loud sound, with chips flying everywhere. His muscles, firm and strong, bulged with each movement. Sweat dripped down his back, shining with a bronze glow, full of wild strength. Lu Chunhua watched, her throat dry and her heart pounding like a rabbit. This is real manhood. Compared to those skinny young men, Qin Russian's build was like walking hormones. If she could spend a night under this man's strength, even if he had some hidden illness, it would be worth it. Lu Chunhua's mind was racing. A useless man? What's there to fear? As long as he entered her Lu family's home and held that transfer money in his hand, he would be a hen that laid golden eggs. Now, doctors in the provincial city were incredibly skilled. Even if he was just a rotten piece of wood, money could buy the right treatment to make him stand again. She was not a naive girl. 2 years ago, during the autumn harvest, she had sneaked into the grass with a skinny young man from the neighboring brigade. That young man looked refined, but when he took off his pants, he looked like a plucked chicken. He didn't last long before giving up, not even enough to fill a gap in her teeth. But what about the man in front of her? With each swing of the axe, the veins on his arms bulged like snakes, and his whole body radiated a fierce energy, as if he could crush someone. Lu Chunhua couldn't help but tighten her legs, her throat dry and burning with desire. Sweat beads rolled down Qin Russian's bronze-colored neck, sliding over his hard chest muscles that could crush walnuts, then into the defined grooves of his abs, finally forming a thin stream that disappeared into his loose military green pants waistband. If he gets better, then when the lights go out, won't the bed shake apart? Just imagining that scene made Lu Chunhua feel a surge of desire in her belly, her legs weak, and her face hot like freshly cooked braised pork. She tidied her messy hair at the temples, unbuttoned the top button of her starched shirt to reveal a bit of her smooth neck, then clear her throat and tiptoed closer. "Brother Russian, are you still busy?" Her voice was sweet enough to draw out a thread. Qin Russian's axe in his hand kept chopping without pause. He didn't even look at her, delivering another heavy blow.
Bang!
Half a piece of wood flew apart, brushing her pants and smashing onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She screamed in fright and stepped back quickly.
Oh!
"You scared me to death." Lu Chunhua patted her chest and scolded with a glare, "Brother Russian, you're so careless. What if you hurt me?" Only then did Qin Russian stop, wiping sweat from his forehead with a casual hand. His dark, cold eyes swept over her like a fly in a trash heap. "Say what you need to say or get lost. My axe doesn't have eyes." Lu Chunhua's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly put on a look of understanding and kindness. Men are probably feeling heartbroken right now, so a bad temper is normal. At this moment, the gentler and more caring she appeared, the more her true intentions showed. This was called taking advantage of the situation. "Brother Russian, I know you're hurting inside." Lu Chunhua stepped forward, trying to grab his arm, but he sidestepped and missed. She wasn't embarrassed. She withdrew her hand, sighed, and looked regretful. I've known for a long time that Li Xianglian is a flirt. She has a fox face, and anyone can see she's not the type to settle down. Qin Russian stabbed his axe into the wooden block, deep into the wood. He squinted, a cold smile playing on his lips. What nonsense are you talking? Lu Chunhua thought he didn't believe her, and hurriedly said, Really? I'm not lying. The whole village is buzzing about it now. Aunt Zhao was crying and said, This morning, Li Xianglian disappeared, and all the money in the house was gone. Someone saw her sneaking out over the wall with a wild man last night. Lu Chunhua spoke more and more confidently, with a look of hidden joy. Brother Russian, I know you are kind-hearted and helped her twice before. But now you see clearly, right? This kind of woman is untrustworthy and sneaky to the core. She doesn't deserve you. It's better she's gone, so she won't tarnish your reputation later. While speaking, she reached out to grab Qin Russian's arm. Brother Russian, don't be upset. Old things pass, new things come. Our village has many good girls. Look at me. Qin Russian looked at this woman, who was heavily made up and full of schemes, and felt sick inside. So that old widow from the Zhao family was planning all this? Running away? Stealing money and escaping? What a good show. She sold her own daughter and tried to smear her daughter-in-law. Her plans were so obvious that, even standing nearby, he wanted to shout in anger. But Aunt Zhao never imagined that the person sitting on the bumpy donkey cart miles away was actually her precious one. Are you done talking? Qin Russian interrupted her endless chatter, his voice cold as ice in winter. Lu Chunhua was stunned, still lost in her own story, and hadn't realized it. Huh? I've finished. Brother Russian, if you want to cry, just cry in my arms. I won't laugh at you. Stop crying, damn it. Qin Russian suddenly drew his axe, weighing it in his hand. The sharp blade gleamed coldly, pointing at Lu Chunhua's face, making her powder fall off in fear. Our yard is clean and can't hold those gossiping women. Li Xianglian is who she is, and you're not qualified to judge her. Qin Russian stepped forward, his fierce aura making Lu Chunhua's legs tremble. If I hear you talking nonsense again, I won't be chopping firewood next time, but you. Get out of here. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhao wiped away non-existent tears and shakily pushed open her yard gate. Auntie, don't be too sad. It's good that she's gone. Exactly. Old things pass, new things come. When we have money, we can find a good girl for Zhao Gang to marry. Grandma Zhao wiped her dry eyes and nodded repeatedly, saying, Good luck to everyone. Good luck. As soon as she entered the yard, her sadness immediately faded. She hummed softly, brushed the dirt off her pants, and a greedy, proud smile appeared on her face. 350. Today at noon, I must cut 2 pounds of meat to celebrate. Just then, a heartbreaking cry suddenly came from the main house. Wah, wah, that was Tiger's voice. This child was spoiled. Usually, if she woke up and didn't see her mother, she would cry loudly. Grandma Zhao frowned and secretly scolded her lazy granddaughter, Zhao Xiaoyan, for not getting up to soothe the child. She was sleeping like a dead pig. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, you lazy girl, still sleeping? Tiger's crying so badly. Hurry up and feed her milk. Grandma Zhao shouted toward the main house, but didn't pay much attention. She went straight to the kitchen to see if there was any leftover food. Inside, only the child's crying could be heard, with no response. Grandma Zhao stopped in her tracks, her heart suddenly sinking. Although Zhao Xiaoyan was lazy, she loved Tiger dearly. Usually, if the child made a sound, she would jump up immediately. What's going on today? Lazy girl, pretending to be deaf, Grandma Zhao muttered as she pushed open the door to the main house. Are you trying to starve my eldest grandson? The room was dimly lit. Tiger was rolling and crying on the bed, but the blanket beside her was pulled back, and there was no sign of Zhao Xiaoyan. Where is she? She looked around. The room was small, and she could see everything at a glance. Did she go to the outhouse? Grandma Zhao mumbled, then stepped forward to pick up Tiger. Be good, my dear grandson. Grandma will find your mother. She carried the sobbing child out of the main house and glanced toward the backyard outhouse. The door was open, and it was empty. An inexplicable coolness crept up from her heels to the back of her head. Grandma Zhao's heart suddenly sank. Although Zhao Xiaoyan was lazy, she loved her son very much. Usually, she would tie the child's waistband before going to the outhouse. What's going on today? Why isn't she showing herself, even though the child was crying so loudly? Xiaoyan? Girl, she called tentatively twice. The yard was very quiet, only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and tigers crying. By the power of ghosts and gods, Aunt Zhao's gaze fell on the empty-looking wood storage shed. The door was slightly open, dark inside, like a big open mouth. She swallowed hard, feeling as if her legs were made of lead, and slowly moved closer.
No way. It can't be.
Aunt Zhao muttered to herself. She personally saw the person being packed into a sack and carried onto the donkey cart. How could they still be here? That sack clearly contained Li Xianglian, that wicked girl. Her hands trembled as she suddenly pushed open the two broken wooden doors of the shed. Squeak! Sunlight seeped through the crack, illuminating the dark corner. Next to a pile of messy firewood and on a tattered straw mat, a figure was slowly sitting up. She was wearing a patched old dress, her hair messy, eyes half closed, looking sleepy and confused, as if just awakened. That was Li Xianglian. She hadn't run away. She hadn't been sold. She was sitting right here, still holding that broken bowl with a missing piece, staring blankly at the door. Mom? What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Like you've seen a ghost. Li Xianglian rubbed her eyes. Her voice was a little hoarse, but it was definitely the voice of a living person.
Ah?
Aunt Zhao's cloudy old eyes widened almost to the point of bursting, bloodshot and full of tears. She looked as if she'd been struck hard on the head, her mind exploding with a loud bang. If Li Xianglian was here, then last night. Who was in that heavy sack? The person dressed like Li Xianglian, knocked out, sold by her to a trafficker for 350 yuan.
Who was that? Ghost. Ghost.
Aunt Zhao screamed, her legs giving way, and she collapsed onto the ground. The tiger cub in her arms was thrown down and crying loudly, flopping on the ground. But Aunt Zhao seemed to have lost her soul, ignoring the child completely. She pointed at the innocent-looking Li Xianglian, her teeth chattering loudly, making a choking sound from her throat, terrified beyond words. Mom, what are you saying? Li Xianglian stood up and slowly walked toward her. Against the light, her delicate face carried a strange, unreadable smile. Wasn't it last night you told me to sleep in the West Room? I was about to go, but I suddenly felt very dizzy, so I returned to the woodhouse to rest. I slept so deeply that I didn't even have a single dream. Li Xianglian walked to the door, looking down at her grandmother, lying on the ground. Her tone was a mix of concern and confusion. Mom, what about Xiaoyun? Hua is crying so hard. Why doesn't she come out to help? You. Grandma Zhao looked at Li Xianglian approaching and thought of her missing daughter. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted straight away. When Grandma Zhao fainted, it caused quite a noise. Her head hit the threshold of the woodhouse with a dull thud, making a loud sound that was almost painful to hear. Hua, who was in her arms, was not being held anymore. He rolled onto the dusty ground along her wide, barrel-like waist. Although he wasn't hurt badly, his crying was heartbreaking, as if the house might collapse from the sound. Li Xianglian stood in the backlight, watching the chaos with a cold gaze. She felt no pity at all, only a sense of satisfaction. This old woman usually bossed around and caused trouble, but she didn't expect her to be so scared that her eyes rolled back. But the show must go on. Not only that, it must be loud enough for everyone in the Red Star Brigade to hear. She squatted down and reached out her finger to check Grandma Zhao's wrinkled nose. Her breath was still warm, so she wasn't dead. Well, as the saying goes, good people don't live long, and troublemakers leave a legacy. If this old woman died from fright, it would be a relief for her. As for Xiaoyun, who was sold into the deep mountains to suffer, her mother had to endure the pain of losing her daughter and being blamed by everyone in the village. Li Xianglian took a deep breath and adjusted her expression. The cold indifference and satisfaction on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by panic and confusion. She even pinched her own thigh hard, causing her eyes to turn red from the pain. Then she staggered out of the yard. "Help! Someone! Save me! Someone! Come quickly!" This shout, filled with tears, shattered the silence over the Zhao family courtyard. Lu Chunhua had just been disappointed by Qin Russian and was holding back her anger, ready to vent. She walked along, spitting fiercely and cursing Qin Russian for being ungrateful. She also thought about Li Xianglian, that shameless woman who was probably somewhere in a man's bed now, happily, while everyone in the village was scolding her. This made her feel a little better inside. When she reached the gate of Zhao's house, a figure suddenly rushed out like crazy, almost knocking her over with the wind. "Who dares to hit my lady?" Lu Chunhua immediately started to curse. Her phoenix eyes widened, but the rest of her words got stuck in her throat, choking her so badly she almost fainted. The person in front of her had messy hair, tears all over her face. Though she looked disheveled, Lu Chunhua recognized her features and figure even if she turned to dust.
It was Li Xianglian.
Lu Chunhua felt her head throb like she had been hit with a heavy stick. She froze in place, stunned. Just now, she had confidently told Qin Russian that this woman had run off with money. How could she suddenly appear from Zhao's house in the blink of an eye? Was she seeing a ghost? Are you a ghost?" Lu Chunhua shrank back in fear, her back hitting the dirt wall. Her voice became sharp and shaky as she pointed at Li Xianglian, trembling. You slut, didn't you run off with some wild man?"
Why
are you still here at home?" Li Xianglian paused, glanced at Lu Chunhua's open collar, then looked toward the door of the Qin family behind her. Her mind was clear as a mirror. This sneaky fox, taking the chance to flirt with Qin Russian? If it were usual times, Li Xianglian would slap her twice and tear apart this foul mouth. But right now, there was still Aunt Zhao lying inside, unconscious. She was the main person to deal with today, not some petty troublemaker. "Get out of the way. Don't block the path." Li Xianglian didn't bother with her and pushed Lu Chunhua aside. With a clever move, she directly bumped Lu Chunhua, who was still dazed, causing her to fall flat on her butt. Ow! Lu Chunhua fell into a dirty water puddle by the roadside. She supported herself with her hands, landing right in a pile of rotten chicken manure. The foul smell rushed into her nose, making her gag. "Help! My mother fainted. Someone, come quick!" Li Xianglian ignored her and looked away, shouting loudly as she pushed her way into the crowd, crying. It was already noon, and the village lazybones had just gotten up. The hard-working people had just come back from the fields, and it was the busiest time under the big locust tree. Everyone was still happily talking about the big story from the morning, how Aunt Zhao cried about her daughter-in-law running away with someone. They were chatting excitedly. "I think Li Xianglian has always been dishonest. Her eyes are so shiny, she's good at tempting people."
exactly?
Zhang Xin hasn't come back for 3 years. It's hard for any woman to stay alone and not get lonely.
Didn't old Sun say he saw a shadow?
Maybe she's already sneaking around with someone. As they spoke, spitting words and gestures flying, suddenly, Zhao's daughter-in-law, who was said to have run off with a stranger, appeared. She was disheveled, crying her eyes out, rushing out of the alley like she was crazy. The lively crowd under the big locust tree instantly fell silent, as if a flock of ducks had been choked and stopped quacking. Dozens of eyes stared at Li Xianglian, their gazes as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. A few timid women shrank behind their husbands, trembling and whispering, Is she a ghost?" Li Xianglian didn't give them time to react. She suddenly knelt in front of the village's barefoot doctor, Wang Defa, grabbing his pant leg and crying so hard her face was streaked with tears. "Dr. Wang, please go save my mother. I don't know what's wrong with her. She suddenly fainted in the yard." She was foaming at the mouth, and it looked serious. Wang Defa was stunned, almost dropping his pipe. He looked down at her, grabbing him so tightly, and stammered, "Xianglian?
You
You didn't run away?" Hearing this, the people around also realized what was happening. It was broad daylight. There was a shadow, warmth, and someone grabbing his pants. This wasn't a ghost. It was a real person. Run? Where would I run to? Li Xianglian looked up, confused and wronged, her eyes full of tears and innocence. I've been feeling unwell these days. Mother told me to sleep more. I just took a nap in the firewood room. When I woke up, I heard her crying. I went out and saw my mother lying on the ground. Everyone, what's going on? I don't understand what you're saying. The crowd suddenly erupted. Oh my goodness. Didn't Aunt Zhao say this morning that her daughter-in-law ran off with money? Yes, she cried so sadly that she even had tears and nose bubbles, looking very real. If Li Xianglian ran away, who is kneeling here now? Are they trying to fool us? The villagers' opinions changed faster than the weather in June. Just a moment ago, they were criticizing Li Xianglian for not being faithful, but now, seeing the worried young daughter-in-law dress lightly and thinking about how mean and sharp Zhao Dama usually is, their minds shifted. I said it. Usually, Zhuangzi's wife stays at home all day. How could she meet a wild man? Zhao Posey is so mean, making up false stories to ruin someone's reputation. They are pushing her to the limit. Wang Defa also came to his senses. As a doctor, he cares about people. When he heard someone fainted, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed his medicine box and ran to Zhao's house. Come on. Saving the person is the most important. A large group of villagers followed eagerly, crowding at Zhao's gate, blocking the way. Lu Chunhua, who just got out of the pigsty, saw everyone rushing into Zhao's house. She was so angry she stomped her feet, ignoring the chicken manure on her hands, and pushed her way inside. She wanted to see what was really happening. When everyone entered the yard, Zhao Dama was still lying unconscious outside the firewood shed. Her face was pale as paper, her mouth crooked, and her eyes skewed, looking quite frightening. Hor was tired from crying and was snuggling on her grandmother's belly, sobbing. But the most spoiled Zhao Xiaoyan was nowhere to be seen. Wang Defa checked her pulse and pressed her tiger's mouth acupoint. After a while, Zhao Dama slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she hadn't yet seen the crowd of dark heads around her. Her mind was still stuck on what had just happened.
Li Xianglian.
That worthless woman who was supposed to be sold was still at home. Who was the one being sold? A cold shiver ran down Zhao Dama's spine. She suddenly sat up, ignoring the people around her, and grabbed Wang Defa's arm, crying out loudly, "Where's my daughter? Where is my Xiaoyun?" Wang Defa was hurt by her grip and frowned, pulling his arm away. "Zhao Dama, are you crazy? When we just entered, we saw her lying on the ground with you. We didn't see Xiaoyun. No. Aunt Zhao looked panicked, glancing around wildly. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on Li Xianglian at the front of the crowd. Li Xianglian looked at her with a worried face, holding a bowl of cold water. "Mother, you scared me to death. Did you just have a bad dream? Were you shouting about selling or making a mistake? Isn't little Yun sleeping inside?" I called her many times, but she didn't answer. "Is she sick?" This sentence felt like a sharp knife stabbing into Aunt Zhao's heart. Sleeping inside? Last night, the person in that sack was also sleeping very soundly. Aunt Zhao felt like her bottom was on fire. She scrambled up from the ground and rushed madly toward the main room. Little Yun! Little Yun! She pushed open the door and rushed to the bed. It was empty. The quilt was messy, but there was no sign of anyone underneath. Only the red string that Qin Russian had casually torn off and thrown in the corner of the bed lay alone on the mat. That was Zhao Xiaoyun's most precious good luck charm, said to be blessed by the temple for safety, never taken off even when bathing. Aunt Zhao trembled as she picked up the red string, making strange, choking sounds like a rooster being strangled. It was gone. Really gone. She had personally drugged her own daughter, her beloved daughter who was lazy but dear to her heart, put her in a sack, and sold her to the human traffickers who cared for no one. God damn it! A piercing scream came from the main room, making the old locust tree in the yard shake 3 times. The villagers in the yard looked at each other, confused. What was wrong with Aunt Zhao? Losing her daughter shouldn't make her scream like that. People who didn't know might think someone in the family had died. Li Xianglian stood in the yard, listening to the scream. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she quickly put on a worried look and rushed into the house with the others. They saw Aunt Zhao sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching the red string tightly. Tears and snot covered her face, and she was trembling violently. "Mother, don't be upset." "Did little Yan go visit someone?" Li Xianglian stepped forward to help her, raising her voice deliberately. "Or did she go to the fields?" "Go to the damn fields," someone in the crowd interrupted, saying, "Zhao Shaoran is the kind of person who wouldn't help even if her oil bottle fell. How can she go to work? The sun is probably rising in the west." "Exactly. Maybe she went to see her lover." The villagers' gossip sounded like sharp needles in Zhao Damao's ears. She knew very well that Xiaoyan hadn't gone anywhere. Xiaoyan was now on that broken donkey cart heading into the deep mountains. She might even have been taken hundreds of miles away into the remote valley, where no one could hear her. But could she say that out loud? Could she dare? If people found out she sold her daughter-in-law for money, she would go to jail. She might even face worse punishment. Zhao Damao opened her mouth wide, her chest heaving violently. She held her breath, feeling like a silent scream stuck in her throat. She was too angry to speak. Her dull eyes stared tightly at Li Xianglian, full of hatred and fear. It was her. It must be this little troublemaker. Last night, she saw Li Xianglian drink that bowl of brown sugar water herself, and she was the one who tied her up. How did everything change overnight? This troublemaker must have known all along. It was deliberate. Wang Defa also became angry and pushed away the crazy woman. "Everyone is watching. Xianglian risked her life to save you. She just crawled out, and her knees are still bleeding. If you don't appreciate it, fine, but now you're awake and biting people. Are you a mad dog?" The villagers watching nearby were already upset with Zhao Damao for her earlier, crying wolf act. Now, they were even more furious. Is this old woman crazy? Her own daughter is missing, and she's blaming the daughter-in-law? Exactly. She said her daughter ran away, but now the daughter is right here, and she's still saying the daughter is gone. I think she just doesn't want her daughter to have a good life. This is terrible. With such a mother-in-law, Xianglian's life is hard. She almost got her face ruined just now. Everyone's opinions were one-sided, and they kept shouting at Zhao Damao, almost drowning her in their words. But Zhao Damao didn't listen. Her mind was full of that sack, the 350 yuan she had tucked in her pocket, and her own daughter, who should be enjoying life, but was now in hell. That was her flesh and blood. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door of the yard. A man wearing a felt hat and looking sleazy was peeking inside. It was Sun Lao Wai. He was waiting at home to hear good news from Zhao Damao and to get his share of the reward. When he heard about the trouble at Zhao's house, he thought maybe Xianglian had run away, and he hurried over to see if he could help cover it up. But as soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Damao's bloodshot eyes. Seeing Sun Lao Wai, she became even angrier. If it weren't for this old man's bad idea, if it weren't for him finding the buyer, if it weren't for him helping carry the sack last night, could her daughter have been lost? He was an accomplice. The executioner who caused her daughter's death. "Old son, you murderer!" Zhao Damao lost all reason. She lunged at him, tearing at his collar. "You blind dog! You, oh my daughter! Go and get her back now." Sun Lao Wai was scratched and bleeding, scared out of his wits. "Sister, are you crazy? Last night, wasn't it?" "Shut up. Shut up." Zhao Damao was terrified and quickly covered his mouth with her hand. If she let any word slip, everything would be over. Old son, he was also a clever man. Seeing the scene and noticing Li Xianglian standing calmly over there, his heart suddenly sank. He realized something serious had happened. Last night, the sack was filled with the wrong person. This was a very dangerous matter. Old son, he pushed away Aunt Zhao and turned to try to leave. "I don't know anything. Your daughter is missing, and it's none of my business. Don't blame me. Don't go." "You can't leave." Aunt Zhao tightly grabbed his sleeve. It was her only hope. If old son Yi didn't chase away, with her old body, where could she find that donkey cart? They struggled in the yard, tearing at each other. It looked very ugly. Li Xianglian watched this dogfight calmly, thinking the right moment was near. Suddenly, she stepped forward, parting the crowd. Her voice was quiet but firm enough to be noticed. Since Aunt Zhao says Xiaoyun is missing and Uncle Sun says he doesn't know, we can't figure this out ourselves. Dr. Wang, everyone, I suggest we call the police. What? Call the police? As soon as these words were spoken, the yard fell silent. Nowadays, people still had a natural respect for the police. Yes, go to the commune and find the local police officers. Li Xianglian looked serious. A living person suddenly gone from home is a big case. Aunt Zhao just said Uncle Sun knows something. There must be something fishy. Let the police come with sniffer dogs to check. Even if she ran away or was harmed and buried underground, they can find her. Hearing police dogs and police, Aunt Zhao and old son Yi both shivered and almost kneeled. If the police came and checked last night's whereabouts and questioned the donkey cart driver, it would be solid proof. It could mean serious trouble, possibly imprisonment for life. No, we can't call the police, Aunt Zhao screamed, her voice cracking. We can't let others know about our family troubles. If someone is missing, why call the police? Isn't that embarrassing? Mother, Xiaoyun is gone. Are you still worried about shame? Li Xianglian pressed on. Or do you have something to hide and you're afraid the police will find out? No, absolutely not. We can't call the police. Aunt Zhao's loud cry was so loud that even the sparrows in the tree flew away in fright. She looked like a ragged dog with its muscles pulled tight, lying on the ground and desperately waving her hands. Her old face was as white as if it had just been painted with whitewash, and sweat beads rolled down her face's deep wrinkles, washing away the layer of soot and creating cracks that looked both funny and fierce. Li Xianglian sneered inwardly, but on her face, she showed a look of disbelief. Her big eyes blinked innocently, showing a kind of naive foolishness. Mom, what's wrong? Xiaoyun is gone. This is a serious matter. Uncle Sun also saw a shadow just now, right? If a thief came in and stole from us or hurt Xiaoyun, what should we do? The police are good at catching bad guys. Once the police dogs arrive, they can follow the scent and find the person. Stop talking. I told you not to say anything. Granny Zhao trembled all over, like a sieve. Police dogs? Following the scent? If they followed the trail to the small woods behind the village and caught up with that donkey cart, then not only Xiaoyun but also her own mother and grandpa Sun, who was helping her, would be taken back. Human trafficking is a serious crime that could get you shot. No matter how much she loved money or cared for her daughter, she had to protect her own life first. Grandpa Sun, standing nearby, was also trembling with fear. He was naturally a coward who stole chickens and dogs. When he heard about calling the police station, he nearly fainted. His eyes darted around, and he quickly tried to follow Granny Zhao's words. Yes, Xianglian, we shouldn't act impulsively. As the saying goes, don't air your family's dirty laundry. If the police chief comes, will our Red Star Brigade still be an advance team? If the party's secretary finds out, he might skin us alive. Wang Defa frowned, still holding a stethoscope, and looked disapproving. Old son, what are you saying? Is saving lives more important than the collective honor? Granny Zhao, what are you thinking? You were crying and shouting to find your daughter just now, but now you won't let us look for her. What are you really up to? The villagers also got angry, their voices buzzing like flies. Exactly. That old woman Zhao is acting really strange today. I think she's probably hiding something shameful. Could it be that these two are working together to fake something and scam someone? Seeing the crowd's anger rising and no explanation given, the villagers might even call the militia captain. Grandma Zhao's teeth almost bit through her lips, and the pain and fear twisted inside her, making her tremble. But there was nothing she could do. The bitter fruit was something she had grown herself, and even if it meant swallowing a blade, she had to force it down today. Deep breath in, she suddenly slapped her thigh. Tears stopped as quickly as they appeared, and she put on a look of sudden realization, mixed with some regret. Oh, look at my silly head. I just remembered. I remembered. As she spoke, she also pounded her own head with her hand, acting very earnestly. Remembered what? Li Xianglian pressed, stepping closer, not giving her a chance to breathe. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't lose her. Grandma Zhao gritted her teeth, each word forced out from between her teeth. Last night, Xiao Yun told me that her big aunt's cousin was getting engaged today. She wanted to go to the county to join in the fun and buy some things. I was half asleep at the time and just answer her. Now, this morning, I woke up not thinking clearly and forgot all about it. Oh, I'm so forgetful, so very forgetful. Is that what she made up? Li Xianglian cursed herself silently for being a sneaky fox, but on her face, she pretended to be relieved, patting her chest and sighing. Oh, so she went to her big aunt's in the county. Mother, you really scared me. I thought something bad had happened to us. Since Xiao Yun is fine, we can rest easy. She turned around and bowed deeply to the villagers watching the scene. Everyone, I'm really sorry for causing everyone to worry. My mother is so worried about her daughter that she's lost her mind. Plus, she's getting old and forgets things easily, so she made this mistake. Please, everyone disperse now. I'll have Gongzi come back another day and apologize to each of you. Her words were flawless, not only humiliating Grandma Zhao but also placing herself on a moral high ground. The villagers, hearing this, found it a bit strange, but didn't investigate further. After all, her own mother said everything was fine, so what could outsiders say? All right, it's good that everything's fine. That old woman Zhao, she shouldn't get so easily frightened in the future. She might scare someone to death. Let's go. There's still work to do in the fields. Everyone shook their heads and gradually dispersed in small groups. Old Sun tilted his head, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly slipped into the crowd without looking back. The lively scene didn't turn out as expected. Instead, it caused a lot of trouble. Lu Chunhua stood under the sun, her polyester shirt stained with black and yellow patches, and her pants were still dirty with chicken droppings. The sour smell made her feel sick. She stared angrily at Li Xianglian's back as she helped Granny Zhao into the house, her teeth clenched tightly. She had thought today she would see this shameless woman fall from grace, be exposed by the whole village, and finally be driven out like a stray dog from the Red Star Brigade. As soon as Li Xianglian left, Qin Russian would be hers to take. But unexpectedly, by the end of the show, all the blame was pinned on Granny Zhao, the old devout woman, and Li Xianglian became the loyal daughter-in-law who suffered injustice, but still put the family first.
Bah!
Pretending to be a big shot, Lu Chunhua spat fiercely, not caring if others were nearby, and started cursing, a family of drama queens, fooling the whole village. I don't believe that Xiao Yunzhao really went visiting relatives. Maybe that's just a cover-up, hiding some big mess inside. Hey, Chunhua, watch your words. Aunt Wang, carrying a vegetable basket, couldn't stand it anymore. She frowned and interrupted. Xianglian did this for the family, there's no doubt. She just broke her knees saving Granny Zhao. You saw that. You're just a young girl. How can you talk like that? Aunt Wang was known in the village for her kindness. She often couldn't stand how the Zhao family kept scheming against Li Xianglian. Seeing Li Xianglian suffer such a big trouble and being scolded by Lu Chunhua, her anger suddenly flared. Me, a gossip? Lu Chunhua, hearing this, immediately found a vent for her anger. Her eyes narrowed into a phoenix shape, and she pointed at Aunt Wang's nose, shouting, I think your eyesight is blurry. Li Xianglian has a charming fox face, and she walks around with her hips swaying like she's got springs inside. Only you blind folks think she's good. Is she flawless? No, she's just guilty. How can you talk like that, child? Aunt Wang's face darkened. She slammed her basket onto the ground and said, she looks good because her parents gave her that.
So, what if she's pretty?
Does that mean she's a fox? So, you look like a steamed bun. Are you a decent person? A few women nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Chunhua's face turned red with anger, and she stomped her foot, shouting, Who are you calling a steamed bun? My dad is the village secretary. Believe it or not, I'll have my dad deduct your work points. Oh, Using your dad to threaten me? Wang Andi was not convinced and placed her hands on her hips, ready to fight. So, what if your dad is the secretary? Can his daughter just go around blaming others? You better look at yourself. All day long, you hang around outside Qin's house. Does Qin Russian even look at you? That hit Lu Chunhua right in the chest. She froze completely, her face changing rapidly. Red, then pale, then blue, like a painted face. Wang Andi didn't hold back and stepped closer, spitting as she spoke. Everyone in the village knows your little tricks. Wearing bright colors and hanging around outside Qin's wall every day. People might think you're going to perform on stage. Qin Russian would rather support a widow like Xianglian than bother with you, who's not even married yet. Do you not realize that? And you're here criticizing Xianglian? I think you're just jealous. Jealous that she's more handsome and more popular with men than you. You old busybody. Lu Chunhua trembled all over, pointing at Wang Andi with a hand that shook like she had Parkinson's. She couldn't say a word for a long time. The women around them also enjoyed the show, whispering among themselves. Wang Andi is telling the truth. Qin Russian is known for having high standards. Do you think he'd look at her? Exactly. I saw her get turned away at Qin's door just now. Now she's here causing trouble for Xianglian. It's so embarrassing. Their gossip felt like needles stabbing into Lu Chunhua's ears. She felt everyone's eyes like they were peeling her skin, mocking her for overestimating herself. She really couldn't stay here any longer.
Fine.
Just wait and see. This isn't over. Lu Chunhua spat out a harsh but meaningless threat, covered her face, and turned to run. Her steps were quick, as if she had oil on her soles, afraid she'd be drowned in the laughter if she slowed down. Wang Andi watched her retreating figure and spat on the ground angrily. What a joke. Thinking you're something special. No one's going to dip you in sauce and eat you. She bent down to pick up the vegetable basket, sighed towards the tightly closed door of the Zhao family, shook her head, and left. This Xianglian's life is really hard. Marrying into such a family, she also has to watch out for the crazy dogs outside. In the future, life will probably be even more difficult. Meanwhile, inside the main house of the Zhao family, in the blink of an eye, the lively Zhao courtyard was now only left with the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and that tiger child who was crying so hard on the ground that his voice was hoarse. Grandma Zhao sat on the ground, looking at the empty gate. Her whole body seemed drained of energy. She knew that once she spoke those words, it would be impossible to openly find Xiao Yun in the future. She had personally blocked the last way to find her daughter. Mother, Li Xianglian came over and looked down at her. Since Xiao Yun has gone to the county to enjoy her life, you shouldn't sit on the ground anymore. The ground is cold, and you might catch a serious illness. When Gongzi comes back, I won't be able to explain. Grandma Zhao suddenly raised her head, her cloudy old eyes shining with a resentful light, as if she wanted to eat someone. Li Xianglian, you little brat. Just wait. This isn't over. Mother, indeed, it's not over. Li Xianglian's voice was very soft, but colder than the winter wind. This is just the beginning. You better pray that Xiao Yun is having a good time at that aunt's house. Or else, when you wake up in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid she'll come back to seek revenge? Grandma Zhao's eyes rolled back, and her body stiffened as she fell backward. This time, she truly fainted. Night fell, and the Zhao family courtyard was silent and gloomy. Grandma Zhao lay stiff on the Kong bed, groaning and not getting up, looking as if she had lost half her life. Li Xianglian didn't serve her. She went to the kitchen to cook a pot of sweet potato porridge. The egg jar, which was usually occupied by Grandma Zhao and Xiao Yun, was opened without hesitation today. She took 2 eggs, which had been saved for several days to exchange for salt at the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Xianglian didn't feel guilty at all. She cracked the eggs into a bowl, added some chopped green onions, drizzled sesame oil, and steamed a bowl of tender egg custard in the big iron pot. The aroma wafted out, making Grandma Zhao, who was lying inside, salivate, but she dared not come out. Every time she saw Li Xianglian's face, her heart would race with fear feeling as if she was looking at a ghost in disguise. Li Xianglian was holding a bowl of egg custard, eating it with pickled vegetables and drinking 2 bowls of porridge, feeling very comfortable. After eating and drinking enough, she tidied up and went straight back to the woodshed. She locked the door and blew out the lamp, but she did not sleep. She waited until the moon was high in the sky and the village dogs had stopped barking. From the neighboring yard, she heard the familiar, very faint tapping sound on the wall.
Top, top, top.
3 times, 2 long and 1 short. That was the secret code she and Qin Russian had agreed on. Li Xianglian's heart jumped, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She tiptoed up carefully, not daring to wear shoes, afraid that the hard-soled cloth shoes would make loud noises on the tiles. She was barefoot, stepping on the cool, damp earth. The window paper had long been torn, and she had stuffed it with straw. Now she carefully pulled the straw away, using the moonlight to quickly push open the shaky, broken window. Outside was eerily quiet, not even the sound of insects. Li Xianglian crouched low and skillfully moved to the bottom of the backyard wall. On top of the wall, the ladder was still there. As soon as she climbed up, a hot, large hand reached over from the other side of the wall, grabbing her wrist. With a little force, it lifted her up. In a dizzying spin, she was safely caught in an embrace filled with the strong smell of soapberry. "Why are you just coming?" Qin Russian's voice was muffled in his chest, making her ears tingle. He didn't let go, his arms like iron clamps around her. His usually fierce eyes shone brightly in the night, startlingly so. Waiting for Aunt Zhao to fall asleep, Xianglian took a breath and instinctively clutched the front of his shirt. She was so scared today. "I heard her talking nonsense in the main room just now. Now she's quiet. She deserves to be scared," Qin Russian sneered coldly. He patted her back gently and then pulled her into the house. The room was dark, with no lights, making it seem even more intimate. Qin Russian told her to sit on the edge of the bed. He turned around and rummaged through the cabinet, took out a cloth bag, and handed it to her. "Take it." Xianglian was surprised. Under the moonlight, she opened it and saw a crumpled stack of money and a few grain coupons. "What is this?" Found on Zhao Xiaoyan. Qin Russian spoke confidently and sat down heavily beside her, his stiff thigh pressing close to her. "That girl usually tricks around and saves a lot of secret money. Plus, that old gossip selling her daughter for 350, I managed to snatch it halfway." Li Xianglian widened her eyes. "You took back that 350? Of course." Qin Russian reached out and pinched her slightly chubby cheek, his hand feeling so good he didn't want to let go. "That human trafficker isn't a good person. Not even 2 miles past the village entrance, I caught him and beat him up. I got the money back, but I didn't care about him. I had the donkey cart take him away. The old guy was beaten so badly he was all swollen, and even if he woke up, he wouldn't dare come back for revenge. He'd think he ran into some tough guys." Hearing this, Xianglian felt her heart race and was also very relieved. She looked at the money in her hand, her eyes starting to water. Nowadays, money is life. With this money, even if she left the Zhao family someday, she could survive. "Keep this money." Xianglian pushed the money into his arms. "You'll need to marry again someday." Before she finished, Qin Russian quickly covered her mouth. "What are you talking about?" His eyebrows furrowed tightly, clearly annoyed. "My wife is you. This money is just a little gift for you. Besides, you've suffered so much in the Zhao family, working like a beast for them. This little money is their wages for your work.
Take it."
His tone was commanding, with no room for discussion. Xianglian felt warm inside and didn't argue further. She carefully kept the money close to her body. "One more thing," Qin Russian suddenly said seriously, his eyes fixed on her. "That old gossip might be scared now, but she's cunning. She might be hiding some bad plans. Be alert these days, watch what you eat and drink. If she dares to make trouble, throw a brick at the wall. I'll jump over and deal with her." "I know," Xianglian nodded, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "After all this, I'm not the soft girl I used to be. If she wants to fight, I'll fight her back." Seeing her fierce look, Qin Russian's throat tightened with admiration. He was genuinely surprised. Suddenly, he leaned in and gave her a firm kiss on her lively little mouth. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Qin Russian turned over and pressed the fragrant lotus firmly beneath him, supporting himself with his arms on either side of her head. He looked down at her from above. She's here, dressed like a plucked chicken, twisting her waist and hips. That spicy smell can be smelled from 2 miles away. It almost made me vomit my dinner. Xianglian blinked, feeling half relieved but still asked, Did she try to touch you? She dared to do that. A hint of anger flashed in Qin Russian's eyes. I was chopping firewood at the time. When I swung my axe, the flying wood chips almost hit her face. I told her, if she dares to curse again, next time I won't be chopping firewood. She was so scared she ran faster than a rabbit. He spoke casually, but Xianglian felt her heart pounding and couldn't help but want to laugh. This man really doesn't understand romance. When a young girl comes to him, he greets her with an axe. Aren't you afraid of offending the village secretary? Xianglian felt more relaxed now but started to worry for him. She's used to being bossy in the village. Now that she's been put in her place here, she'll definitely go back and complain. Who's afraid? Qin Russian lowered his head, and the rough beard on his chin rubbed against her neck, making Xianglian smile and dodge. I make my living honestly, not relying on the Red Star Brigade's charity. Besides, that kind of worn-out shoe, who's been with so many men, still thinks she's special and wants to be my wife? Qin Russian, may be rough, but I have some judgment. Xianglian was shocked and sat up quickly, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. How do you know? No one in the village has ever said anything about this. Her father is the village secretary. If it were true, wouldn't someone have broken her leg already? She knew Lu Chunhua wasn't a simple girl. She often flirted with young male workers, but only in words. She never thought the girl would be so bold. These days, moral issues like that could be a serious crime, even leading to public shame. Qin Russian snorted and his calloused hand gently stroked her back, as if calming a restless kitten. It was just the autumn harvest 2 years ago. Qin Russian squinted, as if recalling that disgusting scene. That afternoon, the sun was very hot, and everyone was resting in the fields. I was thinking of setting a trap in the old cornfield on the back mountain to catch some rabbits for a meal. But just as I stepped into the tall grass, I heard some muffled noises. Xianglian blushed and couldn't help but spit out, You really have no shame. When you hear something, why don't you leave quickly? Why are you still listening at the wall? I wanted to leave, but there was only one way, I replied. Qin Russian snorted, sounding dismissive. I pushed aside the corn leaves and saw that right in the furrow, there were 2 fertilizer bags. Lu Chunhua's big white backside was wobbling, like a white worm wrapped around that young man named Li. That young man was so thin, he looked like a monkey, wearing glasses. Usually, he seemed gentle, but then he was panting like a broken bellows, and he couldn't last long. Qin Russian looked at her, with contempt. Lu Chunhua wasn't satisfied yet. She clung to that guy, calling him good brother and take me back to the city. I looked at her and felt sick, so I avoided her to prevent getting infected. I kept this to myself and didn't tell anyone. The young man eventually went back to the city, and the mess was forgotten. But she shouldn't have targeted me, and she definitely wanted to climb over me to get ahead. Xianglian was stunned when she heard this. Lu Chunhua looked pretty and charming, but secretly, she was shameless. That young man was weak and untrustworthy. As soon as he pulled up his pants, he didn't admit it, Qin Russian said softly, holding her hand. I may not be a good person, but I don't like those messy relationships. My heart is only for you, my precious girl. Other women are just like waterlogged pork, worthless. His words made Xianglian feel warm inside, like drinking a big bowl of sweet red sugar water. She was worried about being a widow. Although she hadn't slept with Xiao Gang, her reputation was still affected. Lu Chunhua was a young lady from a powerful family. Would Qin Russian be tempted? Now she saw clearly that this man knew right from wrong. She buried her face in his warm chest, smelling that reassuring masculine scent. You really know how to talk. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. This sentence felt like a strong boost, making Qin Russian's whole body fill with excitement. He suddenly hugged the person in his arms tightly, wishing he could merge her into his bones and blood.
Good.
I'm waiting. I will marry you proudly and make you the happiest woman in the entire Red Star team. That night, although they didn't go all the way, they shared a very tender and intimate moment. The moon on the wall was cold and pale, like a dead person's eye white, casting faint shadows of the old locust tree in Zhao's yard, looking like a fierce ghost. Li Xianglian crawled out of Qin Russian's warm bed, climbed over the wall, and before her body touched the ground, she heard a faint squeak from the broken wooden door in Zhao's backyard. Her heart tightened, and she moved as quietly as a frightened cat, rolling into the haystack behind the firewood shed, holding her breath. At this moment, who might come? A hunched black shadow, like a street rat, slipped along the wall. Using the dim moonlight, Li Xianglian immediately recognized the torn felt hat. It was old Sun Yao. This old man, who was so scared he ran like crazy during the day, dared to come back now. Old Sun Yao seemed very familiar with the place. He crouched and tiptoed to the bottom of the main house window, gently knocking 3 times on the paper covering the window. Who? Came Zhao Dajian's terrified voice from inside, sounding like a frightened hen with a strangled neck, nerves on the verge of breaking. Suifan, it's me, old Sun. Yao lowered his voice, trembling with guilt. There was a moment of silence inside, then a rustling sound of someone moving on the bed. The latch was pulled open slightly, and a withered hand suddenly reached out, pulling old Sun Yao inside. Li Xianglian's lips curled into a cold smile. Quietly, she crawled out of the haystack and pressed herself against the windowsill of the main house like a ghost. She wanted to see what tricks these 2 grasshoppers tied together on a rope could still pull. The house was dark, with no lights on. You murderous scoundrel! How dare you come? Zhao Dajian's voice was low, but full of murderous anger. Then came a dull thud, probably fists hitting old Sun Yao's thin back. You said, where has my daughter been taken? Why don't you go after her?
Huh.
Oh, stop hitting, stop hitting. Old Sun winced and called out softly, not daring to raise his voice. Older sister, think about it. The donkey cart has been gone most of the night. By now, it's deep in the mountain valley. Do you think my legs can run faster than a donkey? Besides, the driver is experienced. If I chase after him, I might get silenced. What should we do?
Huh?
Should we just let Xiaoyan suffer in that mountain valley? That's flesh from my own body. Zhao Damao cried so painfully she was almost breaking, but she didn't dare to scream out loud. She held back her tears, her voice hoarse and frightening. It's all because of Li Xianglian, that little troublemaker. She must have done it on purpose. She woke up early and deliberately changed Xiaoyan's clothes. She's a ruthless ghost who eats people without leaving bones. Enough, enough. What's the use of cursing her now? Old Sun, clearly calmer than Zhao Damao, or perhaps more afraid of death, spoke. The main problem now is how to get her back without risking ourselves. If we call the police, you're the mastermind, and I'm an accomplice. We'd both be in trouble. When Zhao Damao heard in trouble, her crying suddenly stopped, and only heavy breathing remained. So what do we do? I can't just watch Xiaoyan disappear. After a moment of suffocating silence, Old Sun's raspy voice sounded again, with a sneaky tone. Cui Fen, this isn't something we can handle alone. It's deep in the mountain forest. Without 10 or 8 strong men, we can't find her. We need to find someone brave enough to go into the mountains. Who? If the villagers find out, we won't have a face to live with. Find the Li family. Old Sun patted his thigh. Xiaoyan is from the Li family. Although her grandmother isn't exactly easy to deal with, Xiaoyan's child is definitely from the Li family. Just say Xiaoyan got lost on her way to the county, or was kidnapped. The Li family has many strong men, especially her uncle, who works in the coal mine. He has a group of brothers under him. If we stir up the Li family and get them to go into the mountains, we can follow behind. Once they find her, We can push the blame onto the kidnapper. Say Xiaoyun was taken by someone. We don't know anything, and that's the end of it. There was another silence in the room, showing Zhao Damao was weighing the pros and cons outside the window. Li Xianglian listened and almost laughed. This old son is really mean and sneaky. Bringing in the Li family's trouble not only adds help, but also clears his own name. Is that possible? Grandma Zhao hesitated a bit. That old woman from the Li family is clever as a fox. Can we trust her? Even if we don't trust her, we have to. Old son said fiercely. Just take Tiger with you, leave the child there, and when she cries and makes a fuss, say she was on her way back from her mother-in-law's house and got lost. If the Li family refuses to help, you stay there and refuse to leave. They're poor and stubborn, but they're also afraid of being taken advantage of. As long as they're willing to help bring the person back from the mountains, there's hope. All right. Grandma Zhao felt like she was grabbing her last straw. She gritted her teeth and said, "Early tomorrow morning, I'll go to Li's village. Even if I have to lose face, I must get those people involved." Just before dawn, a dull white light appeared in the east. The old, broken gate of Zhao's yard creaked open. Grandma Zhao carried a blue cloth bundle and a still drooling tiger on her back, sneaking out like a sneaky rat. She hadn't slept all night. Her eye sockets were sunken, and her eyes were swollen like rotten peaches. Her wrinkled, yellowish face looked frightening. Last night, she stayed up talking with old son all night. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and the more she hated. She wished she could eat that little troublemaker Li Xianglian right now, but she still had to keep playing her part. Li Xianglian woke up earlier than a rooster, now sweeping the yard with a bald broom. When she heard the noise, she straightened up, pretending to be gentle and kind. "Mother, you're leaving now?" Xianglian wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to greet her. "It's still early, and the road isn't easy to walk. Maybe you should rest a bit longer? I'll make some pancakes for you to take. If Xiaoyun is really staying at Annie's house, you shouldn't go empty-handed when you pick her up." Hearing the name Xiaoyun, Grandma Zhao's heart clenched. It was like a needle stabbing her deep inside. Her body trembled, both from anger and weakness. She glared fiercely at Li Xianglian, gritting her teeth and forcing out a sentence. "Don't pretend to be kind. I care about my own daughter. Stay at home and behave yourself. If you dare to embarrass the Zhao family, when Gongzi comes back, he'll skin you alive." After speaking, she didn't dare stay any longer, afraid her overflowing anger would reveal itself. Without looking back at Huer, she hurried toward the village entrance. Li Xianglian stood at the door, watching the hunched and panicked figure gradually disappear into the morning fog. A cold smile slowly appeared on her lips, a smile that carried a chilling aura. "Go ahead, it's better once you're gone," she whispered softly, then turned to close the door. That den of wolves and tigers was just waiting for a place to cause trouble. Your departure will surely stir up a lot of excitement. Li Xianglian knew very well what kind of family her own relatives were. They were a ruthless and unforgiving bunch. Her stepmother, Niu, was someone who only cared about money and not people. If she found out that the daughter-in-law she arranged had disappeared, she wouldn't just cause a fuss. She would go as far as tearing Zhao Dajia's bones apart to extract oil. On this journey, Zhao Dajia walked with great sorrow. Huer, the child, was spoiled and restless. He kept squirming on her back, sometimes crying for his mother, sometimes demanding to pee, making Zhao Dajia almost fall apart with exhaustion. But she dared not stop. Her mind was filled with images of her daughter suffering in the deep mountains, a torment that felt like her heart was being fried in hot oil. The sun was scorching overhead, baking the yellow dirt road until it seemed to smoke. Zhao Dajia moved slowly, her sweat soaking her blue cloth coat, making it sticky and uncomfortable. Huer, on her back, had long stopped fussing. He was sleeping soundly, drooling down her neck. The Xinhua Brigade was not close to Hongxing Brigade, more than 10 miles apart. When Zhao Dajia saw the dilapidated walls of the Li family's house, her legs trembled, and her throat felt like it was burning with a fiery pain. The Li family was just as poor as Zhao's family. Their yard was built with yellow mud mixed with wheat straw. Many parts of the wall had collapsed, held up only by a few rotten wooden planks. There were only 3 low, earthen brick houses in the yard. The main house in the middle was a bit larger, but the side rooms were dark and gloomy, with windows barely covered with paper. Before entering, Zhao Dajia tidied her clothes, pinched her thigh hard, and tears burst out immediately. Mother-in-law, something terrible has happened. When that loud cry was heard, it shook the heavens and made ghosts weep. It was full of deep sadness and extreme fear. It scared old Li, who was sitting in the yard smoking dry tobacco, causing his hand to tremble. The tobacco pipe fell to his feet and burned him, making him cry out in pain. Someone is calling for help. Who screams like this in the middle of the day? Suddenly, the curtain of the main house was pulled aside, and a burly woman came out. This was Li Xianglian's stepmother, Niu Hohat. The woman had a harsh, horse-like face, high cheekbones, and slanted eyes that looked suspicious. She didn't seem kind. She wore a greasy apron around her waist and held a kitchen knife in her hand. She looked more like she was ready to fight than to greet guests. "Hey, isn't this Zhao's mother-in-law?" Niu Hohat saw the person and slammed her knife against the doorframe with a loud bang, making Zhao's mother shiver. "It's not a holiday or a festival. What are you crying about? Has our daughter-in-law died? Or is your precious girl no longer interested in our big son?" Zhao's mother was so startled by the knife that her legs trembled, but she had to keep acting. She fell to the ground with a thud, patted her thigh, and started crying and complaining. "Mother-in-law, I'm too ashamed to see you. Little Yun. She was kidnapped." "What?" Niu Hohat's eyes widened in shock. She pulled out her kitchen knife again and pointed it at Zhao's mother's nose. "Say that again?" "Who took her?" "Little Yun, my poor girl." Zhao's mother quickly told her made-up story, crying as she spoke. "A few days ago, she said she missed home and wanted to see Big Bao and my father-in-law. I thought it was filial piety, so I let her bring Tiger back." She continued, "Who would have thought? Who would have thought that on the way? I waited and waited, but she didn't come back. This morning, I heard from a passerby that they saw a crazy-looking woman being pushed into a carriage at the mountain pass. When I heard that, I was terrified. I rushed here to report it." "Shut your stinking mouth." Niu Hohat didn't believe her at all. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhao's mother by the collar, almost lifting her off the ground with her strength. "Zhao's mother, do you think I'm stupid? Little Yun is your daughter. When she went back to her parents' house, didn't you let Yingzi take her? Furthermore, everyone knows that she is my Li family's daughter-in-law. Who would dare to kidnap her? I think you are hiding her to avoid paying debts. Let me tell you, when we exchanged daughters, we signed a binding agreement. If you dare to hide your daughter and refuse to let our eldest son have a child, today I will peel off your fat and make oil lamps." Aunt Zhao's eyes rolled back as she was choked, and Negihua looked like a bandit. "Mother-in-law, I wouldn't dare. I just sent Huer back, didn't I?" Aunt Zhao quickly took the child off her back and placed him on the ground. The boy was so scared by the scene that he was stunned and cried loudly.
"See?
This is proof. If I had hidden her, would I send my grandson back? The traffickers must have sold women and discarded her because she was a burden. Mother-in-law, please think of a way. That is my daughter, and also my eldest son's wife. If she is sold to the mountains, my son will be single for life." At this moment, Li Laozhen, who had been silent in the corner, shakily stood up with a worried face. "Wife, if that's true, what'll happen to our eldest son?" Negihua loosened her grip on Aunt Zhao, glaring fiercely at the boy on the ground, then looked at Aunt Zhao, who was crying and sniffling, her mind racing. This story sounds strange, but seeing Aunt Zhao so frightened, it doesn't seem fake. If Zhao Xiaoyan really went missing, wouldn't her son lose his wife? To marry her to Daba, she had sold, or rather, exchanged Li Xianglian, who was a burden and cost money. If this exchange ends up empty, wouldn't the Li family suffer a big loss? Think of a way. What way do I have? Negihua's face twisted into a long donkey-like shape. The person was lost on your Zhao family's land, and she came from your Zhao family. Don't try to blame me. I don't care if she was really lost or fake lost. She's gone, and your Zhao family has to pay. Pay? What can we pay with? Aunt Zhao was stunned. This script doesn't add up. Old Sun said that as long as we stir up the Li family to rescue her, it would be enough. What can we pay with? Nagihua sneered, her laugh like a night owl's call, making people shiver. Simple. Since your daughter is gone, the marriage exchange is no longer valid. Send my family's Xianglian back to me. Also, you must pay for the mental distress, lost wages, and the work my Xianglian did for you over the years, totaling 500 yuan. If you're short of even 1 coin, I'll report you for human trafficking to the authorities. Niu Ho-Hot narrowed her eyes, her mind calculating quickly, a greedy smile creeping onto her face. Li Xianglian's face was truly attractive, and her figure was just right, curvy and shapely, like a ripe peach, juicy and tempting. When she was young and unmarried, the old bachelors in the village couldn't keep their eyes off her. They seemed glued to her backside. Now, if she could use this as an excuse to get her back and clean her up, she'd have a hen that still lays eggs. What's wrong with this second marriage? These days, as long as a woman has a home, she won't be left alone. With her looks, she could be sold to the nearby village's butcher, who recently lost his wife and has some spare money, or to an old bachelor in the mountains who's crazy for a wife. The bride price alone could bring in 200 or 300 yuan. That's 1 woman, 2 marriages, a win-win situation. No matter how you look at it, Niu Ho-Hot is making a big profit. 500 yuan? And you want Xianglian back? Zhao Dama felt her head buzzing, her vision blurring with stars, almost fainting. Niu Ho-Hot's heart was too dark. 500 yuan, what a lot of money. That could buy 2 lives. So, she sold her own daughter, and still had to pay the Li family? If this deal went through, Zhao's family might have to sell their house just to survive. Not willing? Seeing Zhao Dama's shocked expression, Niu Ho-Hot was even more certain there was something fishy. If you don't want to, that's fine.
Zabao.
Where are you? Come out here. With a loud shout, the door curtain in the inner room moved, and a man with a face full of stubble and sleepy eyes appeared. This was Li Xianglian's useless younger brother, Li Dabao. He was over 20, always loafing around, eating and sleeping all day, and he was quite bossy at home. Mom, what are you yelling about? I was dreaming of eating braised pork, and you ruined it. Li Dabao scratched his messy hair, looking impatient. All you do is eat. You pig brain. Cao Ho-Hot was furious and slapped him on the forehead. Your wife has been taken away. That old woman says she was kidnapped. Now she's gone, and you won't have anyone to hold tonight. What should we do? What? My wife is gone. Li Dabao's dull eyes suddenly lit up with anger. He grabbed a stick from the corner and rushed forward. Who dares to touch my wife? I'll kill him. Mother, is this old woman behind it? I'll beat her to death. Seeing this, Grandma Zhao was so scared she almost fainted. She scrambled to hide behind old Li. Don't hit. Don't hit. Dabao, I'm your mother-in-law. I just don't know what to do. That kidnapper has a knife. So, what if he has a knife? A knife can't make my wife disappear. You better return her to me. Li Dabao was reckless and unreasonable. He swung his stick to hit her. Stop, Cao Ho-Hot shouted. Her eyes flicked around. What's the use of beating her? That's a legal matter. Zhao, I'll give you 2 options. First, you come with us now, and our family will go to that mountain pass to find her. If we can't find her, you sign a paper promising to owe us 500 yuan and return Xianglian. Second, if you can't pay. Cao Ho-Hot paused, then showed a cold, fierce smile. I heard your son Gongzi works in the county town and has saved a lot of money. If we can't find Xiaoyan, let your son take out all his savings over the years and transfer a few acres of good water rice fields to us as a bride price for Dabao. You choose. Grandma Zhao sank to the ground, truly hopeless now. This was a dead end. If they went to look, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, impossible to find her. If they didn't, they'd have to pay money, land, and her back. The Zhao family would be finished. But if she refused, with Li Dabao's fierce look, She was afraid she wouldn't even leave the yard today. Was this old son's terrible idea? It was pushing her into a fire pit. Mother-in-law. I agree to lead the way. Grandma Zhao stammered, but inside, she cursed Sun old way to the 18th generation. Now, I can only take one step at a time. First, I need to calm down this troublemaker, and once we reach the mountains, I will think of a way to shift the blame onto the human traffickers. Okay, let's go. Nyo Ho Hot is a quick and decisive person. She suddenly pulls off her apron and says, "Debeo, go call your second uncle, third uncle, and all your cousins. Bring the tools. If we don't find my daughter-in-law today, we will go and tear down Zhao's house in the Red Star Brigade." Li Debeo hears about tearing down the house and immediately gets excited. He drops his broom and runs outside, shouting as he runs, "Second uncle, third uncle, grab the tools. We're going to Zhao's to rescue her." Zhao's mother looks at the fierce crowd in the yard, her vision blurs, and she almost faints. It's over. Everything is ruined now. The sun hangs fiercely in the sky, scorching the earth until it seems to smoke. On the dusty road to the Red Star Brigade, dust rises like thousands of horses galloping. Leading the way is a rough-faced old woman, Nyo Ho Hot. She holds a dirty kitchen knife, still stained with vegetable scraps, walking with a fierce and commanding air, full of killing intent. Behind her follow a dozen strong men, all from the Li family. Some carry hoes, others carry shoulder poles. They roll up their sleeves, showing bulging veins on their arms, looking like bandits ready to tear the sky apart. In the middle is Zhao's mother, who looks like a lamb surrounded by wolves. Her legs are weak as noodles, and she relies on the Li men on either side to keep her from collapsing into the hot dirt. She never imagined that this is what they call inviting the wolf into the house. Easy to summon, hard to send away. Originally, Old Sun's plan was for the Li family to go into the mountains to search for her, at least to make a show. Even if they couldn't find her, they could blame the human traffickers. But Nyo Ho Hot is not someone who follows normal rules. Halfway there, she claims the sun is too hot, the mountain road is difficult, and there might be ambushes. Her eyes dart around, and with a big wave of her hand, she suddenly leads this group of troublemakers straight toward the Red Star Brigade. As Nyo Ho Hot says, you can run from the monk, but not from the temple. Since the person was lost from Zhao's house, we must demand an explanation from Zhao's. Either return the girl, pay the money, or bring back that little troublemaker girl who can be exchanged for money. At this moment, Zhao's mother is full of regret. This isn't helping to find her daughter. It's like inviting wolves into the house and bringing a group of living devils. At the entrance of the Red Star Brigade village, several stray dogs under the big locust trees suddenly started barking loudly. Then, tail between their legs, they whined and hurried into a pile of firewood. The villagers resting and chatting in the fields hadn't reacted yet when they saw a large group of people rushing toward Zhao's dilapidated courtyard like a dark cloud. Hey, are those people from Xia village? What's going on? It looks like they're going to fight. Hurry, hurry, this will be exciting. The villagers resting under the big locust tree, who were repairing shoes, saw the commotion and stopped their work, watching eagerly. Life is hard these days, and fun is rare. Today's scene is more exciting than a shadow puppet show. Everyone, not caring about the hot sun, carried big black ceramic bowls and followed closely behind, running faster than the collective grain distribution, just to get a good spot. When someone kicked open the broken door of Zhao's house, Li Xianglian was sitting on a stone mill in the yard, picking vegetables. The two wooden doors were already fragile. With that kick, half the door fell off and hung crookedly on the frame, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. With a loud crash, the sparrows in the tree fluttered away in a flurry. Li Xianglian was sitting on the stone mill, picking chives. The sudden loud noise startled her, causing her hand to tremble. The bunch of chives she had just picked fell to the ground, covered in dirt. Before she could straighten up, a strong smell of sweat and rotten odor mixed with the smell of dry tobacco wafted into the yard. Leading the group was her stepmother, Nyo Ho Hot. As she entered the yard, Her triangular eyes like searchlights swept the dilapidated courtyard. She spat disdainfully and then fixed her gaze on Li Xianglian.
Well,
You unlucky star, still hiding at home. Niu Hohat's voice was loud and harsh, like a broken gong, making people's ears ring. I thought you ran off with that crazy woman too. Li Xianglian's face turned pale instantly, and the bunch of chives in her hand fell to the ground. She looked at the dark, burly men in the yard, then at Zhao Dama, who was tied up in the middle like a dead dog, and her brother Li Debao, who was staring at her with a mischievous look, holding a flat bow. A cold feeling ran from her feet straight to her head. She had planned to let Zhao Dama cause trouble at Li's house, hoping that the two families would fight each other, and no one would bother her. But no matter how much she calculated, she never expected that greedy old woman Niu Hohat would dare to come in broad daylight with so many people to snatch someone away. It was like she wanted to tear her apart alive. Mother, why are you bringing so many uncles and relatives here? Li Xianglian forced herself to hide her fear and took a step back, her back pressing against the cold millstone. Don't call me mother. I can't give birth to a useless brat like you. Niu Hohat quickly stepped forward, grabbing Li Xianglian's hair and pulling hard. A sharp pain tore through her scalp, forcing Li Xianglian to tilt her head back and look into Niu Hohat's fierce face. You ungrateful traitor! Don't you know little Yun was taken? What are you doing staying at Zhao's house? Seeing your sister-in-law being kidnapped and not telling anyone? I think you're just hoping little Yun dies outside, so you can keep all the Zhao family's wealth. This accusation was accurate and harsh. I didn't. Li Xianglian tried to defend herself. Nonsense. Niu Hohat didn't give her a chance to speak. With a big slap like a fan, she swung her hand toward Li Xianglian's face. I'll teach you a lesson for your dead mother today, you treacherous girl. Li Xianglian instinctively tilted her head. The slap whistled past her ear and then landed hard on her shoulder, burning with pain. Oh, you dare to dodge? Li Daba, who had been unable to hold back, stepped forward. He was in his 20s, always idling around, with a pointed face and small, squinty green eyes that flicked over Li Xianglian's faded, washed-out shirt. Mother, what's the point of wasting words on this useless girl? Li Daba slammed his shoulder pole onto the ground and reached out to grab Li Xianglian's arm. If Zhao's family lost my wife, they have to pay. This girl, though she's remarried, is a butcher's daughter. She's good at that. Take her back, and she can cover the 300 yuan bride price. Before Li Daba could even touch her, a disgusting breath of foul odor sprayed directly onto Li Xianglian's face. Her body's hair stood on end. That fear wasn't fake. It was carved deep into her bones. When she was young, whenever Li Daba cried, Niu Hohat would beat her with a broomstick. In the cold winter, while Li Daba slept warmly on the heated bed, she could only curl up in a pile of firewood stained with mouse droppings. Finally escaping from that dangerous trap, now these people want to bring her back and sell her again. They plan to sell her to that butcher Zhang, who has a wife, a tough face, and is known to be rough with women. Big sister. I am your real sister. Li Xianglian tightly grabs her collar, her voice trembling, tears welling up but refusing to fall. This is illegal. This is a new society, no human trafficking allowed. Illegal? In old Li's family, I am the law. Li Debao sneers, his nails covered in dirt digging into Li Xianglian's wrist, causing her to gasp in pain. What sister? If it weren't for giving you to Zhao Gang before, I wouldn't have married Xiao Yun. Now that Xiao Yun is gone, you have to find another wife for me. That's your fate. Exactly. Antigua Hua, hurry and do it. Stop arguing with this girl. Tie her up and take her back. The other brothers from the Li family nearby also cheer, their faces showing eager, mischievous grins. Some have already taken out ropes from their waists. Zhao Damao cowers in the corner, watching Li Xianglian surrounded by these men, afraid even to breathe. She even feels a little secretly happy inside. Just take her away, that's good. As long as these troublemakers don't ask her for money, losing a daughter-in-law doesn't matter much. After all, it's not her flesh that's being taken. Li Xianglian looks at Zhao Damao, who is so scared she wants to hide, and her heart feels completely cold. This is human nature. In the face of profit, they are not human. They are a group of ghosts wearing human skins. Niu Hohat looks at Li Xianglian's face, which remains fair and bright even in panic, and her jealousy grows like poisonous weeds. Why is it that she works herself to death digging in the dirt, yet this girl is getting more and more lively and beautiful? Big brother, do it. Tie her up for me. Niu Hohat gives the order. Since Zhao's family doesn't care, I'll take her away. When we get back, I'll wash her clean and send her to Zhang the butcher's bed. Li Debao chuckles, his rough hands reaching for Li Xianglian's chest. Sis, just be good. Zhang the butcher loves to fight, but his cooking isn't bad. There's meat every meal. He's about to grab her clothes with that dirty hand. Li Xianglian closed her eyes in despair, clutching the small kitchen knife tightly, thinking she might as well fight these beasts to the end. At that moment, bang! A loud crash sounded like a thunderclap on a clear day. On the other side of the courtyard wall, a red brick flew through the air, hitting precisely near the foot of the still flapping old hen. The old hen didn't even have time to scream before it was smashed, its brains splattering everywhere. This sudden event shocked everyone in the yard. Li Debao shivered in fear, his dirty hand frozen midair, almost wetting his pants.
Who?
That bastard dares to throw things at me. Li Debao snapped out of his shock, shouting angrily. That hand is useless now. I'll cut it off for you. Came a deep voice, like it was crawling out of hell, from the gap in the wall. The shaky wooden door at the yard entrance was kicked open with a loud bang, flying off its hinges and smashing onto the dirt, kicking up dust. Qin Russian walked in, shirtless. He carried a large chopping axe, its blade shining coldly in the sun. His bronze-colored back was covered in sweat, muscles bulging with each step, hard as iron. He didn't look at anyone else. He went straight to the stone mill in the middle of the yard and struck it down with his axe. Crack! The thick blue stone mill was broken at one corner, with fragments flying onto the faces of Li Debao's brothers, leaving bloody scratches. This action was more effective than any harsh words. Li Debao's shoulder pole dropped with a clatter, and his legs trembled. Niu Guahua felt scared too, but seeing the dozen or so men behind him gave her some courage. She grabbed Li Xianglian's hair and pulled her back, shielding her. Who let the stray dog bark here? Niu Guahua shouted sharply, spitting as she spoke. This is our Li family's business. Mind your own daughter. Why should an outsider interfere? Qin Russian ignored the old woman completely. He stared at Li Xianglian's messy hair and her swollen, half-ruined face. His temple throbbed, and bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. Let go. His voice was deep and low, each word like it was squeezed from between his teeth. I'll count to 3. If you don't loosen your grip, this axe won't have eyes. The fierce energy coming from the mountain of corpses and blood was far beyond what these farmers could handle. Li's relatives were all stunned. They stepped back, afraid to come closer and face this bad omen. Although Niu Hohat was bold and fierce, she also valued her life. Seeing the shiny axe blade, her heart pounded. But she was outnumbered. If she let this young man scare her now, how could she survive in the countryside in the future? Hey, are you trying to kill someone? Niu Hohat made a quick decision. She stepped in front of Li Xianglian, using her as a human shield. Come on. If you dare to strike, do it here. If you even dare to hurt me today, I'll report you to the commune for murder. You'll be punished. Nowadays, strict laws were in place and killing meant death, an iron rule. Niu Hohat was sure this young man wouldn't really attack. She sneered and shouted at the Li brothers who were stunned. What are you all waiting for? That's the wild man messing around with that little troublemaker. Hit him. If he dies, it's on me. At first, everyone was a bit scared. But hearing this, and seeing the crowd, their fierce spirit returned. Damn it. Kill him. Li Debao grabbed a broomstick and charged first. A dozen strong men with hoes and shovels surrounded him. Qin Russian changed his grip on the axe, his veins bulging on the back of his hand. He sidestepped a sweeping shovel and kicked the man's knee. With a sharp crack, the man fell to the ground, clutching his leg and howling. But fists alone couldn't beat 4 hands. A hoe scraped past Qin Russian's scalp, pulling out a strand of hair. Qin Russian didn't hesitate. Anyone who came at him would get a serious beating. But these men were used to farm work, strong and heavy-handed. In the chaos, Li Xianglian's heart nearly broke. She knew Qin Russian's temper well. This man was the type to fight to the death. But if someone got seriously hurt or he knocked someone out cold, he'd be finished. His life would be ruined. Stop, Sean. Don't hit anymore. Hurry and go, Li Xianglian shouted, her voice hoarse. Qin Russian ignored her. He punched Li Debao, knocking his nose crooked, and blood gushed out.
Ah!
Someone's hurt. Someone's hurt. Li Debao cried out, covering his face. Niu Guohua saw her son turn red with anger. She grabbed a kitchen knife, not to attack Qin Russian, but to hold it against Li Xianglian's neck.
Stop!
If you move again, I will cut this brat's face. Qin Russian suddenly froze. In that brief moment of distraction, a man from the Li family sneaked behind him and swung a hoe, hitting him hard on the back.
Bang!
The dull sound made people's teeth hurt. Qin Russian grunted, swayed twice, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he grabbed the hoe handle with his hand. His eyes were red and fierce, staring at the attacker. The man was so frightened by that stare he let go and tried to run away. Stop fighting. I'm coming with you, Li Xianglian screamed sharply, then collapsed. The kitchen knife pressed against her neck, leaving a blood mark. She didn't dare to gamble anymore. If they kept fighting, even Qin Russian's strong body might give out here. I'm going back with you. I need to change the bride price. Don't hurt him. Please. Li Xianglian knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Niu Guohua. Her forehead hit the hard yellow earth with a thud. Niu Guohua spat proudly. You're so stubborn. Why didn't you say so earlier? She kicked Li Xianglian aside and waved to the men still attacking Qin Russian. Enough, don't kill him. It'll cause trouble later. Tie up this girl and take her away. Li Debao, holding his bloody nose, glared fiercely at Qin Russian. Though he was furious, he dared not provoke this fierce man again. A few thick ropes quickly tied Li Xianglian into a bundle and threw her onto the cart at the door. Qin Russian wanted to move forward, but the pain in his back made him stumble. He knelt on one knee. He propped himself up with the axe handle, trying to stand, but the hoe injury hurt his spine, making half of his body numb. Russian, Li Xianglian, leaning on the cart, tears streaming down her face, washed the dirt off her face, creating deep grooves. She desperately shook her head and silently mouthed to him, "Keep going. As long as people are alive, there is still a chance to turn things around." Niu Guohua cursed as she pushed the cart. A group of people hurried out of the yard, leaving behind chaos and the man kneeling on the ground. The sun was even fiercer now. Inside the yard, only the heavy breathing of Qin Russian could be heard. He slowly raised his head and wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, which had been wild earlier, now only reflected a chilling silence. He supported himself with the axe, slowly and painfully standing upright. Blood soaked his waistband, dripping down his pants and spreading into dark red flowers on the cracked earth. Qin Russian ignored his injuries. He turned and walked to the half-broken door, deeply drove the axe into the wood. It was cut 3 inches deep. Wait and see. The cart rattled along the bumpy yellow dirt road, dust flying so thick it made it hard to see. Li Xianglian curled up on the cart plank, her hands and feet tightly bound with coarse hemp rope used for feeding animals. The rope had cut into her flesh, causing bleeding that stuck to the fibers. Every bump made her bones jolt against the hard wood. Everyone, step faster. Niu Guohua pushed the cart, her face covered in sweat and oil, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. We must reach home before dark. Tomorrow morning, Zhang the butcher will come to pick up the person. If he sees her looking weak, he'll try to lower the price. Li Debao covered his nose with one hand, blood seeping through his fingers. With the other, he held the stick they had used in the fight, tapping it against the cart, causing a loud noise that made Li Xianglian's ears ring. Stinky woman. You made me look bad. Li Debeo spat blood and saliva onto the ground. Just wait. When we get home, I'll starve you for 2 days. After I sell you and get a new wife, I'll enjoy good food every day while you'll be slaughtered like a pig at Zhang the butcher's house. Behind them, the brothers from the Li family followed, no longer as fierce as during the fight. They carried hoes on their shoulders, smoking cigarettes, and loudly talked about Qin Russian's reckless attitude earlier. They also made some unkind jokes about Zhang the butcher's late wife, laughing mischievously. Li Xianglian closed her eyes, her face pressed against the dirt-smelling wooden board of the cart. She neither looked nor listened. Her mind was full of the scene just now. That man was kneeling on the ground, blood soaking his waistband, and still dripping down. The axe in his hand was stuck deep in the door frame, even as he lost his balance, holding firm. He did it to protect her. Li Xianglian clenched her teeth tightly, her mouth tasting of rust.
She couldn't die.
Qin Russian had risked his life to save her. If she chose to die now, she would truly be betraying him. The crowd hadn't fully dispersed. Their idle gossip and loud chatter buzzed like flies. Lu Chunhua leaned against the peeling old locust tree, casually pulling out a handful of raw sunflower seeds, cracking them loudly. Watching the car disappear at the end of the dirt road, and seeing Li Xianglian tied up and unable to move, she felt a deep sense of relief, more refreshing than drinking cold water on a hot day. All the frustration from yesterday with Qin Russian was gone now. This is called karma. Lu Chunhua spat the seed shells onto the ground sharply. She pretended to be innocent and charming, fooling men into falling for her. Now look at her, being dragged away like a dead pig to be sold. I wonder how she'll act after this. A few women nearby exchanged glances, but didn't dare to speak. Lu Chunhua, relying on her father being a local official, was sharp-tongued and ruthless. No one wanted to offend her. Only Aunt Wang from next door frowned and said, "Chunhua, mind your words. We're all women here. Xianglian is also unlucky. Do you even know who that butcher is? His wife was beaten to death before. If someone really gets hurt or worse, won't your harsh words cause trouble? People might come knocking at your door in the middle of the night." Puffed. Hearing this, Lu Chunhua's eyes narrowed sharply. She stopped cracking seeds and pointed at Aunt Wang's nose, shouting, "Wang Guilon, what are you pretending to be? Xiaolian's unlucky? Who's lucky?" I just can't stand her sly look. Being with that butcher was her good fortune. Even if she got beaten to death, she brought it on herself. Are you feeling sorry for her? If you are, go marry him. Maybe you can help him get rid of his loneliness. Aunt Wang turned red from choking, pointing her finger at Lu Chunhua and trembling. After a long pause, she managed to say, "Unkind? That's what you call justice catching up with evil people." Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes lazily and didn't bother to reply to Aunt Wang. A few women who liked to gossip nearby came over, smiling mischievously. They poked Lu Chunhua and said, "Hey, Chunhua, you scolded that fragrant lotus flower. Are you still thinking about Qin Russian, that strict man? I heard he got injured in the army. He's not much to look at, just a plain soldier. Aren't you afraid of being left alone, feeling lonely at night and scratching walls?" Lu Chunhua paused, turned her head to look at the women, and showed no embarrassment. Instead, she looked confident. What's there to be afraid of if he's hurt? Even if he's useless now, he's still a tiger with a strong foundation. Did you see his bronze-colored muscles just now? His arms are thicker than my thighs. With that build, how could he be bad? I've checked. It's probably just a nerve problem, not a serious injury. My dad has plenty of money. We can take him to the big hospital in the city. Even the most expensive medicine, as long as he can stand up, even if he only twitches a little, can shake our bed apart. When that happens, you women will only be jealous." Her words were so bold that the older women around blushed. One woman, who was mending shoes, spat and said, "Pa, a young girl, not even married yet, and she's talking like she's so pure. She's not shy at all. How embarrassing." Embarrassing? Can embarrassment fill your stomach? Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes again and crossed her arms, refusing to back down. I tell you, Aunt Lee, stop pretending to be so virtuous. Last time at the movie in the commune, didn't you sneak off with your husband into the woods? Everyone knows what men and women do. No need to act so innocent. You little brat. Aunt Lee blushed and turned red in the face, almost throwing her shoe at her. People around watched Lu Chunhua, some pointing and criticizing her for being shameless, others secretly wondering what kind of Manchine Russian was to make such a proud girl like Lu Chunhua act this way. But Lu Chunhua looked proud, like a rooster crowing after winning a fight. She hummed a little tune, swung her big hips, and walked away confidently. Lu Chunhua cursed loudly, but her sly eyes still couldn't resist glancing into Zhao's yard again. The gate was wide open, and Qin Russian was still half kneeling on the ground, with a large red patch on his back that made people feel dizzy. He still held an axe embedded firmly in the door, looking disheveled, but the fierce aura around him hadn't faded. Even from afar, it made people shiver. She swallowed hard, feeling both greedy and scared. The sound of the axe chopping the millstone just now was still ringing in her ears. Now she was trying to flatter him? That was like an old man eating poison. He didn't want to live long. This man was now like a wild beast with a head injury, ready to attack anyone who came close. I'll let you, a little brat, enjoy your pride for one night. Lu Chunhua's mind was busy calculating, and a sneaky smile appeared on her face. As long as Niu Guohua sent her into Zhang's house, this matter would be settled. Zhang was a butcher who killed pigs without hesitation, wielding a skillful bone knife, and he was also in charge of half the village's pork supply. Even the village secretary would have to smoke a cigarette when he saw him. No matter how tough Qin Russian was, could he compare to a pig-killing knife? By tomorrow morning, Li Xianglian would be just meat on Zhang's chopping board, tossed around all night by the greasy butcher, turning into a mess. A broken shoe paired with a butcher, what a perfect match. By then, even if Qin Russian wanted to fight back, he'd have to consider whether he still had strength left, whether he could take that woman who had been played with by another man. When that man was completely hopeless and heartbroken, with nowhere to vent his anger, Lu Deju's daughter would come with good wine and medicine, speaking softly and gently. Wouldn't that be easy to win over? Thinking of this, Lu Chunhua felt her anger burning even hotter. She wished it could be nighttime now, so she could turn the page quickly. Let's see what happens. Good food is never late. She flicked the last handful of melon seeds into the air, brushed the dust off her hands, twirled her water bucket waist, and happily walked away in her plastic sandals. As the sun was setting, the dilapidated wall of the Li family's yard finally appeared. Niu Guohua kicked open the gate, and with Li Debao's help, roughly dragged Li Xianglian off the car and threw her into the dark, smoky shed in the corner of the yard. With a loud bang, she slammed her back hard against a firewood pile, feeling a sharp pain that made her vision go black. Following a loud clatter, the two doors of the firewood shed were slammed shut, and a rusty iron lock was fastened tightly. The shed was cold and damp, filled with the smell of moldy straw and old dust. Li Xianglian hadn't yet recovered from the pain when she heard hurried footsteps in the yard. Old Li Zhen, who usually couldn't make a fuss, had somehow crawled out of a mouse hole. He was holding a tobacco pouch, looking scared as he saw his angry relatives in the yard and his daughter thrown into the shed. His face turned pale. Guohua.
Guohua.
What's going on? Old Li shivered, wanting to step forward but afraid.
How?
How did they tie up Xianglian? What did she do wrong? Old Li shrank into the corner, no longer interested in smoking his pipe, tapping his shoe soles loudly. Niu Guohua stood with her hands on her hips, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her sharp eyes stared fiercely at her husband, spitting out saliva as she yelled, "You still ask what's going on? Your good in-laws lost our big daughter-in-law.
She's gone."
Such a big person, and they say she was kidnapped. Lost. Lost? Old Li's head buzzed, and he couldn't understand for a long time. She's a person, not a thing. How can she be lost? Old Mrs. Zhao said she met some flower pickers on the road.
Bah.
I think it's that old woman who doesn't want our Dabo to marry her, deliberately hiding her to avoid paying debts. Guohua spat on the ground and pointed at the locked shed door. Since the daughter-in-law is gone, we can't just sit back and do nothing. We should catch this money grabber and use her to settle the debt. It's only right. Old Lee was confused but understood one thing clearly. Daebo's wife was gone, and the important matter of continuing the family line was now in trouble. This old man, usually quiet and harmless, became furious when it came to his son's affairs. His cloudy old eyes turned red with anger.
But
we can't just catch Xianglian back. Old Li hesitated, his voice small like a mosquito hum. Xianglian and Zhao Gang are legally married, protected by law. If this gets reported to the commune, we won't have a case. And I ho-hot shoved Li Laozhen so hard that he almost fell. What's the use of getting a marriage certificate? If someone kills, they must pay with their life. If someone owes money, they must repay it. Now that Zhao Xiaoyan is gone, who's going to pay for Daebo's next wedding? Should we sell your old bones for it? The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes darting around with calculation. I've already asked around. The butcher Zhang from the next village just lost his wife and is looking for someone to marry. This girl may have been married before, but she still looks decent. If we send her over, he said he'll pay 300 yuan as a bride price. 300? Li Laogan's mouth fell open in shock. He had worked the land his whole life and had never seen that much cash. But then he shivered. That butcher Zhang. I heard his last wife died after he got drunk and beat her. If we send Xianglian there, will she even survive? Her life is her own fate. And I ho-hot glared at him and pinched his leg hard. Why are you feeling sorry for that useless girl? If you care so much, can you find Daebo another wife? Can you get 300 yuan? If not, then keep quiet. Li Laozhen winced in pain and fell silent. Seeing that he was subdued, and I ho-hot grew even bolder. She turned toward the woodshed and shouted, "That's settled. Tomorrow morning, we'll clean her up and send her to the Zhang family. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll burn this house down and we'll all go together." Inside the dark woodshed, Li Xianglian curled up on the cold ground, her hands and feet numb from the ropes. Every word from her parents outside pierced her heart like nails. This was her father. This was her home. To get money and a wife for her useless brother, they were pushing her into a pit of fire, forcing her onto a dead-end path. "Ma, don't lock the door yet. Let me have some fun first." Li Daebo's voice came from outside, followed by a disgusting sound. "She's being sent away tomorrow, anyway. Might as well let me enjoy it tonight. Get lost." A sharp slap rang out, followed by Li Daebo's yelp. And I ho-hot scolded, "You worthless fool. This is a piece of goods worth 300 yuan. If you damage it, what will happen if Zhang the butcher doesn't want it anymore? Will you compensate me? Go back to your room and sleep. I told you, as long as the goods are intact, you'll get all the money." With a loud bang outside, the rusty iron lock completely sealed Li Xianglian's last hope. The storage room instantly fell into deadly silence. She knew this place too well. The air was thick with a damp, moldy smell, and the sound of mice scurrying could be heard. When she was a child, whenever Li Daba cried, she was locked here without food. In winter, it was freezing. In summer, it was stifling. She never thought that after wandering around, she would end up back in this dangerous place. Li Xianglian moved her tightly bound wrists. The rope had cut into her flesh, causing bleeding and forming a sticky, bloody mess. Her stomach was growling with hunger, and the places where she had been beaten burned with pain. But none of that compared to the real fear in her heart. Tomorrow morning, she would be taken to Zhang the butcher's house. That butcher who had lost his wife, the beast who beat women like animals. Is this really the end of her life? There are mountains of worries. When he swung that hoe, the blood soaked through his waistband. Even if he was strong, he wasn't made of iron. Could he get into trouble? Li Xianglian dared not think about it. She could only pray to the heavens over and over. Even if she had to die, she didn't want him to get hurt. After what felt like hours, the barking outside stopped, and the moon rose high in the sky. A few pale beams of moonlight shone through the broken cracks in the door, like ominous signs.
Suddenly,
From the old window on the back wall of the storage room, which had long been blocked with dry straw, came a very faint sound.
shush.
Shush. It sounded like something was digging in the dirt or trying to pry open bricks. Li Xianglian froze completely, not daring to breathe. Her body was covered in sweat, every hair standing on end. Could it be Li Daba, that beast? He was still scheming, trying to break in through the window? Fear wrapped around her like a poisonous snake. She desperately crawled deeper into the pile of firewood, trying to hide in the darkness. The rope rubbed against her wounded wrists, causing sharp pain, but she clenched her teeth tightly, not making a sound. The noise paused for a moment. Then, the rotten straw blocking the window was gently pulled away from outside. A large hand covered in dirt and dried blood reached in and groped to open the window frame. Creak! The old, poorly maintained window frame made a harsh, grating sound as it was forcibly pried open, creating a small gap. A tall, slightly hunched shadow struggled to climb through the small window. He landed softly, but didn't stand steadily. He kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath, making a strained, painful sound in his throat. It wasn't Li Debao. Li Xianglian's heart pounded wildly, almost bursting from her chest. The man paused for a moment, then supported himself on his knees and slowly approached her. In the faint moonlight, Li Xianglian saw clearly. He was shirtless, his chest covered in sweat and dirt. His back was wrapped in a dirty shirt, soaked through with blood. But his eyes, in the darkness, shone brightly, like two burning wildfires. A familiar scent hit her, mixed with a strong iron smell and a pleasant soapberry fragrance. Li Xianglian's tense nerves snapped with a loud snap. Tears flooded out uncontrollably. Rushan. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling like leaves in the wind. Qin Russian said nothing. He took a few steps forward, his knees buckled, and he knelt right in front of her. His rough hand gently held her face. Under the moonlight, he saw the tears on her cheeks, the bloodstain from the knife on her neck, and her messy hair like a chicken coop. In that moment, Li Xianglian felt his hands trembling. He reached behind his waist and pulled out a short knife, slicing through the ropes that bound her with a swift shoo. Once free, Li Xianglian didn't care about her numb hands and feet. She crazily threw herself into his arms, her hands blindly reaching to touch his back. Your wound. Let me see your wound. Before her hand could touch the bloody, mangled flesh, he grabbed it tightly. His palm was hot, and his strength was so great it seemed like he wanted to crush her bones. Don't touch, it's dirty. Qin Russian's voice was hoarse, like he had swallowed gravel. He pressed her firmly against his chest, his grip fierce and unreasonable, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his bones. Li Xianglian pressed against his hot, hard chest, listening to his thunderous heartbeat, and cried even harder. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being a bad omen. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been hit with that hoe. What would I do if you died? She stammered, tears and snot smeared on his chest, hitting his shoulder with weak punches, like a cat scratching. Shut up. Qin Russian growled softly, grabbing the back of her head with his large hand, forcing her to lift her head. His bloodshot eyes stared at her fiercely, showing his strong determination and deep love, as if he had crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses just to protect her. Li Xianglian, listen carefully. You are my woman. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I will take their life. There's no such thing as being too much trouble, only that I failed to protect you. His words were rough and firm, like a blazing fire burning into her heart. All her frustration, fear, and guilt turned to ashes in his fierce tenderness. She looked up at his strong chin, at the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling her heart break with pity. But there are many of them. Tomorrow they will sell me to Zhang the butcher. Russian, you should leave quickly.
Don't worry about me.
You're hurt so badly. If you don't leave now, you might die here. Leave? Where to? Qin Russian didn't answer. His muddy hand tightly gripped Li Xianglian's wrist. His rough thumb pressed hard on the bloodstain caused by the rope, rubbing it twice, making her skin hurt, but she could also feel the lingering danger on him. "Why are you crying?" Qin Russian's voice was hoarse, like he had gravel in his throat. He didn't care about the dirt on his hand, wiping her tears away with his palm, smudging her tears even more. "In this world, if bad people don't get their punishment, I'll be the judge. But this time, just punching won't do. I need to think. I want them to spit out the bones and flesh they've eaten." Li Xianglian was stunned by his fierce determination, staring at him with tears still in her eyes. This man usually looked like a simple worker who only knew how to work hard and sometimes act tough. But right now, in this dark wood shed, he was hunched over, muscles tense, like a wounded wolf in the mountains, staring at his prey with a fierce, unrelenting gaze.
"You."
"What can you do?" She sniffled, her heart still heavy, but looking at his face, she felt less scared for some reason. Qin Russian didn't rush to explain. He moved painfully, shifting his body, which pulled at his back wound, making his brow twitch sharply. His throat moved as he swallowed a muffled groan. He reached into a pocket close to his chest and took out a flattened, paper-wrapped package. The paper was soaked with oil, dark and greasy, with some red stains that might be mud or blood. He kept it close to his heart, and when he took it out, it was still warm. He slowly unwrapped the paper, his hands trembling a little. Inside was a toasted sesame cake, golden brown and crispy, filled with thick braised meat. The fat seeped into the bread, and the strong smell of meat filled the musty, smoky room. "Eat first." He held the cake near her mouth, his tone firm. "I bought this on the way back from the county town. I've been carrying it all along, so it's still warm. You haven't eaten all day. How can your body hold up? If you're not full, how can you watch the show tomorrow?" Li Xianglian looked at the cake, her stomach growling loudly. She was really hungry. She hadn't eaten anything since afternoon, not even saliva. Under the faint moonlight, she saw Qin Russian's lips dry and peeling, his face pale with no color, covered in dust. The smell of blood from his back was making her nose tingle.
"Eat."
"You've lost so much blood." She pushed the cake back, her hands trembling. "I'm not hungry, you eat. Stop talking nonsense." Qin Russian's brows furrowed tightly. He shoved the cake into her mouth, blocking her words. "I'm tough. That little blood doesn't matter. If I want you to eat, you eat. If you get too hungry, it's my fault. Hurry up and eat." The cake was pressed against her teeth. Tears welled up in Li Xianglian's eyes. Under his fierce and anxious gaze, she opened her mouth and took a small bite. The crust was crispy, and the meat inside was tender and flavorful, with a salty aroma. It was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life, but also the hardest to swallow. She ate while crying, tears running down her face into her mouth, mixing with sesame and oil, salty enough to make her heart tremble. Qin Russian was kneeling in front of her, not minding his aching legs. He watched her swallow the burnt cake bit by bit until she finished every last crumb. Then he reached out his rough, calloused hand and, without hesitation, used his thumb to wipe the oil from her mouth. His fingertips were coarse, making her skin turn red. "Are you full?" he asked. Li Xianglian nodded with red eyes. "Once you're full, listen carefully." Qin Russian leaned forward slightly, and the smell of blood, sweat, and soapberry instantly surrounded her. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear, speaking in a very low voice so only they could hear. "Tomorrow they will come to take you. Don't cause trouble or resist. Just go along with them." Li Xianglian's body stiffened suddenly, her eyes wide with surprise, and she almost shouted out loud. Qin Russian's large hand quickly covered her mouth. "Shoo." His eyes shone brightly in the dark, serious and not joking at all. "Don't make noise. If you call for help, everything will be over. Let me finish talking." Li Xianglian whimpered softly in his palm, then forced herself to stay calm and nodded. Only then did Qin Russian loosen his grip, leaning closer. His lips moved quickly, whispering the daring plan into her ear. As he spoke, her terrified expression slowly changed. A coldness seeped from her bones, then transformed into a kind of determined joy. "Do you understand?" Qin Russian finished, stepping back half a step and looking into her eyes. Li Xianglian bit her lower lip until it turned white, then nodded heavily. In that moment, her heart, hanging over a deep abyss, finally settled. This man was too brave. He was dancing on the edge of danger, planning to involve the Zhao family, the Li family, and even that butcher Zhang. One mistake could lead to disaster. But she trusted him. "I understand," she said softly, her voice still hoarse but steadier. "As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything." Qin Russian looked at her obedient appearance, and a soft spot in his heart was suddenly squeezed hard, making it feel both sour and swollen. He wanted to reach out and touch her face, but his hand froze halfway, afraid that the mud on it would dirty her. The wind outside grew stronger, making the broken door of the shed creak loudly. In the distance, the village dogs barked twice, sounding eerie. "I have to go now." Qin Russian looked back at the small window glowing with moonlight, his eyes full of bloodshot veins. He was injured and couldn't stay here any longer. The longer he stayed, the more danger he was in. If he was caught, this act would be for nothing, and both of them would be in trouble. Li Xianglian's heart fluttered with panic, and she instinctively grabbed his sleeve. His rough cloth clothes were soaked with blood, stiff and sticky, making her feel uncomfortable to hold. "Russian." Qin Russian paused. He didn't turn around but tensed his back muscle suddenly, then turned and roughly pulled her into his arms without thinking. This time, he showed no restraint. His wound on the back tore open, causing him sharp pain, but his grip on her tightened even more, as if he wanted to crush her into his bones. He lowered his head and pressed his lips heavily onto hers, lips that haunted his dreams. There was no tenderness in this kiss. It carried the smell of blood, dirt, and salty tears. His stubble made her face sting, and his tongue forcefully pried open her teeth, like a beast marking its territory, urgent, rough, yet full of deep emotion. Li Xianglian felt dizzy from the kiss, her body soft as mud. She could only cling tightly to his broad, warm shoulders and clumsily respond. After a long while, Qin Russian gasped and released her. Their foreheads pressed tightly together, their breathing tangled, creating a hot, swirling heat in the cold shed. "Russian." Li Xianglian panted heavily, tears still hanging from her eyes. Under the moonlight, she looked at the injured man before her, and her suppressed feelings suddenly burst out. "Why is it so hard for us to be together?" Her voice trembled. "People just need their family's approval to date. But for us, it's always about bloodshed or trouble. Am I really cursed, bringing misfortune to you?" Qin Russian cursed softly, his voice like thunder bursting from his chest. His rough, blood-stained hand harshly scraped her proud nose, making her skin burn with pain. "What do you mean by a tough life? In this town, besides you, Li Xianglian, who else can control my stubborn mule? If you ask who's tough, it's me. Even the little ghosts of the underworld think my bones are too heavy to take." He didn't say any gentle words. Instead, he held her face with both hands, rubbing his thumbs over her swollen cheek with force, as if trying to peel off a layer of skin, but with clumsy care. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly, like two burning ghost fires. "Xianglian, keep your heart in your chest. Good things are hard to get, and the harder they are to obtain, the more precious they are. Heaven is setting obstacles for us, and also gathering karma for those unwise people. When enough karma is collected, a bolt of lightning will strike them down." He grinned, showing his white teeth. His smile, mixed with blood and dirt on his face, looked fierce like a temple's evil spirit, but it made Li Xianglian's heart, hanging in the air, suddenly drop. "Remember, whether it's killing or causing trouble, you are only my wife, Qin Russian's wife. Even the heavens can't take you away from me. You deserve the best. As long as I have breath, I will make sure you live a happy, prosperous life, and make those rotten people jealous." His words didn't sound like love, but more like a fierce vow. They burned hotly in Li Xianglian's heart, making her tremble all over. She buried her face deep into his dirty palm, greedily absorbing its rough warmth. She nodded heavily, tears sticking to the calluses on his hand. All right, rest early and gather your strength. Qin Russian didn't delay. He kissed her forehead hard and turned to leave. As he turned, Li Xianglian saw his body sway slightly, but he quickly supported himself against the wall, hiding it from her. He clenched his teeth and quickly slipped out through the narrow window. The wind blew in through the gap, drying her tears and dispersing the tense atmosphere in the room. The woodpile was silent again, like death. Li Xianglian touched her hot lips and curled up back into the moldy straw. Are you afraid? I was originally afraid. But now, holding the oil paper that still carried Qin Russian's body heat, my fear has vanished like smoke blown away by the wind. As long as he doesn't die, the sky won't fall. Just before dawn, a dull white color like a dead fish belly appeared in the east. The cursed rooster in the Li family yard started crowing loudly and aimlessly. When the first rays of sunlight shone through the dusty window paper, Li Xianglian had already opened her eyes. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She even gently brushed her messy hair with her fingers and brushed off the grass clippings on her body. The chains outside the door clanged loudly. Clang, the two heavy wooden doors were kicked open with a foot. Morning light, mixed with dust, rushed into her face, making her throat itch. Nyo Ho Hot held a broken bowl with a hole in it, standing at the door against the light. Her hoarse face stretched longer than a donkey's. The bowl contained half a bowl of cold water and a very hard black cornbread that could crush a dog. Get up. Do you still think you're Zhao family's young lady? Hurry up and eat. After you're done, we can set out. Nyo Ho Hot slammed the bowl on the ground, splashing water everywhere. Li Xianglian didn't move the cornbread. She slowly stood up from the haystack, even stretching her clothes, her voice calm to the point of being strange. Mother, are you really going to sell me to Zhang the butcher? Nonsense. Half the deposit has already been paid. Do you think it's fake? Nyo Ho Hot crossed her arms, spitting saliva everywhere. Huh? Don't want to go. You have no choice. That's 300 yuan. If I cut you into pieces and sell you by weight, you still have to pay this price. Li Debao covered his still bleeding, swollen nose, like a bloodhound smelling prey, following behind with yesterday's shoulder pole in hand. Mother, why bother arguing with this dead girl? Just tie her up and throw her on the cart. Zhang the butcher is waiting for her to be delivered. Once we load her up, that's 300 yuan in cash. With that money, I can marry a obedient, beautiful girl. Li Debao cursed loudly, his eyes fierce. Debao, what are you in such a hurry for? Li Xianglian looked at that greedy face and suddenly smiled. I'm doing this for the good of our Li family. If you really send me over like this, I'm afraid that before the 300 yuan even warms up, our whole family will end up in jail. Shut your mother's nonsense. Stop scaring people here. Li Debao shouted loudly, ready to rush forward and grab someone, saying, I'm selling my own sister and no one, not even the heavens or the gods, can stop me. That was in the old days, replied Li Xianglian, stepping forward instead of retreating. She leaned against the cold earthen wall and said, Debao, mother, are you really so foolish or just pretending? I am now legally married to Zhao Gang with a marriage certificate. Zhao Gang is alive and we are still married. Now you're trying to forcefully sell me to Zhang the butcher. What is this? It's bigamy. It's human trafficking. She moved a step closer, her eyes fixed tightly on Nyo Ho Hot's slightly panicked face. Don't you understand the current situation outside? The commune's loudspeakers are shouting strict crackdown every day. Crimes like hooliganism can get you executed. Just last month, a troublemaker from the neighboring village was caught touching a girl's bottom. He was paraded through the streets and sentenced to 10 years in prison. What you're doing isn't just bigamy, it's also kidnapping and human trafficking. If you're caught in this moment, it's a serious crime. You could be executed on the spot. No one can escape. The word execution seemed to have a magical power. Nyo Ho Hot's heart skipped a beat. Her arrogant attitude suddenly faded, and her face twitched with fear. She was illiterate and couldn't read, but she had seen many people taken away by the commune during these years. Those who were tied up and paraded with signs around their necks, none of them escaped the firing squad in the end.
Who?
Who are you trying to scare? Nyo Ho-hot forced her voice, but her triangular eyes started to roll around nervously, clearly frightened. As long as you don't say anything, and Zhang the Butcher doesn't say anything, who would know? If they send you away, and it's like you've already been married, what can Zhao Gang do? Later, you can just get a divorce certificate and it's all settled. Is that so? Li Xianglian sneered coldly. Mother, you're thinking too simply. Do you think Zhao's family is easy to deal with? Yesterday, Zhao Cuifan was scared by you all, but you don't know what kind of person she is. She's like a mad dog. Her daughter was lost, and her daughter-in-law was taken by you. She's lost everything, money and family. Do you think she can just swallow this anger? If she goes to the commune to complain, accusing our old Li family of kidnapping and human trafficking, do you think the commune secretary will believe her or us? Li Xianglian stepped forward. Although she was thin, her fierce attitude made Li Debao instinctively shrink his neck. When the big hat was lowered to arrest people, everyone in the yard would be taken away. You're getting old. Can you handle the prison life? And Debao, he's at the right age to get married. If he's taken to the shooting range, a stray bullet could hit him in the head, spilling blood everywhere. Our Li family would be finished. The phrase finished was more powerful than any curse. Li Debao suddenly trembled, covering his nose, and blood started to flow again. He suddenly remembered the terrible scene of the troublemaker from the neighboring village being taken to the execution ground. His legs felt weak, and he felt cold inside his pants. Mother, this girl seems to have a point. Li Debao's voice trembled, ignoring his nose pain. I don't want to eat peanuts. I haven't lived enough yet. Nyo Guohua's face twitched violently. She didn't understand the law, but she was afraid of death and more afraid of her only son getting into trouble. Her earlier fierce attitude, as if she wanted to swallow Li Xianglian alive, was now cooled down by a few cold showers. Her eyes darted around, and her heart was pounding loudly. 300 yuan was good, but if she really risked her life, she might earn it but not survive to spend it. Zhao Cuifan was indeed a difficult woman. If she really turned out to be right, then what do we do? Nyo Guohua shouted angrily. Her voice was still loud, but her confidence was gone. Zhao Gang works in the county Tan and won't be back soon. How can we get a divorce? Do I have to invite him back? Li Xianglian leaned against the wall, relaxing her tense back a little, but her palms were sweaty. She had hooked the fish. No need to invite Zhao Gang. Just find Zhao Cuifan. Li Xianglian lowered her voice, sounding clever and determined for her family. Mother, think about it. What's Zhao Cuifan most worried about now? It's her precious daughter. If we go there and cause trouble, saying Zhao Xiaoyan didn't take good care of Debao and lost him, our Li family doesn't want such a bad wife anymore. We can force her to help Zhao Gang file for divorce. When she reached this point, Li Xianglian deliberately paused, her eyes fixed on Nyo Guohua's greedy old face. As soon as I get the divorce certificate and tear up the paper, I will be free. Even if the commune comes to check, we will just be normal daughters-in-law.
Who can say otherwise?
And, her voice lowered further, with a hint of temptation, this reason is on our side. We can also take the opportunity to ask Zhao's family for some compensation for emotional distress. Zhao Xiaoran didn't bring much dowry when she married in, so this time we can get it back with interest. Once we have that money, plus the bride price from Zhang Tuhu, what kind of young girl do you think Daba wants to marry? Can we squeeze out another bit of money? Nyo Guohua's cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened, like a hungry wolf sensing blood. The fear of the strict crackdown just now was instantly pushed aside by the bigger opportunity in front of her. This girl really has a quick mind. Getting the divorce done cleanly means no risks, and we can also take a cut from Zhao's family. Finally, selling this girl to Zhang Tuhu, this 3-in-1 deal, no matter how you look at it, old Li's family is going to make a big profit. Done. Nyo Guohua slapped her thigh hard with her fan-like hand, making a crisp sound. She didn't even feel the pain anymore. Daba, go push the cart over. We're going to Zhao's house again. Today, we must make Zhao Cuifan's mother spit out some blood. Li Daba, hearing that they were going back to Zhao's house, shrank back nervously. Mother, do we really have to go? That Qin fellow from yesterday, Thinking of Qin Russian's fierce chopping with an axe yesterday, smashing the grinding stone, Li Daba felt a shiver run down his spine. Who cares about that? Niu Guohua glared fiercely at her son. Though she was nervous inside, for the sake of money, she was feeling bolder than ever. Today we're going to handle the divorce. It's a serious matter. It's family business. That Qin kid is just an outsider. How can he interfere in our family affairs? Besides, as long as the girl cooperates, he might even tear apart the Civil Affairs Bureau. Then she turned to Li Xianglian, forcing a disgusting fake smile on her face. Girl, this is your own idea. When we get to Zhao's house, you know what to say, right? Don't worry. Li Xianglian lowered her eyes, hiding the cold light in her gaze. I don't want to go to jail. As long as I can get the divorce, I'll listen to you and marry Zhang Tuhu. As long as she can delay time and get the divorce certificate, even if it means risking everything, she has to try. The cicadas on the old locust tree in the yard are making a loud, annoying noise. The sun has just risen above the roof, and the air feels like a hot, stuffy oven, making people's skin burn. Li Debao grumbles as he pushes the broken cart, which only jingles but makes no real sound, to the yard gate. Just as he's about to spread out two old, blackened cotton quilts, a heavy, dull sound of footsteps suddenly comes from the alley. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps are very heavy, each step like pressing on someone's heart. Soon after, a disgusting smell of blood mixed with sweaty, unwashed odor blows in with the hot wind, filling the air. Oh, everyone's home? Looks lively. A rough, loud voice like a broken gong booms loudly, making the dust fall from the doorframe. Niu Hohat is about to pull Li Xianglian away when she hears the noise. Her whole body stiffens, and her face, which was ready to cause trouble at Zhao's house, suddenly wrinkles with a fake, overly flattering smile. Her posture collapses instantly. She turns to the door, shouting at the shadow blocking the light like a tower. Oh, isn't that Brother Zhang? What breeze brought you here? Please come in. Please come in. Standing at the door is Zhang the Butcher, a man so fierce that children in 10 miles around are afraid to cry at night after hearing his name. He looks rough and strong, with muscles bulging so much that his greasy white tank top almost tears. His arms are covered in dark hair, looking like an uncivilized wild man. He's holding 2 bloody pieces of meat from the back seat, blood dripping down the oil paper onto the ground, creating small red flowers on the yellow earth. A shiny, sharp bone knife hangs at his waist, and as he walks, the sheath hits his thigh with a startling clack. Li Xianglian stands at the foot of the wall, her heart pounding. Her nails dig into her palms so hard that she draws blood, but she doesn't feel the pain. He came so quickly. She had planned everything carefully, but never expected this fierce wolf to arrive so suddenly. Zhang the Butcher ignores Niu Hohat's friendliness. He strides into the yard, ignoring the utensils for eating, and throws the 2 pieces of meat onto the windowsill. With a dull thud, the sound echoes. The 2 large pieces of pork on the windowsill trembled slightly, shiny with oil, with 2 green flies still resting on top, unable to fly away in time. Stop trying to get close to me. Butcher Zhang wiped the sweat and oil from his face. His eyes, only showing the whites, swept around the yard and finally fixed on Li Xianglian. In that moment, Li Xianglian felt like she was being wrapped by a poisonous snake, her body hairs standing on end. Zhang grinned, showing a mouthful of yellowed, smoked teeth. His eyes gleamed with greed, and his drooling mouth looked ready to drip. I heard from the matchmaker that the goods are back. I'm impatient, so since you're here, no more delays. Today is a good day for marriage. I brought the remaining 150 yuan. Let's take the person and go. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled, pig oil-smelling bundle of money. Without counting, he slapped it onto the stone mill in the yard. Bang! The loud sound was even bigger than the noise of throwing the meat earlier, hitting the hearts of Li's family hard.
Debao.
What are you waiting for? Get the money, Zhang shouted roughly, his fleshy body trembling with a shout. With this money, you can go marry a wife like a real man. This meat is for you all. Take it to strengthen your body. Li DeBeo stared at the thick stack of money on the mill, his eyes nearly popping out. His breathing became heavy, like a bellows, panting hard. That was money. A full 150 yuan in cash. With this money, he could buy the leather shoes he had wanted for a long time, go to the county town for a meal, and even marry a new wife with a big, healthy backside. As for the divorce plan, crackdown, or execution they had discussed earlier, all of that was forgotten in front of this pile of colorful bills. She instinctively glanced at Li Xianglian and then looked at the money. Her feet seemed rooted to the ground, and she didn't move for a moment. Li Xianglian watched as Li DeBeo's dirty hand was about to touch the money, and her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. He must not take the money. Once the money changes hands, the deal is done. People like Zhang the butcher will take the money and expect the goods. If anyone dares to back out, his bone-cutting knife is not a friendly tool. Hold on, that greasy big hand was about to reach for the bundle of money. Niu Hohat's nerves were about to snap. Money is good, but if she took it, a bullet might explode in her head. Snap! With a sharp sound, Niu Hohat used all her strength to slap Li DeBeo's hand, making the greedy, dirty hand withdraw. Good for nothing. I can't resist money? Are you crazy? Li DeBeo was stunned by the slap, clutching his hand and breathing cold air, looking at his mother with a sad face. Niu Hohat didn't bother with this fool. She turned her face, and her wrinkled old face suddenly lit up with a smile, brighter than a rotten tomato in bloom. Brother Zhang, what are you in such a hurry for? The person is right here, and he can't fly away, can he? She smiled politely and subtly took a few steps back, her plump body blocking the view between Zhang the butcher and Li Xianglian, hiding that unsettling gaze. Brother Zhang, you should take your money back for now.
Today.
You probably can't take this person away. The air instantly froze. Zhang the butcher's face, which was covered with flesh, was once full of lewd smiles, but now it looked like a cold eggplant after frost, dark and gloomy. Can't take him away, he snorted coldly through his nose, his eyes, mostly white with little black, fixed on Niu Hohat, shining with a fierce light like that seen during a pig slaughter. Niu Hohat, are you messing with me?
Huh?
Think the money is too little? Want to raise the price? Zhang the butcher stepped forward, the smell of blood from years of killing filling Niu Hohat's nose. I swear, I will set this broken house on fire and tear your family apart, feeding you all to the dogs. Before I finish speaking, my big hand, like a fan, has already reached for my waist. Clang! The shiny, blood-stained bone knife is pulled out, its tip shining coldly in the sunlight. Li DeBeo is so scared that his legs go weak, almost losing control in his pants. He slumps by the millstone, too afraid to even fart. Niu Guohua is trembling too, but for the sake of long-term benefits and her own safety, she swallows her scream and keeps quiet. Brother Zhang, calm down. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I'm just trying to help you. Think of your own good. Niu Guohua's voice is trembling. Helping me? The butcher Zhang sneers, waving his knife in the air, making a whistling sound. Tell me, how are you helping me? If you can't say, I'll make you see red today. You should listen. Niu Guohua swallows and repeats the words she learned from Li Xianglian. To save herself, her mind is racing, adding details to deceive him. This girl is married to Zhao Gang with a marriage certificate. What's the world outside like now? Strict crackdown. The commune's red turban enforcers are like mad dogs, catching people everywhere. Anyone they don't like gets pushed into fences. She lowers her voice and points outside. Not long ago, that blacksmith shop in town was taken away for a parade. I heard they might even give him 10 years. If you bring that person back now, the procedures won't be complete and it'll look like kidnapping. If the Zhao family reports you, saying you broke the law, you might end up in jail. Zhang the butcher's knife pauses. He's a simple man, but he fears the law. Recently, things have been tense. His pig slaughtering business isn't always clean. If the authorities catch wind, it could be trouble like mud slipping into your pants, not just dirt. Then, it won't be just about the wedding night. You'll be doing time. eating hard rice. Seeing him hesitate, Niu Guohua quickly presses harder. Your good name is worth more than a few days of trouble. Why risk losing everything? Zhang frowns, his thick black eyebrows knitting together. Didn't the Zhao family lose someone? And they still dare to complain? Oh, it's because they lost someone that they went crazy. Niu Hohat patted her thigh. Zhao Cuifin is like a mad dog. Now she's just looking for someone to take her anger out on. We must handle the paperwork properly and force Zhao's family to finalize the divorce clearly. Then, when you marry her officially and take her away, it will be protected by law. Even the commune secretary would have to toast you at the wedding. Don't you think that's right? Zhang Butcher didn't speak. He paced a few steps in the yard. His big, greasy rubber shoes made dull sounds on the yellow earth. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and turned around. His fat jiggled with the movement. He ignored Niu Hohat and went straight to the wall, standing in front of Li Xianglian. A heavy, suffocating pressure instantly surrounded her. Li Xianglian pressed herself against the cold mud wall, holding her breath. She could smell the disgusting garlic, dry tobacco, and the persistent pig fat smell on this man. Zhang Butcher stretched out a short, thick finger, with black dirt under the nail, and rudely lifted Li Xianglian's chin. Lift your head. Li Xianglian's body stiffened, feeling sick and dizzy. But she didn't dodge. She knew that if she showed even a little reluctance now, she might get hit in the face. She obediently raised her head, lowered her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The morning light shone on her face. Although half of her face was still swollen and her forehead had a scab, her skin was as white as a freshly peeled egg, with a lively glow that village women usually didn't have. Especially her submissive, terrified look as a little wife made Zhang Butcher's anger flare up. She's so pretty. Much better than that yellow-faced woman he beat to death after drinking. If only he could press this woman under him. Zhang Butcher's throat moved as he swallowed. He greedily sniffed under his nose, then harshly rubbed his greasy thumb on Li Xianglian's chin, leaving a greasy mark. This stuff is worth the price, and it's also worth me waiting a few days. Niu Hohat and Li Debao were about to breathe a sigh of relief. But, bang! A loud thud shook the dust from the ceiling beams. A sharp bone-cutting knife was deeply embedded in the wooden door frame, half of the blade inside, the handle still trembling and buzzing with a harsh humming sound. Zhang Tuhu's face, full of coarse flesh, pressed close to Niu Hohat's nose. The smell of blood mixed with sour sweat, a scent from years of slaughtering pigs, hit her forehead. Niu Hohat, let me be clear first. Zhang Tuhu raised his thumb and pointed at the trembling knife in the door frame. The money I take first. The person I've already reserved her. If in these 3 days, this girl loses a hair, or if you dare to play tricks on me. He paused, his blackened fingernails scratching her sturdy shirt with a harsh screech. This knife doesn't recognize people. When the time comes, I'll slaughter your whole family like pigs, drain the blood, and stuff your intestines. Do you believe it? Niu Hohat looked at the knife, her 2 thick legs trembling, her head bobbing as if she was crushing garlic. Believe. Believe. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare lie to a true Buddha like you. We'll go to Zhao's house now. At most 3 days. After 3 days, you can come with a bridal sedan to pick her up. 3 days. Zhang Tuhu stretched out 3 fingers, as thick as carrots, and waved them in front of Niu Hohat's eyes. I give you 3 days. If after 3 days, there's no divorce certificate, He didn't finish his sentence, but his cold smile was even more chilling than the knife. He reached into his pocket and put back the bundle of money from the grinding stone, then picked up the 2 pieces of meat on the windowsill. Li Debao's eyes were glued to the meat, his throat bobbing up and down, looking like a wild dog seeing a bone. Zhang Tuhu grinned, showing a row of yellowed, flat teeth, and casually threw the meat back onto the windowsill. Clap! The meat hit the windowsill, shiny with oil, and 2 green flies that hadn't flown away, yet were crawling on top. This meat is a reward for you. Feed it to this girl to help her recover. Don't wait until she's lying on the bed looking dead, with no energy to serve me. After speaking, he turned his head, and his eyes, mostly white with little black, scanned Li Xianglian fiercely, as if trying to see through her thin clothes. Li Xianglian stood close to the wall, her nails digging into her palms, but her face remained expressionless, like a stone, not even lifting her eyelids. Zhang Tuhu took out a knife from the door frame, rubbed it on his shoe sole, hummed some dirty, flirtatious song, and swaggered away. His footsteps were heavy, each step making the ground tremble slightly. Only when the sound completely disappeared at the alley entrance did the suffocating feeling of pressure in the yard fade away.
Phew.
Li Debeo plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. Cold sweat dripped down his face, making his already unkempt face look even worse. He ignored wiping his sweat and crawled to the windowsill, cupping his hands around the meat, took a deep breath and looked delighted.
Mom.
This is good meat. Full of fat. Let's do it tonight? My stomach's oil is all gone from cooking.
Eat, eat.
All you do is eat. You starving ghost. Niu Guohua slapped him on the forehead, making Li Debeo shrink back. Though she scolded fiercely, seeing her son's greedy look and recalling that thick bundle of meat just now, her fear eased a lot, replaced by a warm feeling. That meat was worth 150 yuan. Didn't Zhang Tuhu say? 3 days. We only have 3 days. Niu Guohua crossed her arms, her eyes wide with determination. If we don't get the divorce papers in 3 days, our whole family is finished. That's deadly serious. She suddenly turned around, staring fixedly at Li Xianglian under the wall. Without Zhang Tuhu present, her nasty old woman attitude returned. Stupid girl, you were lucky just now. You saw what kind of person that Tuhu is. If you want to save your own life, you better cooperate quietly. Once this marriage is over, you can live your own good life, and we won't bother each other. Otherwise, without Zhang Tuhu needing to do anything, I'll skin you alive. Li Xianglian said nothing. She raised her hand and wiped her chin harshly with her sleeve, where Zhang Tuhu's dirty finger had touched her earlier. The rough fabric rubbed against her delicate skin until her face turned red and even bled slightly. Only then did she stop. She raised her head, her eyes so calm it was frightening, like a deep, bottomless dry well. Mother, let's go. While the sun isn't too strong, let's go to Zhao's house. Yes. Let's go to Zhao's house. Niu Hohat remembered the still unexploited resources at Zhao's place and suddenly felt energized. She untied the greasy apron around her waist and threw it on the ground. Debeo, push the cart.
Get this girl on it.
If Zhao Cuifan doesn't return the money today, or if this marriage doesn't end, I will tear off her roof. Li Debeo quickly got up from the ground, spread some old cotton on the cart, and roughly pushed Li Xianglian aside. Get on. Don't dawdle. If you delay my marriage, I swear I'll beat you to death. Li Xianglian swayed with the force and obediently sat on the cart. She silently counted the days in her mind. 3 days. The 3-day deadline given by Zhang Tuhu is a race for her and Qin Russian's life and death. During these 3 days, she must not only deal with Zhao Cuifan and get that crucial divorce certificate, but also perform this act well enough to use the chaos to send those ruthless ghosts who eat without leaving bones straight to hell. The cart creaked as it moved, the axle lacking oil, making a grating sound that was irritating to hear. By the time they reached the Red Star Brigade, the sun was already scorching overhead, making the crop's leaves curl up. This time, Niu Hohat didn't dare bring many people. After all, they were going to ask for a divorce, not to fight. Bringing too many people would look like they were robbing, which could cause trouble. Moreover, she was afraid Qin Russian might suddenly appear again. Thinking of the man who yesterday chopped the millstone into pieces with an axe, Niu Hohat's heart pounded like a rabbit trapped inside her chest. As the three of them entered the village, villagers gathered around loudly. When they reached Zhao's house, the door, already half damaged by Qin Russian's axe, was now completely ruined. To make a strong show, Niu Hohat took a big step forward and kicked the door. Bang! Half the door flew to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt that nearly choked Zhao Cuifan, who was just coming out of the main room with a bowl. Cough, cough, cough. That murderous scoundrel. What is she trying to do now? Zhao Cuifin almost dropped the chipped porcelain bowl in her hand. The thin, milky corn paste inside reflected her shadow and spilled everywhere, hot and stinging her hand, making her shiver. Last night, she was so frightened by Qin Russian that she couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw that cold, shining axe. Now, her eyes were dark with exhaustion, her hair messy like a chicken coop. She looked worse than a ghost just crawling out of a grave. She looked up and saw the squeaky cart, and beside it, a broad-faced man with a stern expression, leaning on his hips like a teapot. This was Niu Hohat. Her anger suddenly flared up. Good. Your Li family thinks they can bully Zhao's family, huh? Zhao Cuifin threw the bowl onto the ground with a loud crash. She pointed at Niu Hohat's nose and shouted, "Not enough that you wrecked my house yesterday? Now you're here to tear down my home again? My poor daughter was harmed because of you. How dare you come here? There's no law anymore." Law. Niu Hohat sneered loudly, her voice so loud it could shake the roof tiles. Instantly, some neighbors who were watching gathered around. Zhao Cuifin, stop crying like a funeral. I came today to give you a way out. Your daughter didn't want to stay with Daju, so she ran off. I haven't settled that score with you yet. Niu Hohat stepped forward, her plump body pressing down with a sense of authority, making Zhao Cuifin step back several paces, her back pressed against the wall. We speak honestly. Niu Hohat spat a thick loogie on the ground, her eyes narrowing with sharp cunning. Xiaoyan doesn't want to be with Daju anymore, so this marriage is off. Your daughter Xianglian has worked as a servant in your house these years, but that's not for nothing. If you want your son Gang to live a clean life without the shame of being called a chinshimi, then you'd better call Zhao Gang back here. Call Gang back for what? Zhao Cuifin's heart skipped a beat. She looked at this greedy old wolf mother with suspicion, instinctively clutching her pocket. To do what? Divorce. Niu Hohat emphasized the word heavily, as if she wanted to crush it and spit it in Zhao Cuifin's face. Not only do you have to divorce, but you also need to pay us for Daju's emotional damages, lost wages, and Xiaolian's wages over these years, totaling 200 yuan. Once the money was in place and the divorce was settled, our two families would go their separate ways, bridge by bridge, road by road. Otherwise, if this matter got too big, could your son Gongzi keep his job in the city? The bright sun shone down, making the yellow earth outside Zhao's house seem to smoke. More villagers gathered to watch. Men who were working in the fields, old men with big bowls of noodles leaning against the wall, women holding half-finished shoes, all dropped their work and rushed to Zhao's gate when they heard the noise. In no time, the crowd formed several layers, blocking Zhao's yard completely, which already had no door. Some young boys even climbed onto the wall, stretching their necks to peek inside, afraid to miss anything. Recently, Zhao's family had been very active, making more fuss than a public show. Zhao Cuifin stood on the steps, still holding an empty bowl. After hearing Niu Hohat's price, her eyes flicked quickly, and her initial panic was replaced by a clever plan. 200 yuan? And a divorce? Why doesn't this old busybody go rob the credit union? Zhao Cuifin had been ruling the village for years, and her mind was sharper than anyone's. She saw Li Xianglian, tied up like a zongzi on the cart, and nearby, the scared and shrinking Li Debao. It was clear they were eager to sell Li Xianglian to someone else. Realizing this, Zhao Cuifin's previously shaky posture suddenly straightened, as if she had caught her opponent's weakness.
Bah!
She spat on the ground fiercely, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked fearless. Niu Hohat, are you still asleep? 200 yuan? Does our family have a mountain of gold or silver? And a divorce? I tell you, it's not happening. Niu Hohat was stunned. She didn't expect Zhao Cuifin to be so tough. Her face turned red with anger as her flesh trembled. You won't divorce? Then you're giving up your family's good name? Good name? Who are you trying to scare? Zhao Cuifin stepped forward, almost spitting on Niu Hohat's face. My Gongzi is busy doing big things in the city. He's too busy to come back and play house with you. And you, rushing to push for a divorce. Are you trying to sell Xianglian to some wild man? This sentence directly exposed the truth. The The villagers watching the scene suddenly erupted in noise, pointing and talking loudly, like a swarm of bees. I knew it. Something's wrong with the Li family's plans. They're trying to sell their daughter again. How terrible. Hearing the gossip, Zhao Cuifin felt even more proud. She pointed at Niu Guahua's nose and scolded. You want to sell someone for money? Go ahead, try selling her. As long as I don't agree or get a divorce, Xianglian is still part of our Zhao family. If you dare to sell her, I'll go straight to the police station and report you for kidnapping and illegal trafficking.
You
old hag. Niu Guahua trembled with anger. She wanted money, but she was more afraid of the law. The confidence that Li Xianglian had gained from being tricked out earlier was almost gone after Zhao Cuifin's loud shouting. Do you still have any shame? Do you believe I can make this house yours? Niu Guahua shouted fiercely but nervously. Go ahead. If you dare, do it. Zhao Cuifin tilted her head back and pushed her face into Niu Guahua's chest. Burn this house down. Burn me along with it. Then I'll go down and complain to the local authorities about my dead husband. If someone gets hurt, I want to see who in the Li family can run away. Later, your son will be sent to the shooting range to eat peanuts. This tactic of throwing a tantrum and acting crazy was just right to stop Niu Guahua from greedily eyeing the money. When Li Debao heard eating peanuts, he was so scared his legs trembled. He grabbed Niu Guahua's sleeve and shivered. Mom, what should we do? If this old woman really calls the police. Time passed second by second, and the sun grew hotter and more fierce. Niu Guahua was so anxious, she broke out in a sweat. The butcher's cleaver seemed to be hanging right over her head. If they couldn't get the marriage cancelled and the paper signed, in 3 days, their whole family would be doomed. The situation suddenly froze. Zhao Cuifin's face showed a confident, triumphant smile, while Niu Guahua was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. Just then, Li Xianglian, who had been lying on the cart without saying a word, suddenly moved. She struggled to sit up straight. The rope digging into her flesh hurt terribly, but her face was expressionless, as cold as a stone. Mom, Debao, take a break, she said hoarsely, as if she was biting on sand. She looked up, her dark eyes fixed intently on Zhao Cuifin standing on the steps. Zhao Cuifin felt uneasy under the sneaky look and instinctively wanted to scold. You bad omen. Who do you think you are to interrupt when elders are speaking? Mother-in-law, Li Xianglian interrupted her calmly, in a way that was a little frightening. You refuse to let Gingzi come back and divorce. Are you planning that once my mother sells me, you will go to the commune and tell them, sending my mother and brother into the farmstead? Right? Zhao Cuifin's face suddenly changed and she stammered. You talk nonsense. I don't understand. Don't understand? Then let me translate for you, Li Xianglian sneered, pulling at the still bruised blue mark on her face. You think as long as this marriage isn't over and the marriage certificate is still there, I am still Zhao family's daughter-in-law. As long as the Li family dares to sell someone for money, you think you can stand on moral high ground and accuse them of human trafficking. When they go to jail, you can still keep a good reputation, not spend a penny, and get a obedient daughter-in-law to serve you for free. This naked plan, exposed openly in the sunlight, made Zhao Cuifin's face turn a liver color. Niu Ho-hot, standing nearby, broke out in cold sweat, her back instantly soaked. Zhao Cuifin's heart was more poisonous than a snake. Too bad, mother-in-law. Li Xianglian leaned forward slightly, her voice light but sharp as a knife. You may be clever with your plans, but you missed one big thing. And it's a huge one. What? What is it? Zhao Cuifin's heart skipped a beat. Li Xianglian stared into her eyes, speaking slowly and clearly. You don't want a divorce. That's your business. But if you don't divorce, legally, I am Zhao Gang's legitimate wife. The law states one husband, one wife. If Zhao Gang lives with another woman in the city, that's called cheating, and it's a crime of hooliganism. At this point, Li Xianglian suddenly raised her voice, sharp and piercing, echoing through the alley. If that woman has a child with Zhao Gang, Zhao Cuifin trembled suddenly. Li Xianglian caught this movement, her cold gaze intensifying. She bit into the sensitive point and pressed hard. That's bigamy. It's punishable by law. Not only will Zhao Gang lose his job and go to prison, but that fox who seduced him will have to go too. As for that big grandson who isn't born yet, Li Xianglian deliberately stretched out the words, big grandson, which was Zhao Cuifin's most precious concern. That child was born a troublemaker, an unwanted, wild kid, an illegal resident. When Gongzi goes to jail and his future is ruined, your precious grandson will be looked down upon his whole life, unable to get an official household registration, and will be like a street rat, never able to lift his head. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. For Zhao Cuifin, these words were like a thunderbolt. What has she been working for all her life? Just to see her son succeed and to have a grandson to carry on the family line? She knew Gongzi was involved with someone in the city and that the woman was pregnant. That's why she was so eager to drive Li Xianglian away, even allowing the Li family to cause trouble, just to clear out the main wife who was taking up space, so her golden grandson from the city could have room. But she never imagined that if things got worse, she might end up in jail, and that her grandson could become an illegal resident?
Who?
Who are you trying to scare? Zhao Cuifin's lips trembled, her face as white as paper. She swayed, almost falling to the ground.
Gongzi.
Gongzi has a proper job in the city. There's no bigamy. Don't smear my son. My Gongzi is innocent. Innocent. Li Xianglian didn't give her a chance to breathe, pressing her hard. Gongzi hasn't sent a penny home in 3 years. Where did that money go? To the dogs? The 2 fine shirts he bought at the city supply store, and that imported malted milk. Those aren't cheap, right? Do you really think everyone in the village is blind? The villagers around suddenly started talking loudly. I've been wondering why Zhao Gang hasn't come back all these years. Turns out he's been with someone in the city. Oh, this is a serious moral issue. He could end up in jail. If he really has a child, he might be in for a long sentence. Their words felt like needles stabbing Zhao Cuifin's ears. She panicked, completely panicked. Li Xianglian watched Zhao Cuifin's panic look, feeling a wild sense of joy growing inside her. She turned her head and shouted at Niu Guohua and Li Debao, who had already gone pale. Mother. Debao. Since your mother-in-law doesn't want a divorce, that's perfect. We don't need to beg her anymore. Niu Guohua stared blankly at her daughter.
Then.
What do we do? Li Xianglian's eyes flashed with fierce determination and madness. She was pushed to the edge and refused to give up. Let's go to the commune now. Let's report Zhao Gang for bigamy. Then go to the county seat and cause trouble at Zhuangzi's workplace.
Hang Benna.
Post big character posters. I want everyone in the town to know that Zhao Gang is a scoundrel. I want his leaders to see his shameful deeds. She struggled desperately, making the cart rattle loudly. Her veins bulged on her neck as she shouted like a madwoman, "My life is already ruined. Instead of being sold to a butcher and suffering, I might as well take the blame. Let's all die together. I want him to lose his job. Let him eat peanuts. Let that sly woman rot in jail. Let his illegitimate child be born without parents. No one will survive." Her scream was so sharp that even the sparrows in the trees were startled and flew away. Niu Hohat was shocked by her daughter's wild behavior, but quickly reacted. This was a fierce move. Instead of waiting to be beaten, it was better to strike first. As long as they could threaten Zhao Gang's future and his big grandson, Zhao Cuifin, the old devout woman, would surely submit.
Yes.
To the commune, Niu Hohat, who was also a good actress, immediately joined in, shouting and slapping her thigh. Debao, push the cart. We're going to report to the police station. Let your sister reveal everything. Those who are unarmed shouldn't fear those with weapons. We're risking our lives, but it's worth it to ruin Zhao Gang's bright future. Li Debao, though timid, understood at this moment. He pushed the cart and headed toward the village entrance, shouting, "Let's go. Report it. Make Zhao Gang pay." The wheels of the cart creaked as it moved. Li Xianglian sat on it, glaring back at Zhao Cuifin with a look of total resolve, with no way out, only a determination to go down together. Seeing the cart heading toward the village entrance, Zhao Cuifin completely broke down. She dared not gamble. Zhuangzi was her lifeline, and her two unborn grandsons were her everything. If Zhuangzi really went to jail for bigamy, she would lose her job, and the Zhao family's lineage would truly end. If the woman from the city found out Zhuangzi was in prison, could she still have the baby? Don't go. Please, I beg you, don't go. Zhao Cuifan's scream was heart-wrenching, as if her flesh was being torn apart. She suddenly collapsed onto the yellow earth, her thin, withered hands clutching the broken wooden wheel of the cart, her nails full of dirt. The arrogant attitude just now, as if wanting to tear open the sky, has now turned into a face full of muddy tears and snot. She is truly scared. Zhao Gang is her life, and her grandson, who is still missing, is her root. These days, the words, strict crackdown, are like the book of life and death from the underworld. Whoever touches it will die. If Gang really gets labeled with a big sign and paraded around with a high hat, even their family grave would be dug up.
Xianglian.
That's your man, Zhao Cuifan cried loudly, tears and snot flowing, banging her forehead on the cart wheel with a loud thud. You're going to ruin our Zhao family. How can you be so cruel? Li Xianglian sat on the cart, looking down at this old woman who used to boss her around like a beast. She showed no emotion, only her scarred hand gently picking a piece of wood shavings from the rough side of the cart. Ruin the family. Li Xianglian's voice was soft but like a sharp needle, stabbing painfully into the listener's ears. Grandma, when you let Li Dogwai ruin my life in the melon field, did you think about leaving me a way out? Zhao Cuifan was choked and rolled her eyes, making a strange choking sound in her throat.
Leave.
I told Gang to leave. Isn't that enough? Zhao Cuifan collapsed, slapping her thigh, dust flying into her face. As long as you don't go to the commune and don't ruin Gang, whatever you say is fine, that's right. The barefoot ones aren't afraid of those who wear shoes. The bold ones aren't afraid of risking their lives. Li Xianglian is now that kind of crazy person who's willing to risk her life. Anyone who tries to stop her from surviving, she'll drag them into hell with her. Next to her, Niu Guohua's eyes nearly popped out. Her mind hadn't caught up yet. Just now, Zhao Cuifan, who was desperate and stingy, was scared into kneeling after a few words from this girl? Bigamy? Execution? Niu Guohua shivered and looked at her daughter with a strange chill running down her spine. Is this still the same timid girl who couldn't even hit a fly? Her scheming and tricks are even darker than her own mother's. But who cares if she's dark or not? As long as she can make money, she's a good daughter. Niu Guohua's eyes flickered, and she immediately put on a greedy look, standing with her hands on her hips in front of the cart.
Fine.
Since you agreed to leave, don't waste time. There's still 200 yuan left, but 1 coin is missing. We're going to push the cart to the commune so everyone can hear Zhao Gang's nonsense. Zhao Cuifan got up from the ground, ignoring the dirt on her clothes. She tremblingly wiped her face and said, I'll give the money. But the wedding can only happen when Gang comes back. He's in the county town, and it will take time to get here and back. Stop talking nonsense to me. Niu Guohua spat in Zhao Cuifan's face. Trying to delay? No way. I'll give you 1 day. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the county town together to find Zhao Gang. We'll sign the papers and get the certificate face to face. Cornered, Zhao Cuifan didn't dare say no. She could only swallow her words bitterly, her head nodding like pounding garlic. Fine, we'll go tomorrow, just tomorrow. She looked down, her triangular eyes full of hatred and resentment, wishing she could swallow Li Xianglian alive. But for her grandson and for Gang's future, she had to hold back her anger and endure. Li Debao, hearing that things were settled, was so happy his mouth crooked. He pushed his cart and was ready to leave. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's go home. He was still thinking about the meat that butcher Zhang brought in the morning. That shiny, oily meat. If made into braised pork, he couldn't even imagine how delicious it would be.
Hold on.
Li Xianglian suddenly spoke again. Zhao Cuifan trembled, looking at her with a frightened face.
What? What do you want to do now?
200 yuan, give it to me now. Li Xianglian's tone was calm but firm. I don't trust you. First, give the money to my mother. That's half the deal. If you change your mind tomorrow or gang avoids us, this money will be our travel and lost wages.
What?
Now? Zhao Cuifan screamed like a cat with its tail stepped on. I don't have that much cash. There are only a few dozen yuan at home. All here. She clutched her clothes tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it. I don't trust you. Li Xianglian raised her head, her face slightly swollen but expressionless. First, give the money to my mother. That's half the deal. If you change your mind tomorrow or gang avoids us, this money will be our travel and lost wages. That's 200 yuan. Zhao Cuifan was so anxious, she stomped her feet. Then go borrow it. Li Xianglian didn't give her a chance to bargain. You have relatives in this village. For your precious grandson, borrowing this little money is nothing. In half an hour, we'll be waiting right here. If we don't see the money, she turned to look at Li Debao. Debao, turn around and go to the commune. Although Li Debao was timid, he was quick-witted for money. He immediately adjusted the car's direction, pretending to head toward the village entrance. Stop. I'll borrow it. I'll go borrow right now. Zhao Cuifan completely lost her temper. She was truly afraid these crazy people would cause trouble without regard. She hurriedly got up, ran stumbling toward her own house next door, not even bothering to pick up a shoe that she lost. The sun was blazing hot. Niu Ho-hot approached the cart, looking suspiciously at Li Xianglian, lowering her voice. Girl, do you really know Zhao Gang is having an affair outside? That bigamy charge. Is it true? Li Xianglian leaned on the stiff bedding roll, closed her eyes. So, what if it's true or not? She said softly, with a mysterious tone. As long as she believes it, then it's true. Niu Ho-hot was stunned for a moment, then grinned widely. TSK, girl, you really have a lot of tricks. Follow me. Half an hour later. Zhao Cuifan returned holding a pile of scattered coins. She had gone door to door, bowing and borrowing. There were some small coins, wrinkled bills with a sweaty, sour smell, and even 2 old yuan coins she found somewhere. Niu Ho-hot didn't mind at all. She sat on a millstone by the roadside, dipped her finger in saliva, and counted the money 3 times. Although she was still short by 10 or 20 yuan, it was close enough. She happily tucked the heavy pile of change into her pocket, patted her bulging belly, and said, All right, when the rooster crows tomorrow morning, we'll see each other in the county town. Zhao Cuifan, if you dare run away, humph. The cart creaked again as it left Zhao's suffocating yard. Li Debao pushed the cart, humming an unknown tune, feeling very happy. Niu Ho-hot walked beside him, occasionally touching the money in her pocket, with a greedy look. Only Li Xianglian never looked back. Tomorrow, when they reach the county town, the real show will begin. Zhao Gang, that unfaithful man, and the fox spirit, you haven't met yet, are you ready? At the foot of the mountain, in a dense poplar forest, the cicada's loud chirping made people feel annoyed and restless. Qin Russian leaned against a sturdy old poplar tree, gripping his axe tightly. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and the torn shirt wrapped around his back was already stained with blood, a dark red and black mess that looked shocking. But he seemed not to feel the pain. His eyes, piercing through the gaps in the leaves, were fixed on the distant cart that was leaving. Sweat dripped down his strong chin, falling onto the dry ground and quickly disappearing. Brother, stop looking. The cart is already gone, said a man from the bushes nearby. The man's head was topped with messy hair, and he was short and sharp-looking. He was holding a recently dead wild rabbit. Duo Go glanced at Qin Russian's gaze and saw only a cloud of dust rising on the dirt road. Qin Russian didn't move. He simply changed the grip on his axe, his veins bulging on the back of his hand. Duo Go, he said hoarsely, with a hint of lingering anger. Is the job you arranged done? Duo Go chuckled, showing 2 big front teeth, and tucked the rabbit into his belt.
Done.
You don't trust me? My uncle is in charge at the county transport team. He's well connected. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, looking secretive. Zhao Gang is really a scoundrel. He's been with a woman named Wang Lily for almost a year in the city. I heard her family has some connections. She's a minor official's daughter. That's why she's interested in Zhao Gang's good looks. Qin Russian withdrew his gaze, a cold light in his eyes sharper than the axe blade. Did you find out the address?
Got it.
It's behind the county supply and marketing cooperative, in the family compound, the second door on the left of the third unit. I heard they've been living there for over half a year, like a married couple. Duo Go clicked his tongue, looking disdainful. They've been living there for over half a year, acting like a couple, going in and out together. Brother, you haven't seen Zhao Gang in the city. He's dressed like a gentleman, hair slicked back and shining. If he knew about the mess at home. TSK, tomorrow's scene will definitely be lively. Lively is good. Qin Russian snorted coldly and turned to walk into the deep mountains. Every step he took caused his back wound to ache painfully, but he didn't even frown. The more lively it gets, the muddier the water and the more interesting the show. Ergo hurried to catch up, looking worried at Qin Russian's bleeding back. He asked, "Brother, your wound. And that sister-in-law. I mean Li's girl, can she really hold on? That Niu Guahua isn't easy to deal with. If she spills the beans, they'll sell you out too." Qin Russian paused. He remembered last night in the shed, the woman with tears on her face, but still nodding through clenched teeth. And just now, when she forced Zhao Zuifan to give money in the car, her fierce attitude. She's tougher and smarter than he thought. She can do it. Qin Russian took out a crumpled stack of paper money from his pocket, handed it to Ergo without looking, ignoring whether it was blood-stained or not. She's my woman. If she can't handle these small troubles, how will we live together in the future? He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, casting long shadows in the forest, like fierce, snarling ghosts. Take the money and buy 2 tickets for tomorrow's trip to the county. You come too. Ergo took the money, tucked it into his chest, and patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, brother. I'll keep an eye out tomorrow. If anyone dares to lay a finger on sister-in-law, I'll be the first to bite him. Qin Russian said nothing more. He carried his axe and quickly disappeared into the dark forest. Only the wind blowing through the treetops made a howling sound, like a low roar before a storm. Tomorrow's trip to the county might bring a storm. The sun was setting, casting a long shadow of the broken cart. When they returned to the Li family, old Li was sitting on a large blue stone at the door, smoking a dry pipe. Seeing Niu Guahua happily returning with a bulging bag in her arms, his dull old eyes lit up. How did it go? About the money. Old Li tapped his pipe and stood up. It's all here. Niu Guahua proudly patted her bag, her face full of smiles, wrinkles spreading across her face. My girl's got a good head. She scared that old nag Zhao Zuifan with just a few words. She not only handed over the money, but also promised to go to the county tomorrow to get a divorce. Old Li listened to these words, and his tense heart finally relaxed a little. But then he frowned again and looked at Li Xianglian, who was silent in the car. Girl, is Zhao Gang really seeing someone outside? And is he going to jail? Old Li has lived his whole life, and he's been a coward all along. His biggest skill in life is being afraid of trouble. He always listens to his wife. When he heard words like jail and execution, his heart started to flutter nervously. He felt uneasy. Li Xianglian's legs felt weak. The fuss earlier had drained all her strength. She leaned on the rough, thorny wooden door frame and looked at her so-called father. This is her father. Even now, he wasn't worried about whether she was wronged or if she was almost sold to a butcher. He was just afraid of causing trouble. Father, is it true? We'll know tomorrow when we get to the county town. Li Xianglian's voice was cold. She didn't look at the pile of money. She just stared hard at old Li's wrinkled face. If you're afraid of trouble, don't take the money. Just send me back to Zhao's house now. Let Zhao Gang keep bossing me around like a servant, and let his mother scold me every day for not laying eggs. When his little wife in the city has a big, fat baby, he'll kick me out. Then everyone in the village will laugh at you, calling you a poor old man who sold his daughter and still got nothing. Don't regret it then, that. Old Li's face turned pale from her words. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He awkwardly rubbed his hands, which were full of calluses, and his cloth shoes shuffled nervously on the dirt. I'm just afraid things will get out of hand and be hard to fix. What's so hard to fix? Niu Guifeng glared and pushed Old Li away. The money's already ours. Why are you still afraid? Tomorrow just divorce the marriage and we'll take the money and leave. Who cares if Zhao's family is alive or dead? Dabao, push the car in and get some food for your sister. Don't let her get too hungry. She still has to act in the play tomorrow. Li Xianglian was locked back in the dark, smoky room. This time, Niu Guifeng didn't lock her with the heavy iron chain. Instead, she brought a bowl of plain, floury porridge with some oil floating on top. There was no meat, but she didn't refuse. She picked up the bowl and ate. She knew this was just a plan to make her gather strength to go to the county town and help them trick someone into a divorce. But she had to drink this bowl of soup. She needed the energy to wait for the big event tomorrow. It was late at night. In the woodshed, it was so quiet that only the sound of mice gnawing on wood could be heard. Li Xianglian leaned against a pile of straw, clutching a piece of oiled paper tightly. It was the leftover pancake Qin Russian gave her last night. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with Qin Russian's fiery eyes from last night and his soft whispers in her ear. When you get to the county town, don't be afraid of anything. Once you're in the city, I'll handle the rest. Qin Russian, I believe in you. I've bet my life on this. We must win this time. The night was like a heavy black pot pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The main room of Zhao's house was dark, with no lights on. Only the moonlight coming through the paper windows cast a pale glow on the bed. Zhao Cuifan lay on the bed, feeling a dull pain in her heart, like being cut by a blunt knife. That was 200 yuan, plus a bunch of small borrowed bills, all of which she had begged for from neighbors with her old face. Thinking about how these money would soon go into Niu Guahua's bottomless pit made Zhao Cuifan want to bang her head against the wall. She turned over, her old bones making a crisp clack sound, and kept muttering in pain, her sickness born from heartbreak. At that moment, someone gently scratched the back window twice, like a mouse scratching. Cuifan? Are you asleep? It was that low, croaking voice. Who else but old Sun? Zhao Cuifan, full of anger, didn't want to talk to him. She scolded, "Go away. I don't have time to chat with you today. My heart is almost broken into 8 pieces." The shadow outside the window didn't leave, but moved closer. The smell of cheap dried tobacco seeped in through the crack. "What's going on? I heard from Lai at the village entrance that your place was lively today. Did that Li girl really report Gongzi to go to jail?" Hearing this, Zhao Cuifan got even angrier. She slipped out of bed, pulled open the door, and dragged the sneaky old man inside.
You still dare to mention it?
It's all your idea. Zhao Cuifan sat heavily on the edge of the bed, wiping tears and scolding, talking about selling someone into the mountains. That's all you care about.
But now?
They're going to accuse Gongzi of bigamy. That was a close call. To shut that troublemaker's mouth, I really spent a lot today, over 200 yuan. As Zhao Cuifan spoke, tears and snot flowed down her face. She was truly upset. Old Sun Wai came into the room, without knocking. He was familiar with the place and sat cross-legged on the bed, listening as Zhao Cuifan exaggerated her story from the day. When she mentioned Li Xianglian threatening her with illegal status and illegitimate child, Old Sun Wai's small eyes twitched, and suddenly he slapped his thigh and chuckled. "You're laughing. You actually can laugh." Zhao Cuifan was so angry she punched him. "I'm about to die from worry. Cuifan, why are your eyes so naive?" Old Sun Wai grabbed her hand and touched her rough, bark-like hand, looking clever. "Think carefully. Though this cost you money, it might not be all bad. Spending over 200 yuan isn't a good thing," Zhao Cuifan said irritably, pulling her hand away. "You're so silly." Old Sun Wai leaned close to her ear, spitting a little as he spoke. "Think about it. If Li Xianglian keeps holding on to her status and refuses to divorce, what'll happen to Gongzi in the city? The city girl wouldn't want to stay with him without a proper name or status. When she gets pregnant and can't hide it, that's real trouble." Zhao Cuifan paused, stopping her sobbing. Seeing she was listening, Old Sun Wai continued to persuade her. Now, the Leaf family is so poor they want a divorce for money. Isn't that perfect for us? Tomorrow, we can go to the county seat, handle the paperwork, and exchange the red book. Gongzi will be free. Then he can marry the daughter of an official in the city. Our Zhao family will finally have a bright future. That money, what's it compared to his prospects? It's just a little money to pave the way for the grandson. Consider it a wedding gift. Zhao Cuifan thought about his words. Her previously defeated face slowly regained some color. Yes, once they divorced, Gongzi could marry that official's daughter. The Zhao family would rise higher. The money hurt, but compared to Gongzi's future, it wasn't much.
But still,
that money is real, she sighed. Though the heavy burden in her heart had eased, she still felt deeply regretful. I spent the whole afternoon losing face, borrowing from everyone in the village. How will we get through this life? After Xingzi becomes successful, will he still be able to take a bite out of your food? Old Sun crooked his hand and shamelessly climbed up Zhao Cuifan's arm, laughing softly. It's okay, don't worry. As long as the eldest grandson is safe, that's a big happiness. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf if you don't let go of your children. You're still the clever old man. Zhao Cuifan's heart finally felt at ease. Looking at Old Sun's wrinkled face, she didn't feel as annoyed as before. Her body relaxed a little, and she leaned closer to him. Old Sun was experienced in social situations. Seeing the situation, he knew the moment was right. He chuckled and, with his rough, bark-like hand, gently put it around Zhao Cuifan's waist, pinching her thick flesh lightly. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Old Sun's voice became sticky and flirtatious, full of a creepy intimacy. His dull old eyes were filled with open desire. You've been so scared today, right? Come on, let your brother take good care of you, comfort you. As he spoke, his hand mischievously slipped under her clothes. Although Zhao Cuifan was older, her spirit was stirred by this old man's teasing, and her desire immediately flared up. Plus, her worries had eased, and the emptiness inside her was quickly filled with a fiery passion. She didn't push Old Sun away. Instead, she leaned her body against his thin, bony chest, her dull eyes showing a calculating, flirtatious look. Old ghost. Zhao Cuifan's voice was sweet and a little overdone. One hand traced circles on Old Sun's thigh. You only talk about how much you love me, but you never give me anything real. Old Sun shivered at her touch. The fire inside him suddenly surged to his head, and his breathing became quick and heavy. Real stuff? I'll give you everything I have right now. Who wants that thing of yours? Zhao Cuifan playfully punched his chest and twisted her body like a water snake. Today, because of this mess, I've borrowed a lot. I scraped together that 200 yuan piece by piece. How will we get by in the future? Old Sun, you're famous as a bachelor in the village. One person eats well, and the whole family isn't hungry. Your daughter has also shown respect to you many times. You must have saved quite a bit, right? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. On the other side of the wall, Old Sun finally slipped away after stealing some food. The noise from Zhao Cuifan's house also completely stopped, leaving only a few disgusting snoring sounds now and then. Just a wall apart, Qin Russian was not asleep. He lay on a hard wooden bed, shirtless. The room was dark, with only a little moonlight coming through the window crack, casting a pale light on the floor. His back was burning with pain. Yesterday, for the act, he had really hit the millstone hard. To scare Zhang the butcher, he scraped off a big piece of oil skin from his back. The blood had soaked through his torn shirt. Just now, when Ergo left, he shoved a bottle of red flower oil into his hand. Qin Russian reached back and touched the scabbed wound, but he hadn't even applied medicine. This pain was nothing. Compared to the burning fire in his heart, this minor flesh wound was nothing more than a mosquito bite. He could hear the noise from Zhao's house clearly. Even though there were two walls between them, the disgusting sounds still drifted in with the wind. Qin Russian sat up on the bed, his muscles tight like iron in the shadows. Listening to those sounds, he didn't feel anything else, only a deep, nauseating stomach ache. Zhao's family was already a lost cause. That girl had been stuck in that muddy pit for 3 years. Thinking of this, Qin Russian's fingers dug into the cracks of the bedboard, with splinters pricking his nails, causing sharp pain. He had endured so much suffering. Since last night, all he could think about was Li Xianglian's face, especially when she was in the firewood room, with a face full of injuries, but still biting her lip and saying, "I believe you." That fierce determination, that resolve to risk everything, made him want to rush over now, kick down that broken door, take her back, lock her in his room, and not let anyone see her again. But he couldn't. Ergo had already gone to the county to lay the groundwork. The net was cast, waiting for tomorrow to catch the fish. If he moved now, even just a shadow seen by others, the act would fall apart. To make sure she could come out clean and innocent from Zhao's hell, he had to endure. Endure it, even though it was incredibly hard. Qin Russian took a heavy breath, then reached under his pillow. There, he kept his treasure. When his fingers touched the soft fabric, his restless heart finally calmed a little. He took out the item and carefully unfolded it in the faint moonlight. It was an old, faded, and pilled little shirt. Its style was very outdated, with worn edges and 2 tiny patches, looking extremely poor. He found it 3 years ago near the reed marsh by the river. That day, the wind was strong, and the shirt blew off Zhao's clothesline, hanging on the tip of a reed, swaying in the breeze. No one was around at the time, and he impulsively picked it up and put it in his pocket. He carried it for 3 years. Back then, Li Xianglian had just married into Zhao's family and hadn't yet become as worn out as she is now. She would secretly wipe tears while washing clothes by the river, and when she saw someone coming, she would quickly wipe her eyes and pretend nothing was wrong. Qin Russian brought the old shirt close to his nose. It didn't have the heavy scent of osmanthus oil, nor the smell of face cream from city women. It only had a faint scent of soapberry, mixed with the dry smell of the sun, and a very light, almost imperceptible, hint of that woman's milk scent. The smell wasn't pleasant. It was a bit bitter. But to him, it was the strongest sleeping potion. Qin Russian closed his eyes and buried his face in the fabric, greedily taking a deep breath. The scent rushed straight to his forehead, instantly awakening the deepest, wildest beast inside him. Xianglian. He softly whispered her name in the darkness. His voice was hoarse, like he was holding a handful of gravel, full of a fierce desire to devour her. How had he survived these 3 years? The whole village avoided him, calling him a lone star cursed by heaven, saying he was unlucky with his parents. Only she, whenever she saw him on the village road, was afraid but still lowered her head and made way, never covering her nose or showing disgust like others did. Once, during a heavy rain, he hunted a wild boar on the mountain. When he was coming down, the path was slippery and he fell. At that moment, he saw her gathering peanuts in the field. She didn't run away. Instead, she took off her straw hat, placed it on a stone by the road, and hurriedly left. That straw hat still hangs on his wall. This woman has a kind heart and a hard life. It should belong to him, Qin Russian. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly like a tall tree during the long night, filling his entire body with it. He wanted to rescue her from the Zhao family, to take off her patched-up clothes, to buy her the best fabrics and the most expensive creams. He wanted to raise her healthy and plump, to see her smile at him. And more than that, on that big bed that belonged to them, he longed to hear her sincerely call out, "Brother Russian." His blood was hot and rushing inside, and a certain part of him was painfully swollen. Qin Russian suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead bulging with veins, breathing heavily like he was pumping a bellows. He clenched the old clothes tightly in his hand, the veins on the back of his hand bulging fiercely, as if trying to squeeze the fabric into his bones and blood. But he didn't move. He just stared fixedly at the dark wooden beam above his head, slowly suppressing the urge to destroy everything inside him. He couldn't rush. After tonight, dawn would come. When dawn arrived, it would be her good day. Qin Russian turned over and got out of bed, walking to the water jar in the corner of the room. He scooped up a bowl of cold water and drank it all in one go. The icy well water slid down his throat into his stomach, making him shiver. The heat inside him was finally somewhat subdued. He folded the nearly crumpled little shirt carefully, smoothing out every wrinkle, then solemnly tucked it deep into the pillow. That shirt was his hope and also his vow. At the first crow of the rooster, just as the sky was beginning to turn pale, a faint white line appeared on the horizon. The gray fog covered the entire Red Star Brigade, cold and penetrating deep into their bones. The old wooden door of the Lee family creaked open with a squeak. Nyo Ho-hot had already dressed neatly, deliberately wearing that blue cloth jacket she only wore during the New Year. Although the cuffs were worn and faded, it made her look spirited, as if she was ready to receive praise. Her belly still bulged with more than 200 yuan tucked inside, warm and making her feel energized all over.
Zabao.
Lazy pig. Get up and push the cart. Nyo Ho-hot kicked open the door to the east room and pulled up Li Daba, who was still drooling. Li Xianglian came out of the firewood room. After a night of rest and that rare bowl of thick noodle soup, her face was still pale, but her eyes shone brightly. She brushed her hair neatly and tied it in a low ponytail with a faded red ribbon, revealing a smooth, full forehead and calm, deep eyes. The group arrived at the village entrance, where Zhao Cuifin was already waiting. Unlike Niu Guohua's cheerful mood, Zhao Cuifin looked like a wilted eggplant, drooping and sad. Last night, Old Sun had kept her up most of the night, and now her eyes were dark and swollen. Her face looked pale and yellowish, and she was worried about the 200 yuan, so she didn't seem like someone going to the county for business, but more like someone attending a funeral. "Why are you so late? What are you dawdling for?" Zhao Cuifin muttered irritably, giving Li Xianglian a sharp look. "Why rush? Good food doesn't mind being late." Niu Guohua patted her thigh happily and didn't argue with her. "Let's go. Today is a big day." The cartwheels rolled over the gravel road, making a squeaky sound that was almost painful to hear. Under the crooked old willow tree at the village entrance, a figure was crouched. Ergo was holding a blade of grass in his mouth, seeming to wait lazily for the sunrise, but his sneaky eyes had already watched this group closely. When the cart had gone far, Ergo suddenly spat out the grass and grinned, then turned and slipped into the nearby cornfield. "Brother, let's go." Zhao Cuifin looks like a ghost. She looks exhausted. Deep inside the cornfield, Qin Russian was leaning against a bundle of straw, resting. When he heard the noise, he suddenly opened his eyes. The sharpness in his eyes at that moment was brighter than the rising sun. He casually grabbed his worn straw hat and put it on, covering half his face, leaving only his strong chin and thin lips pressed into a straight line visible. "Follow me." Those two words were deep and powerful. This trip had been quite exhausting. First, there was the cart that smelled like cow dung, then the smoky Jifeng bus. Zhao Cuifin was worried about money. When she took out her ticket money, her hands trembled like she had Parkinson's. She clenched 2 crumpled 1 yuan bills until they looked like they were about to burst, then finally handed them to the ticket seller. Niu Guohua was generous. She snatched the ticket and, afraid Zhao Cuifin might change her mind, pulled Li Xianglian toward the bus, still instructing Li Daba. "Daba, save a seat. Don't let anyone take our good spot. We paid for it." 3 hours later, they arrived in Yun County. Compared to the poor and remote Red Star Brigade, this place is truly lively and colorful. A loudspeaker played energetic songs, and many people rode bicycles on the street. The bicycle bells rang clear and cheerful, making people feel happy. When Zhao Cuifin entered the town, her bossy attitude shrank back a little. She looked at the city people dressed in blue work uniforms and felt her rough cloth clothes looked very out of place. She wished she could just stick to the wall and hide. Go straight to the supply and marketing cooperative staff housing. Li Xianglian sat on a cart, her voice cold like ice. Zhao Cuifin stiffened and turned around, glaring. "Why go there? Zhang is at work. Not at the staff housing gate. Are we going to cause trouble at the counter?" Li Xianglian rested her hand on the cart's edge, lightly scratching the wood with her nails. "Or Do you want everyone in the supply store to see how Zhang is acting like a scoundrel? Zhao Cuifin was so choked she rolled her eyes and could only grit her teeth and lead the way. The staff housing of the supply store was in the west of the town, a row of red brick cylindrical buildings where respectable people lived. It was noon, the time for lunch break, and the entrance was lively. People dressed in good quality shirts rode in, with mesh bags hanging on their bike handles, filled with green onions or steamed buns. The lively atmosphere of everyday life was obvious. The appearance of Li's family was like a drop of ink in clear water, very noticeable. The rickety cart, Li Daba's patched and dirty clothes, Niu Guohua's rural, rough manner, and Zhao Cuifin's deeply worried face all drew extra attention from passers-by, who looked at them with disdain. Zhao Cuifin blushed with embarrassment, her face turning red, and lowered her head as if to hide in her lap. Are we there yet? Why is this place so far away? Li Daba was panting heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead. Just then, a crisp and slightly arrogant bicycle bell rang from behind. Ding ding ding, Zhang. Ride slower. Don't jostle the kid. The road isn't smooth. A sweet, coquettish female voice sounded, full of a charming, soft tone that made one feel relaxed. Her voice carried a happiness that was sweeter than honey. Li Xianglian suddenly looked up. Not far away, a brand-new Phoenix bicycle was slowly approaching. The wheels were shining brightly under the sun, reflecting light. The man riding the bike is wearing a pure white, crisp shirt, paired with neat navy blue pants. On his feet are shiny black leather shoes, and he even wears a flashy, sparkling watch. His hair is combed carefully with hair gel, making him look very tidy. Even a fly would have to do a split to land on him. On his clean face, there is a gentle and loving smile as he turns his head to talk to the person in the back seat. Who else could it be but Zhao Gang? In the back seat, there is a woman with fashionable big wavy hair, wearing a red and white floral dress and small black shoes. She is holding Zhao Gang's waist with one arm, leaning closely against his back as if she has no bones, while her other hand is protecting her slightly rounded belly. Their loving appearance is almost too sweet to look at. Zhao Gang is smiling and saying something. When he looks up, his smile suddenly freezes. He looks like a chicken being choked, quickly grabbing the brake. Screech. The wheels grind on the ground, leaving a black mark. The woman in the back seat screams and leans forward, bumping into Zhao Gang's back. Zhao, what's wrong? The woman pouts playfully, sticking her head out from behind Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang ignores her. He stares intensely at the group of seemingly homeless people in front of him. His face turns pale instantly, his lips trembling, but he can't say a word. Niu Guohua initially wanted to hide, afraid of losing face. But when she looked over, she first saw the brand-new bicycle, then Zhao Gang's watch, and finally her gaze fixed on the gold bracelet on the woman's wrist. The bright gold shimmer completely erased her fear from her eyes. This isn't a daughter-in-law. It's a fat pig with a lot of money. Oh my goodness. Niu Guohua rushed out like a cannonball. Her fat body, propelled by inertia, blocked the road directly, stopping Zhao Gang's bicycle. Are you blind? Are you looking for trouble? Zhao Gang instinctively opened his mouth to curse, still feeling the superiority of a city person. But when he saw who was blocking the road, his curse stopped abruptly. His throat made a strange gurgling sound. Mother-in-law? Zhao Gang's eyes nearly popped out, and he froze on the bike seat. He even forgot to hold the handlebars, almost falling off with the bike. And Ho-Hot crossed her arms and, regardless of how many people were watching, sneered at Zhao Gang's nose. Oh, is this the young master? Dressed so fancy, I thought you had died. Turns out you're just here enjoying life. As soon as she spoke, the people watching the scene stopped to look. A woman named Wang Lily frowned, looked at Ho-Hot from head to toe, and covered her nose in disgust. Young master, who is this? What's that smell? It stinks to high heaven. Zhao Gang broke out in cold sweat, sweat dripping down his temples. He opened his mouth to explain but realized that now was not the time for explanations. This is your mother-in-law. Li Xianglian jumped down from the cart. She moved slowly but steadily, step by step. Although she wore patched old clothes and had no makeup on her face, her presence exuded a coldness that made Zhao Gang, dressed in fine clothes, feel a bit breathless. She walked to the bicycle, looked at the man who had once sworn to give her a good life, and then glanced at the woman sitting on the back seat, who was dressed flamboyantly. "Young master, care to introduce her?" Li Xianglian's voice was soft but clear, spreading to the entire family compound entrance. "Is this the reason you said in your letter that you were too busy with revolutionary work to come home for 3 years?" Wang Lily's finely drawn eyebrows furrowed sharply. Her gaze shifted between Li Xianglian and Zhao Gang, finally settling on Zhao Gang's pale face. Women have a natural intuition, especially when dealing with this kind of mess that comes knocking on the door. She tightened her hand protectively over her belly and sharpened her voice. "Young master, what did she just call you? The one in the letter? You said you were an only child, with parents who died early, and that your family only had a distant cousin." Cold sweat dripped down Zhao Gang's forehead like water from a bucket. He hurriedly wiped his face, forced out a smile worse than crying, and tried to pull Wang Lily's hand. "Lily, don't listen to this crazy woman. She's just a poor relative from the family, not very smart, and has been mentally ill for years, always coming out to extort money. I'll send her away right now." He turned his head, and his normally gentle face suddenly became fierce. He lowered his voice and shouted at Li Xianglian. "Li Xianglian, do you want to die? Can't you see where we are? Hurry up and get these bums to leave. I'll pay you when you go back. Isn't that enough?" Smack. A clear slap sounded, cutting through the noisy chatter around them. It was not Li Xianglian who hit, but Niu Hohat. This old woman was usually the bossy one in the village, acting like she owned the place. She couldn't stand being insulted, especially after seeing Zhao Gang act like he wanted to throw them out like trash, and hearing him call them beggars. She exploded. "Go to hell with your nonsense." Niu Hohat slapped him with full strength, knocking Zhao Gang's gold-rimmed glasses flying and leaving 5 red marks on his fair face. She stomped her feet and yelled, "Zhao Gang, you ungrateful scoundrel! Are you an only child? Did your parents die early? And what's this old thing behind me? A zombie crawling out of a graveyard? My daughter is your legally married wife, so why are you acting crazy? Why are you accusing us?" Zhao Cuifin had been hiding behind the cart, pretending to be dead, trying not to embarrass herself. But when she heard Zhao Gang curse her to death just to please that little troublemaker, her heart hurt like she'd been cut. He was her beloved son. She worked hard in the fields to send him to school, bending her back. And now he was dead? She shakily crawled out from behind the cart, tears and snot streaming down her face. Without caring about being dirty, she grabbed Zhao Gang's leg and started crying loudly. "Gongzi, my son, how could you curse me like this? I'm your real mother. You must be blinded by something. I haven't even closed my eyes yet, and you're already mourning me." Her loud crying was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a hot pan, and the whole supply and marketing cooperative's entrance exploded with noise. Nowadays, there was no TV to watch, so the scene at the entrance was more exciting than an outdoor movie in the commune. It was just after work hours, with people buying vegetables, picking up children, and heading home. They all gathered around, blocking the narrow entrance completely. Even the old man guarding the gate was holding a chipped porcelain teacup, tiptoeing inside to listen carefully, afraid of missing a word. "Oh my goodness, I really didn't notice. That Zhao worker usually smiles at everyone and speaks softly, but secretly he's such a bad person?" Exactly. At the last Lei Feng commendation meeting, he even wore a big red flower and gave a speech, saying respect for the elderly and caring for the young are traditional virtues, but he doesn't even recognize his own mother. What virtues? Oh, look at that young wife. Her belly is already sticking out. It must be 5 or 6 months pregnant. That's having an affair. If this happened in our workshop, he'd be fired already. That old lady is crying really hard, truly heartbroken, not acting. Zhao Gang is so sneaky, willing to abandon his own mother and wife just to climb higher. We shouldn't deal with him in the future, or we might even get sold without knowing. The spit and harsh words felt like countless steel needles stabbing into Zhao Gang's heart. He felt like a frog skinned and left out in the hot sun, exposed and vulnerable. His pride, his role as a supply and marketing clerk, his upcoming deputy director position, everything was shaking and breaking apart at this moment. Wang Lily also started to realize what was happening. Although she often acted like a spoiled young lady, she wasn't stupid. Looking at the old lady crying on the ground, clutching Zhao Gang's leg, her face and Zhao Gang's looked almost identical. Then she looked at Zhao Gang, who was so guilty, he looked like he might pee his pants. She felt dizzy and almost threw up her breakfast.
Sugar.
Her scream was sharp and piercing, breaking the sound. Wang Lily suddenly pulled away from Zhao Gang, who was trying to hold her back. Her long, sharp nails scratched several bloody marks on Zhao Gang's hand. "You bastard! You lied to me? How dare you lie to me? You said you weren't married. You said you wanted to spend your life with me. And now I find out you not only have a wife, but also got her pregnant before telling me?" She was the daughter of a cadre. Her father managed finances. She had been cherished like a precious phoenix since she was a child. When had she ever been abandoned by someone like this? If this news reached the big courtyard, saying that Wang Lily was blind to her own judgment, that she found a rural man with a wife and children and even got pregnant by him, becoming a homewrecker, she would wonder if she should still keep living. Where would her father's face go? Lily, listen to my explanation. Zhao Gang ignored the pain in his face and hands. He was truly anxious and desperately grabbed Wang Lily's sleeve. This is all in the past. It was a futile arranged marriage.
You know how things are in the countryside.
I was forced. I have no feelings for her. I've hardly ever held her hand. My heart belongs to you. No feelings. Li Xianglian, who had been silent, stepped forward at this moment. She was calm and patient. Although she wore patched-up clothes and her face had no makeup or powder, when she stood there, her cold aura seemed to seep from her bones, making Zhao Gang, dressed in plain fabric, step back. "Zhao Gang, you're not afraid of losing your words." Li Xianglian reached into her coat and took out a red cloth bag. It was something she had brought with her before leaving home, containing an old but still intact marriage certificate. She slowly unfolded the layers of red cloth. "Not feeling anything? Did you dream of getting this marriage certificate?" She held the marriage certificate in front of Zhao Gang's face. Her voice was quiet but clear, spreading throughout the scene. "Not feeling anything? Can you make your mother throw away your old underwear and socks? Not feeling anything? Can you go 3 years without sending a penny home, yet wear leather shoes, a watch, and keep a mistress in the city? Zhao Gang, when you say these words, is your conscience being stolen by a stray dog? Oh, I forgot, you can even curse your own mother, as if she were dead. The stuff in your stomach is black-hearted cotton. There's no such thing as conscience." The crowd around grew more furious. "Oh, my. Not sending money home for 3 years? Is this even a person?" "Exactly. Look at the original wife. She's so thin she looks like firewood. And look at this man, so shiny and smooth. How can he be so cruel?" Zhao Gang was pushed to the edge. The words, the gazes, they were like knives stabbing him. His mind buzzed loudly, and the string of reason, called logic, snapped with a loud pop. All his pretenses and dignity were gone in that moment. "Shut up. You jinx. Keep your mouth shut." Zhao Gang was so angry and embarrassed that his forehead veins bulged and throbbed violently. He raised his hand with all his strength and slapped Li Xianglian in the face. As long as he could shut this woman up and drive away the group of poor people, he could explain to Lily and keep his job. Can't argue and now want a hit. Li Xianglian hadn't moved yet, but Niu Guifang, like a protective mother hen, suddenly stepped forward, her body blocking him. Her heavy body, weighing around 160 or 170 pounds, pushed straight ahead.
Bang!
Zhao Gang's slap didn't hit Li Xianglian, but instead was knocked aside by Niu Guifang's push, causing him to stumble backward. His big leather shoe scraped a black mark on the ground, looking very awkward. Niu Guifang sat on the ground, truly a fierce troublemaker. She clapped her thighs and started crying loudly. "He hit me. He's trying to hurt me in public. Is there no law? Is there no justice? They're bullying us rural folks without anyone to stand up for us. Everyone judged this fairly. This move was a real knockout. The nearby women, usually the most annoyed by bullies targeting the weak and elderly, now felt their sense of justice rising strongly. This is outrageous. Young men hitting a mother-in-law. This is rebellion. Arrest them. Take them to the police station. Several young people, full of righteous anger, even rolled up their sleeves and prepared to rush forward. Zhao Gang sat on the ground, watching the heated scene, noticing Wang Lily's hateful stare that seemed ready to devour him, and then looking at Li Xianglian's calm, frightening face. Suddenly, he realized that today's incident was not accidental. It was a trap. This wasn't some poor relative desperate for help. It was clearly someone carefully setting a trap for him, waiting for him to fall into it. Could Li Xianglian, who was so dull she couldn't even throw 3 punches, come up with such a wicked plan?
Why?
He enjoyed a good life in the county, dressed in fine clothes, wearing leather shoes, and was about to become deputy director. Why should this group of dirt-stained villagers ruin his future? Why did Li Xianglian, that yellow-faced woman, not stay at home and suffer quietly, but come here to tear apart his reputation? Zhao Gang is a clerk at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He is a decent person and aspires to be a city dweller. You wicked woman! You've ruined me! Zhao Gang shouted loudly, veins bulging on his neck like worms, and reached out to grab the red book in Li Xianglian's hand. Ruined you? I spit on that. Niu Hohat wouldn't let him succeed. With her 160 to 170-pound frame, she sank down quickly and firmly pressed her buttocks onto Zhao Gang's thigh. Zhao Gang let out a painful cry, feeling as if his thigh was about to break. Then, a foul smell of sour sweat mixed with the stench of days without bathing hit him right on the top of his head, making him almost faint. At this moment, Niu Hohat was growing bolder. She held Zhao Gang's shoulders tightly and spat in his face. Everyone listen. This is what a scholar's mouth looks like. He's cheating outside, and his pregnant wife has been brought in, yet he's blaming my daughter? Heaven, strike this traitor down. People watching nearby pointed and whispered, their contemptuous voices like thick spit smearing Zhao Gang's face. Shameless. Looks like a gentleman, but really a scoundrel. This time he's exposed. Who would still trust him to do business? While the chaos was happening, a dull gray figure had already slipped out of the crowd like a slippery eel and headed straight for the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's office building. Ergo ran as fast as he could, deliberately shouting in a broken voice, "Something's wrong. Someone's been hurt. Someone was killed at the family courtyard." His frantic shouting caused the quiet office building to become chaotic. In the innermost room on the second floor, Director Liu of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was holding his treasured purple clay teapot. He had just taken a sip of tea, but before he could savor the flavor, he was startled by the shouting and spilled hot tea all over his lap.
Oh.
Which bastard is crying out loud? Director Liu jumped up in pain, his chubby face trembling, looking very comical. Ergo burst into the office, looking like a movie star in a panic, panting heavily. Director Liu, something terrible has happened. Zhao, your clerk, is being surrounded by a group of debt collectors at the entrance of the family courtyard. Two Dog was anxiously patting his thigh, saying that he was caught in the act of cheating and was now being beaten badly. Even Wang Kazhang's daughter, Wang Lily, who was pregnant, was pushed and shoved there, crying so hard she almost fainted.
What?
Director Liu froze, his eyes wide open. Wang Lily is also there? Zhao Gang didn't care about cheating, but if this involved Wang Kazhang's daughter and caused trouble at the main gate, it would ruin the reputation of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If the effort to choose an outstanding unit this year failed, he, as director, wouldn't keep his job.
Quick.
Lead the way. Director Liu slammed his purple clay teapot onto the table, then hurried out with his pants still damp. His fat body jiggled with every step, making the floor thump loudly. Two Dog followed behind, bowing his head, a mischievous smile hidden under his messy hair. This fire had definitely reached the ceiling. At the entrance of the family compound, the sun was blazing hot but couldn't warm the cold feeling inside. Wang Lily stood nearby, her face pale. Her hand, protecting her belly, trembled violently, her knuckles turning white. She looked at Zhao Chuifen, who was rolling around on the ground, covered in dirt. She was Zhao Gang's late mother. Then she saw Niu Hohat, with her fierce face and angry look, a fierce woman who seemed to have fallen from the sky. And she looked at Li Xianglian, who was dressed in rags, but stood straight with pride. A wave of nausea rose in her throat. Is this Zhao Gang's home? Is this the once refined family, now fallen apart he talked about? This is a bunch of rascals. Vampires. Worms crawling out of a cesspit. And she, Wang Lily, daughter of a county official, was about to have a secret pregnancy for such a lying man and be watched like a monkey in front of everyone? Ugh, Wang Lily couldn't hold it anymore. She bent over, clutching her chest, and started to vomit. Seeing this, Zhao Gang suddenly found strength he didn't know he had. He pushed aside Niu Hohat and rushed over, trying to help her. Lily, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't touch me. Wang Lily screamed sharply, backing away as if avoiding a plague. Her long nails scratched the air wildly. Zhao Gang, you make me sick. You don't even recognize your own mother, and now you have a wife and still come to bother me. You're just a beast. Lily. Zhao Gang's outstretched hand froze in midair, still stained with dirt from the ground and Cow Hohat's saliva. At that moment, urgent and steady footsteps suddenly sounded from the crowd's edge. Step aside. Why is everyone crowding around to look at a Western mirror? Don't you have work to do? The voice was quiet but carried a commanding authority that came from years of giving orders. The chaotic crowd parted like water tofu cut with a knife, making a clear path. A middle-aged woman dressed in a dark gray linen suit hurriedly stepped forward. She had her hair neatly styled, with no stray strands, and although her face showed signs of age, her skin was well cared for. She had a stern expression, and her sharp, capable aura instantly quieted the surrounding chatter. This was Wang Lily's mother, Yan Xiujian. Yan Xiujian had come rushing after hearing from a neighbor that her daughter was being bullied at the door. As soon as she arrived and saw everything clearly, she understood everything instantly. There was the red household register on the ground, an elderly woman begging for mercy, and a rural woman with a dignified presence, though silent. This scene was a classic Qin Xianglian going to the capital to complain story. Yan Xiujian felt her head throb, a surge of anger rushing to her forehead. The son-in-law she carefully chose, Zhao Gang, who seemed honest, hardworking, and easy to handle without parents or family, turned out to be a scoundrel like Chinshimi? What was worse, her daughter was pregnant. Mom, when Wang Lily saw her mother, her last bit of composure broke down completely. She burst into tears, throwing herself into her mother's arms.
Mom.
He lied to me. He lied to me. Hearing her daughter's cry, Yan Xiujian's heart felt like it was breaking. But she had worked in government offices for decades and knew that if she caused a scene now, she would truly shame the Wang family. This matter couldn't be made big, at least not openly. If you hesitate and don't act decisively, chaos will follow. Shut up. Why are you crying? Are you trying to make things worse? Yan Xiujian whispered sternly, while firmly holding her daughter's body, afraid she might go into labor. She raised her head without any curses or tantrums, only giving Zhao Gang a cold, dead-eyed stare like looking at a dying dog. In that moment, Zhao Gang felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into an icy hole in the coldest winter, from head to toe. Zhao Gang, you're really something. Yan Xiujian's voice was quiet but carried a chilling coldness. Playing tricks on our family like we're fools? We'll settle this account later. After speaking, she ignored the messy family on the ground, grabbed Wang Lily's arm with surprising strength, and said, "Come home with me. Don't let others laugh at us here." Wang Lily wanted to say something, but Yan Xiujian pinched her arm hard, making her flinch in pain. She could only cover her face and stumble out of the crowd, dragged by her mother. Zhao Gang watched the mother and daughter walk away, feeling like that was his golden ladder to fame and fortune. If the latter collapsed, he would be shattered into pieces. Mother-in-law, Lily, listen to me. I was forced. I really was forced. Zhaogang desperately tried to chase after them, flailing his arms as if grabbing the last straw of salvation.
Shogun.
You unorganized, undisciplined thing. Where are you going? A loud shout came from behind, like a thunderclap. Director Liu hurriedly pushed through the crowd, his fat face turning a dark purple like liver, beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing the mess on the ground and the whispers and pointing from the crowd, he was furious. Hearing this voice, Zhao Gang's body trembled, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. He stiffly turned his neck and saw Director Liu's face full of, "You're finished," expression. His vision blurred, and he thought, it's all over, completely over. Director Liu, the leaders of the unit saw it, the mother-in-law saw it, and the entire town saw it. This fragile facade of reputation was shattered completely. In the crowd, a tall figure wearing a torn straw hat quietly leaned against the wall. Qin Russian lowered his hat brim, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. He watched the scene where Zhao Gang's woman, although pale-faced, stood straight and stared firmly at him. His rough hand clenched tightly in his pocket, veins bulging on the back of his hand.
Good job, Xianglian.
That's how it should be. Don't be afraid. The sky won't fall. Even if it does, I'll hold it up for you. Li Xianglian saw Zhao Gang's helpless look and felt a bit more relaxed inside. She turned to face Director Liu, who was sweating heavily, and spoke calmly. Leader, I'm just a rural woman. I don't understand all the big principles. But I know that in the new society, bullying people isn't right. Zhao Gang has a wife and mother back home, but here in the city, he's lying about marriage and remarriage. Is this something you can ignore? If you can't handle it, I'll go to the county committee or the city to find someone who can. Her words were firm and powerful, not at all like an inexperienced rural woman. Director Liu's forehead was sweating profusely. Is she reporting a problem? It's like a knife against his neck. If this gets to the city, the award for the best unit might be lost, and his official hat could shake. Comrade, please calm down first. Director Liu forced a smile and wiped his sweat. We will handle this matter seriously. If what you say is true, we won't tolerate it. He turned to look at Zhao Gang, and his face suddenly darkened like magic. Zhao Gang, are you still not ashamed enough? Go back to your unit and write a review. Wait for the organization to deal with you. Zhao Gang wiped the sweat off his face, but he had no more confidence or authority now. The voices of Director Liu still buzzed in his ears. If these people kept causing trouble at the gate, not only would the deputy director be involved, but they might even strip him of his rank. Stop yelling. Zhao Gang clenched his teeth and spat out words through gritted teeth. If you want to talk, come inside with me. If you want to die, let's go to the police station. We'll go all out. After saying that, he didn't care about the pain in his backside and limped toward the family compound. Cao Hohot was sitting on the ground, crying loudly. As soon as she heard this, her crying stopped instantly, faster than turning off a radio. She quickly got up, slapped her hips a few times with her big hands, and spat at Zhao Cuifan, who was kneeling on the ground. Old thing, stop pretending to be dead. Get up and see the fancy house where your precious son lives. At this moment, Zhao Cuifan also felt nervous. The look that Yan Xiujin gave her before leaving made her spine feel cold. She shivered as she got up, not daring to look at the others around her. She lowered her head and followed Li Debao into the family courtyard. On the second floor, the green-painted wooden door on the left was slammed shut by Zhao Gang, blocking all the curious eyes outside. Once inside, Cao Hohot and Li Debao's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, this is a city person's house. Although it wasn't big, it was a one-room and living room layout. The floor was cement, unlike the yellow earth in the village. The walls were painted white, with framed pictures hanging on them. There were floral fabric curtains on the windows. In the middle of the room, there was a long cushioned bench, and next to it, a radio with 2 large speakers. Even the air smelled sweet and rich, like snow cream. Li Debao, like a curious child in a big garden, reached out to touch the shiny button on the radio. Don't move. If you break it, can you afford to pay for it? Zhao Gang shouted sternly, slapping Li Debao's hand away. That was a gift from Wang Lili, bought in Shanghai, quite expensive. Back in his territory, Zhao Gang's dignity, which had been trampled on, seemed to return a little. He unbuttoned his collar, took deep breaths, and looked around the room with a fierce gaze, finally fixing his eyes on Li Xianglian. But Li Xianglian didn't look at him. She quietly stood at the door, her gaze resting for a moment on the double bed covered with pink sheets. There were 2 pillows on the bed, one with a pair of ducks playing in water, looking very festive. This was Zhao Gang's home in the city. He used her hard-earned money to make their life sweet and smooth. Enough, stop pretending to be mute. Zhao Gang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, trembling as he lit one. He took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of grayish smoke. The door is in, the people are gone. Just tell me, what do you want to do? How can I be spared? He finally understood that today's scene was not meant to ruin his reputation. These poor folks were just after money. If they truly wanted him dead, it would be easier to cause trouble at the county committee office. Why leave him a chance at peace at the supply and marketing cooperative? These poor folks are just after money. Li Xianglian sat down on a chair, looking calm. Zhao Gang, let's be honest. We can't go on like this. Let's part ways. Part ways? Zhao Gang sneered and flicked his cigarette ash. Fine, let's split. As long as you're willing, I can tear up the marriage certificate right now. But you didn't cause such a big fuss today just to get a divorce, did you? At this point, Niu Hohat couldn't hold back anymore. She plopped onto a soft bench, bouncing a little, then crossed her arms and said, Of course, we won't just leave for nothing. My daughter has worked for your Zhao family for 3 years, taking care of the old, looking after the young, eating pig feed, doing cow work. Now you say just kick her out? No way. She stretched out her rough, large hand, spreading her 5 fingers, and waved in front of the radio. Divorce is fine, but we want compensation for emotional loss, lost youth, and her 3 years of work. That's a total of 500 yuan. Not a penny less. What? 500. Zhao Gang's cigarette almost burned his lips, and his eyes nearly popped out. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, pointing at Niu Hohat's nose and shouting, Why don't you go steal it? 500? Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be enough. Nowadays, a first-class worker's monthly salary was only 20 or 30 yuan. 500 yuan was 2 years' wages for an average worker, enough to build 3 big tiled houses in the countryside. No money, Niu Hohat snorted coldly, her small triangular eyes narrowing. If you don't have money, go borrow it. Steal it. Sell your blood. I don't care how you get it, but if you don't have that 500, we'll stay right here. As she spoke, she took off her worn, muddy cloth shoes and placed her stinky feet on the coffee table. Perfect. Let your pregnant new wife come see how our big family eats together. Dabo, go pour your sister a glass of water. Something sweet. Okay. Li Dabo happily ran over, grabbing Wang Lili's special enamel cup and started pouring water, not treating himself like an outsider. Zhao Gang was trembling with anger, his face turning a dark purple. He was truly afraid of these barefoot troublemakers. The room was filled with things bought by Wang Lili. If those people ruined them, wouldn't Wang Lili come back and punish him? You're extorting us. Blackmail. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. We have no money, only our lives. At worst, I'll quit this job. None of us will survive. Quit. Li Xianglian suddenly chuckled softly, her smile full of sharp sarcasm. Zhao Gang, are you willing? Your position as director is almost yours. Your city wife is a powerful woman. If you become a jobless drifter, do you think Wang Lili will still stay with you? Zhao Gang slumped into a soft chair, feeling as if all his blood had been drained. The room was filled with the smell of dry tobacco and foot odor coming from Niu Hohat, slowly consuming the elegant scent of Wang Lili's expensive floral perfume. Niu Hohat sat confidently across from him, holding Wang Lili's favorite biscuit box, munching loudly, crumbs falling everywhere. Zhao Gang, have you made up your mind? Li Xianglian's voice was calm but sharp, like a dull knife grinding against Zhao Gang's heart. Zhao Gang clasped his head with both hands, his 10 fingers digging into his hair. Without a job and future, he was just a man returned to his original state, a simple country boy. The Wang family was a wealthy household. Not only would they refuse to let him in, but they probably wouldn't even consider him better than a guard dog. And that unborn child would likely be forced to be aborted by the ruthless woman, Yan Xiujuan. Zhao Cuifan had been hiding in the corner, her eyes darting around, seeing her son's weakness. She was heartbroken about money, almost to the point of tears, but she knew better. This situation was desperate. Taking a step back would mean total ruin. Quietly, she moved closer to Zhao Gang, her thin, withered hand tugging at his sleeve. Her voice was very low, filled with a desperate determination. Gongzi. Just give it. Zhao Gang suddenly looked up, his eyes red. Mother, that's 500 yuan. Where can I find so much money? It's like draining our marrow. Even if it's drained, it can grow back. As long as the person is alive, and this layer of skin remains. Zhao Cuifan stared hard into her son's eyes, her old face full of cunning. Think about it. If you get divorced and send these troublemakers away, you can marry Lily. Lily is pregnant with your child. Zhao Cuifan became more excited, spitting saliva onto Zhao Gang's face. Her voice grew sharp and harsh because she was holding back anger. I just heard the doctor say that the baby is pointed, maybe a boy. This is our Zhao family's bloodline, Zhao Gang shivered. Besides, the Wang family is a powerful family. They are officials. Once you become a son-in-law of the Wang family and succeed, that 500 yuan won't matter. It's about sacrificing now to get a better future.
Think of it as
paying for a path for my grandson. Paying for a path. These words struck Zhao Gang like lightning, clearing his confused mind.
Yes.
As long as he kept his job and married Lily, everything would be easy. If he hesitated over the 500 yuan now, he would lose everything, his job, his future, his happiness. Losing money could be made up, but destroying his future was forever. Zhao Gang turned his head, glaring fiercely at Li Xianglian's calm face. Fine, Li Xianglian, you are ruthless. Today I will remember this. When I rise again, you'll regret it. Fine. Zhao Gang spat out this word like venom, feeling drained instantly. 500 is 500. But I don't have the cash right now. I need to gather it. Wait here. I'll write a note, but this wedding must happen today. Hold on. Li Xianglian didn't move, just gave him a cold glance. Write a note? Zhao Gang, your trustworthiness is worse than toilet paper here. I want cash or something valuable as collateral. Otherwise, we'll stay here until you gather the money. Niu Hohat, quick to read the situation, leaned back and lifted her dirty big feet onto the tea table, pressing down on a porcelain plate decorated with peonies. Oh, this chair is so comfortable, much better than my dirt bed. Daba, tonight we'll squeeze here, and your sister can sleep on the big bed. Zhao Gang looked at her swinging feet, feeling sick to his stomach, his forehead veins bulging. Don't touch my things, he roared, rushing into the inner room and rummaging through boxes. After a moment, he took out a passbook wrapped in red cloth and a watch wrapped in a handkerchief. The watch was a prize he received last year for good performance, and he hadn't dared to wear it yet. This passbook has 300 yuan, which is all the savings I've accumulated over the years. The watch is new, worth at least 120. The remaining 80. Zhao Gang clenched his teeth and took out a crumpled stack of bills and ration coupons from his pocket. All here. Take these and go immediately.
Right now.
Get to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Niu Guahua's eyes lit up as she grabbed the watch. She first listened to it by her ear, then blew on the glass cover with her mouth, wiped it carefully with her sleeve to check for scratches, and finally smiled happily. Next, she grabbed the stack of money and ration coupons. She dipped her finger in saliva and counted them one by one. After counting once, she was still worried, so she turned them over and counted again. Why didn't you do this sooner? Niu Guahua licked her finger with saliva, counted the money again to make sure nothing was missing, then happily stuffed it into her patched inner pocket. She patted it hard, afraid the money would fly away. She kept the Shanghai brand watch close to her body. It was a good item, meant to be a wedding gift for Daebo's bride in the future, an impressive betrothal gift. Zhao Gang watched his savings, built up over years, suddenly disappear. His heart ached so much it felt like being cut. It hurt worse than losing a piece of flesh. He clenched his teeth, pointed at the door, and said, "The money is yours, the watch is yours. Now, take your things and get out. Never let me see you again in my life." But Niu Guahua didn't move. She shifted her hips on the soft chair a couple of times, as if she wanted to plant roots there. "Get out? Where to?" She rolled her eyes and raised her thick eyebrows. "Zhangzi, are you so stupid from studying or forgetful of who your benefactors are? Do you remember where you got this certificate for our daughter?" Zhao Gang was stunned, still trying to understand. "What do you mean? Where do you think?" "We got it at that broken office in Hongxing Commune," Niu Guahua pouted. "Do you think the Civil Affairs Bureau in this county town is better than your shabby place? If you want to handle the paperwork quickly, you have to go back to the town. If we leave now, what if someone checks and finds out the paperwork isn't cancelled? How will our daughter get married in the future?" she continued. "And after traveling so far, we haven't even had a hot meal, and now you want to chase us away. Who will pay for the train tickets back?" Zhao Gang's head was pounding, and he felt his temples pounding hard. "Should we go back to town? It would take several hours round trip, and what if the villagers see us again?" "I won't go." Zhao Gang stiffened his neck. "We'll do it here. I'll find someone. Besides, I have to go to work, so I don't have time to run around with you." "Work?" Li Xianglian suddenly said. She stood up slowly, straightening her clothes, moving calmly and unhurriedly. "Gongzi, if you don't want to go, that's fine. My mother and I haven't been to the county town yet, so we'll stay here tonight. I heard these soft chairs are more comfortable than hard beds. When your Lily gets off work, we can talk about the 500 yuan. And she can see how a poor orphan like you, with no parents, has managed to gather a house full of distant relatives." This comment hit Zhao Gang right in his weakness. He shivered suddenly, his body covered in sweat. The thought of Lily seeing a house full of smelly, unruly people eating and drinking, occupying her wedding room. Just thinking about it made him feel like he could faint. "Let's go. We're leaving now." Zhao Gang squeezed out these words through clenched teeth, looking miserable, as if he'd just eaten a rotten fly. "I'll buy the tickets. Even if I have to crawl, I'll go today and get this wedding cancelled." "This is what you said," Li Xianglian said with a smile. Niu Hohat chuckled, grabbing a handful of white rabbit candies from the glass fruit tray on the table and stuffing them into her pocket. She also casually put the remaining half-pack of Dakiamin cigarettes into her sleeve, then handed them to Li Debao. "Debao, hold these. These are good cigarettes for work. Don't waste them." Li Debao took the cigarettes happily, his nose puffing out bubbles of excitement. He sniffed them eagerly. "Smells so good. City stuff really is different." Zhao Gang was trembling with anger. Those cigarettes were his good ones, used to impress visitors and entertain leaders. He yanked open the door, pointing at the staircase and shouting, "Get out. All of you, get down there." The old, battered bus chuffed and puffed like a sick old cow, bouncing along the dirt road. Inside, there was a strong smell of diesel fuel, mixed with the sweat of the villagers and the smell of chicken droppings from a few bamboo cages. Zhao Gang was wearing a good quality shirt and big leather shoes, squeezed among a group of villagers carrying baskets. He tightly covered his nose and leaned as close as possible to the car window, afraid that the sparks from the old man's pipe would splash onto his pants. Li Xianglian sat in the last row. She looked at Zhao Gang straight, but weak-looking back with a blank expression. This man was willing to risk everything just to keep up appearances. Unfortunately, the ladder he was climbing was about to collapse before he reached the top. Before sunset, the bus finally entered the yard of Hongxing Commune. Before the bus stopped completely, Zhao Gang pushed past the people blocking the way and hurriedly rushed out. The commune's civil affairs office was right behind the supply and marketing cooperative. It was closing time. Xiao Zhang, the clerk, was about to lock the door after slipping his pen into his suit pocket and holding the keys. "Don't lock it. I need to do some business," Zhao Gang shouted loudly, almost losing his voice. Before he reached the door, his leather shoe got caught in the crack. Xiao Zhang was startled. He frowned, about to scold, but when he saw Zhao Gang, whose shirt was wrinkled like pickled vegetables and with 5 red finger marks on his face and messy hair like a chicken coop, he hesitated. Oh, isn't this Officer Zhao? And who is this? Divorce. Hurry. Right now. Zhao Gang was panting heavily. He pulled Li Xianglian inside and slammed the divorce application onto the table. Stamp it. Xiao Zhang was stunned for a moment. He looked at Niu Guiflower and Li Xianglian following behind, then quickly took out the form. The room was so quiet that only the scratching sound of the pen on paper could be heard. Li Xianglian held the pen steadily. She carefully wrote her name, Li Xianglian, in the slightly yellowed notebook, stroke by stroke. This was the best handwriting she had ever had in her life. Snap! The bright red official seal was pressed down heavily, like a hammer smashing chains. Zhao Gang snatched his divorce certificate, his fingers trembling. He didn't even look at Li Xianglian. His eyes were filled with joy after shedding the burden of a bad relationship. All cleared, Zhao Gang tucked the divorce certificate into his chest and turned to leave. When he passed Niu Guiflower, he even stepped aside in disgust, afraid of catching any bad luck. At the door, he stopped again. Turning his back to the room, his voice was cold. Don't let me see you in the city again. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the workplace, I will fight them to the end. After saying that, he didn't look back and rushed into the dusk, running and bouncing, afraid that something might catch him from behind. Xiao Zhang from the office shook his head and locked the door before leaving. In the empty courtyard, only a few members of the Li family remained. The wind blew, stirring up the yellow dust on the ground. Li Xianglian held a thin piece of paper, her fingertips rubbing the still wet red ink stamp on it. She was leaving. From now on, she would no longer be the wife who couldn't have children, nor the old mother who worked tirelessly for others. She was just Li Xianglian, clean and pure. Her eyes felt a little hot, and her nose was sore. She wanted to smile but also wanted to cry, her throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. Enough. Stop pretending. Niu Guohua's loud voice suddenly broke the silence. She sat cross-legged by the flower bed in the courtyard, counting the stack of money again, then looked at Li Xianglian with satisfaction. Her gaze was like a butcher looking at meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Xianglian, since the marriage is over and the anger is gone, we should hurry back. I've already talked to Zhang Tuhu from the next village. He said as long as everything is complete, the bride price will be an extra 50. That body of yours is so healthy and strong. You'll be living a good life once you go. Niu Guohua said this with a big smile, reaching out to grab Li Xianglian's arm. Dabao, look at your sister. Don't let her run away. She's our family's lucky money tree. Li Xianglian quietly took a step back, avoiding the hand with black mud under her fingernails. She'd just escaped from a wolf's den, only to be faced with a tiger's mouth again. These people had drained her blood, broken Zhao Gang's marrow, and carried away hundreds of yuan, yet they still wanted to sell her for a good price. Li Xianglian folded the divorce certificate neatly and kept it close in her pocket. When she looked up, her face was expressionless as she looked at Niu Guohua. Mother is right. We need to go back quickly. She looked at the path leading to the village. It's a dense forest, dark and ominous, like a beast with an open mouth. Carrying so much money and things, this dark mountain road isn't easy to walk. I heard that the forest isn't peaceful lately. If we run into bandits, her voice was soft but carried far in the wind. That would be quite a scene. Niu Guohua instinctively pressed her chest tighter and rolled her eyes. Stupid girl, stop talking nonsense. Shut your crow's mouth. Let's go. Li Xianglian said no more and turned to walk into the increasingly dark night. Behind the county committee compound, in a small red brick building, the atmosphere was heavy and hard to breathe. Yan Xiujuan sat on a dark red velvet sofa, her face looking very gloomy. She held a cup of tea that had long gone cold, her knuckles turning white from gripping it tightly. Faint crying could be heard from the bedroom. That was Wang Lily. Stop crying. I knew you'd cry. Take back that cat's urine. Yan Xiujuan slammed her teacup onto the coffee table with a loud bang, startling the crying from the bedroom. Wang Lily, with swollen eyes, came out of the room. Her red dress with white flowers looked especially bright and glaring now. She covered her slightly swollen belly and sat sadly in the corner of the sofa, sniffling. Mom.
I didn't want to cry.
But Zhao Gang, that bastard, how could he lie to me like this? Seeing her unpromising daughter, Yan Xiujuan, full of frustration, poked her on the forehead. You. I told you to be more careful, but you didn't listen. You got tricked by a few sweet words and didn't even find out the truth before jumping in. Now, the main wife has come to confront you, and you're still worried about your face. Wang Lily was scolded and dared not speak back. She could only bite her lip, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Then, what should I do now? Mom, I'm like this. I can't go to the hospital. These are twins. Hearing the words twins, Yan Xiujuan's anger, which was about to explode, was suddenly suppressed by half. Nowadays, family planning was strict, but having twins in the first pregnancy was rare. Moreover, these were 2 lives. Yan Xiujuan sighed and looked at her daughter's belly with a very complicated expression. If it weren't for these 2 children, I would have gone to find someone to break Zhao Gang's leg today. She cursed bitterly. Zhao Gang is a bastard, but his wife. I don't think she's an easy person either. Wang Lily was stunned and sniffed hard. Mom, are you talking about that country girl? She looks simple and doesn't dare say much, so what tricks could she have? Simple? Yuan Xiujuan sneered. If you really think she's simple, then you're the fool. Think about it. Zhao Gang hasn't caused any trouble in the town these years. Why, just because you're pregnant and can't hide it, do these people suddenly show up? And they start talking about divorce, even waiving the marriage certificate. Clearly, they came prepared. She stood up and paced back and forth in the living room, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. That woman, Li Xianglian, though dressed poorly, is much steadier than you. Today's scene might look like she's throwing a tantrum, but she's actually blocking Zhao Gang's way out. Now everyone at the supply and marketing cooperative knows Zhao Gang is a scoundrel. If he wants to keep his job and clear his name, the only way is to divorce you quickly, then marry you officially, claiming they've been separated for a long time due to personal differences. Yuan Xiujuan, having worked in the office for many years, could see through these tricks once she calmed down. Isn't that good news? Wang Lily was a bit confused and even felt a little happy. As long as he divorces me, I can marry him openly. Mom, I just want to be with him. He's really good to me. You clueless girl. Yuan Xiujuan was so angry she almost fainted. Don't you realize they're using you as a pawn? They're forcing Zhao Gang to pay money to divorce. Draining him first, then kicking him aside. And you're just the one taking the fall. Wang Lily was stunned and dared not speak. Yuan Xiujuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. This situation was disgusting, but it was a deadlock. Her daughter's pregnancy couldn't wait, and her reputation couldn't wait either. If Zhao Gang ended up in jail, her daughter's life would be ruined, and those 2 children would be left fatherless. This isn't so simple. Yuan Xiujuan squinted, her eyes showing a calculating look. Zhao Gang doesn't think he can get away easily. Think again. That rural woman wants money. She has to have the means to get it. Mom, what should we do now? Zhao Gang just called me at the door, saying he wants to explain. Wang Lily asked nervously. Explain? Forget it. Yuan Xiujuan cut her off. Let him wait. Make him anxious. Let him go fight it out with that rural woman. Wait until he completes all the necessary procedures, then we will step in. This matter is too big. I can't make the decision alone. Yan Xiujuan sat back on the sofa, her tone becoming serious. Your father is at a meeting in the province and should return the day after tomorrow. When Laowang comes back, let him decide. He cares a lot about his reputation. If Zhao Gang dares to play tricks on our family, he will suffer serious consequences. Wang Lily shivered when she heard her father's name. She knew her father's temper. He was famously strict. If he found out she was pregnant before marriage and that the baby's father was a repeat offender, she didn't dare imagine the consequences. All right, go back to your room and lie down. Don't risk losing the baby. Yan Xiujuan waved her hand impatiently. Don't go anywhere these next few days. Stay at home. Don't open the door for anyone. Wang Lily hurried back to her room, feeling relieved. In the living room, only Yan Xiujuan was left. Outside, the sky darkened, and the room became dim and unclear. Yan Xiujuan leaned on the sofa, massaging her pounding temples. Who exactly is Li Xianglian? Is she really just an ordinary rural woman? She always felt it was not that simple. Just as Yan Xiujuan was about to take a breath, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was sharp and jarring in the empty living room, making Yan Xiujuan's heart jump. She instinctively looked at the closed bedroom door, afraid Wang Lily might cause trouble inside. Who is it? It's late at night. Yan Xiujuan steadied herself and tried to sound calm. Xiujuan, it's me, Hu Mei. I saw your light was on, so I came to check. The voice outside was high-pitched and excited, hiding her eagerness. Yan Xiujuan's face immediately darkened. Hu Mei was her old colleague for decades and known for being very talkative in the office compound. They had been rivals since they started working, comparing outfits, work, and husbands. Later, they also compared their children. Hu Mei's son was irresponsible, a freeloader who only depended on his mother. That had always been Hu Mei's sore spot. Previously, Yan Xiujuan was most proud of Wang Lily, who found a talented and promising young man named Zhao Gan. In the past, Yan Xiujuan often boasted to Hu Mei about how filial and capable Zhao Gan was, which always made Hu Mei roll her eyes in frustration. Now that Hu Mei has come to visit, it's like a fox visiting a hen. She has no good intentions. Yan Xiujuan can even imagine the mischievous smile on Hu Mei's face outside. She straightened her slightly wrinkled collar and suppressed her anger, then put on a faint smile and went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Hu Mei's face, full of fake smiles, leaned in. She was holding a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them as she peeked into the room. Her small, green eyes looked around like radar, eager to scan every inch of the floor. Oh, Xiujuan, are you still awake? Hu Mei spat out the shells casually and asked, I saw you leave work in a hurry this afternoon before finishing your shift, without even a chance to write a leave note. Is something big happening at home? I feel uneasy and wanted to come see for myself. Yan Xiujuan shifted slightly, subtly blocking Hu Mei's view of the bedroom, and forced a polite smile. Oh, nothing serious. It's just Lily. She's delicate and got a little uncomfortable suddenly this afternoon. As a mother, I was worried and rushed back home when I heard she wasn't feeling well. She leaned against the doorframe, still blocking Hu Mei's gaze toward the west room. Nothing serious? Just Lily. She's delicate and got a little uncomfortable suddenly this afternoon. As a mother, I was worried and rushed back home when I heard she wasn't feeling well. Unwell? Hu Mei raised her eyebrows, which looked like caterpillars, and didn't bother to hide her curiosity. She bypassed Yan Xiujuan and plopped down on the dark red velvet sofa. What's wrong? Is it her pregnancy? That's delicate too. Oh, this needs attention. Double pregnancy is very precious, and any mistake must be avoided. She then placed her sunflower seed shells on the clean tea table and took her cup to pour herself some water. Yuan Xiujian looked at the pile of melon seed shells, her eyes twitching sharply. Hu Mei was clearly doing it on purpose. It's not that serious, just a stomach upset and vomiting a lot. Yuan Xiujian forced herself to hold back the urge to send her away. She sat straight on the wooden chair opposite, her back straight. Tired all afternoon, just now resting, Hu Mei held her teacup, but didn't drink. Her eyes kept sneaking around the room, finally settling on the closed door to the west room. Stomach upset, huh? Hu Mei elongated her tone, sounding sarcastic. That's strange, Xiujian. Since Lily isn't feeling well, shouldn't she go to the hospital or stay at her own home? Why did she go all the way back to her parents' house? A girl who's not married shouldn't be so upset that she runs home. Lily is married now, so why is she still so naive? That hit a nerve, directly stabbing at Yuan Xiujian's heart. Yuan Xiujian clenched the lid of her enamel cup, making it creak. In this big yard, everyone's gossip was hard to hide from these old women. Lily crying and returning today, she was probably seen by many. Look at what you're saying. A daughter is always a daughter. Even after marriage, she's still part of her mother's flesh and blood. Yuan Xiujian suppressed her anger and spoke with a stern tone. Her little home is cold and quiet, not comfortable for me to take care of her. Besides, Lily has loved her family since she was young. If she's a little sick, she loves to cling to me. You know that. Yes, yes. Hu Mei nodded with a fake smile, then changed the subject. And Zhao Gang? Usually, I see that son-in-law treats Lily like he's holding something precious, afraid to hurt her or drop her. Today, when his wife is so sick she had to go back to her parents' house, why didn't he come along? This son-in-law isn't doing his job properly. Yuan Xiujian clenched her teeth. She was annoyed that Hu Mei brought up this topic. Clearly, she had heard some rumors and was trying to get information.
Shogun.
He's busy. Yuan Xiujian picked up her teacup and took a sip, trying to hide her panic. You know, the supply and marketing cooperative is doing that quality service month and selecting outstanding workers. Zhao Gang is in charge, good with writing reports, and the leaders value him. He's working overtime at the office every day, writing materials. He can't leave easily. Over time, Hu Mei seemed to have heard a big joke and exaggeratedly patted her thigh. Xiujuan, you didn't tell me the truth, did you? When I was leaving work, I passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, and I heard old Zhang at the gate say that this afternoon, the place was so lively with drums and firecrackers, even more lively than a big opera. It seems to be all about Zhao Gang. Yan Xiujuan's hand suddenly trembled, and a chill ran down her spine. Damn Hu Mei. Since she already knew everything, why was she still pretending to ask? She just wanted to see Yan Xiujuan's joke. She wanted to see her proud face torn apart and trampled on the ground. What big show? I don't know anything about it. Yan Xiujuan stiffened her face and adopted her usual stern tone in the office. Hu Mei, we are both old party members and officials. We need to speak responsibly. Do you really believe those baseless rumors outside? If this gets out, it will affect stability and unity. Seeing Yan Xiujuan so anxious, Hu Mei felt a deep sense of satisfaction, cooler than drinking ice-cold Beibinjiang in the summer heat. After all these years of being suppressed by Yan Xiujuan, today she finally turned the tables. Oh, look at you, why so anxious? Hu Mei didn't get angry but smiled even more happily. I just heard a little, and I was worried that Zhao Gang might have made a mistake at work. Since you said he was working overtime, then he was working overtime. We've been old colleagues for decades. I wouldn't hope for anything bad to happen to your handsome son-in-law. She stood up, dusted non-existent dirt off her butt, and her proud expression couldn't be hidden. Since Lily isn't feeling well, I won't bother you anymore. You should rest early, and don't get upset over the kids. These days, you never know people's true intentions. Some shiny silk surface might hide rotten cotton inside. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Hu Mei twisted her plump waist and hummed a little tune as she walked out. Don't see me off. Yan Xiujuan managed to squeeze out these words from between her teeth. When the door slammed shut with a bang, Yan Xiujuan's spirit suddenly drained away. She slumped onto the sofa. She stared fixedly at the door, her eyes full of hatred. If that hatred could turn into knives, the door would have been pierced into a sieve long ago. Hu Mei's mouth is like a broken drum. Once she finds out, early tomorrow morning, everyone in the county committee compound, including the gatekeeper at the reception, will know that her carefully chosen son-in-law is a man from the countryside who has a wife but still pretends to be single, like Chen Shimi. Then, where will she, Yan Xiujuan, put her face? Will old Wang come back and get so angry he loses his temper? The bedroom door creaked open slightly. Wang Lily peeked out with her eyes red and swollen, timidly asking, Mom. Aunt who has left. She's gone. Yan Xiujuan snapped angrily. All this trouble is caused by your good son-in-law. Now, the whole yard is laughing at us. Are you happy? Wang Lily trembled from her mother's loud scolding, tears falling like broken beads. She was truly scared now. Usually at home, if her finger skin broke a little, she would act delicate for a long time. She had never seen her mother act so fierce.
Mom.
I didn't mean for it to happen. Wang Lily sniffled, her voice tiny like a fly. Jingzi usually treats me very well. even bringing foot wash water to my bedside. I never thought he was like this. Foot wash water? Bringing foot wash water. Yan Xiujuan laughed bitterly. Her laugh was dry and made people feel uncomfortable. She quickly stepped forward, her fingers sharply poking Wang Lily's forehead, each poke harder than the last, making Wang Lily lean her head back. Are you missing that basin of foot wash water? Our Wang family has no water to wash your feet, or did we not raise you?
Huh.
You useless girl. Just a few sweet words, a basin of foot wash water, and you're completely lost. For such a two-faced man, you even dared to lie to me. Yan Xiujuan's anger grew more intense. Her chest heaved violently, as if a mouthful of old blood was stuck in her throat. She couldn't swallow it or spit it out, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She suddenly grabbed the fruit plate from the coffee table, ignoring the 2 apples inside, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Bang! The porcelain plate shattered on the cement floor, breaking a piece of porcelain, and the apples rolled onto the sofa. How did I tell you before? Huh. Yan Xiujuan placed her hands on her hips, pacing back and forth in the living room. Her high heels made loud thuds on the floor. I told you to meet Lu Kezhang's second son from the Grain Bureau. He's a college student, honest and upright. He's a bit chubby, but he's sincere. People in her family know her well. And you? You refuse to go no matter what. You say she's ugly. You say she's plain. Wang Lily cried so hard her nose was running and tears were streaming down, quietly arguing. That Luer Pang looks like a pig standing up, with a face full of pimples. I find him disgusting. How could I live with him? Disgusting? Who is really disgusting now? Yan Xiujian suddenly stopped walking, her eyes sharp like knives, staring at her daughter. That Luer Pang may be ugly, but at least he didn't hide a wife in the countryside. He didn't make me carry my original spouse around, embarrassing us in public. If you had listened to me back then, even if you had married Luer Pang blindly, would our family have ended up in this position, with people gossiping behind our backs? Thinking of this, Yan Xiujian felt furious. Back then, to pave the way for her daughter, she had gone all out, even asking others to help introduce her. And what happened? The girl said Luer Pang was ugly, then turned around and liked Zhao Gang, who had just transferred in, looked decent, and could write a few clever poems. Zhao Gang was quite the actor. He would smile before speaking, truly showing the honest, hard-working rural spirit. Yan Xiujian was blind to it all, thinking that although this young man was a bit rough, he was easy to handle. She believed that once married, he would be a good provider for her daughter. Who knew? This wasn't a manageable person at all. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a snake hiding in the dark. Mom, what's the point of saying all this now? Wang Lily's voice was hoarse from crying, her hand protectively on her belly. This baby is already here. Almost 5 months. If I have an abortion, will I be able to have children later? The doctor said my body is weak. If I get hurt badly, I might never be able to be a mother in this life. This sentence hit Yan Xiujian's core. She swayed and sank onto the sofa. All her fiery spirit was gone, leaving her face full of despair. Yes, the pregnancy wouldn't wait. That was the most dangerous part. Nowadays, having a child out of wedlock was shameful enough. If she had an abortion and became infertile for life, Wang Lily's life would be ruined. Not to mention marrying into a good family later. Even just staying at home to raise her daughter, she would have to endure the neighbors' gossip.
Such a sin.
Truly a sin. Yuan Xiujuan angrily slapped her thigh, her eyes turning red. I, Yuan Xiujuan, have been strong all my life, and how did I end up with a useless troublemaker like you? We're not even married yet, and you let him take advantage of you? Are you that cheap? Even if you wait until we're married to do that, we shouldn't let him hold us down like this. Wang Lily was so scolded she didn't dare lift her head and could only cry softly. Seeing her daughter so helpless, Yuan Xiujuan's anger slowly turned into a feeling of helpless sadness.
It was no use to keep scolding now.
Enough. Wipe away your tears. Stop crying. Are you mourning? Yuan Xiujuan waved her hand impatiently. Don't go anywhere these days. Just stay at home. If I find out you're secretly contacting Zhao Gang, I'll break your legs." Outside the commune compound, the bright sun had already set behind the western mountains, leaving only a faint, blood clot-like glow hanging bleakly in the sky. Zhao Gang walked very quickly, head down, rushing forward. Every step kicked up stones and dust. His shiny black leather shoes from the morning were now covered in yellow mud and dirt, with some ugly scratches on the surface. He didn't care about these things. All he wanted was to leave this shameful place as soon as possible, to get as far away as he could.
Gongzi, slow down.
Wait for Mom. Zhao Deijian was chasing behind, panting heavily. She wore a blue cloth jacket she changed into just to go to the city. Her back was soaked with cold sweat, sticking damply to her spine. She ran so fast that her cloth shoes slipped, nearly falling into a roadside drainage ditch several times. Her white hair was blown messy by the wind, looking like a madwoman just crawled out of a grave. Zhao Gang suddenly stopped. He turned around, his chest heaving violently. The streetlights hadn't come on yet. Under the dim light, his face was twisted and distorted, with bloodshot eyes. He stared fiercely at his mother, who was stumbling toward him, showing no sign of sympathy, only full of disgust and hatred. "Chasing? Do you even have the nerve to chase after me?" Zhao Gang spat out the words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. "Look at what you've done. You're good for nothing, causing trouble everywhere." Grandma Zhao was so frightened by her son's aggressive attitude that she trembled all over and sat down heavily on a dirt mound by the roadside. Her withered hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, a habitual gesture when she felt guilty. "Zhengzi, I didn't expect this." That Li Xianglian usually can't even throw a proper punch. Who knew she could gather such a group of thugs? Grandma Zhao mumbled, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. "Didn't expect? That you think the money will just come back." Zhao Gang took a few steps forward, looking down at her and pointing sharply at her nose, spitting as he spoke. "That's 500 yuan. A full 500. Plus that Shanghai brand watch. Do you know what that means? It's the savings I've been saving for 3 years without eating or drinking. And in less than half an hour, you've completely destroyed it." Talking about money, Zhao Gang's heart was bleeding. His insides hurt terribly. It wasn't just about the money. It was his confidence to stand tall in the town, his pride. Now that his pride was torn apart, the money gone, and he had to carry a debt to please Wang Lili. He irritably tore open his uniform buttons, scanning the empty street around him, then lowered his voice and shouted, "I can earn more money, but what about my reputation? Do you know if this gets out to Yan Xiujian, I'm finished. I worked so hard to keep Li Xianglian's matter secret, and you just led that bunch of poor folks straight to the supply and marketing cooperative's gate. How am I supposed to act in the Wang family after this?" "Huh." Grandma Zhao shrank her neck, tears welling up in her eyes. She truly regretted it, heartbroken over the money she lost. "Zhengzi, I know I was wrong, but at the time I was scared. That Li Xianglian said she would go to the police to report your bigamy, and I was afraid they'd arrest you. Report me? She's got the nerve to do that." Zhao Gang snorted coldly, a look of arrogance and cruelty on his face, like a scholar. "That rural woman doesn't understand the law at all. She's just trying to scare someone like you, a fool with no brains." After cursing a few more words, his anger slightly eased. Zhao Gang wiped the sweat and oil off his face, then suddenly seemed to remember something important, his brows furrowing tightly. He stepped closer, his eyes shining with cold light in the darkness, fixed firmly on Grandma Zhao's face. "By the way, there's one more thing I need to settle with you. I previously asked someone to send a message, asking Old Sun to act, didn't I?" Zhao Gang's voice was very low, with a sinister tone. "Didn't we agree to make that yellow-faced woman faint tonight, and then sell her in the northern mountains? Why is she still able to run back to the town and cause trouble? And she brought that fierce woman and a wild kid too? What is Old Sun doing?" This was what he couldn't understand the most. According to his plan, Li Xianglian should have already been put into a sack and thrown into a remote mountain ditch where no one could hear her. As long as she was missing, he could pretend to be a victim of abandonment at the Wang family, not only avoiding sharing the inheritance but also gaining Wang Lili's sympathy. But now, everything was ruined. When old lady Zhao heard this, her already pale face turned ashen instantly. Her lips trembled so much, she could hardly speak. Just now, tell me, what really happened? Zhao Gang impatiently kicked a stone on the ground. It's a sin. Truly a sin. Old lady Zhao suddenly started crying loudly, hitting her thigh. Her voice sounded especially eerie in the empty street. Something's happened. Big trouble. Zhao Gang was annoyed by her loud crying, glaring at her fiercely. Shut up. Stop crying. Speak quickly. Old lady Zhao lifted her muddy, tear-streaked face, her dull old eyes staring straight at her son, full of fear. That bastard old son. He made a mistake. The thing in the sack isn't Li Xianglian, it's your little sister Xiaoyan. What? Zhao Gang froze in place, his mind buzzing like a hammer had struck his head hard. That night, everything was supposed to happen as planned. Old lady Zhao cried with tears and snot, speaking brokenly. But somehow, Li Xianglian was fine, and Xiaoyan disappeared. At first, we thought Xiaoyan was hidden by Li Xianglian, but then that fierce woman insisted on calling the police. Old son was so scared he broke down, and that's when he told me the truth. Old lady Zhao grabbed Zhao Gang's leg, her nails digging deep into his pants, shaking him desperately. Gang, your sister was taken away by that donkey cart. It was headed into the deep mountains in the north, a place where people eat others. You must find a way to save Xiaoyan. Zhao Gang stood in place, his face showing a mix of emotions. First, he was shocked, then confused, and finally, a faint hint of relief appeared. Was Zhao Xiaoyan sold? That spoiled, stubborn sister who always begged for money and mocked Li Xianglian was now being sold in place of Li Xianglian? He remembered Zhao Xiaoyan's face, always covered in cheap snow cream, laughing at Li Xianglian. He also thought of Li Xianglian's calm, cold gaze at the supply and marketing office today. A cold shiver ran from his feet straight to his head.
Li Xianglian.
This woman is too scary. Did she already know? Was it intentional? Gongzi, say something. Mother Zhao saw her son staring blankly and became more anxious. She shook his leg desperately. Isn't your father-in-law a big official in the county? Hurry and ask him. Get the police to chase after her. The cart was slow, so they can still catch up. Once the police get involved, they'll definitely rescue Xiaoyan. Zhao Gang was pulled back to reality by her shouting. He looked down at his mother, crying desperately at his feet. The shock in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by cold calculation and indifference. Go to the Wang family? Ask the police? What a joke. Right now, the Wang family hated him because of his remarriage. Wang Lily's mother, Yan Xiujuan, looked at him like he was a dead dog. If he went to ask the Wang family for help now, he'd have to explain the reason for the sale. How to explain? Say his mother colluded with thugs, intended to sell her daughter-in-law, but accidentally sold her own daughter? If this got out, not only would he lose his position as deputy director of the supply and marketing office, but his reputation would be ruined. It's a serious crime of human trafficking, punishable by law. The Wang family would immediately cut ties with him for the sake of their reputation, and might even push him into jail to take the blame. For the sake of a troublemaker like Zhao Xiaoyan, risking his entire life? It's not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. The last bit of hesitation in Zhao Gang's eyes disappeared. He slowly, but firmly, pulled his legs out of Mother Zhao's grip. Mother, Zhao Gang's voice was soft but cold, like frost in the cold winter. I can't get involved in this. Zhao Dajiao's crying suddenly stopped. She opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at her son, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? That's your own sister. She's a real sister from the same mother. How can you not care? So what? Zhao Gang took a step back, tidied up his torn pants, and looked down at her. Are you still unhappy with me? Today, at the supply and marketing cooperative, I lost face. The Wang family is angry now. If I go to talk to them again, saying our family not only has a bad reputation but is also involved in kidnapping, what do you think they will do? Zhao Dajiao's lips trembled, unable to speak. Zhao Gang sneered, squatting down to look directly into her desperate eyes. They will call the police, and they will arrest me, you and old son. Then, if Xiao Yun can't be saved, our whole family will end up in jail. My future is ruined, and your old age will be spent behind bars. Our Zhao family will be completely finished. But that's Xiao Yun. Zhao Dajiao trembled all over, tears and snot covering her face. So, you just ignore it? Let her suffer in the mountains. That's just her bad luck. Zhao Gang stood up, patting the wrinkles on his pants caused by her. His tone was cold and harsh. Mother, people need to look forward. I am now like a helpless person in a difficult situation. As long as I can stay steady in the county town, as long as I can calm Wang Lily down, our Zhao family will have a chance to turn things around. As for Xiao Yun, just think of it as her contribution to our family. Contribution? Zhao Dajiao repeated these words softly, feeling cold all over to her bones. She looked at her tall, strong son and suddenly felt completely unfamiliar. Is this the precious child she raised with care, afraid he would melt in her hands or be harmed? Is this the proud national official she admired? For his own future, he can ignore his own sister's life and death? Zhao Zi, why is your heart so dark? Zhao Dajiao asked, trembling. My heart isn't dark. It's forced by you and others who hold us back. Zhao Gang snapped impatiently, a hint of ferocity flashing on his face. Enough. Go back to the village quickly. Remember, keep this secret. Just tell others Xiao Yun went to work in another city. If I hear even a whisper about the county town, it will ruin my big plans. Don't blame me for not recognizing you as my mother. After saying this, Zhao Gang no longer looked at his mother on the ground. He turned and strode quickly toward the county town. Night fully covered the land. The dim yellow streetlights cast a shadow very long and twisted on the ground, looking like a fierce ghost. Mother Zhao sat in the dark, watching her son's determined back as he left. She finally understood that her greatest support in life, her proud eldest son, was actually an ungrateful wolf that she couldn't tame. She not only lost her daughter, but also completely lost her son. It's karma. It's karma. She muttered. Mother Zhao pounded her chest and let out a sharp, mournful cry like an owl in the cold, empty street. Meanwhile, the Li family was walking along the dirt road back to the village. The sun had completely set behind the western hills, leaving only a dark red sunset that looked like dried blood in the sky. When they reached the entrance of the state-run restaurant on the other side of the commune, a strong, tempting smell of braised pork wafted out through the door crack. Li Debao stood at the restaurant entrance, as if rooted to the ground. His green bean-shaped eyes stared fixedly at the table inside where some guests were eating braised pork. Drool dripped from his mouth, hanging down his chin with a splat.
Mom.
I'm hungry, he said. Li Debao tugged at Niu Guahua's sleeve. That pork smells so good. Can we go in and eat? Zhao Gang just gave us so much money earlier.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you think about is eating. Are you a born glutton? Hearing this, Niu Guahua's eyes instantly sharpened. She reached out and slapped the back of Li Debao's chubby head hard. Is that for you to eat? That's my life's blood. Niu Guahua lowered her voice and carefully held her patched inner pocket close. How much money do you think this braised pork will cost? Enough to buy several pounds of millet flour? That's my dowry for marrying a good girl. After eating this meat, you don't want to sleep with your wife? When she mentioned getting married, Li Debao's greed slightly eased, but his eyes still fixated on the meat plate, unable to look away. His throat made gurgling sounds. Mom, I really am starving. I've been through so much today. I only ate a few biscuits at Zhao's place, and I've digested them already, Li Debao said with a sad whimper. Niu Guahua looked at her son's helpless appearance, but she still felt sad for her only child. She sighed, her face slackening, and grumbled as she walked to the street vendor pushing a small cart. How much for a big meat bun? 20 cents, no receipt. The vendor lifted the cloth covering the steamer, and a strong smell of flour, meat, and green onions filled the air. 20 cents? Why don't you go rob someone? Niu Guahua's eyes widened, and she spat at the vendor's face. 15 cents. Will you sell or not? If not, I'll leave. The vendor was startled by her fierce look. Seeing it was getting dark and almost time to close, he didn't want to argue and waved his hand.
Take it.
Just my luck today. Proudly, Niu Guahua took a dirty handkerchief from her waistband, fished out a coin, and threw it over. She grabbed the hot meat bun, turned, and handed it to Li Debeo.
Eat.
It's hot, but you won't burn your mouth. Finish quickly and get going. No more buses now, so we'll hitch a ride at the crossroads with a cow cart. That way, we save 2 cents on the fare. Li Debeo held the warm bun, took a few bites, and swallowed it quickly, his eyes rolling back from the heat. It was only after Niu Guahua patted his back hard twice that he finally calmed down. The road from the county town back to Shiha village was rough, full of potholes and dirt. To save 2 cents, Niu Guahua insisted on taking Li Xianglian and Li Debeo to wait at the crossroads for half an hour until they could hop onto an old cow cart coming back from the neighboring village with manure. Although the cart was padded with straw, the smell of the animal shed was strong enough to make your head ache. The bumpy ride continued until the moon rose above the trees, and distant barking of dogs sounded. Finally, the dilapidated gate of the Li family's house appeared in sight. We're here. I'm about to fall apart. Niu Guahua cursed as she jumped off the cart, pulling Li Debeo toward the yard. Inside, a dim yellow kerosene lamp was lit. Old Li was sitting by a crooked table, holding Hooer in his arms, trying to rock him clumsily. The child was probably hungry, crying loudly, his voice echoing in the empty house, making everyone feel upset. Oh my goodness, what's wrong? Why are you crying like that? As soon as Niu Guahua entered, she rushed over and snatched the child into her arms. Sho, Hooer, don't cry. Grandma's back, and I brought something tasty. Old Li Lao Zhen saw his wife return, and the worried look on her face finally showed some life. He tapped his pipe on the table leg, and his dull old eyes flicked between Niu Guahua and Li Xianglian, who had just come in behind her. How did it go? Is it done? Lao Zhen asked. Niu Guahua didn't answer right away. She soothed her son Hooer and placed him on the bed, then turned to the water jar. She picked up a water gourd with a lot of mineral buildup, scooped up a full cup of cool water, and gulped it down in one go. After a busy half-day of traveling and outsmarting the Zhao family, her throat was dry and burning. If I step in, there's nothing I can't handle, she said. She wiped her mouth with her hand, then patted her pocket with a sharp sound. We're divorced. The official paper is right here. And the money. Zhao Gang thinks he can just toss us aside? Dream on. This time, he'll pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Lao Gan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he straightened up a little. Did he really give 500? 300 in cash, plus a Shanghai brand watch. That watch is a good one. Worth over 100 if sold. Niu Guahua proudly lifted her chin, her face full of wrinkles, smiling happily. And with the bride price from Zhang the butcher tomorrow, our Lao Zhen family is really going to be rich. When she mentioned Zhang the butcher, Li Xianglian, standing in the shadow at the door, shivered slightly. A cold chill ran from her feet straight to her head. Lao Zhen rubbed his calloused hands and chuckled foolishly. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Li Xianglian with a bit of hesitation. What about that girl? Are you really sending her away? Of course. We took the deposit. How can we change our minds? She replied. Niu Guohua's face darkened. She turned sharply and glared fiercely at Li Xianglian. You little brat, you've done your part today. But let me warn you, if you mess up at the last moment, don't expect me to cover for you. Once the money's in my pocket, it's mine. No one can make me give it back. She stood up, took a few steps toward Li Xianglian, and reached out to grab her arm.
Go.
Back to your firewood shed. Stay there tonight and get some rest. Tomorrow, you'll go be the butcher's wife properly. Li Xianglian didn't resist. She let her be pulled toward the backyard. She knew that struggling now would only invite trouble. She needed to save her strength to survive. The backyard was even darker, with only the pale moonlight overhead shining down. The broken wooden door of the firewood shed creaked open, and a musty smell hit her face. Niu Guahua pushed her inside without turning on any light, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Through the crack in the door, Nyo Ho-hot sneered and said, "Don't blame me for being harsh. This is your fate. Women marry men, wear clothes, and eat. That butcher may be rough, but at least there's food at home. It's better than staying with Zhao Gang and being a lonely widow. Tonight, clean yourself up properly. Don't carry that poor attitude with you, or people will look down on you." Her footsteps faded away until the main door was slammed shut and the entire backyard fell silent again. Inside the shed, the same smell lingered. Moldy straw, damp earth, and the faint sounds of mice scurrying in the corner. Li Xianglian leaned against the cold wall and slowly sat down on the ground. She took out a small purple-red notebook from her pocket. In the dim moonlight coming through the broken window, she opened it. On the cover, the words "divorce certificate" were clearly printed, along with a bright red official seal. Her thumb gently traced the embossed pattern, repeatedly. This was the only thing she had gained with her dignity and half her life in this cruel household. Finally, she was no longer her husband's wife. Tears silently slid down her cheeks, falling onto the paper and spreading a small wet stain. She quickly wiped it with her sleeve, afraid of smudging the red seal. Tomorrow, as long as she got through that one hurdle. At that moment, from the familiar broken window on the back wall of the shed, there was a very faint sound again. It didn't seem like the wind. Shush, shush. From the back wall there was movement. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of dry straw being carefully moved aside, very soft, like a mouse crossing the street, but it made Li Xianglian's scalp tingle. She suddenly looked up, staring fixedly at the broken window letting in the wind. A dark shadow blocked the little bit of moonlight. The figure was tall, but their movements looked a bit awkward, struggling to squeeze through the narrow window frame. A person fell to the ground. Probably because of the injury on his back, the man let out a muffled groan. The sound seemed to come from deep inside his chest, filled with suppressed pain. Li Xianglian would never forget this sound in her life. Rushan. She almost dropped the divorce certificate in her hand, scrambling to get up using her hands and feet. Forget about being shy or afraid of being heard. All that was thrown out of her mind now. Qin Russian had just steadied himself and hadn't caught his breath when a soft, warm body suddenly pressed against him. The familiar smell of soap mixed with the damp, moldy scent of the woodhouse, along with a faint sweat smell from the woman, instantly filled his nose. It was incredibly pleasant. He instinctively opened his arms. His large, dirt-stained hand quickly wrapped around the woman's waist. His strength was frightening. Ugh! The impact hit his back wound, causing a sharp, burning pain, as if hot coal was being pressed into his flesh. But Qin Russian didn't even frown. Instead, he lowered his head, rubbing his stubbly chin roughly against Li Xianglian's head, making her scalp tingle. "It's okay now. I'm here." His voice was hoarse, rough like gravel, but it made her heart tremble. Li Xianglian buried her face in his hot, solid chest, tears streaming down uncontrollably, soaking his dirty shirt. "We're done. Russian, we're really done." She tremblingly held up the small, warm red book in front of him. "I've cut ties with that beast. I'm free now." Qin Russian, under the moonlight, glanced at the dark red book. He didn't look closely. Instead, he reached out and roughly shoved the book into his pocket. Then his rough, calloused hands lifted her face. The moonlight was pale, making the bruises on her face look even more shocking, her eyelids swollen like walnuts. Qin Russian's heart suddenly clenched, as if someone had twisted it with a dull knife. "Foolish woman, why are you crying?" he muttered harshly, his voice trembling. In the next moment, he lowered his head, and his dry, cracked lips pressed against hers. There was no tenderness, only urgency and madness. His tongue forcefully pried open her mouth, very domineering, as if he wanted to release all the worries and anger of these past days in this kiss. His stubbly face hurt her skin, and her lips were numb from biting, but Li Xianglian didn't feel any pain. She tiptoed, holding tightly onto the man's broad shoulders, clumsily responding. In this damp, drafty woodshed, Two hearts hanging in the air finally clacked and settled on the ground. After a long time, until Li Xianglian was almost out of breath, Qin Russian released her. Their foreheads pressed tightly together, noses touching, heavy breathing echoing in the small space. Russian. Li Xianglian panted heavily, trembling as she reached out to touch his sharp face, her fingertips brushing his firm jawline, feeling a slight sense of relief. Tomorrow, Zhang the Butcher will come. The mention of this name made her shiver uncontrollably. He was known as a ruthless villain in the area. That's a heartless killer. He pays money, and tomorrow he'll come with people. My mother said if I don't leave, he'll cut me into pieces and feed me to the pigs. Cut you into pieces? Qin Russian snorted coldly, exhaling a warm breath from his nose. He straightened his back and pulled Li Xianglian closer into his arms. His eyes shone fiercely in the darkness, with a wolf-like ferocity. If he wants to cut someone, he better have a strong enough knife and the guts to take someone out of the Li family's gate. His large hand patted her back steadily, with firm strength. He lowered his head, lips close to her ear, and his warm breath seeped into her ear. That proud man dares to covet my woman. I'll expose all his secrets. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Zhang Xiangui is the name of Zhang the Butcher. Li Xianglian looked up, tears still glistening in her eyes. Really? Truly? When have I ever lied to you? Qin Russian grinned, showing his white teeth with a roguish smile. He reached out and gave her nose a firm scratch, his calloused fingertips making her a little sore.
Keep your heart in your stomach.
When the sun rises tomorrow, everything will change. I'll make those scoundrels spit out how they drained her blood. He suddenly lowered his voice, with a tempting tone that made her legs weak, and stared into her eyes carefully. Once we get through this, and clean up this mess, Li Xianglian, you will be my officially married wife. In this life and the next, don't even think about running away. Li Xianglian's heart trembled sharply, as if hit hard by something. A warm feeling rushed up her spine to her head, making her feel weak all over. She bit her lip tightly, leaving a mark, then nodded heavily. She buried her face in his chest and said softly, "Yes, I won't run. As long as you don't mind that I'm remarried and that my reputation isn't good." Ridiculous, Qin Russian growled. He quickly held her face, forcing her to look at him. With me, you're never just a remarried woman or anyone's broken shoe. You're the treasure I've kept in my heart for years, the purest snow on the mountain. As long as you agree, I'll give you my heart. Even if you want the moon in the sky, I'll find a ladder and get it for you. Li Xianglian was deeply shaken by his words. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and no matter how she wiped them, they wouldn't stop. She had lived half her life, hearing mostly that she was a burden, a bad luck charm, or a jinx. Who had ever praised her so highly or valued her so much? All right, stop crying so much. We still have a show to watch tomorrow. Qin Russian roughly wiped her tears with his thumb, but his movements were gentle and careful. Remember, no matter what happens tomorrow, don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up, and I'll be there to support you. After saying that, he pressed a firm kiss on her forehead, then hugged her tightly as if drawing strength from her. Only then did he let go, turn, and jump out the window quickly. The wind outside howled, carrying away the smell of sweat and heat that belonged to a man, but leaving Li Xianglian with a sense of reassurance. She leaned against the cold wall, clutching the divorce certificate tightly in her hand. In the darkness, her once still and calm eyes suddenly shone brightly, startlingly. That night, Li Xianglian surprisingly fell asleep. She even had a dream. No fighting, no cold looks, only Qin Russian's broad back carrying her along a mountain path full of wildflowers. The next morning, before dawn, the big rooster in the front yard crowed loudly, scattering the thin morning fog.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The broken door of the shed was hammered so hard it seemed it would break apart. You little brat. It's already past 9, and you're still pretending to be dead? Get up and get ready. If you embarrass old Li's family today, I'll skin you alive. Nyo Hohat's voice was sharp and piercing through the door crack. Then came the dull thud of her big foot kicking the door, causing rust on the door frame to fall off. Li Xianglian lay on a pile of straw, not in a hurry to move. She stared at the hole in the roof that let in light for a while, then slowly sat up. There was a thin layer of dust on the leftover half-bowl of face-washing water from last night. She didn't mind and reached out to splash cold water on her face. The icy water made her skin tighten, and she felt more awake. She took out the divorce certificate from her pocket, paused for a moment over the rough texture on it, then carefully put it away again. She combed her hair and tied it into a bun. The blue cloth jacket she kept at the bottom of her chest was a bit wrinkled, with frayed cuffs. She buttoned it up one by one and looked at herself in the broken mercury mirror. The face reflected in the mirror was pale and yellow, but her back was straight and firm. She pushed open the door, and the morning sun was a bit dazzling. The yard looked truly festive. The broken-legged table was leveled with stones, covered with a piece of red cloth found somewhere, with a few oil stains on it. 2 bowls of sunflower seeds and peanuts were piled high, with 2 bottles of the cheapest ergotu in the middle. Nyo Ho Hot, wearing an apron covered in oil stains, was directing Li Laojian to stick a red happiness character on the wall. The happiness character was crooked, pasted on the bare mud wall, looking awkward. Hearing the door open, Nyo Ho Hot quickly shoved the bowl of glue into Li Laojian's arms, then turned her chubby body. "Good, you're sensible. You didn't let me come in and drag you away." Nyo Ho Hot looked at Li Xianglian from top to bottom, then paused on her blue jacket and grinned widely. "Go. Empty the slop bucket at the foot of the wall. Don't think that today's wedding means you can become a young mistress. As long as you're still inside this door, you have to finish all the chores at home." Li Xianglian did not respond. She walked to the water jar and scooped a sip of water to drink. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Nyo Ho Hot saw she ignored her and suddenly got angry. She raised her hand to hit. Li Xianglian put down the gourd ladle, turned around, and stared straight at Nyo Ho Hot's raised hand with her clear black and white eyes. "Hit me." Li Xianglian's voice was soft and a little hoarse. "If you swell my face, and Zhang Tuhu asks, I'll say it's because you didn't like the bride price and wanted to raise the price." Nyo Ho Hot's hand froze in the air. Her eyelids twitched twice. She awkwardly withdrew her hand and wiped her apron. "You little brat, you've grown some skills, learned how to manipulate your mother? Fine, today is a happy day. I won't argue with you. Just follow Zhang Xiangue obediently and exchange the remaining 150 yuan bride price for me. I'll pretend nothing happened before." When she mentioned money, Nyo Ho Hot's face, full of flesh, instantly relaxed, and her wrinkles showed greed. Lao Zhenli squatted at the doorframe, smoking dry tobacco. His dull old eyes flickered behind the smoke, afraid to look at Li Xianglian. "Girl." Lao Zhenli knocked on his pipe bowl, his voice muffled. "When you get there, be diligent. Zhang Tuhu is hot-tempered, but his family has meat to eat. Don't blame your parents. The family really can't make ends meet." "Can't make ends meet?" Li Xianglian's gaze swept over the pile of peanuts and melon seeds on the table, then fell on Li Debao, who was hiding under the table, stealing peanuts. Li Debao heard the noise, poked his head out from under the cloth, with peanut shells still on his lips. "Big sister, don't blame dad either." Li Debao chewed the peanuts loudly. "Zhang Tuhu is rich. I checked. His first 2 wives died early, but when they were alive, they had big, fat meat every meal. You, with your thin body, just go and make up for it. It's also to bring some benefits to our Li family." He kept stuffing peanuts into his mouth as he spoke. Zhang Tuhu said, "After you get married, he'll send 10 jin of good oil to our house every month." 10 jin. That's pure, shiny oil. Li Debao gestured with his hand, almost drooling. Nyo Ho Hot heard this, and also smiled happily. "Exactly. This is a blessing earned over many generations. Don't be ungrateful. When you get there, serve the man well. That's the real thing." Li Xianglian looked at the family of 3. One is greedy for money, one is lazy and careless, and one is a useless person. This is her close family.
Okay, Li Xianglian nudda.
As long as he dares to marry, I dare to marry. The sun gradually rose higher, scorching the ground fiercely. Down in Hehe village, it also became lively. News about the Li family's small matter had already spread throughout 10 or more miles. Many curious villagers gathered outside the Li family's wall, some leaning on the wall, others squeezing through the fence gaps, all stretching their necks to look inside. These days, entertainment was scarce. The Li family's daughter had just been abandoned by her city husband, and now she was about to marry the notorious fierce man from the neighboring village, Zhang the Butcher. This was big news, more exciting than movies shown at the commune. A few gossiping women sat together, spitting sunflower seed shells everywhere. Did you hear? That Zhang the Butcher is a tough guy. He's already lost 2 wives before, and when they were laid out, they didn't look like people anymore, bruised and purple all over. Exactly. If he used that strength on his wife, who could stand it? I heard he gets drunk and swings his butcher knife at the table. If someone marries him, they'd be living with their head tucked into their waistband. Li family is so heartless, pushing their own daughter into a fire pit. For their son's marriage, they've really lost all shame. Sure.
Keep it down.
Look at Niu Guahua's mouth. She's grinning from ear to ear. She's just trying to sell her daughter for her son's bride price. 300 yuan, worth more than you could sell yourself for. The gossip outside drifted into the yard with the wind. Li Xianglian stood in the shadow under the wall, not even lifting her eyelids, as if those people's words had nothing to do with her life or death. Niu Guahua heard it too, but chose to ignore it. She was cracking sunflower seeds, her small triangular eyes occasionally glancing toward the dirt road at the village entrance, anxiously pacing around the yard. How is it this late? Why hasn't there been any news? Did they change their mind? Suddenly, a noisy commotion came from afar. Vroom vroom. It was the sound of a tractor. Here they come. Zhang the Butcher is here. A crowd gathered at the door to watch, then suddenly parted, making way for the huge vehicle. Cao Ho-Hot threw the sunflower seeds onto the plate, brushed off the dust on her backside, and cheerfully went outside with a flattering smile. Oh, you're here. Please come in. Quickly. Dabo, go light the firecrackers. With a loud pop-pop sound, a tractor decorated with bright red silk cloth, emitting black smoke, forcefully stopped at the gate of the Li family yard. The wheels rolled over the dirt pit in front of the door, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust that made everyone nearby cough. The vehicle hadn't turned off yet, and the engine was still shaking violently. A strong, imposing figure jumped down from the driver's seat. His big leather shoes made a heavy thud on the ground. Zhang Xiangue had specially dressed up today. He replaced his usual greasy white tank top with a clean, blue shirt made of fine fabric. But his belly was so big that the buttons stretched tight, and through the buttonholes, you could see his dark, hairy stomach. His hair was slicked shiny with hair oil, and even flies had to do splits to land on it. Although he didn't carry the butcher's knife openly at his waist, the smell of blood from years of killing, mixed with pig fat, sweat, and cheap tobacco, hit people hard and made them feel sick. Mother-in-law, I've come to pick up someone. His loud shout sounded like a thunderclap in the air, almost causing Lao Zhen's pipe to fall to the ground. Cao Ho-Hot's old face instantly lit up with a smile like a wilted sunflower, with wrinkles full of dust. She didn't mind the dust stirred up by the tractor's dust, and hurriedly rushed forward, reaching out to help Zhang Xiangui's thick arm, which was as big as a pig's hoof. Oh, my good son-in-law. I've been waiting for you.
Dabo.
Where did you go? Hurry up and give your brother-in-law a cigarette. Li Dabo hurried out happily. He was holding a pack of Great Wall cigarettes he got from Zhao Gang, looking very servile as he handed it over, his hand trembling a little. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, smoke. This is good city cigarette. Not everyone can get it. Zhang Xiangue glanced at the cigarette box, snorted through his nose, and didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he leaned forward. Li Dabo quickly struck a match, respectfully lighting it for him. Zhang Xiangue took a deep breath, his cheeks sinking in, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The small eyes, with mostly white and little black, beyond the greedy mother and son, fixed their gaze on Li Xianglian standing at the foot of the wall. Today, Li Xianglian stood quietly there. Her blue cloth jacket made her face look even paler, but she appeared cleaner. In this dirty, fly-filled yard, she looked like a fresh green lotus emerging from water, standing out sharply from everything around her. Zhang Xiangui watched with envy, his throat moving hard, and his big yellow teeth almost showing. He took a big step, pushing Li Debao aside and walked a few steps to stand in front of Li Xianglian. The disgusting smell instantly surrounded Li Xianglian.
Good.
Very good. So handsome. Zhang Xiangui threw a cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it with his big leather shoe. This 300 yuan was well spent. From now on, she's my wife. Anyone who dares to look at her more will have their nose dug out. He was speaking to the villagers outside the yard, who had gathered to watch. At this moment, the yard outside the Li family was already full of people. There were villagers just here to watch, gossiping women eating sunflower seeds, and in the corner of the crowd, a young man in a gray cloth jacket was hiding. His name was Li Weimin. Li Weimin and Li Xianglian grew up in the same village. Since they were children, he liked Li Xianglian. Before Li Xianglian married Zhao Gang, Li Weimin wanted to ask her family for her hand. But his mother thought Li family was too poor and Li Debao was a bottomless pit, so she refused. Later, he watched helplessly as his love married into Zhao's family. Li Weimin even fell seriously ill because of it. Now, seeing the girl he once dreamed of, who just escaped a fire and was about to fall into a tiger's mouth, Li Weimin felt like a cat being scratched, sour and painful at the same time. Oh, isn't that Weimin? A plump woman nearby, busy patching shoes, spotted him and sarcastically teased. What? Still not giving up? Your eyes are practically glued to Xianglian. A few idle men around burst into laughter. Li Weimin, I'm telling you, you're too timid. When Xianglian was a young girl, you didn't get her. Now she's remarried, and you still have no chance. Look at that butcher, so fat. 10 of you wouldn't match one of her fingers. Exactly. Weimin, listen to your aunt's advice and go home quickly. You can't stand this lively scene, and watching it will only bring you trouble. Zhang the butcher is rich and well-fed. What do you have? With just your 2 acres of thin land, how can you support such a beautiful wife? These words felt like sharp thorns, stabbing into Li Weimin's face. His face turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly against the wall, dirt under his nails. He wanted to shout back, call Zhang the butcher a beast, and rush in to pull Xiang Lian away. But when he saw Zhang Xiangui's shiny pig-killing knife in the yard, his knees went weak, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly, feeling both sour and bitter inside, thinking he was a complete failure. In the yard, Zhang Xiangui took out a thick stack of money and slapped it loudly on the broken table that Li Debao had brought out. This 150 is the final payment, plus the 50 yuan for changing your daughter's name, all here. Count it. Niu Guihua looked at the colorful bills, her eyes almost turning green. She didn't care about anything else. She rushed forward, drooling, and started counting. No need to count. No need. My son-in-law is doing his job. Don't worry, mother. Niu Guihua said she didn't need to count, but she didn't miss a single bill. After counting, she quickly put the money into her pocket, smiling so broadly her eyes disappeared. Xiang Lian, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow your man. When you get to Zhang's house, behave yourself. If you dare to throw a tantrum, I won't spare you, Debao. From now on, work well with your brother-in-law. You won't go hungry. Li Debao nodded obediently, looking like a servant.
Li Xianglian ignored her.
Zhang Xiangui saw her cold, icy expression and felt his wicked fire burn even hotter. He liked this kind of prickly girl. Only when she was tamed was it fun. Do I still have to carry you onto the car? Zhang Xiangui chuckled, rubbing his big, fan-shaped hands, smelling strongly of pig fat. Outside the wall, Weimin was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. He instinctively shouted, Xiang Lian, but his voice was too soft, quickly drowned out by Zhang Xiangui's heavy footsteps. just as that dirty hand was about to touch Xiang Lian's shoulder. Stop! A loud, sharp screech of brakes suddenly exploded at the Li family's gate. A strong smell of dust hit the air, making the crowd at the entrance cough loudly. A dark green Jeep stopped behind a hand-pulled tractor, directly bending the exhaust pipe. Suddenly, everything fell silent. In this mountain valley, where only ox carts and tractors are seen, what does the Jeep represent? It stands for power, authority, and official business. Guohua, who was patting his pocket, froze. Zhang Xingui's outstretched hand, trying to touch someone, hung in midair, unsure whether to move or stay still. The car door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. 3 police officers in uniform, wearing wide-brimmed hats, jumped out. The leader was a middle-aged officer with a serious face, looking upright and stern. His belt was tight, and the bulging gun holster made people feel nervous just by looking. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiangui. "Are you Zhang Xiangui?" Zhang Xiangui, a butcher who had seen blood before, felt nervous, but tried to look calm. He withdrew his hand and forced a smile, habitually reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. "Oh, what wind blew the leaders here? I'm just a small business owner, a pig butcher. Leaders, you smoke." The police officer didn't look at the crumpled cigarette and stepped forward with a cold face. "Someone has reported you for buying and killing sick pigs for a long time, seriously harming people's health and breaking socialist economic rules." The middle-aged officer's voice was deep and clear. Everyone could hear him well. "We are summoning you legally. Come with us." These words were like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the wall.
Oh my.
Sick pigs? I remember last time I bought meat from him. It had a strange smell, and I couldn't even chew it after boiling. Turns out it was dead pig meat. Damn it. My grandson got diarrhea after eating his meat for days. It's this bastard's fault. Exactly. Such heartless and rotten stuff should be caught and shot. People started cursing loudly. Zhang Xingui's face twitched violently, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He had been in this line of work for a long time, relying on connections to stay safe. Why did today, a happy day, suddenly turn into a disaster? This is false. Leader, this is slander. Who's the bastard harming me? Zhang Xingui's neck veins bulged as he shouted, "All the pigs I killed were good. I have proof. Today is my happy day. You can't just arrest people. Is it false accusation? Go back to the bureau and explain." The middle-aged police officer didn't listen to his nonsense and waved his hand. "Take him away." 2 strong young officers quickly moved in from both sides and restrained Zhang Xiangui. "I'm not going. I have money. I paid the bride price." Zhang Xiangui got desperate. His fierce pig-killing spirit surged up, and he twisted his body violently, almost like a pig about to be slaughtered during the new year, nearly breaking free. Be honest, the officer on the right was skilled. He swiftly grabbed him in a hold and lifted him forcefully. "Ah!" A loud scream echoed, even louder than a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Zhang Xingui's thick arm was forcibly pulled behind his back. His face pressed against the muddy ground, and he bit into the dirt.
Click.
The shiny handcuffs clicked shut. The once proud pig killer was now like a tied-up dead pig, panting heavily, with no more of his former bravado. This sudden turn of events was too fast for everyone to react. Li Debao, scared out of his wits, shrank into the corner, dropping his big front door key on the ground and not daring to pick it up. At that moment, Niu Guohua, who had been silent all along, suddenly moved. She wasn't trying to save her son-in-law, but was clutching her bulging coat pocket tightly, shrinking her neck, trying to slip inside the house. Once inside, and the door shut, no one could take her money. "Stop right there." The middle-aged police officer's sharp eyes had already locked onto her. Niu Guohua stiffened all over. She turned her back to the police, her legs trembling, not daring to take a step. "Ma'am, please cooperate." The officer approached her from behind, his voice cold and firm. "The money the suspect handed you earlier is illegal earnings and an important piece of evidence. Please hand it over immediately. We need to take it back to the bureau for safekeeping." Hearing this, Niu Guahua felt worse than if she had been accused of theft. She suddenly turned around, clutching her chest tightly with both hands.
What?
Illegal money? This isn't illegal. It's my daughter's bride price. I earned it honestly to marry her. Why are you taking it? The middle-aged police officer didn't waste words with her. He reached out quickly and demanded the money.
No.
This is my daughter's dowry. No, bride price. I won't give it up. Even if I die, Niu Ho-hot plopped down on the ground covered in chicken droppings and dust. She kicked her feet around and tightly held her full chest in her arms. God damn it. The police are stealing our money. Is there no law anymore? This is my son's bride price. Anyone who touches my money, I'll run headfirst into this wall, she shouted loudly while spitting on the police officer's pant leg, her head shaking like a rattledrum, her messy hair flying everywhere. The villagers gathered around in circles, but no one stepped in to stop her. They just watched with wide grins, enjoying the show. Usually, Niu Ho-hot was proud and strong in the village. Everyone had been annoyed by her at some point. Today, seeing her like this, everyone felt a little happy inside. They even wished they had some sunflower seeds to crack open while watching. Obstructing official duties and resisting law enforcement. Do you want to go in and sit in the detention cell with him? The middle-aged police officer's face darkened. He placed his right hand on his shiny black gun holster and raised his voice. Take him too. Let's see who's tougher. As soon as he finished speaking, two young officers stepped forward, their shiny handcuffs glinting in the sunlight. Niu Ho-hot's desperate crying suddenly stopped, like a chicken being strangled. She fell silent instantly. She looked at the dark gun holster, then turned to look at Zhang Xiangui, who was already pushed into the back seat of the jeep, his face pressed against the window, distorted from the pressure. She shivered like a leaf. Money is important, but if someone goes inside, everything is lost. I can still pay. I can still pay. Niu Ho-hot trembled as she reached into her coat. Her movement was slow, as if someone was cutting her flesh with a knife, piece by piece. She pulled out a thick wad of money, still damp with sweat and body heat, warm and sticky. The young police officer snatched the money, not caring about the dirt, and quickly checked it. He then sealed it in a clear plastic evidence bag. In that moment, Niu Ho-hot's body went limp. She collapsed to the ground, staring fixedly at the bag of money with her triangular eyes, her pupils almost bloodshot.
Money.
My money. That was 300 yuan, muttering to himself. Two thick tears rolled down his wrinkled face, washing away the dirt and leaving two streaks. This time, everything went wrong. He lost everything. The jeep started up, its exhaust pipe puffing out thick black smoke, kicking up dust that made nearby people cough. The vehicle sped away quickly, leaving behind a crooked exhaust pipe on the tractor and the mess in the yard. In the middle of the chaos, Li Xianglian stood still, not even moving her feet. She watched the departing jeep, her tense shoulders slowly relaxing. She let out a soft breath. The man hadn't lied to her. When the sky falls, someone really does catch her. The crowd outside the wall hadn't dispersed yet, whispering excitedly, more lively than during the New Year pig slaughter. Did you see that? That's karma. Selling your daughter to this extent, even heaven couldn't stand it. Now, she's lost her money and gained a bad reputation for trying to sell her daughter. The Li family is now famous all around. In a corner of the crowd, Li Weimin stood there blankly. His once timid little eyes suddenly sparkled with an unprecedented joy. They caught him. That terrible Zhang Xiangui was caught. This meant the marriage was off. Xianglian didn't have to marry that butcher anymore. Li Weimin trembled with excitement, his heart pounding wildly. It was as if heaven had opened its eyes. He saw this as a special chance heaven had given him. Now that Xianglian was divorced, her reputation was ruined, and Zhang Xiangui was out of the picture. If he could just gather some money and send it over, even a little, Niu Guifang wouldn't have any other choice. Mother! Mother! Li Weimin couldn't hold back his joy anymore. He turned around, pushing through the crowd, even forgetting to pick up one of his shoes, and ran barefoot like crazy toward his home. Mother! Hurry, get the money! I want to marry! I want to marry Xianglian. He ran so fast, his mind full of Xianglian's beautiful face. He felt this was the closest he'd ever been to happiness. Li Weimin's wild figure quickly disappeared around the corner of the village road, kicking up a trail of fine dust. Outside the courtyard, the crowd had not yet dispersed. People were still pointing and talking about the chaos inside the Li family's yard, spitting and gesturing. At the very edge of the crowd, behind an old, crooked willow tree that two people could hug, Qin Russian was lazily leaning against the trunk, holding a blade of dog-tail grass in his mouth. His usual half-closed wolf-like eyes were now slightly open, revealing a cold, piercing gaze that sent a chill down the spine. He was staring in the direction where Li Weimin had disappeared, his brows tightly furrowed, feeling a sour taste in his heart, like vinegar spilling from a jar, bubbling up. This was truly strange. Qin Russian spat out the grass and cursed under his breath. What kind of trouble was this? He had just kicked out Zhao Gang, a hypocrite, and carefully set a trap for Zhang Xiangui, the pig butcher. After finally removing these two burdens, he thought he could breathe easy. But before he could relax, a troublemaker appeared again. What kind of person is Li Weimin? He's known as a coward in Hehe village, over 20, but still following his mother around like a lost puppy. Usually he avoids even dogs, so timid he is. And this kind of person dares to have thoughts about Qin Russian's loved ones? He even plans to go back, get money, and marry Xianglian?
Bah.
He should look at himself in the mirror first. Qin Russian reached into his pocket for a matchbox, wanting to light a cigarette, but when he took it out, he saw it was already flattened. He clenched the box in his hand and squeezed until the cardboard was deformed. Why is his wife so tempting? If he were still the old him, he would have stormed out now, grabbed Li Weimin, beaten him up, then carried Xianglian away. Anyone who looked at her the wrong way would be dealt with. But reason told him that rushing in now would only add fuel to the gossiping women's chatter and wouldn't help Xianglian at all. Let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Qin Russian released his grip, letting the deformed matchbox fall into the grass. I want to see who dares to make a move now. Inside the yard, Niu Guohua's crying gradually quieted down, until the dark green Jeep disappeared completely at the end of the dirt road, even its exhaust fumes blown away by the wind. Old Li, hiding behind the door of the main house, finally peeked out like a rat that had come back to life. He was holding the extinguished pipe bowl, first glancing nervously outside the yard to make sure the uniformed people had really left. Only then did he straighten his hunched back a little. Old Li Zhen walked over to Niu Guohua, who was still pounding her chest and crying on the ground. He kicked a sunflower seed shell and looked very serious. Stop crying. They're gone now. It's finally clean, but we lost the money and didn't send anyone away. Can we still get through these days? How will we fill the big wedding debt for Dabao? Niu Guohua was crying loudly, but when she heard this, her tears suddenly stopped. She quickly wiped her nose in tears and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Her movements were quick, not at all like an old woman who had just been weak. How to fill it? You old fool. Dare to ask me? Niu Guohua slapped Li Lao Zhen hard on his hunched back, making him stagger. When they pointed a gun at my head and tried to rob me, were you dead? Not daring to say a word. Hiding behind the door pretending to be brave. Now you're showing off in front of me. Li Lao Zhen shrank his neck from the scolding but didn't dare to hide. He just looked worried and pointed at Li Xianglian under the wall. I'm also afraid of getting shot. I just want to ask, what should we do with this girl? Zhang Tuhu went in, so the marriage is off. Off? No way. Niu Guohua spat heavily on the ground. She turned around and stared fiercely at Li Xianglian, who had hardly spoken all along, as if she were looking at a beast ready for slaughter, not treating her as a person. As long as the goods are still in hand, we won't worry about finding a buyer. Niu Guohua clenched her teeth. There are plenty of single men in these 10 miles and 8 villages who want wives. Without Tuhu, there's Wang Lotzi, Zhao Matzi. Even a crippled fool, as long as he can pay. Today we'll send her away. She got more and more excited, counting in her mind. Not only sell, but also raise the price. That 300 yuan we lost just now, I want it all back with interest from the buyer. I heard the old bachelor from the next village, who lost his wife, has quite a bit of savings. Li's small yard was right in the middle of the village. The 3 old brick houses looked old, but in this poor, remote village of Hehe, they were considered decent. Li Weiman's father, Li Jianxi, was the village accountant, in charge of the books. On weekdays, when walking along the village road, I always keep my hands behind my back, walking with a wide stride, and even my cough sounds louder than others. The sun is scorching, as if it's setting fire, and cicadas hide under the leaves of the jujube trees, screeching loudly, making people irritable. Lu Xiaotsue sits cross-legged in the shade under the gourd trellis. Half of her multi-layered embroidery is finished. She is skillful, sewing quickly with a needle on her finger, threading thick cloth with hemp rope, making a rip sound, then tightening it firmly. Next to her, on a small stool, Aunt Zhang from next door is cracking sunflower seeds, shells scattered all over the ground. Hey, Xiaotsue, did you hear that noise just now? The police cars are here. That Zhang the butcher might get into trouble. Aunt Zhang's thin lips move up and down, her eyes shining with gossip. Li's girl is really unlucky. This is the 3rd time, right? Still unmarried. Unlucky? That's cursed. Lu Xiaotsue snorts coldly through her nostrils, the needle in her hand rubbing against her scalp, oiling her hair. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. Luckily, I didn't agree back then. Or, before she finishes, the courtyard gate suddenly crashes open with a loud bang. A figure, covered in dust and dirt, rushes in, looking like a wild ghost just dug out of a grave. Li Weiman has lost one shoe. His bare foot is bleeding from the stones. But he doesn't feel the pain. His usually dull face is now full of madness.
Mom.
Money. Give me money. He screams loudly as soon as he enters, his voice piercing and frightening. Lu Xiaotsue's hand trembles, almost stabbing herself with the needle. She throws her shoe into the basket, glaring with her triangular eyes. Are you calling for help? In broad daylight, hoping wolves will take your guts out? Look at you, your pants are torn into strips. Don't you know how hard it is to get cloth tickets? Li Weiman can't hear any of this. All he can think about is the jeep that just took Zhang the butcher away and the scattered red paper scraps on the ground. That was his only hope, left by heaven, his only chance in life. He hurried a few steps to Lu Xiaotsue, collapsing with a loud thud, his knees hitting the hard ground, making the earth tremble slightly.
Mom.
Zhang the butcher has been caught. The police took him away. Li Weiman tightly grabbed Lu Xiaotsue's pant leg, his small eyes red, as if they were about to bleed. The marriage is off. Xianglian doesn't have to marry that pig killer anymore. Mother, this is a chance. If we just gather some money and send it over, Niuguahua will definitely agree. Mother, please give me 300. No, 200. 200 is enough. 200 yuan? Aunt Zhang's sunflower seeds almost fell out of her mouth, and she opened her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Wow, Weiman, are you crazy? If you sell your mother's bones, do you think it's worth that much? Get out of here, Lu Xiaotsue cursed, not sure if she was scolding Aunt Zhang or her son. She didn't rush to move, but slowly took out a top needle from the basket and wiped it on her collar. Her slow movements made people feel anxious, with a coldness that made their bones shiver. Want to marry that tramp? Li Weiman, are you still not awake, or have you gone crazy? Lu Xiaotsue lifted her small foot in pointed cloth shoes and kicked hard at Li Weiman's bleeding foot. The kick was strong, right on his wound. Ow! Li Weiman shivered from the pain, curling up like a tiny shrimp, but he still didn't let go. Mother, Xianglian isn't a tramp. She's a good girl. She was forced to stay at Zhao's house. Now she finally got out. We can't just watch her suffer. I've liked her since I was little. Please just help me this time. Help you? Who's helping you? Lu Xiaotsue sneered, spitting saliva onto Li Weiman's face. She's a good girl? A good girl can be thrown back by her in-laws like trash? That's a worn-out piece of junk. You, a young man, look good and have a good family background, so why pick up leftovers thrown by Zhao Gang? Do I still want my face? It's not leftovers. That's the one I love, Li Weiman shouted, his neck veins bulging. Love? What love? Can it fill your stomach? Can it buy you money? Lu Xiaotsue grabbed the half-worn shoe sole and slapped it across Li Weiman's face. The thick sole was as hard as a brick, leaving a red mark on his face. Li Weiman, listen clearly. Even if we had 200 yuan at home, I'd feed it to the dogs or toss it in the toilet. Absolutely wouldn't give it to fill the Li family's hole. Old woman Lu Guiflower is like a wolf that eats people without leaving bones. Do you want our old Li family's little bit of wealth to be chewed up by her? I don't care.
I just want Xianglian.
Li Weiman was beaten until he saw stars, feeling both frustrated and hopeless inside. He got up from the ground and spun around like a headless fly. If you don't give the money, I will not live. I will run my head into the millstone. He lowered his head and looked like he was about to throw himself onto the big green stone used for grinding tofu in the yard. He had used this trick since he was a child. Whenever he cried, made a fuss, or threatened to hang himself, his mother would always soften. But this time, the yard was very quiet. Lu Xiaotsue didn't even lift her butt, and she reached out to grab a handful of sunflower seeds from Aunt Zhang, put them in her mouth, and cracked them with a crack sound.
Hit.
Aim and hit. Lu Xiaotsue spat out a seed shell, speaking coldly as if talking to a stranger. Crack open your brain, so I can be free of trouble. Might as well say the one born to you is just a placenta. Anyway, raising you all these years, you're just a useless burden. You can't even handle a woman, and now you want to come back and eat my bones. Li Weiman took 2 steps forward, then quickly slammed on the brakes. He stared blankly at his mother, and the bravado he had suddenly disappeared completely. He had never had the courage to die. He was just a soft lump in Lu Xiaotsue's hand. Without that shell, he didn't even know how to live. Aunt Zhang watched nearby and chuckled sarcastically, interrupting, "Oh, Weiman, I'm not scolding you. Why are you so desperate? That Xianglian, even if she's pretty, is just a useless decorative pillow." Lu Xiaotsue picked up the conversation, her eyes narrowing sharply. "And there's one more thing. I didn't want to say it, but since you're so shameless, I'll make it clear for you." She stood up, brushed the dust off her pants, and looked down at him. Xianglian was in Zhao's family for 3 years, and not a single thing moved in her belly. Why did Zhao's family divorce her? Because her land doesn't grow crops. It's just a salt-alkali land. It's a dead end. Li Weiman's mind exploded like a loud thunder, making his ears ring. In this rural era, the words, "not laying eggs," were more deadly than killing or arson. It was like sentencing a woman to death. Li Weiman opened his mouth wide and finally managed to say, "No, impossible. Xianglian is healthy. Maybe. Maybe Zhao Gang is just not capable." "Shut your damn mouth." Lu Xiaotsue spat at his feet. "Zhao Gang is a cadre. He eats government grain. Do you think he has a problem? I heard his city girlfriend's belly is almost too big to hide." "What does that mean?" "It shows that the problem is with Xianglian." Aunt Zhang nearby also listened and gasped, dropping her sunflower seeds. She interrupted, "Oh, my 3 years without news? That's a big deal. If he marries into the family, it could mean no children at all. Did you hear that?" Lu Xiaotsue pointed at Aunt Zhang. "Even outsiders understand this, but you, a fool, can't see it. Our Li family has only 3 generations. Do you want your grandpa to be ashamed in his grave? Do you want her father to be insulted and cursed for having no heirs?" These questions drained the last bit of strength from Li Weiman. He collapsed to the ground, covering his tear-stained, muddy face with his hands, letting out a suppressed sob. He wanted Xianglian, but he was also afraid of ending up childless. In the village, men without sons couldn't stand tall. Seeing that the moment was right, Aunt Zhang leaned in with her big face, showing a fake smile. "Ah, Weiman, don't just feel sad. There are plenty of women out there. As long as you have money, you can find a good one. I have someone in mind." Aunt Zhang winked at Lu Xiaotsue and continued, "My niece from Xiuan village, Wang Yani. She's still a maiden, but she's built like a millstone, with a round butt that can hold a basin of water. She's definitely a good girl who can have children." Lu Xiaotsue kept sewing shoes without lifting her eyes, snorting through her nose. "Wang Yani? The one from next door in Xiuan village. Yes, that's her. I know her well. Aunt Zhang patted her thigh, smiling brightly. Lu Xiaotsue adjusted her needle and suddenly looked up sharply, her eyes narrowing into triangles. Old woman Zhang, are you blind? That Wang Yani has big pimples all over her face, like sesame seeds on a burnt pancake. How can she be proper? Can you really stand to look at her? Wouldn't it scare Wayman half to death if he wakes up in the middle of the night? Aunt Zhang's smile froze for a moment. Just as she was about to speak and explain, Lu Xiaotsue's spit flew out quickly. Also, don't think I forget things. That girl is probably a tiger? She's already 26 this year. 2 years older than Wei Min. In the village, she's practically an old maid. Are you trying to find her a wife for Wei Min, or want to keep her as a second wife? Aunt Zhang wasn't angry at this sharp rebuke. Instead, she cracked sunflower seeds loudly, looking wise and experienced. Oh, my good girl, you're a bit naive, aren't you? As the saying goes, a girl at 23, worth her weight in gold. What's wrong with being 2 years older? Older women know how to care and be considerate of men. Besides, what's the big deal about having freckles on your face? They grow on your face, and they don't stop you from having children. As long as the bottom is big enough to bear children, just turn off the lights and roll onto the bed. Isn't it all the same? Better than a fair-skinned girl who can't lay eggs, right? Li Weimin knelt on the ground, listening to this conversation that sounded like breeding livestock, feeling sick to his stomach. This wasn't marriage. It was like choosing a big animal at a livestock market. I don't want to see. I don't want to see. Li Weimin suddenly went crazy. He grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it out. Besides Xianglian, I don't want anyone. Whoever wants that freckled face can marry her. You're just itching for a beating. Lu Xiaotsue snatched a half-finished shoe sole, ready to hit again. Just as chaos broke out, suddenly footsteps sounded outside the yard. The gate bang was pushed open. Li Jianxi, with his hands behind his back, walked in with his characteristic gait. He carried a black leather notebook under his arm, his accounting tool, and his way of showing off his status in the village. As soon as he entered and saw the chaos in the yard, his sparse eyebrows furrowed tightly. Are you crying? I've heard you two singing a big show from far away. Let the whole village hear our Li family's lively scene, huh? Li Weimin saw his savior coming and, ignoring the burning pain on his face, scrambled to crawl and hug Li Jianxi's leg, tears and snot smudging his father's sturdy trousers.
Dad.
You have to help me. I want to marry Xianglian. My mother is forcing me to marry that freckled face. Dad, you're a reasonable man. Help me say something. Li Jianxian nearly lost his footing with this push. He quickly pulled his leg back and angrily brushed dust off his pants. Move aside. You're grown up and you still care about appearances. What's with that face of yours, like a flower thief, all messy? Lu Xiaotsue threw her shoe into the basket, annoyed. Ask your eldest son. For that useless Li family shoe, risking everything, and now we have to spend 200 yuan to fill that bottomless pit of the Li family. Li Jianxian, we can't go on like this. Do you care about this wasteful kid? 200 yuan, Li Jianxian's eyes widened instantly, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. Is this kid crazy? 200 yuan is what our family saved up over 2 years to stay alive. He turned to look at Li Weimin, who was still kneeling on the ground. His previous stern attitude as a strict father suddenly collapsed, replaced by anger. Weimin, are you out of your mind? That girl from the Li family is Zhao Gang's discarded trash. Even if she's not at fault, Zhao Gang is now an official. If we pick up his cast-off shoes, will we still have a place in the commune? Where will I put my face? Dad, what does Zhao Gang have to do with this? I just like her. Li Weimin was so anxious, he kept scratching his head. And besides, Xianglian's life is hard. Shut up, Li Jianxian shouted loudly, spitting saliva far away. Hard life doesn't give you the right to mess with our Li family. I tell you, as long as I, Li Jianxian, am still alive, that woman Xianglian will never step into this house. You want to marry her? Unless I die first. Li Weimin was completely stunned. He thought his father was reasonable, that as long as he explained well, it would be better than his mother, who wouldn't give in no matter what. But he didn't expect his father to be even more stubborn than his mother, blocking all paths.
Then,
What should I do? Li Weimin sank to the ground, looking hopeless. I'm 25 now. Kids my age in the village are already getting married or working. Li Jianxian looked at his son, disappointed. He sighed, placed his black leather notebook on the grindstone, took out an unopened pack of cigarettes, and reluctantly lit one. All right, stop crying. It's just a wife. What's the big deal? He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his anger easing a little. Instead, he looked shrewd and confident. I've already found someone for you. I haven't even told your mother yet. When Lu Xiaotsui heard this, her ears immediately perked up, and she stopped fussing with her shoes. Aunt Zhang also put down her sunflower seeds, and both of them stretched their necks to look. Whose family is it? Lu Xiaotsui asked. If it's someone really poor or sick, I don't want it. Li Jianxi proudly flicked ash from his cigarette. It's the second daughter of the village secretary's family, Li Xiaotao. Who?
Li Xiaotao.
Dad, just say you want to marry her. When Li Weimin heard those 3 words, he suddenly felt all his hair stand on end. His reaction was even stronger than when he first heard about marrying Ma Zilian. He quickly stopped slouching, as if a spring had been attached to his backside. He jumped up from the ground, waving his hands and taking 2 steps back until his back hit the millstone. No way. Absolutely not. That woman is a fierce shrew. She's like a wrong-born Zhang Fei. Li Weimin remembered her fists, and his cheeks felt a dull pain. His voice trembled like dry grass. You haven't seen her. Last time I saw her at the village entrance, I just looked at her new hair ribbon and she almost slapped my teeth out. She even tried to push my head into the pigsty. Marry her? That's not marrying a wife. That's inviting the king of hell to come and serve. If I marry her, in less than 3 days, you'll be burying me. The more he spoke, the more scared he became. His mind was filled with painful memories of when Li Xiaotao had ridden him like a horse when he was a kid, pinching his soft flesh with her dark hands. Lu Xiaotsui was originally thinking about whether the village secretary's house had a high threshold, but when she heard her son's words, her eyes lit up like she saw a big opportunity, more excited than when she saw the big team. The daughter of the village secretary, who would dare to block her in the future when doing village affairs. And about hitting her son? Just hit him. Anyway, this useless fellow had been beaten since he was little, and he was tough and thick-skinned.
Pa.
What a useless brat. Lu Xiaotsui threw the basket onto the ground and pointed her finger at Li Weimin's nose, scolding him. She hits you because she respects you. She's just joking around. Besides, every family has its ups and downs. Xiaotao is straightforward and a bit fiery. That's good. Women need to be fiery to hold up this family in the future. How else can she keep you in line, you softy? She took a few steps forward and sharply poked Li Weimin's forehead, making his head move little by little. Listen, if this works out, it will be a blessing for our Li family. The village secretary is your father-in-law. Who in the village would dare to bully you after that? You are so foolish. You can't even do simple math. Still thinking about that girl Li Xianglian who can't lay eggs? Are you trying to make me angry? I won't listen. I won't marry. If you want to marry, then marry yourselves. Li Weimin covers his ears and cowers by the millstone, like a scared quail. Li Jianqing throws his cigarette butt on the ground and stomps it out hard. You don't have a choice. I already mentioned the bride price, 200 yuan, not a penny less, plus 2 bottles of good wine. Li Jianqing crosses his arms and ignores his son's feelings, giving a final warning. As long as this is settled, our family will be the top in the village. Don't even think about Li Xianglian anymore. If you mention her again, I'll break your leg. Tomorrow morning, put on clean clothes and come with me to the secretary's house to give a gift. Back to the Li family. Niu Ho-Hot is sitting on the ground, clutching her empty pocket tightly, her throat making wheezing sounds like a broken wind-up toy. The 300 yuan is still warm in her pocket, but it's gone in an instant, hurting her like someone's been cutting into her heart. Damn it. That's my Dabo's life. She hits the ground hard, kicking up dust that makes her cough. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees Li Xianglian drinking water from a gourd ladle by the well, looking completely indifferent. This makes Neo Hohat furious. Just as she opens her mouth to curse, two coughs suddenly come from the gate. Cough, cough. Why is there a dark aura over this house? The voice is cold and eerie, making the hot day feel even more chilling, giving her goosebumps. Neo Hohat stops cursing and turns sharply. At the broken gate stands an old Taoist priest she doesn't recognize. He looks over 60, wearing a faded blue Taoist robe with patches, but it's very clean. He holds a dusty whisk in one hand and carries a peachwood sword on his back. His feet are bare, wearing black cloth shoes. What's most unsettling is his left eye, covered with a black cloth, leaving only a cloudy right eye. It keeps darting around the yard, and finally, his gaze seems like a nail, staring fixedly at Neo Hohat. She's already angry and upset, and seeing this beggar-like Taoist, she jumps up from the ground, hands on her hips, and starts shouting and spitting. Where did this beggar come from? Don't you see where you are? I'm in a bad mood today, and feeling like scolding someone. Hurry up and get out. Don't hang around my door. You're bad luck. She said this while casually grabbing a broken broom from the corner of the wall, ready to hit the monk. But the monk was calm and relaxed. It was as if he had greased his feet. He tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the broom sweep. He wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled, showing two missing front teeth. His smile was so wide that it seemed to squeeze out all the wrinkles on his face. Madam, don't be so angry. I'm not here to beg. I was just passing by and saw the fierce energy here. I felt sorry and wanted to come in and help. Help? Don't make me laugh. Neo Hohat slammed the broom on the ground, spitting and shouting. Stop using those ghost stories to scare me. I have no money and no leftovers. Get out now. No money. The old monk stroked his sparse goat beard, squinting one eye, speaking softly but clearly into Neo Hohat's ear. You're right, I don't have money. But if we don't break the curse soon, that iron box under the red brick in the Kong hole might not stay safe. Hearing this, Neo Hohat froze like she'd been struck by lightning. Her hand holding the broom stiffened in midair, unable to move. Her face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled as she asked, "What did you say? Under the red brick?" That was her biggest secret in life. She had secretly hidden a small iron box beneath the loose red brick at the back of her Kong hole. Inside were her savings from a lifetime, along with 2 silver bangles she had secretly taken from her mother-in-law. Even Li Laojian and Li Debao didn't know about this. How did the old monk find out? Seeing that he had silenced her, the monk's smile deepened, revealing an air of mystery. He slowly took a few steps forward, flicked his dust brush, and rested it on his arm, looking profound and inscrutable. Actually, this trick wasn't hard. In rural areas, old women usually hide money in a few places: the beams of the house, the Kong hole, or between the cracks in the pigpen wall. When he entered earlier, he had glanced around the room. The spot at the Kong hole showed signs of frequent movement, with less soot and ash than elsewhere. It was easy to guess where the hidden money was. "I have a feeling," said the monk, "that your forehead is darkening, and your left eyelid has been twitching since last night. It hasn't stopped yet, right?" Neo Hohat instinctively touched her left eyelid. Sure enough, it was twitching like a drumbeat.
Well,
what does that mean? Everyone's eyelid twitches sometimes, she insisted, but her confidence was clearly waning. Her sharp triangular eyes flicked uncertainly at the monk, losing their earlier arrogance. The monk shook his head and sighed deeply, looking compassionate and sorrowful. Eyelid twitching is a small matter, but losing your money is a sign of big trouble. You just lost a large sum of money, and I was right, wasn't I? But this is just the beginning. I just opened my spiritual eye at the door and saw a dark aura wrapping around your precious child. If you don't resolve it quickly, in less than 3 days, your dear son might. Li Debao, hiding under the table and secretly eating peanuts, was frightened by this. His hand trembled, and the peanuts spilled all over the floor. What happened to my son? Tell me clearly. Mentioning Li Debao was like piercing Neo Hohat's chest. She threw down the broom and rushed toward the monk, wanting to grab his sleeve, but hesitating. She stomped her feet anxiously. The monk closed his eyes, looking unwilling to talk more. Secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. If too much is disclosed, I will shorten my own life. After saying this, he made a move to turn and leave. Nyo-Ho-Hot was clever. She understood the hidden meaning behind his words. She cursed silently in her heart, calling him a money-hungry vampire. But seeing her son's dull expression and recalling the 300 yuan she had just lost, her fear was overwhelming. She believed it was better to trust than to doubt. Grinding her teeth, she tremblingly reached into her inner pocket, still warm from her body, where she kept her last 10 yuan note of the Great Unity.
Master,
please, have mercy and show me the way, she begged, her heart aching as she pressed the crumpled 10 yuan note into the monk's hand. The monk's eyelid flickered open slightly, glancing at the money. His hand moved so quickly that the money disappeared in an instant, like a magic trick. After taking the money, his attitude changed immediately. He cleared his throat, and a sharp light appeared in his single eye. He pulled Nyo-Ho-Hot to the stone mill in the courtyard and lowered his voice mysteriously. Layman, don't blame me for being greedy. I need to bribe various gods to change my fate. I'll make an exception and tell you more. The reason your family's luck is so bad is because your foundation is unstable. There is a problem beneath the ground. He pointed at the ground with his whisk. Beneath, Nyo-Ho-Hot shivered in fear, her face turning green. Are you talking about the ancestral grave? Exactly. The Taoist looked serious and spoke very quietly. I just passed by the messy graveyard at the west end of the village and saw some evil spirits from outside bullying the local spirits. Those are the ghosts left from the war, very fierce. Your grandfather was bullied by those ghosts underground, and his descendants above will naturally be unlucky. At best, they will lose money. At worst, he made a gesture as if cutting his throat. Nyo-Ho-Hot's hair stood on end, and her legs trembled. She was an uneducated rural woman who usually believed in these ghost stories. Plus, the Taoist knew where she hid her money, so she believed him completely.
So,
what should we do, master? My grandfather was just a simple farmer when he was alive. How can he fight ghosts? She asked anxiously, almost crying. That's why we need the living above to help suppress it. The Taoist clapped his thigh. We need to find someone with strong evil energy who can control those ghosts and marry into your family. This person should have righteous energy, preferably a soldier who has fought in battles or a hero who has seen blood. This is called using yang to suppress yin, borrowing this strong masculine energy to support your grandfather underground. When Nyo-Ho-Hot heard this, her eyes widened instantly. A soldier? Someone who fought enemies. Her mind raced quickly. Suddenly, she had an idea and slapped her forehead.
Then,
isn't that butcher also someone who kills? The lives he took. Well, pigs, but still, he's full of blood and smell. Why was he caught? The Taoist sneered, showing disdain. That's not the same. The one named Zhang kills pigs for greed, carrying karmic obstacles, dirty things. The ghosts underground prefer to bully those full of karma. So, when he gets close to your family, not only can he not suppress the evil spirits, but he also gets caught himself. That's karma. No wonder she was about to give her daughter to him, and then he was struck by lightning. Turns out, he just wasn't strong enough or capable of handling the situation. Now she fully believed it. The Taoist priest was very accurate, explaining clearly why Zhang the butcher was caught.
Then,
master, should I go find a soldier? Nyo-Ho-Hot asked eagerly, hope shining in her eyes. The Taoist nodded, then shook his head. Not just any soldier, but someone who has made contributions and carries the aura of a general star. Such a person, once they enter your home, even just to arrange a marriage, will make the ghosts under him tremble in fear. When your old master is happy and blesses you with promotions and wealth, a lot of money will flow into your hands like water. Prosperity and riches. Money. Nyo-Ho-Hot kept repeating these words, her eyes gleaming with greed brighter than the midday sun. She was always someone who loved money, and now hearing that she could stay safe and also get rich, her mind was already racing. Master, look at my daughter's fate. Nyo-Ho-Hot turned to point at Li Xianglian, who had been standing silently. The Taoist squinted and looked at Li Xianglian, secretly admiring her. What a remarkable girl. No wonder that man went to such lengths. He cleared his throat and said seriously, this girl has a special destiny, like a raw jade. Marrying an ordinary person would be a waste, inviting disaster, and bringing bad luck. But if she marries someone with the general star, it will be a top-notch match that brings prosperity. This is called Phoenix landing on Wudong, and from now on, your family will rise to great heights. Hearing this, Nyo Hohat was overjoyed. Her previous worries about money disappeared.
All right.
I understand, she said excitedly, wanting to reach out and grab the Taoist's hand but afraid of offending him. It must be someone who has fought in battles, who has killed ghosts. I'll go look everywhere. Even if I have to turn the whole 10 miles around upside down, I will find such a son-in-law for my daughter. Seeing that the moment was right, the Taoist didn't stay any longer. He gently withdrew his hand, flicked his dust brush, and looked like a wise man from beyond the world. Since I have given you guidance, I should now travel and wander. Remember, choosing the right person is crucial. If you are careless, great trouble will come, and even the gods will find it hard to save you. After speaking, he didn't wait for Nyo Guahua to ask again. He turned around quickly and strode out of the courtyard. His back looked quite noble and wise. Nyo Guahua stood at the door, clasping her hands together, bowing repeatedly to the monk's back. Thank you, master. Thank you for saving me. Until the monk's figure disappeared around the corner of the dirt road, Nyo Guahua straightened up. She turned around and looked at Li Xianglian with eyes full of admiration. Did you hear that? Silly girl. You're destined for wealth and happiness. I was blind before, choosing Zhao Gang, that weakling, and Zhang the butcher, who was useless. Now I will find you a good man. Someone important, a high official. Nyo Guahua was excited, spinning around in the yard, muttering. He fought in battles, defeated enemies, and he's an officer. Who in this area has such a relative? Li Xianglian stood at the base of the wall, watching Nyo Guahua's wild behavior, without speaking or arguing. She just quietly looked toward where the monk had gone, her nose twitching slightly. She was familiar with the smell on the monk. It was the pine needle scent unique to the mountains, mixed with a faint tobacco aroma. It was exactly the same as Qin Russian scent from last night. Li Xianglian lowered her eyes, watching the water inside the gourd swaying. This wasn't some divine guidance. It was clearly someone who had gone to great lengths to set a trap, trying to force her greedy mother to cheerfully send herself into someone's arms. This man was really cunning. Mother, take your time thinking. I'll just sweep up these messes first, Li Xianglian said, picking up a broom and starting to clean the yard. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Just know how to sweep. Nyo Guahua, in a good mood now, didn't scold her much, just waved her hand. Clean it well. Don't ruin our good luck. Daba, come inside with mother. I'll cook some eggs for you. We're going to have a good life. After leaving Shaha village, the monk's noble and wise aura immediately disappeared. He dashed into the white birch forest to the west, tucking the broken fly whisk behind his waist. As he ran, he tore off the black cloth over his left eye. I'm so hot. I could die. Now, the monk, who should be called an old spiritual master, dove into the shade of the trees and shouted at an old locust tree, Qin, kid.
Come out.
Don't hide. A military-style water bottle was thrown out from behind the tree. The old con man caught it and tilted his head back to drink. He took several big gulps, and the alcohol dripped down his beard.
Ah, good wine.
Special supply of Ergo 2 is really strong. The old con man wiped his mouth and lazily slumped against a tree root. Qin Russian stepped out from behind the tree. He was playing with a deformed matchbox in his hand, without even lifting his eyelids. Did you finish the job? Is that even a question? The old con man chuckled happily, scratching his foot. That old woman is greedy to her bones. I just started, and she already made her part perfect. You haven't seen her. She's eager to set up a long-lasting memorial for you and is begging you to take her daughter away. Qin Russian's lips pressed tightly, only relaxing slightly when he heard this. People like Nyo Guohua, as long as you hit her where it hurts, Money. She won't dare to do anything else. Did she suspect anything? Suspect? No way. The old con man took out a 10 yuan note from his pocket and snapped it sharply. I even told her where her secret savings are. Plus, with that matter about Zhang the butcher, now she believes whatever I tell her. If I said eating dirt would make you rich, she'd probably try a bite, but still, you're really clever. For a wife, you went through so much trouble, even using superstitions. If your old army buddies found out, they'd probably laugh their heads off.